Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 101 at the end of winter, ice cream and snowfall. It rains too much. Piling up snow covered the restaurant. And for some reason, Rurin was eating those eyes. Do you like snow? I ate snow too, spouting nonsense. But it wasn't snow. What is piled up is ice cream. It's also very delicious, top-quality ice cream. Ice cream is piled up in front of the restaurant like snow. So I open my mouth wide and rush for the ice cream. And at that moment, my eyes opened. What kind of dream is this? I held my head and brought my mind back to reality. Of course, it is reality that there is snow outside, but it is gradually melting. The end of winter, when the cold seems to have eased off a bit. A morning like that. Of course, Lulin is sleeping very soundly next to me. Goralong, Puha, scratching the abdomen at a very high frequency. There is no trace of neatness. Of course, that is the charm of this dragon. There is no use waking me up in the morning. As always, I left Lurin behind and went out. The place I am currently living is not the second floor of the restaurant. The second floor of the restaurant was reduced to a miscellaneous room. Where I am is my bedroom in Rare. The bedroom is equipped with the highest quality luxury bed from Hyundai. A bed is something that is said to be science. It is true that I am comfortable. Compared to beds of this era, the quality is different in many ways. First of all, Lurin's bedroom is next door, but the situation has not changed from when she stayed on the second floor of the restaurant. At dawn, it crawls to me and falls asleep. In fact, Lulin's original bedroom is the main room at the bottom of the lair. But I wonder if Rurin will ever use that room. Rather, that room was first opened by Serena. So it made me raise my hand all day. After passing through the bedroom, passing through the time-stop warehouse, closet, etc., enter the bathroom beyond the main room and take a shower. Then, when you come out, take the towel given by the rare management monster Lulan and wipe your body. And going up to the restaurant to prepare for business is a normal routine. Until the day before yesterday, this routine had not been carried out, because I was in the elf forest. Iramantium comes to mind again. The poor dragon was thoroughly beaten by Lulin and Serena, and I fell to my knees in amazement at the dragon heart I had. The bottom line is that I just pitifully chose to go back to sleep. Even after that, I couldn't come back right away. The elves held a festival in the elven forest. Although the elves' festival is very boring, I had to teach them how to make dressing while earning the envy of the elves. That's why I returned to the restaurant after spending a few days in the elf forest. On a normal morning, I would prepare for business, but today my thoughts changed. If ice cream is stuck in my subconscious, I have to eat it to come to my senses, without having such strange dreams. Now that I think about it, it's been quite a while since I've had ice cream, so it seems like I had a dream about ice cream. Let's make ice cream for myself after having a hard time in the elf forest. I was called around, and the elves asked me to teach them this and that. Of course, I couldn't just give, so I took everything I got. These are items related to fatigue recovery medicine or recovery magic that can be sold at a high price. Since neither Rurin nor I can use recovery magic, this becomes a very important item. Standing in the kitchen, I thought for a moment about what kind of ice cream to make. In winter, I crave scoopable milk ice cream. In the summer, bar-type ice creams such as Scobana and Obakba, which are representative of hard ice cream, are popular. What I saw in my dream earlier was also a simple spoonful of milk ice cream. Therefore, I went up to the restaurant and prepared milk. This is very fresh milk brought from Yucca Ranch yesterday, and Palink Al, whipped cream is essential here. Sugar is also essential. Let's see. First, pour milk into the bowl. When fresh milk fills your cheeks, it cools down quickly with magic. It is a method that blows cold air into the lower part of the cheek. Then bubbles rise in the milk. After mixing sugar and eggs, pour this into milk. Gurgling again. No, if you're the one pouring in the sugar and eggs, it won't go as far as gurgling. The expression is wrong. Anyway, after adding whipped cream to it, mix it thoroughly using high-speed rotation magic. This magic mixes better than a whisk. Then just put it in the freezer and freeze it. Put it in an airtight container with an open lid to use as an ice cream container. If you mix chocolate and make chocolate ice cream using a similar principle, your morning chores will be completed. Now, all you have to do is go to Mr. Knoll's store and buy some meat. Not meat to put in ice cream, but meat to be sold. When it's lunchtime, I take out ice cream. The theory is perfect, but this is my first time making it myself. I scooped up some seemingly perfect ice cream with a spoon and brought it to my mouth. The taste and sweetness of rich milk. And this coldness that melts away in your mouth. Eat ice cream with this flavor. This is especially true for female members. I think I can't help but like Serena and Alina. I feel like I should share it. Fortunately, Alina, a vegetarian, has no aversion to dairy products. So, I took the finished ice cream and went down to Alina's clinic. The advantage over summer is that the ice cream does not melt easily because the cold wind blows and the weather is below freezing. Hello, Elle, what are you doing during business hours? Alina, who was sitting quietly in the clinic, got up in surprise and ran towards me. What about Serena? I am sleeping. Anyway, dragons sleep a lot. There is no difference between Rurin and Serena in not thinking about waking up even though it is lunch. I think this is probably the same for other dragons as well. Alina had already opened a clinic and was accepting patients. She is a perfect morning person who wakes up earlier than me. No, it's an elf. Would it be more appropriate to call him an early morning type? Alina looked at me blankly. When I move my gaze to her face, I quickly lower my head. This is something I do very often recently. I put ice cream in front of Alina. What is this? Alina's blonde hair tilts towards her shoulder. She tilted her head and looked at the ice cream in front of me. That puppy-like expression is something you can never find on Rurin or Serena. Of course, it is clear that Alina is older than me due to the nature of the elf race. But even so, she looked so cute that my sense of playfulness suddenly rose. Well, would you like to touch it a little bit? Yes. Alina put her finger on the ice cream with a bright expression without any doubts about my words. Alina's hand soon touches the ice cream, probably cold. Alina pulls her finger out immediately, probably because of the coldness, and steps back in horror. Is this snow? Alina makes an incomprehensible expression. However, if you touch it, you will be able to tell that the color is completely different from snow, even if it is snow. That's why the elf's eyes were even more suspicious. It is not snow or ice, but it looks like it is experiencing culture shock at being cold. It's not the eyes, it's what you eat. Yes, does it look like you're lying? When he spoke while staring into the elf's eyes that could see through the lie, Alina shook her head with a surprised face. Cold and strange stuff. But eating. With Alina in front of me, who looked very wary at that expression, I started to unwrap the chocolate ice cream and milk ice cream from the container. Since it's the first show, let's be a little more stylish. Chocolate ice cream is parfait style with sticks. When it comes to milk ice cream, it's best to just taste its original taste. This is a type of dessert called ice cream. Yes, it's dessert. Now that I think about it, I think Verna, who is not good at desserts, would really like it. I'll have to send it to the castle sometime and see the reaction. Ice cream? Yes, try it. Alina very carefully accepted the spoon I gave her. The unknown coldness is scary, but I can't refuse it, and since it's my cooking, I have no choice but to trust it, so I take it with my hand. Alina carefully brought the spoon to her mouth. He closes his eyes as if he is taking some kind of poison. What she brought to her mouth was milk ice cream the color like snow. And after eating it, Alina's expression changed in an instant. It's cold, but it's delicious. It's cold and sweet. It's a little cold, but it's still delicious. Alina looked at me with an expression that made her eyes pop out, then her expression changed to an ecstatic expression and she put her hand to her cheek. Then he scoops ice cream into his mouth. Then, as if he was curious, he also reached for the chocolate ice cream. Still, it was calm, graceful, unhurried movement. It somehow seems like a higher-ranking being than the dragons, which are said to be a greater race. Thanks to this, I carefully ate all the ice cream without falling into the ice cream trap. Then he looks at me with a worried face. I ate it all because it was so delicious. That Serena thing. Don't worry, it's separate. Oh, really? When I spoke while showing the container I was holding, Alina looked relieved. Then, the next person was Serena, as she said. When I entered, I found Serena occupying the bed in the corner of the clinic, sleeping without a care in the world. The stretched-out appearance is very familiar. As a result, I don't want to just pass by. I slowly opened the ice cream container. Then, he scooped up some ice cream with a spoon and placed it gently on the sleeping dragon's forehead. It will be cold, but it doesn't happen, then on both cheeks. Then Serena turned her red head and raised her upper body. Cold, 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 your face is cold. What's this? He looked at me with a surprised face, then looked at Alina. And shout, What are you? Besides, what are you eating alone? Betrayer, yes, that's not it, because you're not getting up. Noisy, you are so loud. I hit the red dragon on the head. I fed you too. I refused and got it on my forehead and cheek. Now that I think about it, there was something cold on it. Red Dragon wiped his face. Why are you playing pranks on other people's faces? Is it all about being strong? It's amazing. No, I just came here to make something delicious and share it with you. If I say that, you won't give it to me. I put the ice cream out in front of the dragon, who asked what nonsense that was. Then Red Dragon blinked and took the plate full of ice cream. Oh, it's cold, but it's sweet. What is this? It's ice cream. Hey, Alina, how dare you eat something like this by yourself and not wake me up? Yes, no. I just couldn't wake you up because you didn't wake up. Do not be ridiculous. Wipe that ice cream off your lips and then talk. Ah. Alina, fascinated by the ice cream, hurriedly covered her lips, and Red Dragon started scooping up the ice cream like crazy. That impatience was different from Alina, who calmly savored the taste. Yes, my face is distorted as if that crazy inhalation brought pain. Chapter 102, Ice Cream at the End of Winter is Delicious. My head feels dizzy. What? It hurts. Serena got up from the bed and started screaming while running wild. You can also poison someone like this. Are you trying to do it? Behave shamefully. Why am I poisoning you? I got sick because I was eating like crazy what I should eat slowly. Or else. Serena shrugged her shoulders as if the pain had gotten better, treated Alina like a traitor or an assassin, and went back to eating ice cream. Seeing that scene makes me feel dizzy, and I think it's rather savory. But the dragon, who doesn't know how to reflect, ends up scooping up the ice cream again and holding his head. After repeating this endlessly, I went back into the blanket. Hugh, it was some kind of painful food. It tastes good, though. If you eat slowly, it's not painful. I don't know, I need to go back to sleep. Looking at it, it looks like it might be giving me an upset stomach. I shook my head and left the clinic. Returning to the restaurant, I put the ice cream in the freezer and start preparing for lunch. Rurin wakes up around the time the lunch business is over. Due to geographical characteristics, business at lunchtime is less active than in the evening. After finishing the business quickly, I went down to Lair with a bucket of ice cream. At this point, it is time for Rurin to wake up as well. While I was thinking about how to wake him up, I went up with a bucket of ice cream. Suddenly, an image of Serena gorging on ice cream and struggling with the craving comes to mind. Laughter escapes me. For some reason, I 100 think that's the case for our Rurin as well. Serena is no match for gorging on delicious food. Of course, I would stop him, but it also reminds me of him not listening. Rurin, get up. Place the ice cream container on your forehead. Serena scooped up ice cream and put it on top, but still showed mercy to Rurin. Cold. What did you upload? You. He opened his eyes awkwardly and showed a very poor reaction. Something like a cartoon where someone suddenly wakes up because it's cold doesn't happen. Just ice cream? Ice cream? Lulin raised his upper body. The ice cream container that was placed on top falls down. Why is this so cold? Now, try to wake up and eat. I opened the ice cream container. Pure white ice cream reveals itself. Lulin's reaction is also similar to Serena and Alina. This is a face that asks, what kind of eyes are these? It's cold and white. Is it snow? Only Lurins eat snow. What? Have you ever eaten snow? It was tasteless. Rurin sticks out her tongue and says boo. He makes an expression like this. But this isn't snow. But it definitely seems like Lurin will like it. Then why don't you give it to Lulin? I immediately grabbed a container of ice cream and called out to the Lurins. Rurin. Mother Lulin quickly runs to my call. Did you call me? They say. Rurin rubbed her sleepy eyes and turned on the translator. Well, even without an interpreter, you can understand this much from the atmosphere. Try this. I scooped the ice cream into a bowl and handed it over. Then Lulin tilts his pure white face. It looks so good with milk ice cream. Try that. Lulin interpreted my words, again showing off the nonsensical tone he used when dealing with Lurins. Lulin nods and puts ice cream in her mouth. And then I started to get very excited. I thought it was snow, but they're making such a fuss about how delicious it is. Isn't that snow? Isn't it snow? Who said it was snow? This is very sweet. Kaya. Lurin jumped up and snatched the entire ice cream container I was holding. Tell me that first. I am not Lulin. Mr. Dragon, ruler, spoon, and chopsticks. Lurin took the spoon and put her hand into the ice cream container. And put it in your mouth. Lulan also looked at me as if it was delicious after eating all the ice cream I gave her while holding the bowl. It's a very earnest face. What's wrong with kids who only eat truffles? Do you like it because it looks similar to what it looks like? Ooh, sweet, cool, cold, it's delicious. Rurin, as expected, lets out an exclamation. And as expected, he showed off his actions that did not go astray. Rurin scoops up ice cream. The action is faster than Serena's. Hey, if you eat like that, y'all get a headache. Take your time, but even if you pay attention, it won't stop. This was also expected. The ice cream container had already reached the bottom. Lurururururun. Lulan cries with a sad face. There's more when you get up there, so I'll take care of it for you. I encourage Lulan. Lulan emptied the ice cream in an instant. But what is surprising is that, unlike Serena, she is very fine. There is no sign of a headache at all. It is completely different from Serena, who was struggling in pain and fighting with ice cream. It was delicious. My stomach is cold. Thanks to you, I woke up. Your backside hurts, doesn't your head hurt? If you eat at that rate, something will inevitably come, right? When I asked, Rurin shook her head resolutely. Why do I get a headache even though I am eating something delicious? You are a strange person. Is that so? That's a huge headache. Serena, you are no good to Rurin either. I shook my head, thinking that if Serena herself had heard, she would have vehemently denied it. The next afternoon, Elle left for Yeonju Castle with a container of ice cream. That's because Gray sent word that he was coming in person to discuss something. I tried to wake Rurin, but she didn't wake up and became hostile, so Elle headed to the Lord's castle alone, and Rurin woke up while caressing her stomach. I don't know, I am sleepy. Come back. Rurin was furious at the fact that Elle was not there and tried to go straight to the Lord's castle, but the line she had said suddenly came to mind. Lulan thought seriously for a moment about why he said that, but he quickly shook his head coolly. Since she was hungry, Rurin decided to eat first. Rurin soon went up to the restaurant. Rurin was feeling Elle's mana very well. Since it was clear that he was nearby, he showed his mature self by not making a fuss and looked for food. There was rice prepared in the kitchen without much to be found. It's your own meal. Hungry. What's for lunch today? Even though no one was there, I muttered to myself and hurriedly threw away the cloth covering the dishes. Oh, it was Rurin's favorite meat dish. Thinking that everything went well, Rurin took out the beer that she was forbidden to drink in broad daylight. Hee, it's my fault you're not there. I drink beer. Rurin muttered something useless to himself again, opened a beer, and tried to pick up some meat. However, while trying to eat beer and meat at the same time, I slipped and lost the beer can as the beer bubbles rose. While trying to catch it again, he even hits the plate containing the food. Thanks to this, the plate falls vertically to the floor. The meat dish fell to the ground. Even beer is mixed with meat. Lulan looked at the situation blankly in panic. What is this? A moment of panic. Rurin was left speechless. The fork I was holding swung in the air. I was hungry. However, if you overturn the dish and run to shout for food, you will definitely hear a shout. Rurin clicked her tongue and looked around. Normally, I would never think about cooking. At that moment, there was top-quality yuca meat in the kitchen that looked very delicious. Oh, isn't this one that can just be grilled and eaten? Rurin, who had been forced to cook several times after losing a bet, was able to use kitchen utensils to some extent and confidently began heating the iron plate with a fireball. Grumble, grumble. The sound continues to ring in my stomach. Cheek, and the meat went on the iron plate. A delicious smell wafts out and a smile appears on Lurin's face. Where's the sauce guy? There it is. He brought the sauce that had just been prepared for his meat dish to the front and put the grilled yuba meat back on the plate. Neat. Just because it didn't mean I wasn't talented at cooking. So much so that Elle admits it. Rurin immediately started chewing the grilled yuva meat. It was delicious. Grake is quite worried about Dedrun City. We talked for a long time the day the restaurant was robbed, but he also tried to come to me today about that incident. After hearing the detailed situation report, it certainly seemed serious. To be honest, I can't say that Dedrun City and I are unrelated. Still, when Count Dedrun was around, the city didn't go crazy like this. It was difficult to live back then, but it wasn't a complete hell like it is now. So you can't say there is no responsibility. It is true that he burned down the Lord's castle in Dedrun City and aided and abetted many things behind the scenes. Of course, I did it to help Gray and Verna, so I wouldn't be criticized for pulling out. Still, it takes a certain amount of control for Gray to be able to handle it, but right now, It's a situation that no one but me can do anything about. If it is the responsibility of interfering with the story of Gray and Madame Verna, then there is nothing we can do about it. I was planning to visit Dedran City in person sometime tomorrow. The priority is to visually check to what extent the animal is going crazy and then eliminate the cause. If the cause cannot be found, the city itself will have to be completely cleaned out. With that in mind, I returned to the restaurant and the smell of meat was everywhere. From what I could see, Rurin was grilling meat on an iron plate and eating it. I clearly cooked meat before leaving, but why am I eating grilled meat again? Rurin, what are you doing? Why are you so late? I'm hungry, so I'm eating grilled meat. You yourself. This sounds absolutely incredible, like saying the sun rises in the west. What kind of wind was blowing? I couldn't help it. I was hungry, but I still wanted something to eat, so I couldn't resist and put it on the iron plate. Hi, what are you saying? Where? I was so curious that I picked up Lurin's grilled meat and ate it. I have nothing to say. All I can say is that it was cooked well. Wow, it was a good meal. I am full now. I did the hard work myself without you, so you clean up the rest. Yes, no more than that. Wait for a sec. What? Lulin tilts his head. The black hair is flowing. No, you shouldn't be fooled by that. What kind of meat did you grill? It tastes so familiar. Meat in the kitchen. What? Where she pointed. That was meat I had specially prepared for the guests who had reservations for the evening. Hey, Dragon, that's meat for guests who have reservations for dinner, so I specially prepared it. How? Lurin had already disappeared. The dragon in front is not visible. I didn't run away. This is a teleportation. Escape using teleportation. Thanks to Lulin running away quickly, my nagging began to hover in the air. How can you escape by teleporting? Where is this fowl? I shook my head and entered the kitchen. But the floor is wet with something. The smell of beer rises. Plus, the meat dish I made was on the floor. Lurin, it is obvious where he ran away. Is there anywhere to run to? It must have been rare. I wanted to go right away and start nagging. The first thing to do is to catch it and clean it yourself. Chapter 103 Couple and Dackelby. Excuse me. Yes, welcome. Are you still in business? Late at night. As the business was about to close, a couple came into the store. It occurred to me that they might be a married couple, but since they looked young, it would be wrong to make hasty guesses. Moreover, the guess itself is meaningless. Whether you are a married couple, siblings, or lovers, it has nothing to do with business. Sure, please sit here. I showed the two people to a common table. Then the woman gently pointed to the bar table. This is the side with the iron plate. Can I sit over there? No, it doesn't matter. Then come this way. As requested, I guided the two people to the bar table in front of the iron plate, man and woman. The couple sat down and looked around the restaurant. But usually you don't come here late at night unless you're a regular, so how did you come? Because of its location on a hill, it is not a place where you can just take a walk. Oh, it's a shame, but I ended up here after visiting several restaurants in Gray City. I also heard a rumor. The man answers my question. Is it so? Yes. In that situation, the woman who had been looking around the store cautiously made a different request this time. Can I take a quick look around the store? It's an unusual request, but it's not something to wear out. Yes, that's right. When I gave permission, the woman got up from her chair and began looking around the hall, observing it closely. Then he glances and checks the kitchen. Something stirred at the sight. A look at the interior and kitchen. If so, there is no other reason than this. Are you newlyweds? Are you looking into opening a restaurant? How do you do that? The man sitting there jumps up from his chair with a very surprised look on his face. Sorry, I'm not here to steal anything, but it's natural to visit various stores and conduct market research. I don't care, so feel free to look around. But are you going to order the cooking? Yes, of course, thank you. The man kept nodding his head, and the woman continued to look around the restaurant with a curious look on her face. There is no reason to stop that action. Even if more restaurants open, it doesn't mean it will harm me, because I run a restaurant strictly as a hobby. What kind of food do you cook with this iron plate? Karin, it's impossible to use such expensive-looking tools with our funds. The man shakes his head and grabs the woman's arm. Then the woman also shook her head. You can make enough money to use it later. On our topic. Isn't it nice to just eat and live? Is that so? The woman called Karin bows her head in agreement. Why are there so many couples who lack self-confidence? The woman is right. If you have cooking skills, you can be successful. It's easy to put down a steel plate like this in no time. Is that so? The man looked up at me with slightly expectant eyes. Who is doing the cooking? The man looks towards the woman. Cooking seemed to be for women. I know how to cook a little. My husband and I are planning to go back to our hometown and open a small restaurant. Oh, isn't Grace City your hometown? Yes, the woman nods. Well then, let me show you how to cook on a teppan first. This couple seems really lacking in confidence. To run a business, even if you have confidence, it's not enough, so why is your mindset so low? I put Palin Q Sal on the iron plate. This is the palanque prepared for the so-called chicken ribs. This is the menu of the restaurant that is being promoted these days. The response has been quite good and it is quite popular. It's not difficult to do. First, mix the chicken with red pepper paste and various seasonings. In the case of Dackelby, the taste of this seasoning is the most important part. It's called secret seasoning. In my case, I use aged vinegar to capture the flavor of the chicken. It's good if the chicken is slightly submerged in the seasoning, because you have to add various vegetables. For vegetables, choose cabbage, carrots, and sweet potatoes. Cabbage is essential, and carrots and sweet potatoes are not necessary. But the sweetness of sweet potatoes goes well with Dackelby, so it is best to add all of them if possible. Once that is reached, all that remains is to fry the field on an iron plate. Chee! The chicken ribs begin to sizzle in the heat of the fireball. The scent that comes out at this time seeps into your nostrils and stimulates your appetite. Wow, it smells good. Yes, you can make it spicy, but today I'll show you something that's not spicy. I eagerly rummaged through the Dackelby with the intention of showing off to the juniors at this restaurant. A vegetable called ipu leaf here. There is no vegetable on earth that is completely identical to perilla leaves, but the scent of this ipu leaf is similar to perilla leaves, so I always add it to chicken ribs. And finally, cheese. Cheese freshly produced at the farm is the highlight of our house's Dackelby. Dackelby mixed with cheese was receiving a particularly enthusiastic response from people around the world. I really like Rurin too. When the Dackelby comes out, it's so hard to scrape off the iron plate to eat it. The couple in front of me also started staring at the iron plate, as if they were so amazed by the white cheese that melted and stretched out on the Dackelby. Once the cheese is sufficiently melted, it is time to eat. I serve it with a creatively baked baguette. What I recommend is to eat the chicken ribs, vegetables, and cheese on a baguette all at once. Like Sam. It's good to eat stir-fried rice later, though. This one was more popular with the people here. Dackelby, cheese, and bread go well together. Ruler, try it. When I pointed to the ready-made chicken ribs, the couple started drooling. The man takes the Dackelby to his mouth first. Wow, this is really delicious. The man let out an exclamation first, and the woman also ate the chicken ribs with cheese and started making an ecstatic expression. And he looks at me with an admiring face. I wonder how to do this, Karin, how many times have you been kicked out for saying something like that? We just eat our own home-cooked food. That's true, but 2 minutes. You said you were planning to open a restaurant in your hometown. Did you come up with the funds to do so? I was very uneasy about the two people's behavior, so when I asked them, they nodded at the same time. Even though he was not confident in this topic, he seemed very confident in this part. Well then, I am glad. May I know if there's a story behind why you're going back to your hometown? If you tell me, I can teach you how to cook it. Looking at the attitude of the two people, I am curious in many ways. Just curiosity to hear the story. Teaching me how to cook one by one is not work. Really. As long as they are sincere enough for me to teach them how to cook, I am confident that I am sincere. The man jumped up and clenched his fists. But there is no story. We are both orphans. Then the woman began to open her mouth first. Are you an orphan? Yes. The two people put down their forks for a moment with distant eyes and began to sigh. Their names are Millie and Karin. Since they were both orphans, it was very difficult for them to make a living from a young age. What happened naturally and inevitably was a pickpocketing gang run by gangsters. However, even there, they were not treated as human beings because they committed crimes. Even if you pickpocket, they don't give you money. Just the bare minimum of food to fill your mouth. If you succeeded in pickpocketing, all you had to do was give it to them. For Millie, it was her lifeline. Perhaps because she felt sorry for Karin, who was always starving because she was not good at pickpocketing, Millie began to always share her share with Karin, and the two became close friends. They are just happy to have something in their mouths. Karin became a choreographer in a small building where orphans were gathered, and from then on, she secretly stole food from the kitchen and gave it to Millie, repaying her kindness as a child. But that life soon came to an end. This is because around the time Karin celebrated her 12th birthday, she was sold to a slave trader by gangsters. Two people who have been together since childhood. The two people who were so precious to each other broke up like that. There's no story to this. It's a big enough story, right? So how did we meet again? It's in front of me because the two people met. This means that the two people overcame the greatest sabotage by gangsters led by slave traders and pickpockets. Usually, if you get involved with a slave trader, it can't end well. But Karin was sitting just fine in front of me. It is true that since I have lived a miserable life, I feel glad when I find people who have lived similar miserable lives. That is it's thanks to the war. War? Yes. The story of the two people began again. Millie never forgot Karin for a moment. When Millie became old enough to do manual labor instead of being a pickpocket, she ran away from the city and went to the city where Karin was sold. I worked day and night just looking for Karin. Was that effort rewarded? Millie barely found a clue. Of course, even if I found him, I didn't have the power to take Karin away. What power do orphans like yourself have? All Millie wanted was to confirm the fact that Karin was alive and well. That's Millie's only wish. That wish came true like a miracle. Karin was sold to a nobleman and became a slave doing chores, and her daily routine was mainly to help cook in the kitchen. She would occasionally come out of the large mansion to take out the trash, but Millie repeatedly lurked in mansions where slaves could be purchased, so her efforts were rewarded, and she was finally seen a few years later. The scene where Karin comes out to take out the trash. From then on, the two became friends, only meeting when Karin came out to take out the trash. They just make eye contact and look at each other passionately before parting ways. The moment of meeting lasted only about 2 minutes, but Millie loved that moment, and Karin also waited for that moment, the only time of the day. Meanwhile, a great disaster struck the city. Of course, it was a heaven-sent opportunity for Millie and Karin. Well, the city was turned into a mess, and the mansion was destroyed when the dragon fought the dragon. I heard later that it was because of something called a dragon war. Yes, that's why we hold up that war and dragons as our lifelong benefactors, because they let us escape. When Millie said that, Karin gave a look of agreement. No one was chasing me during the war, so I just thought that now was my only chance, so I held Karin's hand and ran and ran. When I came to my senses, it was this great city. So, does this mean that it was a relationship created by war? It was surprising that there were people who appreciated the war between Black Dragon and Red Dragon. So since then, I have saved money by doing everything I can in Gray City. So I was finally able to go back to my hometown. It's not the hometown where pickpockets used to be, nor is it Gray City, where people work to death, but the hometown where Karin was born. Okay, well, as I said before, teaching people how to cook is not difficult. However, because this tepen dish contains palin Q, it can only be found in Gray City. Palink itself is a specialty of Gray City. Oh, I see. Karin lowered her head as if depressed. The only thing I learned while working at the mansion was cooking, so I will compete with the food I am good at. Then Millie, okay, if you fail, you can come back to Gray City and work hard. Die. Even if we spend less time together, if we join forces. It was a couple whose vitality was strong. It's not bad. They are a nice-looking couple. So again, I am just telling you how to cook. Actually, there are many dishes that can be substituted. They are delicious, too. Teaching you how to cook is not a difficult task. Instead, you can buy the dish I taught you here and eat it, if you buy it. It is more comfortable for both parties to receive help rather than one-sided help. Are you sure? Yes. I will teach you how to cook this dish that can be made even in a small kitchen. Please try to succeed. Thank you. The two couples bowed their heads at the same time. Thanks to you, my spicy grilled chicken ribs are getting cold. That's the food you paid for, so are you going to let it get cold like that? Oh, I am sorry. The couple lowered their heads again and took the chicken ribs to their mouths again. I can teach you as many dishes as possible using Yuva, which is easily available, such as stir-fried pork and pork rice bowl similar to dakgalbai. The same goes for pork belly. Sapjolsel could easily become the restaurant's signature dish. The two people put the delicious dakgalbai on bread and started to bite into it. Each time they did that, the cheese stretched out. Because the couple's faces looked very happy, I also wished for success. The day passes like that. Chapter 104, Visit to the next town the night before I decided to go to Dedran City. After a long time, I summoned the highest quality pack, left it to Lulin, finished the dinner business, cleaned up, and went down to Lair. Rurin is lying down. I am wearing a pack. Alone and shamelessly. That's why you came here. Yes, you came. It's funny how your pronunciation becomes strange just because you put on a pack. When I told him that moving his facial muscles doesn't work, he seems to completely believe that. Soon Monster Lulan brought me a pack as well. Rurin, while making strange noises. The interpreter isn't working because I am busy packing, so I roughly interpret it on my own. I guess they're telling me to pack something. The day Rurin found out about the face pack was the day I put her in full makeup for a photo shoot on Earth. After removing my makeup, I applied a pack to provide moisture and nutrition to my skin tired from makeup. It was through that opportunity that I began to show considerable interest in face packs and eventually became addicted to them. The pack doesn't reject the dragon, which is annoying about everything. There is no need to stop it. Maybe it's because of my age, but I don't like how rough my skin is. After attaching the pack, I look at Rurin. Laughter immediately came out. For some reason, the two of us are so funny. Then Rurin pinches my thigh. I cried over that, Ida. Yes, it's true that you shouldn't laugh. Siri, wrinkles appear, but it's funnier because the dragon worries like that. Seeing that scene brings out a sense of playfulness. If you want a joke, do it. Restraining yourself is bad for your body. I launched a preemptive strike. Rurin spreads his palm, and then I tried to gently tickle it with my fingers. Is it me? The answer comes back asking, what are you doing? There is no movement. No matter how it looks, it is dragon skin. It's funny to react like this. Then how about this? I went down and picked up Lurin's feet and started attacking my toes. Tickling. As soon as he started attacking the soles of his feet, Rurin desperately began to hold back laughter. What a great woman in front of the pack. Then, after a while, he got up, glared at me, came towards me, and tried to tickle my side, so I quickly avoided it and ran away. Stand there, an expression that says should I endure it cruelly or run away. But there are no rules. It could be said that a death match was held in which the person who laughed first lost. However, as soon as she moved, the pack seemed to fall off, so Rurin calmly lay down on the bed again. It's a face that can't hold back its anger. Heh. I quietly went next to him and lay down. Don't do it. After I declared that I wouldn't do it, about 5 minutes passed quietly. I thought he must have let his guard down at this point, so this time the attack went to Lulan's side. Rurin looks at me with an expression that says it's nothing. But it's not a big deal at all. A very desperate expression. No, he couldn't stand it anymore and tried to attack me again. I avoided it and fell far away again. Then he raised his hands and stamped his feet. KKKKKKK. Sorry, but I am very sensitive to tickling, so jumping out before you get hit is inevitable. Understand? Rurin. Saying that in my heart, I quietly laid down next to Rurin again. I was wondering where to attack this time, so I gently blew air into Rurin's ear. Kaya. Rurin then reacted violently and jumped up, covering her ears. Thanks to this, the pack finally falls off my face. Of course, I didn't fail because I was laughing, so it went against the rules I had set in my mind. Why is this dragon making all those moaning noises? There is silence for a moment. Lulan's expression is very strange. The attack on my ears went too far. Actually, it's a bit more of a place than a tickle. What is this? It's annoying. Lulan puffed out his mouth with a strange expression. But the dragon's skin tissue is very red. What should I say? Should I say that it even confuses me? Dragon heart is strange. Does this mean there is something wrong with my heart? Lulan said that and took the pack from Rurin again and put it on. After a while, it happens again. Why? No. The pack falls again, received the pack again from Lulan. Then he lay down again and got up again a moment later. What are you doing? Something is strange. You can do it again. After saying that quietly, he moves his body and brings his ear closer to me. And then I attached the pack. Look at this dragon. What are you doing again? The day after the chaos with the pack. Rurin and I, who had come to Dedrun City, were in a pit of dust. I am glad I at least got a pack yesterday. Anyway, I expected something like this and took precautions in advance. A space made of bricks that cannot be broken by human power, and an iron gate. There is an iron bar stuck in the hole in the iron door. Yes, where we were was a prison. There's no way I am coming into Grey City's prison. No, in fact, there is no need to go to any prison in the world. I have no intention of going in. Of course, there are always exceptions. If the reason is not being locked up but an undercover investigation, the story is different. Everything is to investigate this Dedrun City. In fact, as soon as we arrived in Dedran City, some robbers approached Lulin and I, who were well-dressed, and pointed knives at them. So Lulin destroyed the robbers and made them roll on the floor. Rather, Lulin and I were imprisoned for assault, not robbery. Of course, there was some intention. In this situation where even the soldiers are in strong collusion with criminals, and it has become a place where good citizens are imprisoned, this is to find out to what extent the soldiers have rotted and by whose hands this city is currently being run. Prison is the best place to find out. Those who colluded with the soldiers cannot be imprisoned, but there are probably many other unrelated criminals imprisoned as well. In other words, a prison is a warehouse of information that uncovers things going on in the underworld. Since I don't have any information or connections, I have to look at the bottom to see something. As I thought, the so-called unscrupulous criminal group was being rounded up without any hesitation, so the inside of the prison was not noisy. It seemed like they were arresting all the criminal groups that had nothing to do with them as a show for the arrival of a new governor. The cell we were in was also very noisy. What is even more absurd is the fact that there is no distinction between men and women. Just shove me and Rurin into one room. Just by looking at this, you can see how much of a concept deadlancy has become. Looking at Rurin, the bandit-like guys in the same room started to create a party atmosphere by raising their hands. Puhahaha, what is this? Even if it wasn't so, I was jealous of the woman who came into the next room. Do you know what happened to that woman? I was pushed to the bottom and eventually handed over to a slave trader. They ask each other questions and answer among themselves without even being asked. It happens to us too. Number one, who looks like a bandit, shouts that. When I looked at Lurin's face, I started drooling a lot. There is no forgiveness. It's a den where you go completely crazy. Hey, Am, can't you go out? Too loud. It would be better to kill them all and leave. I'm also sleepy. As Lulin yawned peacefully and fell into my arms, I heard the bandit's laughter again. This time, bandit number 2 shouts. You can't understand the situation? Seeing that you're wearing nice clothes, I think you're under Reden's spell. I can never go out into the bright world again. Giggling. Besides, looking at it, that girl will soon be sold to a slave trader. Then, I guess they're asking us to become teaching assistants first. Hey guys, ha, are you lucky? That happened a few days ago too. It's so vulgar that I can't listen to it anymore. Saying something different about Lulin is itself a sin. I think Reden is the name of the dark side I am looking for, but for now just organize the surroundings. Noisy, foo-woo-wook. After giving them lightning magic, I threw them all in a corner, beat them up, and tied them up. My body is still shaking because I used too much lightning magic. A completely isolated prison door. Since it was difficult to see the outside, I decided to beat them first and then wait for another reaction. If Lulin's beauty is reported to the higher-ups, won't there be a dark side? Even though it is a shortcut to the end. Rurin, are you sleepy? Lay down here. As soon as I can say anything, Rurin lies down on my lap. What are you guys that leisure those trapped? After feeding the electric shock again to Bandit No. 3, who is still talking, I patted Lurin's head. Rurin sticks to her side-lying position, then lies down and looks at me. I am bored. Then shall we roast them whole? Oh, that's a good idea. Me, crazy guys. I won't leave you alone unless there's magic. Looking at how he was captured anyway, it looks like he picked up class 1 magic somewhere and learned it. I woke up again. And they released the people they had tied up. Do you think you will win if you don't use magic? Of course. Come on, kids. Burbabubabuck. Of course, without even looking at the result, it is my victory. There is no way you can be a match for me, who has experienced real battlefields with bandit-like bastards. The guys who were rolling around on the floor in an instant beat me to death and then shook off their hands. Then everyone finally fell silent. Rurin, it's quiet now, so don't worry. I sat down again and laid Rurin down. I am bored and want to do something. I took out the earpicks from my pocket. Turn your ears this way. I am running out of time, so I'll just cut your ears. Oh, what's going on? I usually never do that. Well, I'm bored. I'm going to wait quietly. Rurin's eyes lit up and she put her ear to me. I used the earpicks I brought from Hyundai and held them to Rurin's cute ears. The earrings I gave you last time are still fluttering in my ears. Gently tickle your ear canal with an earpick. Haha. Then a strange nasal sound came out. The purpose is not to sell your ears. There isn't much earwax in particular. What the hell are you? Kaak. While I was leisurely digging his ears in prison, the bushy beard that looked like a bandit was still yelling, so I used lightning magic to heal it. Stop. Do not. Please, so keep your mouth shut. Criminals, do you understand? When the lightning magic was withdrawn, the chattering mouth finally stopped. Then, this time, he placed the earpick in Lulin's hand. Now it's your turn. What's my turn? Do you think the great body will only serve you like that? That can't be possible. As I was about to hand over the earpick, this damn dragon got up, making an ungrateful noise. However, he quickly sat down again, brushed back his hair, and spoke. Is a lie. Hi, are you surprised? Then he sat cross-legged and tapped his thigh. I was deceived. How dare you fake it? I put my head on Lulin's thigh. Now that I think about it, I think this is my first time seeing this kind of attitude. There have been a lot of opposites. Softly. The earpick Rurin held in her hand entered my ear. It feels very strange. It's a thrilling yet good feeling. I feel Rurin's hand and a crunching sound rings in my ears. In the meantime, something like a hole under the iron door opened and something came in. It's just bare rice. It wasn't even bread, it was 3 bowls of plain rice, which is not very popular in this neighborhood. No, how many people are here and there are only 3 bowls of rice? And why rice? This local jail uses cheap rice to distribute to inmates. Anyway, for the record, we should have distributed meals, but if we steal that amount, we end up with nothing. A man in prison explains. Well, since beans are expensive, does that mean it's not bean rice? Unbelievable. But didn't I tell you not to tell me? When I pointed that out, the man who spoke covered his mouth. I am sorry, but it's already too late. Wait for a sec. Arg. After spraying the lightning magic again, I picked up the bare rice. There are many ways to enjoy this. Give it to me, Rurin. It'll make you food worthy of a prison. Really. Just plain rice? I shook my head, collected the rice, and poured it into the summon bowl. After that, he summoned a tuna can, followed by seaweed. Mayonnaise is essential. Chapter 105, Visiting a neighboring town making round rice balls with rice. Mix rice, salt, and sesame oil in a round bowl called a bowl. When making rice balls, salt seasoning is very important, because it needs to be a little salty. What goes into the rice balls is freshly minced tuna and mayonnaise. After kneading the rice and kneading it into a pretty shape, add tuna and mayonnaise into it. Then, if you shape it with seaweed, delicious-looking rice balls are completed. Rice balls in prison. Feels like I am on a picnic. I handed out the round rice ball to Rurin. Saliva was dripping from my mouth as I was quietly watching what I was doing. Are you hungry? When I asked a question, Rurin shook her head. Stirred. It is whipped around so strongly that long hair flies in all directions. Thanks to this, the hair that was leaning toward my face and touching my lips began to huff and puff out. There is only one thing I want to say. What are you doing? Then it boomed again. My head turns. Then he clenched his fists with both hands, raised his arms, and began to shout loudly. No, I am not just hungry. I am hungry. Yes, I recognized it from the moment I was drooling. Why did you shake your head so hard to insist on that? Okay, we are here. When I handed him the rice ball, he started eating it right away. Rurin took a bite of the rice ball because she saw that it had tuna and mayonnaise in it, which aroused her curiosity. Ooh. He says something that cannot be interpreted. The rice balls are quite large, so it's natural to put them in your mouth. Munch yum. However, even though it seemed like a burden, Rurin soon started chewing the rice ball she put in her mouth. Very delicious. Even his facial expression is ecstatic. Were you that hungry? It's not like I starved. I also took a bite of the rice ball, using that face as a side dish. Also, the appropriate amount of salt in the rice and the tuna and mayonnaise inside are in perfect harmony. It is not for nothing that tuna mayonnaise is the most consistently popular among triangular kimbap. This combination is quite delicious, even more so if you make it yourself. As if to prove it, rice glue stuck to Rurin's lips. This means that you are eating mindlessly. Give me more. Before I know it, I finish eating and hold out my hand. So, when I gave him rice balls, he sat close to my chest and leaned the back of his head against my chest. Haha. He smiled sweetly and put the rice ball in his mouth again. Hey, share some food. Isn't there a law that says you have to eat it in one bite? What? I gave up. Since he was quite tough, I let him eat whatever he wanted and I continued eating. Of course, Lulin's head resting under my chin was a little annoying. So, I patted its head and it looked up at me, still covered in rice. My cheeks are swollen from eating the rice balls I put in my mouth. While eating like that, the bandit's eyes are very hot. What are you looking at? Looks like a bandit. There may be some who are not bandits, but anyway, they are just called bandits. We too were probably asking for food too. But I used lightning magic right away. He made it clear earlier that he won't let you go if he opens his mouth, and he has the guts to do so. These guys don't need mercy. Banditry, robbery, rape, arson, murder. What you see before your eyes are such criminals. Moreover, he said something to Lulin that I couldn't bear to listen to. That alone wouldn't hurt even if I killed him 100 times. The only reason I am still keeping them alive is because I have something to hear from their mouths. Suo, I don't like it. I would like to say that it is a good thing to be self-employed. Before I knew it, Rurin had finished eating the rice balls and was dozing off. I have no interest in bandits at all. They seem more interested in the dust accumulating here and there. If there is any dust, at least shake it off. The bandits were treated as non-existent. It's amazing that they can sleep even while they're screaming. Well, in a way, it's natural. Even the average person is prone to feeling hungry after eating lunch. Moreover, Lurin suffers from hunger more severely than other beings. He taps my chest with the back of his head. The head falls forward. Then it comes back. Blast furnace Laro long. The sound of breathing hit my ears. While contemplating whether to wake her up or not, I took the rice glue off the corner of Lurin's mouth and put it in her mouth. While chewing the salty rice, I looked at the bandits again. As if the lightning magic had had an effect once more, when our eyes met, he lowered his head. It seems that the effects of true education are finally starting to come out. I put Lulin down carefully, and then I got up to go to the bandits. Since they are starting to be afraid of me, it is time to dig up information. But as soon as I leave my side, Lurin wakes up, rubbing her eyes. Then he fell on my back and wrapped his arms around my neck. When I move forward, it drags. I don't know what kind of instinct this is. Where are you going? At this point, I was wondering if I was really asleep. I arrived in front of the bandits, dragging Lulin in that state. Seeing this, the bandits twitched their facial muscles. It appears to be an action to suppress laughter. It seemed like I still hadn't come to my senses, so I lightly used lightning magic again. Sparks fly from my hands. After seeing that, I came to my senses and pursed my lips. From now on, just answer the questions asked. If you don't like it, suffer from lightning magic until you die. The bandits, with their eyes filled with sparks flying from their hands, began nodding their heads vigorously. So I pointed out the one who seemed the most timid among them. Then the bandits' attention turns to their companion. "I'll tell you anything." Anything, it was clear on his face that he wanted to live, so I smiled. How kind. You only have to answer one thing. Tell me everything you know about that Reedon or something you guys were talking about earlier. That. When the name Reedon was mentioned, fear appeared on the man's face. Fear just by name? What kind of guy is this? Curiosity becomes stronger, but hesitation is a sin. Kaak. When I used magic on the bandits on both sides, excluding him, he finally began to open his mouth, perhaps succumbing to the fear in front of him rather than the fear far away. I will tell you. Say, Reedon is. The guy continued speaking. The conclusion is that Reedon is a bad guy. In other words, it is darkness. Could it be said that Deadlancy is the culprit behind this trend? Reedon seemed to be a person who did all sorts of dirty things behind Count Dedrin's back. It looks like he's thinking about killing Dedrin City by hanging out with bad organizations like assassin groups and slave traders that are famous in the southern part of the empire. The leader of a criminal group. I don't know how such a being is trying to obtain Dead Rancy, but it doesn't really matter if I don't know. In a situation where all the nobles have been captured, Reedon has made it so that the newly appointed high officials are not able to carry out their duties properly. It seems that Reedon is planning something else, but whatever the plan is, it is enough to destroy it in advance. Chojian shattered. In times like these, isn't it a word that really resonates? His main business is usury. And then there is human trafficking, slave business, and even the assassination of Lurin. After getting the information out of them, I strongly pinched Lulin's cheek, which was hanging on his back. Uwung, wave your hands. Why don't you stop getting up? There's a lot of work to do. It's wake-up time. No, it's time to sleep. It's still nonsense, like talking in your sleep with your eyes closed. We're going to get out of here, so get up. Really. Until just now, I had no choice but to accept that prison was frustrating. But I was here. But when I got out, my eyes suddenly opened with an expression on my face that said I was so happy. Well, no one likes stuffy prisons like this. That's true. Yes, I am leaving. Before that, teleport those guys to the Northern Land. Northern Land? Without even asking why, Lulin just used magic to teleport the guys away with a dusting look on his face. I don't want someone to find out that I asked them about Rurin, but that doesn't mean we can free the villain. Well, it's a place with scary monsters, but if you're lucky, you can survive, right? Imperial capital. After sending the bandits north, Lulin and I moved straight to the capital of the Empire. Magnificent street, a refreshing stretch of road. The Imperial Palace rises in the center of the main street, a huge wall surrounding the Imperial Palace, and a moat that protected the walls from enemies. When I look at this wonderful building, I honestly feel a sense of admiration. Of course, I didn't come here to sightsee. Everything is for dead time. Actually, getting rid of Rurin is a piece of cake. But just eliminating Rurin won't solve anything. In order to incorporate Dedran City into Great City and bring stability and peace as soon as possible, it was necessary to speak directly with the Emperor. Although it is a bit annoying to announce my retirement and meet the Emperor again. If that little bit of inconvenience can bring peace to Dedran City, it can't be helped. It is a clear fact that I purged Count Dedran. The citizens of Dedran City were living a difficult life under the Count's rule, but after he disappeared, their lives became even more difficult. Since I also have that responsibility, the fastest way to normalize the city is to get directly involved. However, it would be a pain in the stomach to move on to someone else after normalizing it, so it is best to transfer it to Grace City. It is not difficult to persuade the Emperor. The Emperor owes me a great deal. Even if that is not the case, it is welcome in itself to normalize the dead period in which taxes are not properly collected due to financial collapse, so that tax revenue can be generated. It will be a long time since I will meet the Emperor. It's a lot noisier here than before. Lulin immediately expressed his impressions. The time I was in Rurin and the capital was mainly during the war. So everyone lived in hiding, and the only noise was mainly in the sky, while dragons fight in the sky. The capital was so destroyed that it was restored in no time, thanks to the great power of mankind. It can be said that there are no traces of war at all. In terms of the size of the city, it cannot even be compared to Grey City. The long road is wide enough to line up 2 or 3 dragons. Such roads extend throughout the city. The inside of the road is crowded with buildings. In particular, the Imperial Palace is the best among them. The round roof made of actual gold is very unique, and in modern times when I lived, it looks similar to the Kremlin Palace in Moscow. However, unlike the Kremlin Palace, the round roof at the top is entirely gold. Moreover, there are more than one palace with such a rising roof. Even before the war, the Empire was one of the wealthiest and strongest countries on the continent, so even after recovering from the war, it was overflowing with national prestige. Chapter 106, Visit to the Next Town. You can guess its wealth and technological prowess by seeing that the place that was destroyed by a dragon has been restored like this. Why? I've been thinking about it for a while and I like it. Where Lulin pointed with his hand outstretched. It is the twinkling top of the Imperial Palace. In other words, it was a part made of gold. It would be difficult to take it just because you like it. It's scary because it's something that can be easily attempted since it's a dragon. Before, I didn't think much of it because there were no rares, but now it's different. I wish our rares were made of gold like that. How about making the rare ceiling entirely gold? Make it sparkle. As Rurin spun around, she began to look excited as she imagined the ceiling shining with gold. For dragons, sparkling is like faith. I instinctively love gold and silver treasures, because they are a race with a desire for shiny things written into their DNA. So, it is a completely natural reaction. Well, if you make a lot of money, what? There's a lot of gold in the warehouse. The gold is for safekeeping, so that no dragon can laugh at our rare. Yes, to make sure Lulin is never ignored. The scale of successful dragons is based on the rare treasures they have collected. Is that so? You can't do something like that. Mom was like that too. I don't want you to be ignored, so collect a lot of gold. Lulin's shoulders slump weakly. The eyes that used to shine like stars are powerless. You say y'all do it if you make money. Do you like things that sparkle like that? Nod. Rurin looks at me with an expression as if asking me such an obvious question. Rather, the person who asked the question is embarrassed. But I like you better. You won. Heh. Then, without asking, he grabs my arm. I can't believe I won, that I won the desire for shiny things that was imprinted in my DNA. Well, I once said that my existence was imprinted in each and every one of my cells. Sometimes this dragon has a strange talent that makes your heart pound. although I don't try to show it. I quickly turned around with a feeling of exaltation. Anyway, the reason I came here is because I have to stop by the Imperial Palace, so teleport. Let's teleport. There is tight security at the main gate of the Imperial Palace. I have no intention of going around advertising that I am meeting the Emperor. The goal is to meet secretly. I have no intention of revealing anything about myself to the being that I am. In other words, I don't want to get involved in the filth of political power that bothers to rely on that power. However, you can't kill everyone every time you get involved, so it's best to avoid dirty things altogether. Twinkle. The light flashes. If I were to express it, it would be like seeing the sunlight reflected in a mirror. When you use teleportation, darkness comes immediately and you feel dizzy. And what appears at the end is this luminescence phenomenon. Done. I hear Lurin's voice. The place we teleported to was the courtyard of the Imperial Palace. The location is not good, but in the current situation, I cannot specify a specific location. In order to teleport to a specific location, Rurin needs to know the location in detail. But that was impossible because the Imperial Palace in front of her was largely newly restored. To teleport to a specific location without knowing the details of the location, you must be able to see the location. So, I decided to move to a random location in the Imperial Palace and use teleportation again. The result is here. It's an intruder. Intruder found in Area 2. At the same time, a bell rings in the Imperial Palace to warn of intruders. Since ancient times, most intruders who enter the palace without passing through the main gate are foolish assassins with aspirations to assassinate the emperor. Even finding the emperor in this spacious imperial palace must have been difficult. Of course, that also applies to me, but I am different, because there is Rurin. Now, Rurin, let's go inside the palace you see over there this time. Unlike Rurin, I knew the general geography of the imperial palace, so finding my destination was no problem. Because the destination is hidden inside the imperial palace, it has the disadvantage of being impossible to specify from the outside. Unless Rurin turns into a dragon and flies in the sky, she has no choice but to use teleportation 2 or 3 times. I get it. Rurin nodded and was soon engulfed in darkness again. There doesn't seem to be any complaints at all, as it is said that this is all about making money and plastering rares with gold. Oh wait, for now, let's go inside the ceiling of that building. It was a belated request, but Rurin nodded and the teleportation activated. As a result, we stirred the air. Under the ceiling of a building, not on the roof. We were transported into the air and began to descend by gravity. Oh. Lulin screamed with no sign of urgency and quickly placed his arms on the ceiling beam. SHH, and immediately warned me to be quiet. Even if it falls, no one will get hurt. Of course, Lulin has magic, and I also have magic. However, the nobles are gathered below. So right now, it would be bothersome if I got caught. Nevertheless, the reason I moved here is because my destination is right in front of me. The Imperial Palace Digian has a very high ceiling due to its structure. No one bothers to look up. According to the laws of the Imperial Palace, a signal will come soon. That's why I wrapped my arms around Lulin's waist and held on for a while, just as expected. Soon, knights flocked to Digian. Among them, he approached the Duke and said something, and this time the nobles began to rush out of Digian. There is an intruder inside the Imperial Palace, so the inquiry is naturally cancelled. The nobles will leave the palace, the Imperial Palace will be sealed off, and an operation to hunt down the intruders will begin. Kowuwak. The huge door closed on the outside, and soon Digian became dead quiet. There was no need to hang from the beam anymore. Rurin, go down. When I let go of the hand that was wrapped around my waist, Rurin falls to the floor. Wouldn't it be about the height of a 4th-floor apartment? Of course, no problem. I soon landed on the floor using wind-type magic. Why are you suddenly throwing it? Rurin fell to the floor with both feet without using magic, but crossed her feet as if her legs were numb. His mouth is pursed and his eyebrows wavy. I guess I'm expressing with my whole body that my feet are numb. This is why the human body is uncomfortable. It's a beautiful body. He even turned his body into a smooth body, and after a while, he started jumping up and down. Anyway, since we were just rushed out, going out now would be conspicuous. Might be better to kill some time. When things calm down, just go out the door and teleport to your destination. The center of Digian. At the top of the stairs, a golden throne was shining. A golden throne made of pure gold. Many people died for that throne. It shines gold, but isn't it actually closer to the color of blood? Oh, it's shiny. Rurin, who was visiting Dijian for the first time, let out an exclamation and ran towards the throne. Lurin sat down on the throne and crossed her legs with a happy expression on her face. It's hard, but I like it. Let's take this. Do you know what kind of chair this is? This is the chair I will lie down on from now on. Lulin put her legs up on the armrests of the throne and laid down with her head on my thighs with an expression that said that was none of her business. A dragon lying on a throne. Well, for Lulin, talking about a power struggle to take over the emperor and the bloody throne is actually a useless story. But I can't take this, Mr. Dragon. This is the chair that the human emperor sits on, but it clearly belongs to someone else. Didn't I say no to robbing? Emperor of humans? Yes, the human emperor. I don't like that. Lurin suddenly stood up and looked at me. He clenches his fists with both eyes wide open. Why all of a sudden? The point of getting angry is absurd. What don't you like? If you are a human emperor, then you're human emperor. So you're saying he's your master? You are mine. It's not like a human emperor. Is this the reason you're angry? That's absurd. It is true that humans belong to a country and that country has an emperor. But when the word human emperor was mentioned again, did Lulin think of the emperor as a being who, like the dragon lord, has all of his own species as his subjects? Dragons are often said to be the crystallization of intelligence. However, it is usually biased toward the ability to understand high-circuit mana. Highly intelligent means the ability to use Class 10 mental magic. Does it feel like Einstein's brain, which was superior to that of any other human being? That's why I don't master everything in the world. Because dragons are not gods. A dragon that masters everything in the world refers to a being that has experienced countless entertainments. If you experience the life that an average human experiences once at least 5 times over many eras, you will naturally accumulate vast knowledge about the human world. All we know from birth is an innate understanding of magic circuits. Lurin was trapped in lair as a child due to external factors, so she knows little about the human world. I have never experienced any enjoyment. It is natural to be ignorant of human common sense, completely inversely proportional to knowledge of mana. Anyway, being that kind of Lulin, he started saying outrageous things and becoming possessive. It is not so. I am on the same level as Rod. That's why dragons don't care, much less the king of humans. Oh, is that something like that? Did you see me bowing down to the emperor? Lurin tilts her head at my words. It's a face that asks how he knows that he is a human emperor. You've seen it before. What is this? Asking me to protect the country? When I explained what had happened in the past, Lurin responded with an expression that barely reminded me of a vague fragment of memory. Is that the human? Is that the emperor? It seems stupid. It goes without saying that you can't pretend to be your master. Haha. Would you say that he is like Rurin, who basically has no inspiration or interest in the people he meets? He nodded his head loudly, making a face like he had won something, and then lay down on my thighs again. The smile returned to my face. Anyway, you are mine. Whether you are a human or a dragon, you should never be under the king. By the way, Mr. Dragon, who is the one taking care of it? I am the one who even made it rare, so if you're talking about what's mine and what's yours, it's yours, right? It's not an expression I like to say that a living being, whether a dragon or a human, is yours or mine like an object. But if I had to say it, that's true. So, when I corrected her, Lurin responded with a nonchalant expression. Of course I am yours. Then, after pausing for a moment while twisting the ends of his hair, he opened his mouth again. With eyes full of confidence, as if telling the truth that the sun rises in the east. And you are mine too. Don't make me say it again and again. Chapter 107, Visit to the Neighborhood Next Door. I have nothing to say. Is this what Lurin always says is hers? I knew this for the first time. They belong to each other. I also belong to Rurin. Lurin is mine too. This dragon is talking like a married couple, but I didn't feel like denying it. No, rather, I thought about those words for a long time. Because the sound of those words is not bad, is it? Yes. Didn't you do that when I first met you? You said you would be mine. Why did you forget? I won't forget those words even after I die. When we first met? At that time, all I remember is that you were trying to kill me. I don't remember anything like that. Did you have a dream, honey? It seems as if there are no unfavorable memories in the brain. Lulin sounded like a politician in a hearing and turned his head away. I don't know. Don't look at me. I am not there. Rurin is now lying on my thigh. I turned my body to lie down in that position, put my face towards my stomach, and covered my eyes with both hands. Thanks to this, only the cheeks are exposed. So I poked his cheek. Her soft cheeks are gently touched by my fingers. Then, he slowly moves his hand away, opens his eyes, and looks at me out of the corner of his eye without turning his head. So, as soon as you see me, you tell people to die. I don't like it. As I spoke of that faint memory, Rurin covered her eyes and ears again and buried her head in my stomach. What on earth are you doing? You said you don't remember. Ooh. Rurin eventually got up. Then he stood tall on the throne and started stomping his feet. And shout at the same time. This body back then was a fool. They're trying to kill you. You are everything to me and I am killing you. That's suicide. Erase it. That memory, I will erase it from your head. Fool. Even if I use mental forgetfulness, it's useless because I have higher mana than you. Don't look so angry. You brought it on yourself. Anyway, now let's get moving again. At this rate, the area in front of Dijian would have become quiet. If so, now you just have to move towards your real goal. When you go out the door, is there a small tower right in front of you? Let's teleport to the middle floor of the tower. I get it, because I hate it here. Because you're talking about old times. Rurin stomped and kicked the door, sounding like a husband of 40 years who is upset about the poor quality side dishes. It's a big door, a large gate proportional to the height of Dijian. During a siege, a door of such size that the soldiers on the attacking side would go to great lengths to break it down. Even the soldiers standing in front of him jumped away, and I immediately hugged Lulin. That tower over there, I understand. Lulin answered, and darkness, dizziness, and white light passed one after another before my eyes, and my body touched the ground. That means the move has been completed. We were standing in an empty tower. People other than wizards don't know that only dragons can use teleportation magic. However, this is a place where wizards gather. And it's not just one or two people, it's many people. I deliberately chose the middle floor to avoid unnecessary commotion that would arise if I recognized the dragon. The Wizard's Tower is a place I visited several times when I was at the Imperial Palace. As far as I know, at this time, all the wizards are usually gathered in the head wizard's room at the top. It seemed that the tradition had still not changed, so I headed up to the top floor with Rurin. It's a boring magic circle, a word that Rurin suddenly spoke out. When I got to the top, I saw roughly 6 wizards chanting spells on the outskirts of a magic circle where bluish light was leaking out. Court Wizard is an elite course that only wizards of at least class 5 or higher can obtain. Among them, the chief wizard is usually held by a wizard who has reached class 7 or higher. My target was the 7th class wizard. It is very difficult to find out where the emperor is. They move from place to place within the Imperial Palace, and their accommodations are not fixed. Unless you are someone with at least the power of a court wizard within the Imperial Palace, you cannot know where it is. A court wizard along with the Imperial Palace Knights. Only those 2 groups can stay in the Imperial Palace. And among them, Medrine, a 7th class wizard and also called the Count, was the right person to tell where the Emperor was. The place where Medrine is located is the Wizard's Tower within the Imperial Palace. Rurin suddenly appeared and used the expression a boring magic circle, causing all the wizards to look in this direction. And among them was Medrine, who was sitting haughtily with her legs crossed and watching the experiment. When she saw my face, she opened her mouth in great surprise. A face that says it saw something it couldn't see. Then he got up from the chair, ran towards me, and got down on his knees. Elysian, he kneels in front of me with a thoughtful face. Since he was one of the few people who knew about my mana, he began to show me awe, even forgetting that his subordinates were watching. So it's been a while? For wizards, class is the best criterion for classifying status. No need to say anything else. After the current emperor came to the throne, she was the first wizard to receive the title of Count. She was usually very proud and arrogant, but when she showed this behavior, the surrounding wizards looked very surprised and began to whisper something. What are you doing? This person is SHH. I shook my head strongly to stop Medrine's actions. Medrine seemed to understand what he meant by nodding her head with a puzzled look on her face. And then he gets up from his seat with a sigh. That's it for today. I have something to discuss with the guests, so everyone please leave. Doubt spreads across the wizards' faces. As far as they know, she, who never shows a low-key attitude except for those of Duke level or higher, has adopted a patronizing attitude, so it is only natural. However, the head wizard's orders are absolute. The wizards left in a hurry. In the end, all that was left was me and Medrine, and there was only Lurin playing around with the magic circle. What are you doing here? If you had given me a message, I would have left right away. I can't go so far as to say he's likable, but he's very polite. As long as you don't repeat the mistakes of the past, I have no intention of blaming you anymore. That's why I opened my mouth in a soft tone. I'm here to see the Emperor, so I'd like some help. You mean Your Majesty? Yes, Your Majesty. Excuse me, but if you are Elysian, I think you can see Your Majesty at any time if you request an audience. Medrine just nodded without changing her posture. It's a face that says, I don't understand. Of course I'm saying this because I want you to meet in secret. Ah, can you just find out where the Emperor is now? I don't like making noise, so I plan to quietly meet the Emperor and then leave. Is that so? You can quickly find out where you are. As you can see, I have many connections in the palace. Okay, that's good. Yes, yes. If you will take me, I will sacrifice this body. Wait a minute, I am a retired chef. I hope you don't get too ahead of yourself. Weren't you trying to come back into the world? Medrine asked back with a look of regret. That is absolutely not the case. Besides, you've already caused an accident once, and you're going to become my subordinate again. That Elysian, that's Medrine flinched, not knowing what to do, with a thoughtful look on her face. A story from the past, when she was my direct subordinate, comes to mind again. It was when I was in the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Monster Allied Forces. Now it is a meaningless story. Anyway, I ask you a favor. It's a minor matter, so I'd like it to be handled quietly. All right, we will take action immediately. Medrine woke up with a look of regret on her face. Go ahead, I'll be on the rooftop. Yes, yes, Medrine comes down from the tower. Movement is quick. After watching that, I moved to the rooftop of the magic tower with Lurin. This is where he stayed when he was active in the Imperial Palace, so honestly, I am very used to it. Of course, many things have changed. When I go up to the rooftop, a strong wind blows. Although the height was not high, I was still able to see other palaces around me well. As long as you find out where the Emperor is among the numerous palaces, you can move around quickly. Oh, that's cool. Lulin's hair is also flying wildly, even the hem. As the wind hits her pretty face, she furrows her eyebrows. I don't know why it's funny to look down from the rooftop with your eyes open like a mosquito. I also naturally stood next to him. Then Lulin asked if he remembered his old memories. How long are you staying here? Are you staying as long as before? Of course the answer is no. Is that possible? I'll just tell you what I want and I'll be back soon. Of course, it might take a while to get to Rare. Well, I don't mind. If you ask me to go, even hell is okay. Wow, while I was speaking, the wind direction changed. Lurin's long hair clings to her face. There is hair stuck to the lips and it is quite a sight. Haha, you're such a bad guy that my head is attacking me. You idiot. In this case, the wind attacked. No, it's not even an attack. Haha. Why are you laughing? Because you touched your face. I am in the process of tidying up Lulin's long, tangled hair that hangs down in front of me and I like it. Looks good. You're stupid. Do things like this usually make you feel good? Lurin. Awesome Imperial Palace scenery. And Lurin's line. As if possessed by something, I grabbed Rurin's chin. You. Rurin tilts her head slightly, holding her chin towards me. It's a face that asks why. That is close your eyes. Huh. I got sentimental and got closer to Rurin. Lurin closes her eyes without any further questions. Over there. But just then, a voice came from next to me. I was startled by Medrine's voice, so I took my hand off Rurin's chin and stepped back. Then, after clearing his throat, he looked at Medrine. Are you here? Yes, I found out where your majesty is. Medrine answered with a bright face, unable to read the mood at all, perhaps out of joy at completing her mission or because she was a magician far from love. It's an expression that craves praise. So where is the Emperor? You are with Friera now. You are the 14th concubine. 14th? Where is it again? It has increased tremendously. When I asked again with admiration, Medrine pointed to a place with her finger. It's not that far away. Of course, physical distance doesn't matter anyway. The only thing that matters is whether or not you can discern it with your eyes. Let's go, Lurin. Now that I knew the location, I turned my attention to Rurin. But Lulin still had his eyes closed. While looking at me, he closes his eyes and stands still. Hey, Lulin, open your eyes. Then Lurin opens her eyes. Then he looks around and gets nervous. What? Nothing has changed. Why? Is that so? Your old colleague said that. If you tell them to close their eyes, it's better to stay still. So I stayed still. Is this a lie? I won't leave it alone. It was weird and I started to get angry, but I just let it go. And he urged me to teleport. Medrine knows Rurin's identity. During the Dragon War, there were circumstances that inevitably had to be revealed. Of course, I have no intention of revealing that secret. There's no way a wizard as good as Medrine wouldn't know that it means death. Chapter 108 Visit to the next town, we appeared before the Emperor. The Emperor puts his hand on the concubine's shoulder and then jumps up with a startled look on his face. I flinch from the luminous phenomenon caused by the teleportation, but flinch again when I see Lulin's face. It looks like a turtle putting its neck into its shell. The Emperor recognized my face and pursed his mouth as he was about to summon the knights. Long time no see, Your Majesty. Still, since he is the Emperor, he must be polite. Then the Emperor also bowed his head towards Lulin. Oh, it's been a while. Great being. Who are you? Rurin responds with a look on her face as if she were meeting a stranger. Then the Emperor let out a faint laugh. Hey, we met often before. When I was in the capital. I don't remember human faces. Lulin crossed his arms and presented a confident logic. So I just ignored it and turned my attention back to the Emperor. The Emperor continues speaking to Lulin. You are still living with Elysian. I thought a strange sound would come out of Lurin's mouth again, so I hit the bow and answered. Even his facial expression is so arrogant that if he knew his identity, he would do it himself. Yes, I am still with the insectivore. The person who reacted as soon as he heard those words was not the Emperor, but Lulin. He suddenly bites my arm and gets angry. Who is insectivorous? Then what is it? Azuida, he answers while biting his arm. Apparently, she is the hostess. It seemed like it was saying that, but I ignored it. It's still the same. The Emperor bursts into a cold sweat and laughs. Looking at that face, I instantly remembered the face of the Emperor who had asked me to save the capital during the Dragon War. The dragons are rampaging. A situation where more than half of the capital was destroyed and the foundation of the empire was collapsing. Lemedin, the 24th emperor of the empire, despaired. To a dragon, the name emperor was worth less than the dust on the street. Dust can be brushed off, but the existence of the emperor was not even worth dusting off to the dragon. There isn't even a need for conversation. The emperor too, peacock too, count too, numerous nobles too, knights too. The dragon's fight could not be stopped. Moreover, most of the troops left the capital because of the monster war. Of course, even if the troops had not left the capital, it would have simply increased casualties. The empire's firepower was not created with dragons in mind. There is no such thing as an army that fights dragons in the first place. The problem is that if things continue like this, the capital of the empire, which boasts 1,000 years of history, is on the verge of being devastated. The emperor was afraid of that, the road to destruction. After all, dragons run rampant within his reign. I wanted to avoid being left as an emperor who destroyed the capital. How much will the emperor be criticized in future history? It's dark before my eyes, but there is no way to avoid it. There is no other way than just cursing fate. Quiet. The building in front of the castle exploded due to the mist breath. Smoke rises. The fire was spreading everywhere. Your Majesty, you must avoid it. The moment the breath hit the ground, the first knight commander wrapped his arms around the emperor, bowed down, and shouted with an urgent expression. But the emperor felt that the very word of avoiding was too foolish. Where are you fleeing to? I heard that the dragon's breath melts even the underground. How can we know how far the anger will extend? Rather, it was moving. Kowuwak. Before the emperor could finish his words, one side of the imperial palace wall disappeared without a trace, and the area around it began to burn. And the knight commander had no response. Even the dukes who were usually so talkative. I wish they would at least do the opposite of what they were doing right now, but everyone just kept their mouths shut and cowered like a mute. The sudden, unannounced appearance of a dragon was not what anyone expected. It was impossible for humans to predict a dragon war. They were just in the middle of holding an assembly at the imperial palace as usual. But that's when this strange thing happened. Just a little while ago, this place was peaceful. But now it's hell. Your Majesty, somewhere safe. Kayak. One of the dukes said something nonsensical and said, One count who was running away was crushed to death by the rubble of the building that collapsed after being grazed by his breath. In such a situation, it is impossible to move carelessly. The capital of the empire is collapsing, even themselves. The people iced coffee. The emperor lamented and cried. A tyrant is better. It is better to be a tyrant than to be criticized for ruining the country through incompetence. The emperor thought so and looked outside the castle walls. Cow-woo-wook. From a distance, you can see black clouds rising from the bright red breath that covers the earth's surface. People, the emperor sat down, biting his lip. You mean there's nothing? There's nothing you can do. Are humans such weak beings? What on earth was he ruling over? Ah, the duke next to me screamed. Breath falls towards this direction. Kwaya. The palace in front was hit by breath, and the upper part of the palace fell down. That was exactly where the emperor and nobles were hiding. It happened in an instant. No one thought of running away. No, I couldn't run away. A palace that quickly collapses beyond what human reflexes can avoid. Still, the faithful commander of the first knights covered the emperor with his body. Of course, it would be meaningless if you were hit directly by debris. It was such a meaningless task, but the leader did the best he could. Kwaya, a loud sound rings again. Everyone closed their eyes. I thought death was just around the corner, but the end did not come. The ruins of the collapsed palace turned into sand and fell down, like rain of sand, and a young man stood tall in front of him. Short black hair flutters in the wind. The rain of sand ignored gravity and fell to the ground, unable to reach the area where the young man was standing. Next to the young man stood a young-looking woman with innocent beauty. Who is it over there? Protect your majesty. They didn't know how they survived, but the knights did their best to do what they had to do. The crouching bodies rise and surround the emperor. In the meantime, the breath struck directly at us again. The young man raised his hand towards the breath. Light flashes in my hand, and at that moment, breath was swallowed up by a glowing sphere. Quagwagwagwagwang? After the sound of force colliding, the sphere reaches the body of Red Dragon, who used his breath. Goo-woo-wo, Red Dragon's scream continued. No one could see the magic that turned the falling building into sand because they were crouching, but everyone witnessed the current scene. A young man who knocked out a dragon's breath with magic. The emperor's mouth could not be closed. Who are you? How about the dragon's breath? The young man had made a contract to help Black Dragon fight Red Dragon. As a result of that agreement appeared in the capital. That was the condition for taking Lulin. There was a powerful defensive magic around the young man that human wizards could not use. That defensive magic was the work of the woman next to me. The emperor and dukes could not believe what they saw before their eyes. A human can block a dragon's breath. Does that mean it is even possible? Your Majesty, I am a human. Because I am human, I am on the side of fellow humans. The young man smiled and continued speaking clearly towards the nobles and the emperor who were suspicious that it was a polymorph dragon, especially with great emphasis on the word human. If you are a human being, please hurry and save us. One of the dukes next to him shouted, but El just laughed. I am a man, but I am not your subordinate, so there are conditions for helping. You, the red guy over there, is attacking. Then why not kill me? The young man stretched out his hand again. Qa. Soon, a black sphere surrounds the red dragon's body and explodes. The dragon exploded and died right before my eyes. Kowuwuk. Soon the corpse fell and destroyed the imperial palace. The earth shakes and dust rises. What are the conditions? I don't know what is what. However, the young man in front of me claims that he is a human. The emperor knew that in order to avoid the stigma of being the last emperor, he had to accept any conditions. It was confusing, but the emperor was also a great man with his head turned to that level. It's no big deal. I want to end this war. Furthermore, I want to end the monster war that has caused humanity to suffer for decades. So, if you would entrust me with all military authority in the empire until the end of the war, I would be happy to help. In a still tense situation, the young man's voice spread throughout the surrounding area. Anyway, I participated in this dragon war for Lulin. If that is the fate of the one with the heart of Lord. What has come to this point is a great war taking place between humanity and monsters, separate from the dragon war. A battlefield where people were summoned to this world and suffered death for decades. The young man wanted to put an end to the endless fighting. It's still the same. Well, isn't consistency a good thing? I shrugged my shoulders. The emperor laughs again. What on earth is going on? He turned his back on everything and left. It's no big deal. It was just a small matter. Oh, by the way, I met the crown prince a few months ago. That child? The emperor's eyebrows twitch at the sudden mention of his son. You seem to have big dreams. The emperor scratched his cheek. Still, there was no particular answer. Recently, it has been known that the emperor is so absorbed in his concubines that he neglects his political affairs. But the emperor I know is not that type of person. An emperor who always thought about his people even during war. Of course, he was a person who only thought, but could not check the opposition of nobles and establish policies for the people. So he may not have been a Ming lord, but he was not a tyrant or a tyrant. Aren't all the rumors about your majesty recently due to your highness the crown prince? In order to grow strong, aren't you pretending to hide yourself and leave everything to the dukes? As expected, it's still the same. Hey, stop asking now. My arms are not jerky. As we talk, I can feel Rurin's saliva hanging down my arm. I said it was a carnivore, and its retaliation was very persistent. I don't know. He's still biting my arm, so my speech is muffled. Being insectivorous is not necessarily a bad thing. My cute insectivore, well, that doesn't mean anything. I hate insectivores. Rurin finally opened her mouth and answered with normal pronunciation and cupped her cheek. This is the face that I like about my part of the expression my insectivore. Anyway, thanks to that, my arm was finally free. The emperor looked at Lulin and me in turns and then took a deep breath. Okay, so the great being, huh? Can we even believe that they left something like this to future generations? You'd say he's a bluff emperor, right? Chapter 109 Visit to the next town, so there's no need to leave something like that. Your Majesty. Haha, well anyway, you're right, but it's okay. I am retired. I have no intention of getting involved. Is it? The emperor nodded as if relieved. Then what is that little thing? Get straight to the point. In that case, it is my turn to get straight to the point. Do you know anything about Dedran City? You mean the Count Dedran incident? You know. Yes. I am currently pretending not to be involved in state affairs, so I heard in detail that Count Morneman had a serious accident, right? You're right. Thanks to you, Dedlancy is now a mess. So I have a suggestion. Could you please incorporate Dedran City into Grace City? Even if I stabilize Dedran City, it will be in vain if a proper lord is not appointed. In that case, wouldn't it be best to leave it to the gray boy who raised his voice, saying that he would become a proper lord? Why is that again? Isn't this something that has nothing to do with you? I understand that taxes are not coming in properly from Dedran City right now. I know it's probably the worst. I plan to jump in and normalize taxes. Wouldn't it be the center's priority to recover taxes? The dukes are so busy keeping each other in check that they are probably not in a position to appoint a proper lord. Did Duke Jelty say that he would normalize the issue if it were left to him? He said he would not get involved in state affairs, but as expected, he was hiding and knew all the facts. Dedran City does not want to be played in a power struggle. It is the place where a kind and noble woman grew up who only had eyes for one man, and she believes that her son deserves to inherit that land. I began to tell the emperor a more detailed story, the story of Berna and the Grey family, and the story is that they must continue to develop the territory. To that end, I will step in and sort out the situation, so I ask you to disguise me as a noble under the emperor's direct control and send me to the Grand Palace. High ceilings, red carpet, gorgeous window frames, candles shining everywhere, and a desk in the center. The desk, made of high-quality Rummel wood and used only by nobles, is overflowing with elegance. The entire building showed how much money had been poured into it. And sitting at the desk was a man with long hair covering his ears. On the surface, it is usury. And this man is connected to several criminal organizations in the southern part of the empire. Snap, snap. Rurin was sitting at a desk with a beautiful wood grain pattern trimming his nails. And then the subordinate came in front of him. He is a large man with broad shoulders. Sir, we have received new information. Is it so? A new officer has arrived? I think so. Snap. One of the fingernails he was cutting bounces and lands on his subordinate's forehead. Only after Rurin had finally finished cutting his nails did he raise his eyes and look at Bernetto's face. Bernetto grumbled inwardly, saying again, I thought it would be good if you could just put up with my habit of speaking in a murky tone. It doesn't suit me very much. But on the outside, he just looks calm. If this man is right-handed or left-handed, he is merciless. So what kind of person are you? Rurin asks with a look on his face. What are you talking about? I waited for him because he was cutting his nails, but he got angry with his face. What are you so dissatisfied with? If I tease you, you are the master. Oh no. Thinking that he had been tricked by mind reading again, Bernetto began to sweat. The new crown prince is Baron of Valk. It is said that he comes down with the title of Youngju Dairy, but I looked into the capital, but there is no special title. Isn't he a nobleman living in the countryside somewhere? He's a baron. Until now, there have been many visits by officials of that level. It's so boring now. How long do you plan to send your representative to the Lord? Even though all the nobles of Dedran City have been captured and the city is empty, it is absurd that they continue to send only barons. When Rurin answered by blowing his clipped nails, Bernetto nodded in agreement. Usually, nobles above the count level have knights dedicated to the count family. It is a privilege from the rank of earl. Of course, given the status of a count, the size of the knights is not large. At the level of a duke, the knighthood becomes the size of a division. However, it does not have private soldiers other than the Knights Templar. Usually, nobles above the count have fiefdoms and troops are stationed in those fiefdoms. The army is made up of ordinary citizens who are obliged to serve in the military. In other words, although there is an army, it can be said that the military of the country is managed by the Lord. After Count Dedran was overthrown, the army's military discipline collapsed and there was no discipline, and it became like a criminal group. Therefore, the structure was such that the newly appointed officials had no choice but to use their power properly. It might be a good idea to send down the capital corps directly under the emperor in the capital. However, the capital corps was busy with border disputes with the neighboring empire. As a result, there was no thought of sending troops to small towns. In fact, the central government did not think that the problem of the general nobles was that serious, except that there was a slight disruption in taxes. Taking advantage of that opportunity, Rurin, who had been committing all sorts of evil acts with Count Dedran, began to work secretly in the city of Dedran. But master, wouldn't we be able to control this place for a longer time if weaklings like the Baron keep coming down? That's not true. If you ask two stupid questions, you never know when he'll disappear from the seat next to you. Rurin's eyes shine. Bernetto had to keep his mouth shut and tense up at the words, which were no different from a warning. In order to completely make Dedran City mine, I need the perfect puppet lord. A puppet that even the Imperial Palace can't say anything about. The rental companies change frequently, so you have to pay attention every time, and what a waste it is. The story goes that if you use that medicine on the Count when he comes down, everything will go well. All right, if you say something stupid like that again, I'll replace you with someone else. Sorry, Bernetto shouted loudly. Because that was something that should never have happened. The only end for a person who is no longer needed by Rurin is death. Bernetto was the one who knew it best. It's that medicine. There was that. And Bernetto was convinced by the word medicine and nodded. The medicine used on Count Grey. It was Rurin who presented it to Count Dedran. And Rurin had one more medicine. You mean the medicine the Dark Elves made? That's right. A test project that provided the Dark Elves with an infinite number of humans they could use with ease. Just as elves were talented in healing magic, Dark Elves also had excellent knowledge of medicine. Unlike the elves, the Dark Elves were using that knowledge for evil purposes. Isn't that why we brought Count Dedran's Chamberlain over to our side? Haha. The Chamberlain of Count Dedran was a person who was released rather than taken to the capital due to several testimonies that he was often assaulted by Count Dedran. Anyway, making medicine is very difficult, so all I have is one bottle. You cannot use it carelessly. So, a formally appointed lord is needed, and the magistrates have nothing else to do. Even if we bring some knights down, we can deal with it later. That's right. It goes without saying. I poured so much money into Duke Myrtina for that, but they still haven't sent me a proper lord. This time, I received a message saying they were sending the count. It is said that the emperor suddenly pushed for it. Suddenly? Yes. Find out more about him. All right. Anyway, if there's nothing special, I'll have to kill the guy who comes this time. I need to give him shock therapy. Wouldn't that make you understand the seriousness a bit and send the count with the knights down? There are also levels in the territory. Of course, a duke could send a count under his command to a territory granted as a duchy. The only difference between the territory to which the emperor directly sent a count and the territory to which the duke sent a count was the only difference in who sent the lord. But the fact that the count became the lord of that region did not change. In the case of a duchy, even if an earl becomes a lord, the actual owner of the estate is forever the duke, and once appointed by the duke, the lords rarely change unless something like Count Dedran happens. All right. I will prepare him as well. Prepare without a hitch. Rurin said that and looked at his nails again. I returned to Dedrensea under the name of Baron Evolk. Yonju Castle burned down and half of it was lost. Of course, there is no problem because you can eat and sleep well with the remaining portion. The purpose of burning this castle was to remove the shackles from Verna's heart, which had been oppressed by a monster named her father all her life. I'm not sure if it actually helped Berna. It's not like I entered her mind. Rurin, I'm going to stay here for a while. Here, Llewellyn narrowed his eyes and looked around the office in the Lord's castle. It's not something I really like. Of course, it's not a space I like either. But isn't it bad to be born as a man and live with the title of Lord? Of course, it is a very problematic neighborhood. Now pay back the price for not taking responsibility for what happened after getting rid of Count Dedran. Because that's all the story is about. There are no beds, okay? Is that the problem? Then what's the problem? I know. When Rurin questioned him back, he was at a loss for words. Well, just for a moment. I'll be back soon. Because there is something that needs to be accomplished. You idiot, I feel sorry for you for talking like that. I can't believe I have to stay in a place like this because of my personal work. Suddenly, my heart sinks. So I stroked Lurin's head as she looked up at me. Heh. Llewellyn suddenly starts laughing. If you're sorry, you can just let me sleep on the floor, because there is no bed. I'm back to square one, saying things like that, but there is a bed. This is the office, so the only thing there is a desk. Well, this whole Lord Castle is our home for the time being. So the fact that there is a bed. What is that? I don't like that. He said nothing would matter as long as we were together, but then he suddenly started losing his temper. It's meaningless if I can't sleep with you in this small place. Do you understand? That's it. What is it like? Was this why he was strangely obedient? Even when you won a bet before, you ran away? That's it. I did it because it was my first time. I am used to it now. It was like that before. That's it. Okay. But that won't happen for a while. If you keep bringing tears to a woman's eyes, you will regret it later. What? Who else did you hear that from? There is such a thing. Llewellyn sat down on the desk in his office while making an absurd claim. And then he started shaking his legs. At the very least, it's either my former colleague or, more recently, that damn red dragon. The fact that you don't say who you heard it from means that you don't want your pride to be damaged. In that case, the culprit is Serena. Anyway, that red dragon, I want you to know that I am also holding back. Besides, I almost couldn't stand it on the rooftop of the magic tower. Be patient, be patient. Rurin's birthday is just around the corner. Chapter 110, Visit to the Next Town. Do you like it? Of course. Ricardo nodded. Reedon smiled slightly. A man who still shines with color even after 50 lines. The more you do that, the easier it is to deal with. Then, please give me this. Reedon took out a vial from his pocket. Of course, it is not a drug that destroys the brain. This was extreme medicine. It doesn't just destroy the brain. If you eat it, you will die. A deadly drug that ends one's life without a word. It was a drug that was often used because it was easier to make than a drug that only destroyed the brain. The characteristic of this medicine is that it has a slightly bitter taste. It is unsuitable as a poison. Isn't poison a colorless, odorless work of art that must be drunk without feeling anything strange? This how? Ricardo asked a question. Reedon just continues to laugh. However, the moment it tastes bitterness, it dies. Because it's that extreme. I would like you to give it as a gift to the Baron or something in your lordship's castle. They searched the capital, but it is said that the Emperor suddenly took action and sent a rural nobleman down as his direct subordinate. According to the dukes, they were just playing around in the back room, and since it looked like Dedran City, which was originally under the Emperor's direct control, would be transferred to the duchy, it seemed like they had hurriedly selected random nobles and sent them down. I don't even know the circumstances of Dedran City. There was a message from the nobleman who had spent so much money to make him run away as usual, as if he was just reaching out because he didn't want to lose his direct command. Then there is no need to hesitate any longer. He will die in Dedran City. The medicine is bitter, but it is different from common poisons. You wouldn't know that he died from poison, so just treat it as sudden death. It's a shame that a young person has to die so young. It's been a few days since I came here. Currently, I'm just chilling in my office. Knock, knock. I turned my head when I heard a knocking sound. Since taking office, I have been doing absolutely nothing. Doing nothing but pretending that you don't want to do anything anymore. It just stayed like that. The normalization of Dedran City began after Reedon and his group were eradicated. Come in. As I answer, acting as Baron of Volk, the door opens and a gray-haired man comes in. A chamberlain named Ricardo has managed the lordship castle of Dedran City for generations. Are you experiencing any inconvenience? The chamberlain asked with a kind smile. Of course, there are no inconveniences. It doesn't matter if it's uncomfortable. It's not like I am going to stay forever. But this guy. At the time of Count Dedran's arrest, the discord was so severe that he was beaten by the count, so he was not taken to the capital like other nobles. After that, he is still carrying out his duties as chamberlain as if he had something behind him. Also to the crown princes after Count Dedran. When I asked Verna, she said that she had been a very conniving person since she was young. He looks exactly like Count Dedran. There is even a shameless story about how Count Dedran even tried to lay hands on his own sisters, whom he considered tools. Isn't he crazy? I wonder why he wasn't captured along with Count Dedran. My goal at the time was to deal with Count Dedran, so I didn't look into what was happening to the others. Ricardo continues to giggle in front of me. It's just disgusting when you know what's going on behind the scenes. There is nothing particularly uncomfortable. Then I am glad. Ricardo nodded and set down a tray of tea and refreshments in front of me and said, I have prepared tea. It is a specialty tea produced only in the Southern Kingdom and has a unique aroma. And the refreshments are also top-notch. Is it? Thank you for that. Leave it there. Then Ricardo started to look regretful. As soon as he made eye contact with me, he took the tray and walked away. But I didn't miss it. The way he continues to pay attention to his teacup. What is this? What is this? Rurin, who is dozing in front of the window, comes sniffing. Lurin's nose, which reacts to food, boasts the best performance. A voice came from inside the door. This is possible because the door is slightly open. Wake up, it's almost night time. Why are you doing this? You too, wake up. I am usually like this. Ricardo bit his nails as he overheard the voice. I will either drink tea and die quickly or eat snacks and die, thinking that they are tantalizing people. That smells good, okay? Do you want a drink? At Laws, Ricardo shouted happily at the door. A voice urging you to drink tea. It's so desirable. Those who need to die must die quickly. But it's annoying that that guy brought it earlier. Why? I don't like it. The woman's voice was heard again. Ricardo was so angry that he didn't like it that his anger rose to the top of his head. How dare you judge me? Things like trash. Ricardo spat on the ground. This was a couple I didn't like from the beginning. Well, it smells good. The man seemed to have taken the tea first, and there was a sound of slurping. Wow, it's bitter. Does it just smell good? Is there a car like this in the Southern Kingdom? Are you using it? Then I don't eat it. I don't like what I wrote. Odadog. And soon the sound of snacks being bitten was heard. Pooh wow, hee 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 hee. This is too bitter. That guy I don't like. Food must be used and it must also be killed. You are so bitter. What should I do with this? My mouth feels numb. Arg, annoying, a whining voice, but it was strange. Rurin said that the moment he tastes bitterness, he dies. However, both were evaluated as bitter and did not die. Surprised, Ricardo opened the door without realizing it. The teacup was clearly empty, and the floor of the office was dirty with the refreshments spit out by the woman. Even now, I am huffing and stamping my feet. It's a fuss itself. Was there not enough quantity? That can't be possible. Rurin said that even if you put just a little bit, you will die. Apparently, they put a lot into each bottle. It was like a ghost crying. Thanks to the dragon heart embedded in Elle's heart, Ricardo had no way of knowing that Rurin was a dragon, so poison was useless. Merhin's headquarters, operating in secret in the southern part of the empire, recently moved to Dedran. Merhin is a secret organization made up of assassins. It is an organization that mainly carries out assassinations of prominent figures and takes care of the dirty work of nobles. Meccan, the leader of Merhin, had recently had a close relationship with Rurin. So you two got together and tried to rob the safe and run away? Please save me. Commander, it all depends. There is a situation. Meccan was interrogating 2 gang members in the headquarters warehouse. A very typical sight. Meccan stood up as if there was nothing more to hear. Really? My son is sick. Commander? Oh, then what about you? Meccan pointed next to the man who was begging for his life the whole time. I feel sorry for this guy's situation. Haha, look at these guys. Merhin's safe is my safe. Is it okay if I start talking nonsense about someone who tried to steal my money? Is this the end? Meccan pressed his finger against the forehead of the kneeling men. A subordinate who touches his own. There is no need to wait any longer. What Meccan can't stand the most is having something that is his own touched. Bury them both. Meccan eventually said this to his other subordinates and stood up. The leader of a large assassination organization. Of course, his sword skills were quite excellent. Aren't you doing something interesting? A man who appeared in such a warehouse. It was Rurin and his right-hand man Bernetto. Hey, Rurin, why did you come all the way here? I have a little favor to ask you. Is that so? Then please go in. No, before that you're doing something fun. Can I interfere a little bit? Rurin asked with a strange smile. Meccan could not refuse Rurin's request. That's because Rurin's resourcefulness was extraordinary. It is thanks to this man that a ton of money has been flowing into Merhin recently. Moreover, Meccan nodded because his skills were similar to his, and he thought that this alliance should be maintained for the time being. Do whatever you want. After hearing the answer, Rurin approached the two kneeling people. There is a fun game. Maybe I can survive? Rurin laughed heartily, took out 2 daggers from his arms, and threw them in front of the 2 men. He then crouched down and picked up a dagger, and then he plunged the dagger into the floor. Then the blade of the dagger plunged into the hilt. One of the 2 is a fake blade. I'll give it to you, so stab each other. Can I buy one? If you just leave it alone, both of you will be buried, but you will have a chance to live. Isn't that a good gamble? Rurin stood up again, holding the dagger. He then mixed it up in his arms and threw it back in front of the 2 men. The 2 men looked at each other. Rurin took his gaze away from the men and turned to Meccan and asked, "You 2 got into the safe to help each other, right?" "Well, that's right. It's very shameful. Wouldn't it be better to just ask for more work? It is an act of betrayal and treason. Hee, wouldn't it be okay if we spare one person? Men who were trying to help each other are now trying to kill each other. How fun is it?" Rurin spoke with a sinister smile and Meccan nodded. "Oh, I see. This is because that bad-tasting idea also resonated with Meccan. Look over there." The 2 men were already glaring at each other, each holding a dagger. "Finish it in one shot. You have to hit it with all your might. Only then will I save one person." Rurin spoke again. Then the 2 men shouted at Meccan, "So are you really going to save me?" "Well, that's what I decided to do, so I have to do it." When Meccan answered, the 2 men glared at each other again. It was a look in their eyes where any sense of camaraderie had already disappeared. "Brother, is this what you are doing?" "Shut up. If only you hadn't said it was a perfect plan in the first place. Anyway, both are assassins. He knows better than anyone else the critical points that can kill an opponent in one hit." The 2 men glared at each other and plunged their daggers into the other's heart. Blood spurts. No one survived. Surprisingly, both people had blood flowing from their chests. "Yes, you, slurp." 2 men collapsed at the same time. Rurin started laughing very loudly when he saw that. When did you change it?" Even Meccan opened his mouth with an expression of surprise. Then suddenly I realized. When Rurin stood up to mix up the fake daggers, he threw 2 real daggers in front of them. "Ha ha ha ha, as expected, Rurin, I am still a sewer. What are you doing? Isn't it really fun to see a little hope for life rise and then die?" "Okay, it's fun. Ha ha ha." The 2 men came up to the headquarters building laughing. As soon as I put my butt on the chair, the impatient Meccan started asking questions. "Of course, you didn't come all the way here for entertainment like that. What's going on? They say a new Lord's representative has arrived. Who again? It's so boring." He wasn't the count I wanted, but he suddenly changed again, and this time I wanted to make an example. Rurin brought his hand to his throat and pretended to cut it. Meccan understands immediately and nods. "What kind of person are you?" "Nothing special. I researched him through various routes, but they say he's just a country baron. They say it's the Emperor's whim, but if this guy isn't around, things will go right as they want." "Why is that difficult?" "It's not that difficult to be a baron without a knighthood." "Haha. But still, since you are a noble, I ask that you take care of it clearly." I tried using poison first, but it failed despite the Chamberlain's distrust. It looks like he spilled some medicine on the floor, but I don't like how he doesn't think about his mistake and just makes excuses. Tusk, it may be a question. I'll send my immediate subordinate. His skills are clear. He is called Merhin's number 2. Rurin stood up with a satisfied smile upon hearing Meccan's words. Chapter 111, Visit to the next town, Yeonju Castle. Bedroom, El's bed and Rurin's bed. The time is deep dawn. Next to El, Rurin was curled up and laughing. Meanwhile, El opened her eyes. "Once I fall asleep, I don't wake up easily. Therefore, you can at least get a good night's sleep if you fall asleep when Lulin is not by your side. However, there are exceptions to not waking up easily after falling asleep. The body responds to life-threatening gestures. Rurin can't approach her with a desire to kill herself, so her habit just won't kick in. El spent more than 10 years on the battlefield. A battlefield is a place where you die even if you lose your mind even a little. In a place like that, you have to pay attention to every single thing. Therefore, my body naturally learned how to sleep while paying attention to how I sleep. I like it. 10 years. This is not an ordinary army, and that happens naturally when you are in the middle of a battlefield like a thin ice field for 10 years. Especially in the field where the only thing you can trust is your eyes and ears. A night without moonlight. In a situation like this, where you take a quick nap while moving to the monster's camp. El thought that if he didn't learn how to wake up in response to human beings, that would be the same as saying he was going to die. Even though El ended the night of the battlefield with good luck, I felt like a rat for the first time in a long time. I can feel the presence of people in the room. Meccan's subordinate Renan plunged his sword as soon as he entered the room. Apparently, a man and a woman were sleeping. However, the knife that he struck ended up stuck in the bed. Renan was embarrassed and looked around. The assassination target is standing at the window. I was embarrassed, but I still had to achieve my goal. Renan swung his sword at El, Kayaang, and the sword hit something unknown and broke in two. Renan looked at El with an expression of disbelief. The expression of disbelief is so typical that it is uninteresting, bland, and unexpected. El shook her head as she thought so, and that moment, Renan's body literally floated up. This what? Parents unable to understand what happened to them. In that state, when he kicked the car, Renan rolled around 5 times and hit the wall with a crashing sound, letting out a groan. This was the first time something like this had happened. His skills are number 2 even in Merhin. There has never been a failed assassination. I was confident that I had skills that surpassed that of most knights, but now I can't even touch the assassination target. Whoa. We were attacked repeatedly. It's so true that it makes me lose my mind. In that state, Elle approached and asked, "Do you want to die? Something is wrong. It's no match for me. No, it's not that I can't compete with him. This guy is a wizard. A high-level wizard, too." Renan realized this and shook his head. "Is there anyone who wants to die? Yes, that's it, but then take the lead. Ure the leader, to the home base. I saw you guys who tried to kill me. That. If you don't like it, die." Elle woke up, in a voice with no regrets. And soon, Renan's body rose into the air again thanks to wind magic. Do you know that he died from a fall? That's because he couldn't even stop his heart, so he fell to his death by feeling the moment his head exploded when it hit the ground. Momo, I do not know. Then have you experienced it now? Renan's body began to move outside the window. Renan struggled hard, but it was no use. Wow, broken window, and Renan was thrown out of it. Elle smiled at Renan floating outside the window. Do you want to live? The moment he imagined himself spinning his brain so hard that his head would explode and die, Renan opened his mouth. With all my might. Goes, I am going, to headquarters, so save me, Elle nodded. List related to Rurin. The first is Ricardo, and the second is this assassination organization, and slave traders, and Rurin's organization. If you just get this sorted out, you are halfway to success. They all appeared. Since we waited for them to attack first, all that remains is to catch them and clean them up. Commander, Renan ran towards the Mecca. What? Why all the fuss? What happened there? Meccan, who had been waiting for the results without sleeping because he had received a large request, frowned. It's like I'm completely out of my mind and shaking my head. There was a big problem. Big trouble, big trouble. What's the big deal? It's a big deal. Is this crazy? Meccan kicked Renan's body. Renan rolls around on the floor a few times, but at that moment, attack magic struck Merhin's headquarters building. In an instant, half of the building disappears. Dirt and stone fragments fall below the clean-cut surface. Meccan looked at the scene blankly, because I wondered what on earth was going on. Didn't I tell you? So, we're in big trouble. What kind of shit is this? Meccan raised his sword with a surprised face. Yeah, that's bullshit. But I think it's me who got ambushed while sleeping and not you, right? The man who appeared in front of him. Of course it was Elle. Due to magic, all of Merhin's assassins were rolling around on the floor. A state where you can't hold the sword again. Elle shrugged her shoulders in front of him, and a black-haired woman smiling next to him. Haha. Beauty overflows from the face reflected in the moonlight. However, it was not a situation to appreciate such beauty. The woman waves her hand, and the building collapses in half again and disappears. What are you guys? What is identity? Meccan shouted as he lunged at me with his sword. Udding tang tang. And when Lulin waved his hand, the sword fell to the wall in the same state it was in and started to dribble down. Cluck cluck, while coughing up blood. I am cleaning, but it's too noisy. You are sleepy. Rurin, standing next to him, said that while waving her arms. Those words were sincere. Odadog, Odadog, Rurin eats pepero. The sound of eating is very delicious. Hold the long pepero in your mouth and bite it little by little. Every time that happened, the length of pepero shortened. Even though I didn't apply lipstick, pepero crumbs fell between my lips, which looked as if I had lightly applied something, and the crackling sound was heard again. The man in front of me who heard that strange sound. Reedon opened his eyes. Mekken was sitting next to him with a bored look on his face. Odadog. Rurin kept biting and eating pepero. El stood in front of Reedon with his arms crossed. Suddenly kidnapped while sleeping. And this situation. Reedon had to take time to understand the situation. Mekken tied to the side. And only when I saw El in front of me did my head start to turn little by little. Hello? When El greeted him, Reedon asked back with a puzzled look on his face. What is it? What about this situation? Have you kidnapped me now? This Reedon? Well, you could say that. And you still think y'all be okay? What I'm saying is, do you think there's someone behind me? Just a baron, I know. Sorry for the baron theme. El just laughed. Reedon glared at Mekken. The expression on his face was as if he was wondering how on earth he had handled the situation to see such a difficult situation. But Mekken is just sitting with a contemplative expression on his face. Let's see. They turned all citizens of Dedran City into human trafficking slaves, regardless of gender, and sold them. They made small businesses bankrupt for absurd reasons, played with their sons and daughters, and bankrupted countless citizens with usury. Why are there so many crimes? If you don't release me right away, His Majesty the Duke won't stay still. Reedon spit out the Duke's name to El as if he still had some reason to trust him. The guy's eyes seemed to think that just hearing the Baron Duke's name would cause a stir. Of course, El just snorted. I guess you still don't understand the situation? What? Reedon asked back in his characteristic tone. El pointed around. Dons? It's good up to that point. Reedon somehow felt a chill. Even though it is early spring, it is midwinter weather. The wind blowing was very cold. Hey, I've confirmed that you catch a cold when you're a human, so hold on to your scarf. Don't just bite the pepero. After El put Lurin's hat on straight, she wrapped the scarf around her neck and mouth, and wear earplugs properly. But Rurin shook her head. It was a sign that if you covered your mouth, you couldn't eat pepero. There's still this left. Is that pepero more important than preventing colds? It's good. This. So it is more important than preventing colds. And I actually like that cold, because you become kind. Rurin lowered the scarf that was up to her mouth and brought the pepero to her mouth again. Reedon started to get angry at that completely out of focus conversation. Where am I? Solve this now, right now. For the first time, embarrassment appeared on Reedon's face. He acted as if not a single drop of blood would come out even if I stabbed him. This is El, who destroyed the dragon's insidious plans not long ago. Just a human. I had no intention of wasting my time on a mere villain. It's somewhere in the north. El waved her hand. The plasma flame hits the mountain in front directly. Quia, an earth-shaking sound began to be heard. And there was a hole in one side of the mountain. Due to magic, the center of the mountain disappeared into a circle. It doesn't matter whether you are a duke or an emperor. You chose the wrong city. I'll say it again, this is the northern land. Reedon maintains an expression that asks what kind of bullshit this is. El held out his sword in front of Reedon. Weapons are given. The orcs will be coming soon. Fight hard. You there too. He threw the two long swords at Mekken and Reedon. Lurin, let's go back. Cold. El hugged Lurin's body. Then Rurin abandons pepero and hugs El. Rurin threw away pepero, which she thought was more important and precious than preventing colds. Because it goes without saying that hugging El is 20 million times more precious than pepero. Oh, by the way, that sword is fake. Fight well. Mekken told me there. The way you dealt with traitors. Yes, the world is full of self-sufficiency. It's something like that. The moment El finished saying that, a luminous phenomenon occurred around. And as soon as El disappeared, Mekken began to turn evil. Why did you mess with those guys? Because of you. Reedon looked at Mekken blankly. Do. And the ground began to shake. Because the orcs started coming from the side of the mountain that El destroyed. What the hell this my dream, my ambition, my city? You're being damned. Mekken's face was colored with despair and anger. All I have is a toy sword without a blade. When that situation came, Reedon's subordinate Bernetto took action first. Whoa. Reedon's body, still tied up, was hit by a kick and rolled around. If you're going to die anyway, let's beat you up first. How long have you been ignored? You bastard. Rurin had to start getting beaten by his men before the orcs even arrived. Chapter 112, Visit to the next town, the root of evil has disappeared. I didn't plan on spending that much time on them, so I decided quickly. After that, the tax system was reformed. It is a major overhaul of the vicious tax system created by Count Dedrin. However, since it is impossible to use a modern tax system in these times, I implemented an appropriate system to the best of my knowledge. In any case, it is a relative volume-based system where taxes are paid according to the amount of production. It is very reasonable that the absolute amount is fixed. In addition, several policy improvements were also announced. In fact, other officials have been able to do this as well, but the reason why I couldn't do it is simple. It couldn't be done because of Rurin's interference. Of course, many problems still remain. The so-called organization of the backworld dropped them in the middle of the northern land orcs to reap what they sowed. However, those involved with proper social status could not do so, because there had to be a proper punishment. Punishment according to the law, not punishment disguised as disappearance. Rurin, aren't you sleeping? I'm not sleepy right now, okay? I was currently sitting in the courtroom of Dedrin City. Although it is a bit outdated, there is a civil and criminal court presided over by the Lord. Of course, it never did its job properly in this dead-run city. Then it'll do some work, so watch from a little distance. Can I stay next to you? It's not that far away, either here or there, and we decided not to disturb him while he was working. I was just asking. No, Rurin took a step back as if there was nothing he could do. After confirming that he was sitting quietly on the chair next to him, the trial began. The first target was Ricardo. The defendant is sentenced to death. The crime of trying to kill the vice minister is so heinous, and the number of civilians killed because they did not like it reaches dozens. The severity of that crime is indescribable. Just as Verna described him as creepy when she was young, he was a man who did many creepy things to her. Self-employed. In the same words as Rurin, it is punishment according to the law. And of course, all the other people related to Rurin were put to death. Death penalty under imperial law. Strictly speaking, it also meant correcting the disordered discipline of Dedrin City. These are the parasites that have been lurking in the dark during the dead period. I think you should come by for a moment. My lord. With other trials still remaining, the newly elected Chamberlain rushed over. This was because the intention was to correct the legal system of the territory, which had not been working properly, by ruling on other civil cases in addition to vicious criminals. But I heard that someone from the center came, so what can I do? Did the Emperor send someone? Rurin, it'll come up for a moment. I get it. Go and come back. Moreover, for some reason, Rurin quietly nods her head without saying that she is following him. In that situation, the Chamberlain urged very urgently. Since I was now Baron Evalk, not El, I couldn't be too relaxed when I heard that a message from the Emperor had arrived. Since there were people looking at me from the outside, I had no choice but to move. When El disappeared, Rurin began to grin. And then he got up from his chair and proudly sat down at the head of the courtroom where El was making the ruling. Could it be said that all of this stimulated Rurin's curiosity? Rurin is basically uninterested in all things human, but there are very rare cases where she shows interest. Even in modern times, I was suddenly fascinated by subway turnstiles and cards. This was the court now. Judgment is given to humans. That's really fun. It was Rurin's idea. As a dragon, the idea of passing judgment on humans was very natural. A new lord. So, not long after El started working properly, rumors that something was changing began to spread in the city of Dedrin, and the rumor that anyone could participate in the trial today became even more persistent, and people flocked to the outside of the court with matters that had not been properly distinguished between right and wrong. It was full of people. Buzz. A commotion continued as if it were the middle of a market. Everyone applauded and loved that Ricardo was executed. There are countless parents whose daughters were abused by him. Therefore, the death penalty was very refreshing to the common people. The grandfather he beat to death. The father he beat to death. The husband he beat to death. Etc., etc. People who had been crushed by him saw this trial everywhere and applauded. The death penalty is carried out by guillotine. The punishment under imperial law is simple. Flogging and the highest penalty, death, were prescribed. And as Rurin sat down on the judge's bench, the soldiers asked cautiously, "Do you want to continue the trial?" The person they thought was the Lord's wife immediately sat down at the head table. Moreover, since Elle had talked to Rurin before she left, she naturally interpreted that she had been asked to do the work for her, so she rubbed her hands together and asked for her opinion. Well, that's right, I will do it. Hi. But there was a problem. There was only one thing Rurin learned from what she saw. It meant that he would be put to death. Since Elle continued to make that decision, Rurin had no intention of making a decision different from Elle's decision. All I know is that it is a death sentence, so of course the only thing that will come out of Rurin's mouth is death. Because Lulin still said to give up all common sense in the human world. I will treat this body like El Hi. Bang, pound. Lulin hit the mallet hard. Then the soldiers began to grovel and move quickly. The story will end once Lurin's interest cools, but her bright eyes are still shining. However, the judgment on the parasites who will be sentenced to death has already been completed. The person brought in now was a red-blooded criminal who had been caught stealing. We have a criminal here. I see. Good night. It is the death penalty. Rurin struck the hammer just as Elle had done. Bang, the death penalty for theft. Naturally, Garantel, the man who was brought to the judging table, shouted that it was unfair. Yes. Oh no, I haven't even heard of the crime yet, and it doesn't make sense to say I am being sentenced to death for theft. Although he had only been arrested for theft and had 5 previous convictions, the crimes he had committed in the dark Dedran city where Reden reigned were countless. But he was definitely not a criminal worthy of the death penalty. Why not? It was all death penalty from before. So you too are subject to death. There's nothing that can't be done. That kind of thing, this doesn't make sense. Although they robbed an empty house at a 3-way intersection, they never killed anyone. Imperial law does not impose the death penalty unless it is murder, so why? Garantel, who was being dragged away by the soldiers, continued to shout like that. Are you admitting guilt? Next to the head seat in the center of the courtroom. Mohan, the absentee judge who was sitting there, or actually the official who was watching the work of a judge who makes decisions on behalf of the Lord, asked Garantel. That's right. I robbed the 3-way intersection, but I've never killed anyone. Oh, it's amazing that you made me confess my sins. Baroness, yes, Mom. Are you talking about this body? That's right. Baroness. Mohan bowed his head and emphasized Madame. Then Lulin started laughing. It's kind of an evil laugh, I see. This body is originally amazing. Yes, that's right. Since I confessed my crime, 10 years of hard labor is appropriate in this case. Hehehe. But Rurin was no longer listening. Because he was nodding his head back and forth while giggling to himself, Mohan understood that this was approval and sent Garantel out. Next, 2 men and a woman were led in by the soldiers. A middle-aged man and a young man. And she was a middle-aged woman. This is a case where the young people have been accusing him of being an evil business owner who only makes them do work and beats them since they were young. Mohan spoke to Rurin. Lulin, who was still smiling, now looked at the two with a slightly annoyed expression. And while still savoring the word wife, I twisted my hair. You can't just make people do things. You have to do it and do it. In the meantime, Lulin was indignant at the part where he was told to only do work. Of course, the people around them were whispering about what that little guy was. Lulin, who came to his senses, recited Elle's ruling again. That's all I know, so you too will be put to death. Bang. When Rurin points to the middle-aged man and declares death penalty, the middle-aged woman next to him begins to kneel down and pray. No. Raising a child who has nowhere to go, it's because I am not good at expressing myself, but I'm just being strict in order to pass on the store. That guy was hanging out with bad friends. Lulin's eyebrows naturally narrowed. I have no business knowing human circumstances. Since Elle said it was the death penalty, it is the death penalty. Then that guy also gets the death penalty. Are you done? When Rurin, who was already annoyed, declared that to the young man, the middle-aged woman just shrugged it off. But in this case, the death penalty is absurd. Mohan stood up in embarrassment and opened his mouth to Rurin. But I couldn't finish saying that. This is because a middle-aged man who was initially sentenced to death began crying by banging his head on the ground. No, please just kill me and let that guy go free. This child still has a bright future ahead of him, so it's ridiculous that he is being sentenced to death. It was me who was at fault. At the middle-aged man's shout, the expression on the young man's face, who was proving that he was in a period of violent anger against the world, suddenly darkened. Yes, so it's the death penalty. I already said it was the death penalty. As Rurin declared again strongly, the soldiers rushed to the middle-aged man. Mohan tried to speak frankly, thinking that this was not the case. But this time, the young man hit his head on the ground and shouted, "It's not possible. Oh, there's nothing wrong with you. It makes no sense to die from something like this. I know that you are working day and night to hand over the store to me. I know. I feel burdened by that because that's a burden, no? I'm going to die. Mr. Judge, there is nothing wrong with you. Please kill me. Ooh, Llewellyn screamed and jumped up. It's so annoying that I keep talking about things I am not interested in. To a dragon, the matter of human life and death is as worthless as the grime on its fingernails. But in the meantime, Mohan bowed his head with a very moved expression. Lady, as expected, you are wise. I am impressed. You're trying to make peace with each other like this. Once again, Mohan said the word wife. And with a serious misunderstanding, he began to look at me with moved eyes. Then other citizens waiting for the hearing outside also began to applaud. What is this? Llewellyn looked rather embarrassed and opened his eyes round. And then I was grabbed by the back. What are you doing? Oh my, you, when did you come? The one who appeared was Elle, who had returned from work. You're welcome. It's a little weird here. Are you the strangest one? It hurts. Elle placed her hand on Lurin's temple. Screams start to sound. Chapter 113, Visiting the Neighborhood Next Door. I don't want to do it. Why don't you want to do something if you don't want to do it? 10 Seal Jind, a professional soldier and lowest-ranking adjutant, knocked down the soldier. This man is the only one in Dedran City who puts all his effort into training. Naturally, the soldier's impressions are distorted. Stop it. No one is training, so why are we alone on this fake day? Of course, only the 10 team that belonged to him was doing this kind of training. Instead of training, the other soldiers in the territory who were doing military service in Dedran City had a routine of drinking and having fun in broad daylight. What the heck, come here. There is no such thing. If you're a soldier, you have to train. Jind broke the soldier's body. Anyway, top name and bottom line. The soldier cried out with a pained face because the military discipline had not been broken. Chief of the 10, surrender, surrender. You bastard, the words surrender are not words uttered by a man. Why are you dying like that? Please release me quickly. People are dying. If you die, you die. Hey, Jind. What are you doing in broad daylight? Everyone is standing around, so get up and don't show that you're working alone. At that time, another dozen people approached the barracks, and I scratched my cheek. The Lord has gathered everyone. Get up and gather. My lord? Jin's expression came alive. He releases the soldier and his eyes light up. Not long ago, the Lord said that people who are having a hard time making a living do not need to pay taxes, and that only those who have income need to pay taxes. Isn't that right? And he also served food to the soldiers. Don't you remember? It flies, it was delicious. What kind of Genghis Khan did you say? It was a strange name. Well, perfect for the pot. Dude, perfect. I boil the meat and eat it, but it reminds me of soup again. This is what happened before the former Count Dedran, other high officials, and Reedon disappeared. This lord is different. Something is different, I believe. Something is coming where the soldiers I trained will have to use their strength. You're laughing. It seems like it does a lot of things, but is it really so? Stop talking nonsense and gather together. My fellow 10 leader disappeared, telling me not to talk nonsense. Let's all shake off our clothes and gather together. Jind shouted loudly to his 10 ligaments. No matter what anyone said, Jind was full of strength. I have no spirit. I was a soldier all the way through the monster war. Therefore, I know the military very well. A soldier as a wizard. That's why he was always an officer rather than an ordinary soldier, but time passes by. The soldiers conscripted to perform military service in Dedran City showed no sense of duty at all. That's not all. Even the officers and adjutants who were said to be professional soldiers all had blank eyes. The eyes are extremely blurry. The fire was quickly extinguished, but the most important thing in Dedran City was security. Peace cannot come unless security is properly maintained. He even ordered the judge, Mohan, to take strict punishment for actions that disturbed public order. But that alone is not enough. After all, if the city's soldiers who protect the security are not properly disciplined. To achieve this, the most important thing is to select the right commander. Even if I disappear and the Grey Boy becomes an official lord, he will stay in the Lord's castle in Grey City, not here. Therefore, we basically need a trustworthy security officer. But I wonder if there really is such a talented person. Deadlancy is that bad. Isn't this something that I really felt when I was intentionally taken to prison before? As part of the maintenance of security, all soldiers in the barracks were summoned. The purpose is to find talent. We need a man with the scent of a true soldier. A man with the kind of sense I have seen on the battlefield. Although I sometimes wonder if it really exists. I come to see you, my lord. When I appeared, the soldiers all kneeled down. In the past, he led troops exceeding 100 times this number, although it is a surprising number. As expected, there is no spirit at all, both here and there. They all have faces that say they don't even want to just stand there. Are you a white man? That's right, my lord. What do you think about security these days? I think you have to work hard. My ears are ringing. Just because you have a loud voice doesn't mean you have ambition. A loud voice just to avoid this situation is completely useless. My eyeballs are already moving elsewhere. Pathetic. From now on, forget about the military of yesterday. If you do not follow the manual thoroughly, you will report this to His Majesty, and on the grounds of disloyalty, military service will be increased, and your lieutenants will be subject to the disadvantage of a pay cut. Of course, there are rewards for soldiers and adjutants who move properly. Not only a salary promotion, but even a shortened military service. It depends on people's hearts. Is that really true? The soldiers suddenly became noisy. In this situation, sticks and carrots must be used effectively anyway. If we continue to crack the whip when discipline has deteriorated so much, the situation may get worse. Well, a system like this incentive system is effective for those who have the will, but it is not effective for those who do not even have that motivation. What is most important is the commander who will lead these people, but no such person was seen. Of course, you wouldn't know this just by looking at the outside. A person with fighting spirit. What should we do to recognize someone with a strong will? Shouldn't I try using the method I used when I was on the battlefield before? And the reason we have gathered today is to see the fighting spirit of the soldiers. From now on, we will have a mock battle. And among them, one person chosen from each 100 will spar with me. The winner is awarded a prize. Show your fighting spirit, so I shouted again. The reactions are polar opposites. Soldiers lured by the sound of prize money. And annoying faces. Of course, since it's in front of the Lord, I won't complain out loud. This is the current address of Dedran City. It gets increasingly gloomy. However, it is not scary to bring soldiers from Grey City. In this situation, if a soldier from another region were to take command, he would receive more resistance than promoting a low-ranking soldier to commander. A person with fighting spirit. You may be able to find out more by sparring rather than standing still and looking for it. And soon, a mock battle broke out. 15 people were selected, so I picked up my sword and went forward. Of course, my sword skills cannot be compared to those of the official knight commanders. And moreover, compared to my magic, the difference is almost at the level of Mount Tai and Dune. But anyway, since he had been on the battlefield for 10 years, he still felt proud that he was stronger than the soldiers here. It is said that he is skilled enough to kill at least one orc with a sword. Before obtaining the Dragon Lord's heart, it was difficult to fight monsters using only magic, so I learned swordsmanship to survive as well. In practice, that is. Anyway, we will give prize money to the 15 winners. From now on, sparring with me is separate from the prize money. I deliberately said that to 15 men. As I said earlier, all of this is to find a man with fighting spirit and perseverance. Since I have already received the reward, my attitude towards sparring will be completely different. Those who don't fight properly just because they got the prize money can already be said to be yellow-faced. The first soldier charged with his sword. I struck the soldier with such force that he was cut vertically into 2 pieces. The soldier who was charging took the attack without realizing it, but lost the sword he was holding. So I just kicked it. The soldier's body rolls around on the floor. He trembled, fell down, and cried out, "Lose I lost? Pathetic. It's so pathetic." Next, I fought the next soldier, hoping it wouldn't be in vain. He ran forward first and clashed swords with the soldier. The soldier is overwhelmed by the magnitude of the force and is pushed back. He turned and kicked the chest of the soldier, who was pushed out in that situation. The soldier rolls on the floor. There's no answer. I'll say it again, I don't even have knight-level sword skills. And the sparring continued, but there wasn't a single useful one in sight. If the entire barracks is so lax, who on earth can they entrust security to? Now I feel like I want to go back to the restaurant. I wasn't even excited because I was fighting against eyes that were as cloudy as the color of a frozen winter. Still, even though I use my body, sweat pours down like rain in the still chilly weather. And then the next soldier. I tried to attack with frustration. Visor! My sword and the soldier's sword clash. As usual, the soldier lost his grip on the sword. In this same situation, I tried to kick the soldier again and knock him down. But for some reason, a strong kick split the air. The soldier rolled to the floor and desperately crawled to pick up the sword he had dropped. He had no choice but to slash the sword vertically towards the soldier's waist again. Then the soldier uses his sword again to block my attack. Visor! Visor! After the swords clashed a few times, the soldier lost the sword again due to my superior strength. Then this time, the soldier started charging at me with his bare body. They feel like they are going to crush me. It was a desperate action, as if I had actually entered the battlefield, and I quickly dodged the soldier's charge to the side and swung my sword. Immediately, blood splattered out. Unexpected bloodshed. The soldier grabbed his arm. Without missing the opportunity, he kicked again and the soldier finally fell to the ground. But it was different. It's not that my skills are outstanding. There was a fighting spirit that I had been talking about a while ago. Moreover, I thought it was over now, but this time it crawls back and holds my leg, bleeding from my arm. Of course, this is loss of reason due to fighting. There is no need for a random attack due to failure to control anger. So I shouted loudly, "Stop!" Then the soldier quickly stood up, and he bowed his head. "You are so amazing, I lost." The voice is loud. I don't know his personality, but he was a man with great fighting spirit and perseverance as a soldier. "What is your name?" "It's called Jind," the man shouted loudly again. Even though blood continues to flow from the wound, he doesn't seem to care at all. "Right. Good job." I shouted that right then and there. But the face is probably smiling, because the sweat I shed today doesn't seem in vain. Soon, Jind was given the position of police officer, an unusual promotion from the rank of 10 general to 100 general. As soon as Jind heard the news, he frowned as if it was absurd. "What do you mean? What kind of officer does someone like me do?" "I know, it's funny even to me. That's what the 10 seals who came to deliver the news said, but it's real. The Lord is looking for you, so go." "Where is that?" "There is some mistake." Jind looked for Elle with a puzzled look, and soon I realized it was real. I felt somewhat confused. However, Jind is already a man with great enthusiasm for his work. I don't know why the Lord believed in him. I was honestly moved when I heard that you would become a great soldier someday. I could still vividly see him kindly looking after the citizens, trying out various policies, even cooking for them, and training with the soldiers. Jind thought that this was the first time he had seen such a lord in his life. If you do that, you will risk your life. If there is someone who trusts you, of course you have to risk your life. Jind felt his heart pounding. There has never been a single person who believed in him, the only person in my life. I was the one who didn't even trust my parents. That was a sufficient reason to sacrifice one's life to the Lord. Chapter 114, Visit to the neighboring town. A new public security officer was elected, and a new executive order was issued to severely punish actions that disturb public order. They also visited the barracks periodically, provided training, and rewarded and punished appropriately. The stick and the carrot gradually took hold, and as the soldiers began to think that things were different now, security finally began to take root. The cancerous elements that hindered the development of cities, including Rurin, were cut out, the tax system was reformed, and public security was strengthened. What remains now is to correct the system to properly take care of the reformed tax system. Dead Rancy. The head of a city is usually a lord, and there are several departments under the lord. The city's policies circulate through that department. If the lord is an earl, the heads of the department are usually lower-ranking nobles, such as barons or viscounts. However, an official lord had not yet been appointed, and in Dedran City, where all the nobles had been taken away, the positions of heads of departments were vacant. However, from the beginning, nobles were only in name, and it was the administrators who actually ran each department. Would you say it feels like a foreign room or a house in the Joseon dynasty? So first, the magistrates were summoned. The idea was to encourage the motivation of those to be promoted after promoting them. Of course, it was natural to punish those who should be punished. It's similar to comforting the soldiers. Everyone probably knows that Dedran City is rotting and falling apart. That is why the system needs to be overhauled. You know what I mean, right? It's an overhaul of the system. Let them come to me one by one. That is, if you want to remain an official. Only those who quickly understand what this means will be able to preserve their position for a long time. Elle gave a strange smile. The fact that he gave me a slightly greedy expression was a bonus. Dead Rancy is rotten. But even in the midst of the rot, there were bound to be decent people. But the gray boy, who had no idea what that meant, asked Elle a question with a puzzled look on his face. Master, what does it mean if you want to continue to be an administrator? I have no idea because I don't have enough disciples. Elle just smiled at the boy's question. Find that out for yourself too. Of course, it is difficult to only look at the surface. Elle looked at the boy with an expectant expression. The gray boy, who had been radiating a new respect for Elle as he watched him maintain public order and stabilize the people's lives, began to worry with a look on his face, wondering what on earth he was doing this time. At first, I was surprised that Elle had been appointed as a lord. I nodded in understanding at the explanation that it was to stabilize the city with old connections. Master, a wizard. And from what I've shown so far, I thought that the past was definitely not ordinary. Moreover, I was surprised once again when I was told that this territory itself would later be incorporated into Grace City, so I should watch carefully and learn. But Elle was stubborn. This means that he will return to the restaurant soon. And when the boy was told that this was the Emperor's order and that he should run the city where she was born and raised normally, even for Verna's sake, the boy was left speechless, and from then on, he was watching the city's operation like a stick of gum. But I didn't understand what he said this time. If I were to interpret Elle's words, it seemed exactly like asking someone to pay a bribe. But there is no way his teacher could take a bribe. Such thoughts made the gray boy's mind very complicated. No matter how much I think about it, I cannot figure out what its big meaning is. The next day came, blaming the limitations of my brain. From that day on, administrators who took Elle's bait appeared one after another. My lord, you asked me to come and see you, so I came here to see you. My name is Bendenk, and I am in charge of tax collection. Bendenk politely presented the package he had brought to Elle. As Elle unwrapped the package, a flash of light stimulated her eyes. If Rurin had been awake, she would have reacted violently. In a way, Elle smiled with satisfaction, feeling fortunate that it was morning. But the gray boy looks very embarrassed. Aren't you quick to notice? You are the first. I've been quick to notice since I was a dead guy. Dedrin is no longer an earl or anything, so it doesn't matter if you call him that, but the fact that he referred to him as a bastard in front of the gray boy seemed insensitive. But Elle just laughed. Then leave it here and go away. All right, I'm honored if you like it. Yes, gold is bound to fascinate anyone. Actually, I was thinking of using this opportunity to replace all the officials, but let's keep the tax collection position. Thank you, thank you. At Elle's declaration, Bendenk began to bow down with an expression that had everything in the world. As soon as Bendenk left, the gray boy ran up to Elle and asked, Master, what is this? The tax collector is a very important position that directly collects taxes for Dedrin City. Of course. A person like that in such a place. I thought I told you that we shouldn't only look at the superficial. Elle could only shrug his shoulders, and the gray boy could only tilt his head with a question mark on his face. Soon, rumors of Bendenk spread rapidly among the magistrates. Look, I thought this rental was a little different, but in the end, it's the same. It's His Majesty's order to return the city to normal, but other than that, do you mean to increase the amount and extract money? I don't know, but anyway, we should preserve the space. These words started coming and going spontaneously, and in the end, bribes were brought in from here and there one after another. Of course, there are not many people who are free from the pressure that they will end up losing their jobs if they stay quiet, while everyone else is using bribes to preserve their positions. However, Elle did not clearly promise to preserve seats for anyone except Bendenk, who came first. I just accepted the bribe with a strange smile on my face. Master, I really don't know. The gray boy still had no idea what the meaning behind this was. Do you know why I only gave confirmation to Bendenk, who came first? That is sorry. I do not know. It's all for the rumor. Rumors. Even if you understand what I mean, there will be many people who hesitate. Especially cautious people. That's why those cautious people will remain hidden even if they have committed a lot of corruption. However, the situation changes when Bendenk, who is convinced that paying a bribe is the right answer, opens his mouth. Those who have been hiding are poking their heads out. Yes, that's it. After hearing those words, the gray boy jumped up from his seat and slapped his knee. As I realized once again how foolish I was, There is no way to distinguish between people to keep and people to throw away. Among these, it does not matter if there are people who sold their property and paid bribes to preserve their position. However, the amount of bribes paid to me by those who engaged in embezzlement while performing duties such as tax collection is likely to be large. If you focus on that area, you will be able to filter out big catches. Elle explained, tapping the gray boy on the shoulder. When the gray boy realized the truth, he could not keep his mouth shut. After the characters were obscured to some extent, Elle gathered the administrators again. Then, officials from Gray City were brought in to seize the documents and begin an investigation. And in the meantime, he turned to the officials and shouted, "Everyone who has personally visited me and brought me gifts, please come forward." The high-ranking administrators, including Bendank, who were intrigued by the declaration, began to gather in front. As a result, only 3 people failed to come forward to Elle. It was also a situation where it was assumed that they were the 3 most trustworthy people in Dedran City. Among them was Mohan, a judge. "Why didn't you bring anything?" "I guess you would have said that." When Elle pointed out one of them and spoke, the middle-aged man opened his mouth confidently without any sign of discouragement. "I have nothing to give. If you have to sacrifice something to preserve it, I think it's better to have nothing." Then what about you?" This time, Elle asked a slightly younger man among them, and he received a sharper answer than the middle-aged man. "I don't know about that. I am just doing my job. If that is wrong, I will step down." It was a very quiet answer, but it was a firm-willed answer. The remaining person was similar. Elle nodded loudly. It was considered fortunate that there were 3 talented people who could be trusted. "Good. Please continue to work with that attitude. Keep your positions." I thought it would be cut off, but the answer was rather unexpected. The 3 people looked at Elle with faces asking what on earth that meant. In the meantime, the results of the document investigation came out. The boy immediately reported it to Elle. After hearing that, Elle immediately called Bendank. Bendank, who had narrowed his eyes as something strange was going on, looked at Elle with a surprised face. "What's going on? You ate a lot. Are the taxes yours or mine? What on earth does that mean?" Documents pour in front of Bendank, who looks away. There is no way that good water can stagnate under Count Dedran. All the nobles have been captured, and the remaining lower-ranking officials are like this. Arrest all those involved in the embezzlement immediately. Following Elle's orders, the soldiers began to move. "Oh, don't be ridiculous. Take the money and give it back like this. Shouldn't you be caught too?" "Oh, don't worry. I plan to return all of the money you gave to those who donated their property and use all of the embezzled money for the development of the city." Elle said that and turned his back. "I don't punish everyone who bribed me. However, among them, anyone involved in corruption will be forced to step down. In the future, Dedran City will become a clean city." A clean city, and declared. The gray boy who watched it all grew to respect Elle even more, and Dead Lancy gradually began to recover. Citizens naturally began to praise young Judari. The Lord said he has chosen a new tax collector. Yes, even if the tax system changes, nothing will change as long as the collector is the one who ends up paying. Ho ho ho, you're amazing. Yes, that's great. Hehe. Yes. Rurin suddenly interrupted what the merchants were saying. Rurin was in the process of buying and eating round snacks, Dedran City's new specialty. It's a slightly lollipop-like snack that reminds me of Chupa-O's. I buy everything here because it feels good. Lulin shrugged his shoulders and shouted, "I know at least that the Lord means Elle." Rurin, knowingly or unknowingly, liked Elle being praised more than herself. Even though I don't usually listen to human stories, this story caught my attention. That's why a smile reached my ears and I started sucking harder on the snack I was eating. Since I bought a lot, I have to eat it all quickly. Chapter 115, Serena's story. I am Serena. He is the greatest body in this world. I get out of bed and rub my eyes. Waking up is always difficult. It's okay. I wasn't really hurt. Elena's friendly tone was heard from outside. He's a good elf. Elves are a frustrating race that is a bit strict about principles, but I like this elf. First of all, it's cute. I like cute things. You're awake. Elena jumps up while trying to put her heel on the child's knee. Perhaps surprised by the strong reaction, the human child looked at me and Elena in turn with round eyes. Keep working. I just want to get some sunlight. All right. Serena, Elena sits back on the chair with a relieved expression. Soon the hands started flashing. Healing is a recovery magic. When I came out, the sun was hot. Good morning. In terms of time, it seems like lunchtime has passed. But for me now is morning. Morning is basically the time to sleep. There are no dragons that are active in the morning. Morning takes away the dragon's power, so it is very difficult. During a game, a dragon became an emperor and announced how to sleep in the morning. It's already been a while since I sat down here. To be honest, I quite like it and have no plans to go somewhere anytime soon. It's incomparably more fun than the one in Rare. Elle and Black Dragon, who are stronger than humans but stronger than me. And when you get involved with that fierce Alina, something funny always happens. He has lived as a dragon for over 300 years. I've played games many times, but I've never had as much fun as I do now. My life has always been alone. There were times when I thought I wasn't alone, but in the end, I was alone. I naturally hated being alone. I like the hustle and bustle of life, but I've never had a life like that. There was a time when I decided to have a child and live a normal life. Betrayed, I almost died because of that. The Red Clan no longer has any power. There were many members of my family who saw me dying and cried out for revenge, but not a single member of my family tried to save me as I was dying. The people who saved me were Elle and Alina. I didn't know either. I never thought they would save me, just because of the hurt caused by betrayal. My curiosity about what love was exploded, so I came to visit the idiot couple. I never dreamed it would save my life. The clan bastards were probably using me for some purpose. That's really upsetting. That's why I have no desire to return to my family. Yes, love. What is love? Exploring that is the second purpose of my sitting here. If the first is fun, the second is an experiment on the proposition of what true love is. I couldn't achieve that true love, and I don't even feel like doing it. It's scary now. I don't know if I'll ever realize the existence of true love and how good it is or something like that, but I don't know right now, so I always explore. What are you doing there? While I was enjoying the sun, I heard a voice. When I turned around, there was a human standing there. It's Elle. This is the man at the center of my quest. I am enjoying the sunlight. I answered lightly and turned my head. Okay, do whatever you want. What about Alina, in treatment? I answered lightly. Elle nodded and went to the market in front of the clinic, where the old humans selling grassroots bowed down and started paying money to a being they called grandmother. Anyone can see that it looks like grass, but when that man cooks it, it becomes delicious. It cannot be denied. I am a dragon who accepts what must be acknowledged. That man is very unusual. The weak are infinitely weak. Even now, I bow down to an old man who looks like he might die if I just put pressure on him. The vegetables I bought yesterday were really delicious. Is it? Today's meal is also delicious. I will take great care of you. When the old human smiles brightly, Elle smiles along with him, and beggars come running next to Elle as he gets up. But Elle doesn't show anything. If it were me, I would chase him and kick him. I have no intention of just watching this arrogant, great body pass by. Master, a human boy runs towards Elle. This guy is called Gray. I think he is probably the lord of this city. However, considering Elle's abilities, the lord of a city or the emperor of a country could easily be kicked around like a stone on the side of the road. But instead he bows low and bows. Are you patrolling the city? Yes. As Master said, I am always watching people. However, despite such condescension, the young boy's eyes towards him show endless respect. I am following Elle in my heart. It's amazing. Even though he is endlessly weak to the weak, he is respected instead. I don't understand it based on common sense. Moreover, this man is endlessly strong against the strong. They actually treat a great body like me without any hesitation. And he is also strict with dragons. I heard that the number of dragons that are afraid of him has been increasing recently. This is the first time in our great history that has continued since ancient times that dragons are afraid of humans. Rurin exploded the dragon and does not forgive anyone who touches him. Mother, please be sure to have the tea leaves that recently arrived from the capital be analyzed by Master. Oh, is there such a thing? It's an embarrassing thing to show to Elle. A slightly cute human who was patrolling with me answered. Yonjus, mother. And I heard that they are the nobility of humans. I don't know why, but the way she looks at Elle is unusual. Of course it's not love. That's not the point of view. It's a look filled with absolute trust. They are interesting people. But why does your side feel empty? You can't see the person you're supposed to be wearing, right? I couldn't see anything black, so I asked and Elle shook her head. Do you think Lulin will wake up already? Black guy. You sleep more than me. It's awesome. I guess it's because I am young. Of course, I have no intention of admitting something like that in front of myself. Well, I am sorry I already woke up. What? Is this a compliment? Where? What is a compliment? Sleeping a lot is the best compliment to a dragon. You insult me. Still, I can't help it. It's no match for me. L scratches his pride again. Strange guy, so I responded right away. Isn't it weirder than the black guy? Is that so? L shrugs. Then, after sending the Youngju boy away, he moved to the clinic. After the child's treatment was completed and the mother and child returned, L entered the quiet clinic. I also followed in, because this is my home now. Alina, would you like to try this? Yes, 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 yes. What are you doing at the door? Oh, the patient is gone. Okay. Let's go in. Yes, come here. A stupid conversation goes on. More stupid than stupid. What about the patient? It's been a while since that patient left. I went back around the time I parted ways with Yeonju boy, so it's a ridiculous excuse. Fool Alina. I must have been looking intently outside the door because I heard Elle's voice. I'm even more enthusiastic because there's no dragon next to me to be afraid of. A smile bloomed on his face. Alina is basically good, so people other than me can't distinguish that smile. I usually smile at patients too. Everyone laughs, except for the human male who only harbors dark thoughts towards himself. But now, when L smiles in front of him, the corners of his mouth go up as much as his fingernails. Every time L does something, I look at him out of the corner of my eye. Then, when our eyes meet, we are so surprised that we tend to hesitate, if you compare it to what is said in the human world, even more so than a girl who fell in love for the first time. Not long ago, when I went to the elven forest, I was just sighing, probably depressed that I wouldn't be able to see Elle for a while, so I told her I would go with her. And under that pretext, I arranged a situation to take Elle too. I also became really nice. Haha. But even if he helps with this, there is no hope that Alina's love will come true. Alina is not where Elle's eyes are directed. A large part of Elle's treatment of Alina is kindness, but it is completely different from the feeling of love. Alina herself knows this very well. It may seem foolish, but I often wonder if this is also a type of true love. I just look, that alone makes me happy. Alina seemed to sincerely think so. Yet her eyes are full of Elle until the sight of the departing back disappears. Even after it disappears, my gaze remains focused over the hill. Stop it. You've already gone back to the restaurant 100 times. Oh, you elf. Has it been that long? Okay, let's eat the food we received. Hungry, all right. Alina unwrapped the food wrapped in a cloth with a brisk step. Looks happy. It would be nice if you were satisfied and happy with these things. And night. After the clinic, Alina naturally goes up to the restaurant to eat. Then I follow too. Because of Alina's eating habits, this is the only time I eat a proper meal. It doesn't really matter. This body can endure without eating for a week. I don't make a fuss about talking like a black guy who lives somewhere. Just enjoying it when you eat it is enough. There is no room for red. After Alina said hello and went inside, something black blocked the door and crossed its arms. I am a guest. Don't you know that customers are beggars? Beggars cannot come in. That's it. Don't they say the customer is king? How can something like that happen if you learn it wrong? Anyway, black dragons with nothing on their heads shouldn't be like this. Really stupid. This dragon. That's not it, I know. But even if the other guest is a king, you are a beggar. What? You die and I die? Even though I am a dignified and glamorous person, I can't stand the provocations of this dark guy. Whoa. Then there is always retribution from Elle. It seems stupid. I feel stupid too. Hey, why are you hitting me so hard? The top of my head hurts. They punished me equally. You two great beings, if you don't want to get kicked out, don't make a fuss in the restaurant. Elle appears and drags the black guy in. I lost my sense of calm because of the black thing. After regaining my composure, I went inside. I sat down at the table where Alina was seated. Stupid Alina can't even look at Elle properly when there's a black guy around. What did you order? Yes, you said there was a recommended dish for today, so that's it. What is that? I didn't hear what it was since you said it was a recommended dish. Wouldn't it be delicious no matter what it is? I guess that's true. I admit it because it is true. This restaurant is so familiar now. The humans who come here don't know that the chef who cooks this dish also slays dragons. No, it's so funny because you wouldn't even know that you live with a dragon next to you. Find the black guy in question. The black one is stuck in the corner, sipping beer. I guess I've already eaten, but I am not craving food. I take a sip of beer and look at Elle, then I take another sip and look at Elle again. I don't care about anything else. The beer is actually sloppy too. Those eyes are full of deep emotions. The reason Alina doesn't dare to intervene is because she knows that the feelings for Elle in the eyes of that seemingly helpless black guy far surpass her own. And Elle hears the funny part. Although I act indifferent to the black guy, I know, even while cooking, he kept looking at Rurin out of the corner of his eye. Elle's eyes are also filled with Rurin. I don't approve of such topics. It seems like he says something every time Rurin does something. He doesn't know that every time he does that, he smiles with infinite love. Hey, why are you drinking while drinking beer? Are you a kid? He's about to become an adult. The beer spilled on its own. I'm not like that. Scrunch, Elle wipes Rurin's chin. Suddenly I see Alina. Alina was happily looking at the sight itself. Stupid guys, it really is a fool's paradise, but that's why it's good. I like this place. And because it's fun, the food was served. Before I know it, Elle brings a dish in front of me. I will watch. Alina too. And this idiot couple. What is true love? I plan to observe them until I can confidently say that. Chapter 116, I am not interested in the freshwater fish lord itself. It's not a dragon, but it was the funniest game I've had in a long time. But no matter how much you think about it, the clothes don't fit your body. Peace of mind does not come. The more I feel like this, the more I feel that my sanctuary is a restaurant on a hill. So this is the end. Deadrun City is already becoming noticeably different from before. The city is functioning properly, and public order is properly maintained. Since Rurin and his gang were wiped out together, there are almost no criminals. The streets were stabilized by holding a large-scale hearing to determine right and wrong from ordinary citizens. All that is needed is to find something that will stimulate the economic aspect. From the beginning, Deadrun City was just a small city with no special products or tourist resources. That's why Count Deadrun was ambitious in Great City. Although the city has returned to normal, it cannot be said that commerce is functioning properly. The same goes for agriculture. The new tax law achieved stabilization, but it was still lackluster. There is currently no way for taxes to increase. Rather, due to the nature of the new tax law, in this situation, the tax revenue generated by the city is at a poor level. In fact, the goal from the beginning was this economic aspect. The pleasure of renting a restaurant has the aspect of finishing work related to Verna, but my iron rule is that there should be benefits to the amount of time spent resting at the restaurant. Similar to the Palink specialty product and cheese business that revived Grey City, such profits should be made here as well. And the work was already underway. Since there was no need to pursue it while continuing to be a lord, I thought I would stop being a fake baron here. And the increase in tax revenues promised to the emperor. Soybeans falling on me, I won't take my hands off it at all. The story continues again next time. What's important now is Rurin's upcoming birthday, because spring is definitely coming. A lot has changed since I stepped down as a lord, but my daily life returned to normal. What has changed are the citizens of Deadrun City and Grey City. Now we should call it Integrated Grace City. After Rurin's birthday, I plan to present a business plan to the Grey Boy to revive the commerce of old Deadrun City. Now I am enjoying spring, a morning filled with spring flowers. As always, look at the market. This is because restaurant work has resumed. Grey Market is always crowded. Of course, my stake there is quite high. I don't even want to show off. Well, that's right. Facts are facts. Recently, the turnover rate of the integrated city that connects Grey City and the old Deadrun City is quite good. People's expressions are alive, and their consumption is active. Various vegetable and fruit crafts are sold here and there. When I come to the market, I feel alive. This is especially true in the morning market. Of course, various food ingredients were stored in the warehouse where time-stopping magic was used. However, the warehouse is only meant to prepare for an emergency. It is used when fresh ingredients cannot be supplied due to heavy rain, pests, or drought. Alternatively, it is used to ensure that ingredients that can only be eaten in certain seasons, such as seasonal vegetables or seasonal fruits, can be used at any time. Therefore, it is best to buy commonly available fresh ingredients at the market every morning. Today, as usual, I moved around, stuffing vegetables into Hanaram's shopping cart. Ingredients that were different from usual caught my eye. It's a fish. Ingredients that cannot be found in Grey Market, which is far from the sea. I stopped in front of him in surprise. "Sir, are you really selling fish?" "That's right." The man with sparse gray hair nodded. "The bucket is full of fish. He was still alive. Where on earth did you get this?" "I don't know where I got it, but I caught it this morning." "Huh, really?" I was surprised and looked closely at the fish in the bucket. Of course, it is not a saltwater fish. It was a freshwater fish. The elongated appearance is reminiscent of a silverfish. As far as I know, there are no rivers connected to the sea. If that were the case, silverfish would not be able to grow. I have experienced many times that the ecosystem is not the same as the earth I used to live on. It was clear that it was a freshwater fish similar to Ayu. However, as far as I know, there are no lakes or rivers around here with freshwater fish like this. Does this guy have his own unique point? Would you please just give me 2 for now? 2? Okay, take it. Delicious. The man spoke confidently and handed over the fish, and then returned to the restaurant. The reason I only bought 2 is because I am not sure about the taste yet. There is fish in the food warehouse, but not in large quantities. There are various restrictions on going out to the sea and catching fish. First of all, the day goes into a barrel. Even with teleportation, catching a large number of fish is difficult unless you are a fisherman. If you use magic that shakes the entire ocean, the nearby ecosystem will be ruined, so of course it is out of the question. You can only use pure techniques or minor magic, which is also annoying. This is why we have no choice but to store the fish purchased in small quantities from the sea village. That's why I was glad to see freshwater fish that were alive and moving like this. Of course, there are many differences between sea fish and freshwater fish. However, if you tell me that this is a fish similar to a real sweetfish, I wonder if I can get my hopes up. First, I started cleaning the sweetfish. As soon as you insert the knife, a faint watermelon scent comes out. There is a saying that the fresher and tastier the sweetfish, the more watermelon scent it has. Now I was feeling those words fiercely. As expected, it is slang. This. I didn't ask what it was called here, especially since it is a fish that was not encountered even during the war. This is because there were almost no fish similar to this sweetfish in this river. Where did you catch it? The excitement doubles. First of all, the smell was quite subtle, so I started to look forward to the taste. 2. One is mine and the other one is Rulin's. I prepared charcoal. Place a long piece of charcoal in the brazier and light it on fire. Because it is a fireball, it is different from regular fire. The charcoal began to burn. The reason for using charcoal rather than grilling it directly in a fireball is because sweetfish tastes best when grilled with the scent of charcoal. What a positive effect charcoal has on humans. It's good stuff. On the topic of black guys, speaking of the black guy, I am reminded of Serena's speaking habits. Thread a skewer into the cleaned sweetfish. The skewer that goes into the mouth sticks out from the tail. And here's the important thing: sprinkling moderate salt. Pot. I sprinkled salt, thinking about my cool form and feeling like a chef on TV. I am embarrassed to have done it. I am glad there's no one there. Anyway, sprinkle some salt on it and place the skewered sweetfish next to the burning charcoal. Of course, what supports it is a long skewer. If you cook it slowly while turning it, it will turn yellow. As the scent of charcoal permeated, a nice scent began to tickle my nostrils. After fishing in the valley, lighting a fire, and then setting up a scene in a restaurant that I have seen many times, where freshly caught fish is grilled, I turned off the fire. Looks delicious. It's also lunchtime. I went straight down to the restaurant, picked up Rurin, and returned to the restaurant. Of course, Lulin is in a half-asleep state. Let's get up and eat. My head is spinning. It's because I sleep too much, is that so? Rurin talked a lot and climbed up on the table and stretched out. No matter how many times I tell you that it's a place to eat and not a bed. Now, it's lunch. When I held out the grilled sweetfish, Rurin sniffed. Isn't this a fish? It smells nice. Yes, I baked it with great care. This way of baking is actually more valuable in modern times. I don't know what it is, but when I wake up, I am hungry. After saying that, he took a bite of the silver fish. Crispy, Rurin put the sweetfish in her mouth and started chewing the crispy skin. It's something light yet savory and salty. It smells good too. What kind of guy are you? Lulin grinned, showing interest. Yes, if Rurin enjoyed it, the taste is guaranteed. It was delicious even when I ate it. The conclusion is that it is a very tasty fish. I still don't know the name, so let's call it Ayu for now. The next day, as soon as I went to the market, I looked for Mr. Silverfish. I brought a bucket containing the sweetfish I caught today and sat in a corner of the market. It seems like it was yesterday too, but there are no customers at all. There is no one stopping in front at all. Of course, the city of Great Lakes is inland and completely ignorant of fish dishes. Especially in this city, where there are almost no freshwater fish, It is natural that people barely react to ingredients that are so unfamiliar. How much did you sell yesterday, uncle? You're the young man who bought two, right? Although he was happy, his expression was not good. Yes, it was delicious. Yes, isn't it delicious? That's normal. The silverfish guy stands up and grabs my hand. But people here don't seem to like it. After tasting them when I was young, I worked hard to raise them for the rest of my life, and it was all because I wanted to let others know about their taste. But no one buys it. Anyone but you. A face that speaks sullenly. That's a shame. If only people's perception changed, it would be a sellable product. Should I take it to a restaurant and sell it? However, the number of regulars at my restaurant is strictly determined. If I intervene in that way, it will be different from the man's dream of informing an unspecified number of people. Mister, did you raise this? You can say you caught it, or you can say you raised it. So, you can take this much to sell. Of course, no one buys it. The man's expression began to brighten and then darken again. Well then, if you tell me what this fish is, I will help you sell it. Yes, there is no need to sell it in restaurants. All you have to do is sell it in this market. If you change people's preconceptions just a little bit, you can sell it as much as you want. Of course, I am curious about the identity of this fish, which is said to have been raised rather than caught, so it is a condition to hear about it first. In many ways, it is not a bad thing if healthy fish are sold well in areas where such fish do not exist. Yes, can you really help? Why were you fooled? Even though I am like this, I have the ability. Because no one will buy it as it is now, they seem like people who don't know the taste of fish. In the end, he stood up and grabbed my arm, as if he was grasping at a straw. I will take you directly and show you. Chapter 117, Freshwater Fish. So is this where the secret of the fish lies? That's right. But this isn't a river. Mountains ahead and mountains behind. They are all mountains. There are no rivers or valleys. But isn't having fish the same as having cows living in the sea? There is a stream of water flowing between the rocks, but it is correct to call this a valley, and the water flowing from a plastic bottle is also called a valley. The place that Mr. Unio guided us to was not in the direction of MT, Gray, completely opposite to Gray Mountain. If Gray Mountain is south of Gray City, this is completely north. If I had to say it, would it be a nearby mountain? Do you know how long I spent raising these guys? Well, how long have you been there? 30 years, that long? Ayu is a fish that usually returns. When young, they live in the sea but come up to the river in spring. It seemed to have very different characteristics from the slang I knew. The same goes for 30 years. I am a craftsman who has been selling fish for longer than the time I was summoned to this world. Now I can finally raise these guys. Still, I have to make a living, so it's already been 30 years since I thought about raising these animals to eat while farming. Has it been that long? Your tenacity is amazing. What's so delicious about persistence? People just look for yucca or yuba fish and don't know that these freshwater fish exist, so I wanted to make them aware. It was a waste to eat it just for me. That's cool. Mister. Well, it's a failed life, so what? The man scratched the back of his head with a humble expression. But it's true that it's cool. It is a common feeling to want others to know the field you are passionate about. However, investing 30 years for that is not easy. This is an effort to spread freshwater fish to people. And because there are people like this, food culture will change little by little as time goes by. But no matter how delicious it is, they don't even care, so it's just too bad. Don't worry too much about that. There must be a better way. Why don't you eat all this by yourself? The silverfish guy hurried on his way with a sullen expression on his face. After walking for a while, a huge rock appeared. A huge rock located where the stratum was cut away. And above it, there is an entrance that appears to be a cave. The entrance is located so high that it cannot be entered without climbing the rock. You're not saying it's in that cave, are you? Since that was exactly where I stopped, I looked at the man. However, the place the man pointed to was not on top of the rock, but under the rock. Looking closely, there was a gap beneath the rock. The gap is just big enough for one person to fit through. Are you going in there? I see. The silverfish man turned his small body slightly and entered the mugwort. I don't know what it was, but I followed suit. As soon as I entered the narrow gap, a steep slope of sheer rock unfolded. And what appeared was a huge lake hidden under a rock. It is not a dead lake. Several streams of water coming down from the top of the mountain accumulate here and then flow down. The water in the lake was barely exposed to light, so it seemed to glow strangely even in the dark. There was a small hole in the ceiling above the lake, and the sunlight that came in through it illuminated the center of the lake, making it feel like I was in paradise. As I was looking at the lake blankly, the man slapped me on the back and led my hand. "Come here, they live in this very water." I tried to catch one or two from somewhere else, breed them, and raise them, but they couldn't concentrate in one place and either died or dispersed. But if you release them here, breed them, and raise them, they won't go anywhere else. It is the central inland. It is impossible for fish that have the habit of returning to this place to live there. This is because there are no rivers that lead to the sea. This means that it is not a returning fish, but rather a fish that lives here from the beginning. There was no suitable place to raise them all in one place, but they found this place after 30 years. I climbed mountains and searched for valleys countless times, but I discovered this place by chance. Haha, if you breed and raise fish here, the water can escape underneath, but the fish don't seem to be able to escape. Moreover, with first-class natural water naturally flowing down, there is no better place to raise fish. That's certainly true. These guys only live in good water, so this is the reward of wandering around for decades in search of that good water. But the reward is in the end, I think it will only be my own satisfaction. No one likes it, no, I don't even try to eat it. There were many fish fluttering in the lake. If Mr. Sweetfish manages the fish population well on a regular basis, there seems to be no problem with stable sales in the market. Because it is a hassle to go to the sea to get fish, the diet mainly relies on meat, but the menu becomes richer when such good fish come in consistently. It goes without saying that eating fish every day is better for your body than eating only meat. First of all, would you like to come to the restaurant this evening? You mean the restaurant? Yes, I nodded and smiled. The uncle said its name was haripe, but I decided to just call it silverfish. It is more familiar to call it that way because its long, silver-colored appearance resembles a silverfish no matter how you look at it. First, I started cleaning the silverfish that I had received in large quantities. I plan to show off the sweet dish at a restaurant today, instill confidence that it will work, and then help sell it in the market. What the old man said is right. This needs to be distributed legally in the market and consumed by many people. Grilling is a given, and there are also different dishes today than yesterday. It's silverfish rice. This is also a delicacy that everyone envies as long as there is fresh sweetfish. First, cut open the belly of the silverfish that has been pulled out well. Insert a knife from the top, cut thoroughly, and remove the red intestines. Excluding the red intestines, that is, the part where the blood accumulates, the intestines of sweetfish are also a delicacy. There is no need to remove other internal organs. After cleaning, place the sweetfish on rice and cook. Ayu is a fish that can be eaten from head to bones, and we have already confirmed that there is no problem eating this fish as its bones are soft and melt in the mouth. As I prepare other dishes, the rice is almost done. The smell is amazing. Food that whet the appetite of the person who cooks it. Since I've been eating only spicy food lately, this simple dish really whets my appetite. Stimulating food, bland food, irritating food, this cycle is very helpful in maintaining appetite and appetite. Is it similar to sweet and salty? No, it's a little different from that. With the pleasant scent stimulating my sense of smell, I began to prepare the whole sweetfish placed on rice. The silverfish steamed on rice is removed by removing only the large bones and then shredded. Then, if you add it back to the rice and mix it well, you get sweetfish rice. The fine thorns disappear as you eat, and the sweetfish skin and meat move around in your mouth. You can eat it with just soy sauce or with other side dishes. Tonight's restaurant menu was a set meal of sweetfish rice. Damie runs a general store in Gray City. It was a week-long journey to bring goods from the capital with employees. But I really didn't like the employee, Hanta. It was like that from day one. The owner showed up first and waited, but he showed up an hour late. Since he was very conscientious when asking me to work at the store, I decided to understand at first that there might have been a problem. Sorry, but Hanta repeated these words throughout his journey. They even broke things at their business partners in the capital. And if he had at least made amends for his mistake by having a meal together or touring the capital at night, he would have been okay with it. But this guy was going sightseeing alone. He said that if you want to get to know someone, go on a trip together. Demily began to worry about whether she should continue to hire Hanta. It was such a series of disappointments. Ultimately, this too is an extension of work. Because they didn't go there to have fun. It's an extension of paying wages, but it's so arbitrary. That thought became clear after seeing Jacty, known simply as Dole, snoring alone in the carriage and falling asleep. I sleep well, even drooling. Damily frowned, crossed her arms, and glared at Hanta. After such an unpleasant journey, we barely arrived at Grace City, left the things we bought in the store, and were about to part ways when Hanta grabbed Demily's arm. President, what? What are you going to say this time? Damily answered with such feelings in mind. My previous opinion that he was a good person was completely shattered during this trip. If I hadn't shown anything while working, I would have been fired right away. I had an accident at a business partner, and I would like to treat him to a meal as an apology. I don't know of any restaurants in the capital, but I am confident in Grace City. Meal. Damily wondered what kind of meal she was having now, and her expression was clearly visible, so Hanta continued speaking hastily. Please. I have a story to tell. What do you want to talk about? Still, do you have any sense? I paid attention the whole way. Okay, well, let's talk about it first. About the future. Damily nodded as she thought so. If that's the case, take the lead. Yes, but I quickly regretted this too. What kind of restaurant is located in a place where you have to climb a hill for a long time when you are already so tired? It almost makes you think that this is intentional. Damily's face grew darker. Welcome. But Hanta paid no heed and went into the restaurant. Demi looked around the restaurant. It is a small restaurant. At the bar table, a man who looked older than Demily was glancing at the people dining behind him. Hanta guided himself to the bar table on the left, not the bar table where the man was sitting. Damily thought that he was probably a regular, and Hanta placed an order for L. What is today's recommended menu? L, we have a special menu today. I would say it's a light set meal. A light set meal. At those words, Hanta looked at Demily. Boss, all the food here is delicious, but I especially like the recommended menu that always changes. How about light food? Are you fine? My digestion hasn't been that good lately, so I've always been avoiding spicy foods. And soon the food came out. Rice is a special type of rice cooked with fish as a base. And the side dish next to the grilled fish is bulgogi made with stir-fried yuca meat. And the soup. The owner, called El, began explaining the food. It's definitely a food everyone is seeing for the first time, but it smelled very good. Try it, boss. I recommend that Hanta eat with an innocent look on his face. Damily suddenly took the rice to her mouth. This delicious? I don't know if they are used to spicy flavors, but the light yet chewy flesh and skin combined with the rice created an amazing taste. Does this guy know about this restaurant? Why didn't I know about a place like this when I lived in Great Lake City? Demi looked around again. Chapter 118 Freshwater Fish, is that so? This is my most recommended restaurant. Please eat. Only then did Hanta begin to eat his own food. I feel a sense of discomfort. Damily thought so. Hanta's expression and behavior were completely different from the way he appeared in the capital. Oh, I am going to the bathroom. Hanta disappeared while eating, perhaps in a hurry, and Demily began eating alone. Then I feel the gaze of the man from before next to me. Why are you doing this? Oh no. Is that delicious? Fish. Yes, yes. It is delicious. Is this the fish you've only heard about? This is the first restaurant that sells something like this. Oh, is that so? The man's face instantly brightens. After seeing that, Elle said something else and asked Damily. By the way, are you the owner of Hanta's store? Yes, it is. I think you said you were going to the capital together. Did things go well? Yes, things went well, but Demily's face darkened again. Hanta was very worried. I want to treat my boss well, but I've never been to the capital, and I don't know what to do. They say you can't sleep properly and have trouble sleeping. Yes. Did you say that? Because the restaurant has a nice atmosphere, we often talk about things like that while drinking. A guy like that? Yes. No, he might suddenly make a mistake, wander around alone, or sleep the entire way. Hanta. Elle shook her head in disbelief. Now that I think about it, I said I would go to the capital and make sure to repay the boss for all his time. But I wandered around alone looking for a good restaurant to take the boss to, and when I came back, the boss was already asleep. Maybe there was some misunderstanding or something, but Hantanim probably didn't sleep well the entire trip. I think that's what happened. You said it was your first time leaving Gray City. Yes. When Damily heard Elle's words, she had an instantaneous guess. If that's true, does that mean it was all just a misunderstanding? Yes, you are very motivated to serve the boss properly, right? Discuss carefully whether that motivation was too excessive and caused anger. When Hanta comes back, I'll serve you some alcohol. Elle laughed softly. Damily nodded without realizing it. You saw it, right? After the business was over, I asked the silver fish guy who had been observing the customers at the bar table. That's right. After all, I wasn't wrong. It was delicious. It was delicious. Yes, that's it. It's just that they didn't sell because they didn't know. I think that if we appeal to its health benefits and its light taste in particular, it will sell well because many people like this type of food. For older people, it's easier to digest than meat. Could that really be possible? The silverfish man scratched his gray hair and lowered his head with an expression that made him really wish that was the case. I'm not confident because no one has really paid attention to me so far. You saw the positive response from the restaurant, right? Don't worry, I'll be happy to help. First of all, please prepare enough fish by lunch tomorrow. Enough. If it doesn't sell, I'll buy everything I've prepared. That won't happen, though. Yes, if my expectations are wrong and it doesn't sell, I can just put it in a time-stop warehouse and use it in a restaurant. Introducing today's sales assistants. The first helper is, of course, Rurin, and the second helper is Serena. Honestly, there is nothing in this city that has as much to do as these two dragons. In order to exploit the labor of the two dragons who were eating and sleeping, they were dragged out by their backs. And the third was Alina. Well, it's done right in front of the clinic, so if there are patients, you can go back. In fact, two dragons were not necessary, but Alina was absolutely necessary because there had to be a trustworthy being to testify how healthy fish was. In modern times, some people are reluctant to eat fish because of the pollution of the sea, but such a thing cannot exist in this world. This fish is rich in high-quality protein and various minerals, such as the essential amino acids calcium and magnesium, and is also a low-fat food, making it excellent for preventing adult diseases. The goal is to catch the eyes and ears of ordinary people who come out to buy food for dinner. Now, leave it to me for today and just take the money when the customer pays. That's right. The silver fish guy nodded with a still puzzled look on his face. And then I started grilling the sweet fish. It is a common sales method in modern supermarkets, but it is a sales method that no one in this world even thinks about. My winning bet was to sell through tasting. Just putting a bunch of live fish in a bucket and selling them is, in fact, a sales method that doesn't even attract attention to people who don't know about its existence. First, I started grilling charcoal the same way I used to grill sweet fish before. If the smell spreads too much, complaints will come in, so they spread a protective shield around the area, knowingly or unknowingly, and put silverfish on skewers and set them next to the fire. Then it gets baked. Look at the shape of the sweet fish being grilled on charcoal. Passers-by begin to pay attention. No one has stopped yet, but they were definitely passing by and looking this way at least once. That is, there is a reaction. It's important from here. Come on, Rurin. I handed the whole sweet fish to Rurin. He was confused when he was dragged out of his sleep, and when he saw the deliciously grilled sweet fish, he squatted down and drooled, then accepted it with an expression that seemed like the world to him. Why are you eating here? You idiot, didn't you notice that? Then, Serena answered instead of me and crossed her arms. Why do you notice things like that? Plaguey. However, Lulin completely ignores Serena's sarcasm. Rurin. I handed the sweet fish skewer to Serena, who was getting angry next to me, and pointed the surroundings to Rurin. Don't worry about anything else, just eat comfortably. Are you hungry? Well, I understand because I am hungry. Rurin nodded and took a bite of the sweet fish. Crunchy, and when I take another bite, the silverfish disappears in an instant. That's good. Do you want to eat a little slower? Slower than now? What is it? Why? The purpose is not to eat, but to show off. What is that again? Don't play with what you eat. Don't do that, let's sleep. He gives another slang word, this time emphasizing slowly. Anyway, thanks to this, people passing by start to gather. Yeah, like now. Hey, I was looking at it earlier. What on earth is this? It is a food ingredient called fish. It's light and contains a lot of healthy ingredients, and it's completely different from meat. No, it's delicious before that. While trying to give a pointless explanation, I held out a slang term in front of a woman who appeared to be a housewife. Now, others please come too, just try it. What does this taste like? It's nice to see something different. Yes, yes. This is a fish that is only eaten in the sea. I continued explaining while watching the fluttering fish, and as people gathered, other curious people began to gather one by one. But it's definitely delicious, but how do you eat it? It looks very difficult. Among them, a housewife who seemed to be out to buy snacks said something like that, and I immediately denied it. No, can you see our waiter eating? Yum yum. Lurin eats the fish with a happy expression. From head to tail, whole bone, the sweet fish that went in from the head was cut in half like yum yum, the magic of disappearing into yum yum once again. As I said, Lurin was doing it a little slowly. It's somehow funny to act slowly. You can take it, just bake it and eat it. Just season it well with salt. Oh, really? It looks like it would be easy to cook something. I didn't have anything to serve as a side dish, so please prepare one for me. Yes, as much as you want. Go over there, learn how to care for it, and then buy it. I said that while pointing at Mr. Ayu. Curiosity calls out to people, and as the number of people increases, a crowd mentality develops. Well, there isn't much left. It'll run out soon. Curiosity about new ingredients can be satisfied by tasting them, and you can stimulate people's innermost emotions by declaring that they are about to sell out and saying that if they hesitate, they will no longer be able to buy them. Sales are going smoothly. You are full now. How long will I have to eat it? Meanwhile, our glutton broke down and I looked at Serena. What? I can't eat that much. Please come here until Rurin is digested. Red dragon, I hate it. I dragged the red dragon and held out the silverfish. And so the sales tasting continued. Mr. Ayu is shedding tears of emotion. Considering the proportion of fish in the human diet, wouldn't the future be smooth sailing? A place selling sweet fish. That break time. Hey kid, there are old people but there are no children. Lurin answered Serena's question firmly. Kid, don't be funny, go get some water. The great red dragon is thirsty. Jijijiji now. Can't you see I'm taking a break? Lurin was so irritated by Serena's nonsense that she didn't forget to throw the dish towel she was holding. Clap! A dishcloth hits Serena in the face. Goes well. Haha. Then he slowly stood up as if running away. You. If you don't come right away and clean this up and apologize, y'all regret it. Why do I regret it? Why are you saying such nonsense? Why are you stuck in a corner again, glancing at Elle and squirting beer? How did you know that? Damn red guy. Haha, since Alina isn't here today, can you give me some helpful advice? For Serena, Elle and Rurin's love record is very important. Should I call it an observation diary? So I wanted to make a change, either for the bad or the good. Because observing this theory is very boring. Help, there is no need for that. I'd rather die than get help from the red one. Oh, really? It looks like you didn't do anything I told you while taking a bath last time, right? That. Lulin's voice began to creep into Serena's firm question. There's no way anything will change if I listen to you, so I just won't do it. Then live like that for the rest of your life. As Serena shrugged with the dishcloth still attached to her face, Lulin's eyes began to roll. That's true. I want to get closer to Elle and be loved by Elle more, but nothing will change at all. My happiest memory was receiving a kiss on the forehead when I was summoned to another dimension. How much time has passed since then? I never kissed you again. It's hard these days. Why is there a dishcloth here? Lurin quietly returned to Serena and removed the dishcloth from her face. Are you thirsty? Oh, why is there a water cup here? Then, this time, he went to the side where the sweet fish was being grilled and fetched water. This is water left for tasting for guests. Okay, I'll show you sincerity and tell you what an idiot you are. I am sure you said last time that the problem is that you always rush in like that. I'm happy so I rush in, so what should I do? I mean, make your presence known. If you tell Elle that your existence is meaningless, nothing will happen. Ho ho. What? It can't be. We are. So calm down. Isn't it time for you to receive the Eucharist? I need to get consciousness quickly to get rid of the milky smell. Yes, but that's annoying. That's not it. You have to use that as an opportunity. You idiot. Serena poked Lulin's forehead and began to smile victoriously. Lulin was so angry that she couldn't help but lose her temper when she heard the word opportunity. Chapter 100 and 1929, Spring Flowers. Spring is the season when colorful spring flowers decorate the hillsides and the scent of flowers fills the air. Lulin's 800th birthday is just 3 days away. Even so, it is said that after meeting me, he received a birthday gift, and before that, he had no sense of birthdays. It's my first birthday since we met. Spring flowers were in full bloom like this back then, too. What is this? This is a birthday cake. For dragons, the date of birth is of little significance, except that the Eucharist is celebrated on the 800th birthday. I know that fact because I heard it from an elder while asking about Lurin's birth date. Okay, since the rare is gone, I should at least celebrate my birthday. A small rare inherited from Rurin's mother. That was when it was shattered before my eyes. As I was wondering if there was something I could do for this dragon, who was curled up drooping with no energy at all, the first thing that came to mind was a birthday cake. I don't know about that. At this time, Lulin's activity level was 0. It was a time when I was filled with gloom thanks to the long time I spent alone. Although the rare was destroyed, spring flowers were in full bloom in the forest, making it even more memorable. How can we forget the scene of flower petals falling down from the candles placed on top of the cake? The long number of candles was assumed to be 100 years old. It's our custom to blow this, eat cake, and give gifts. Let's sleep. I thrust the cake in front of Rurin, who was crouching down. Rurin, you say this is sweet. If I think about it now, I was a carnivore from that point on, because he showed interest in those sweet words and raised his head slightly. Now let me sing a song for you. Happy birthday, Rurin, happy birthday. Congratulations on the birth of our Rurin, who doesn't really look good with a pouty expression. Thinking about it now makes me cringe a little. I sang happy birthday alone, and I had Rurin blow out the candles. Delicious? Sweet. Rurin nodded and ate the cream from the cake, putting a lot of it on her cheeks and mouth. So I put a gold bracelet on his wrist that dragons like. From then on, the gifts continued to be gold bracelets, until I gave her the earrings before. It's a gift. Humans give gifts on birthdays. What is this? It sparkles. Rurin looked at the gold bracelet, then at me, and then at the gold bracelet again. I don't know what Lulin was thinking at this time. Rurin, I am leaving. I can't stay here forever. Do whatever you want. Rurin bowed her head again at my words. I vividly remember fiddling with the gold bracelet I had just given as a gift. At this time, Lulin had yet to hold me or do anything. But for some reason, I didn't feel like leaving Rurin behind. We've been together for quite some time already. He's such a pretty guy with a lively smile that he only occasionally shows. Now that rare is gone, it will become even more shriveled, so I grabbed Lurin's arm and helped her up. Shall we go together? I am going to go kill the dragons. After that, I plan to live as I want. But Lulin did not answer. He looks at me with expressionless eyes. Now look. Pour magic into the forest on the other side of the broken dragon lair. The trees were blown up to compact the ground, and the ground was then continued to be dug up. Then groundwater gushes out. When cold groundwater collects in dugout ground, this was actually the beginning of making hot springs, which we occasionally made. If you want to break it, break it. If you want to leave it like this, leave it out. Poo puddle. I threw Rurin into the puddle and I went in too. I remember feeling very cold. Let's live freely and stop making faces like we live alone in this world. You idiot. It's funny that dragons don't know how to do anything like that. Ruler. When cold water is sprinkled on Rurin's face, Rurin's body begins to tremble. What are you doing? Then his temper exploded and a water whirlwind was created. Foo-woo-wook. As if the puddle had been hit by a bomb, all the water shot up and poured down on me. So I told him, look, isn't it fun to act like you are? The problem is that the emotion is anger. Rurin huffed and then looked at me again. Why are you always by my side, even though I tried to kill you and of course I couldn't? I don't know about that. I don't want to think about all that. You only have one life, so just live it the way you want. So let's leave. In this damn place. I'll have to talk to the elder again to take you with me, but I tell him not to mess around. Haha. Yap yap. Then I splashed water on my face again and heard a loud cry. Ooh, cold. It's a very common cry now, but back then the cry had a slightly different meaning, because it was almost the first time I was able to express myself honestly. The memories of the past are still vivid. When I see the spring flowers on the hill, I am reminded of the countless flower petals that fell into the puddle. But now he has become really active. You never lie about your feelings. That's why it's childlike and cute, sometimes beautiful and sometimes funny. What are you thinking like that? Even though the dragon came, he didn't even pretend to know. It's getting worse and worse. You guy. A word that shatters my memories and thoughts. When I came to my senses, there was a man with black hair standing in front of me. Elder. That was Metadonna, the elder of the black dragon. Now that I think about it, I thought it was time to come. Since Lurin's birthday is around the corner, he said he would follow his words and come to check the rare. Of course, on the other hand, I thought that since he had threatened me like that, he might not show up. Why did you think I wouldn't show up? Like a dragon that has lived for thousands of years, it must have read my expression and mumbles something harsh. No, right? You bastard, this is different from not bothering you and Rurin. Lurin's Eucharist ritual and rares are simply dragon rules. Are you going to deny that Rurin is a dragon? Are you trying to completely banish me from the dragon world? No, of course not. You have to be recognized as a Eucharist to get married and have an heir. As Metadonna said that while crossing her arms, I had nothing to say. It's definitely one thing for someone like Nice to no longer appear, and another thing for Rurin to be recognized as a saint. Even if we don't get recognition, it's okay if we just live together for the rest of our lives. If that life ends unilaterally. For example, if I die first, I can't have Rurin remain as a half-dragon. Additionally, dragons must undergo the Eucharist ceremony before they can have children. Then, shall we take a look at some rare places? For now, it looks like the due date has been met. The elder looked at me with a faint smile. The look on his face asks why he is not going to guide me to the rare place. So I guided them. Metadonna looked around at the rare with honest admiration. They seemed to be very impressed with the warehouses and the humanoid bedrooms, especially the liquor warehouse. That's amazing. Yes, it's not just something I make and praise myself for. Honestly, I am sure it's not easy to find a rare decorated to this degree. Usually, a rare is a place where you can sleep in an empty space with the body of a large dragon. After going around the rare, we were finally guided to the most important main room. This is where you can return to the main body. Rurin doesn't want to look like a dragon, but its stability has been verified with other dragons. When Serena mentioned the pointless prank she had played, Metadonna narrowed her eyes and asked back, "Is it? It's big, it's magnificent. But is there something missing? Not enough." He said it was great, and as I was savoring it, wondering what he was going to do, the elder pointed to the ceiling with his finger. "Is there not enough ceiling? Don't you think it would have been better if they had wallpapered that ceiling with gold or something? If you want to live with Rurin, you have to show that level of wealth, right?" The elder looked up at the dragon body room and shook his head, saying he didn't like the marble. It's like repeating what Rurin said when she went to the imperial palace. Blood can't be deceived, right? Well, I plan to increase it slowly. Who ends things like this? Who? Okay, don't forget those words. As soon as I heard those words, I felt like I had caught something again. As expected, this dragon is not ordinary. The elder smiled faintly and walked towards the hot springs behind the main room. What is this place again? He opened the door and looked around with a curious expression. Is it a human bathhouse? I am glad I intentionally polymorphed. Where? In fact, since he had even served as a human emperor, he must have experienced the imperial palace's exclusive bathhouse, so it was natural that he would be familiar with it. The elder took off his clothes without any discomfort and entered the bathtub and sat down. "You come in too." He gestures for me to come too. The water in the main bath was hot. It's time for Rurin to wake up, so they heat the water. As I followed him in, the elder immediately spoke. "Well, the rare itself seems to be huge and well made. That's good. Rurin will like it. Yes, I liked having a rare item so much that I even dug the ground myself. Anyway, then, did you pass?" The elder soaked a towel in hot water, placed it on his forehead, entered the bath, laid down, and said, "Actually, it doesn't really matter. This is a story where all you need is a decent rare. If you say you fail, there's no way you can just sit still." After saying that much, the elder kept his mouth shut. There is silence for a moment, as if bathing in hot water. So, what broke the silence was an incomprehensible word. What's going on all of a sudden? When I look at the elder in response to the strange question, a frustrated expression returns. On the contrary, I feel frustrated. Why are you looking like that? Rurin is about to undergo the Holy Communion ceremony. When will you get married? Marriage? The elder has an expression that seems completely natural. It's like saying that the sun rises in the east. That shamelessness is so similar to Lulin's expression. It was so familiar that I almost said something stupid. I may be stronger than the elder, but that doesn't mean I can play tricks on Lulin's grandfather. So be patient. You can't say you were planning on playing with our child. The elder stood up from the bath with a very serious expression. "No matter how much power you have, I can't tolerate that much, let alone my everything." "Never. Weren't you opposed to the relationship between me and Rurin? I have no intention of denying marriage to Rurin if she likes it." "No, rather, I thought you were the right person to protect Rurin until the end, didn't you?" "That is correct." "Then you should get married. I don't want to rush that. You'd better hurry." "Yes. What I am saying is that if I don't marry Lulin quickly, trouble will happen. It could cause another discord." Chapter 120 Spring Flowers. Is it troublesome? After Rurin's birthday, I decided to be a little more honest with my feelings. but that and marriage are two different things. We haven't even been in a romantic relationship yet, but we're getting married all at once. It was too fast for Rurin, and I also promised something. He said he would take care of Rurin's mother's affairs and then make her happy. So it would be premature to get married before taking revenge on her. Love and marriage are different stories in many ways. After taking care of everything, I got married and had a child with Rurin. Ah, how far do thoughts develop? Difficult things are difficult. Anyway, I am saying this because Rurin likes you so much. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't say this. Whether we get in trouble or not, please calm down. It seems too urgent. Even if we find and kill Rurin's enemies and discuss marriage after we both grow a little more mentally. Enemy? Your enemy. Do you really think that Rurin's mother was framed for that incident? Yes, I said firmly. Why? Then the elder asks with a puzzled look. Because Rurin said so. How much does that kid know about that, so you can't believe that? It was like he didn't understand at all. I firmly expressed my feelings to that elder. That doesn't matter. This is what Rurin believes in, so I will prove it. The truth that Rurin believes in. The elder looked intently into my eyes. I didn't avoid those eyes either. Silence follows again. Do you know that it sounds as if you could turn the stones on the street into gold for that child? Even if everything in this world doesn't believe in Lulin, I believe in him. So I have no intention of getting married until I prove Rurin's trust. That's right. Well, that's good. Anyway, I'll take Rurin with me. Yes. The elder got out of the bath and started walking, showing off a muscular body that defies age. The Eucharist ceremony takes place in a sacred place. When you enter the sanctuary on your 800th birthday, your body will glow. That is the Eucharist. Well then, I guess we should go together. Humans cannot participate in the Eucharistic ceremony, but you can send it alone. Besides, he wouldn't even try to go alone. Of course, Lulin would say that he would not be separated from me. Lulin has teleportation, and no matter how much he thinks about it, Elder Lee cares deeply for his granddaughter, so there is no way something could have happened. Especially since it hasn't been long since I showed you Meteor. But I don't want to spend it alone. Elder. As soon as I opened the door, I was surprised. Lulin was standing there. Did you hear our conversation? Yes, it is a special expense. Let's go back. We must proceed with the Eucharist ceremony. Are you going to insist on not coming to the holy place for even a few days? No, I am going. Lulin said that and glanced at me. When I looked at her, Lulin suddenly pouted. And puff out your cheeks. That two-piece set. Then he gave me a three-piece set that made people turn their heads and look at the elder again. I went to a holy place and came back. Then he left a single word and disappeared. With an elder. Master. This is Dedran City's factory site plan that you mentioned last time. Well, it's okay. Is recruitment of factory workers underway? Yes. The gray boy nodded, showing several documents. It was something I had planned and ordered, and all I had to do was check it, so there was nothing special, but I still studied the documents diligently. It's good. Yes, because the plan to supply those watches to the world is huge. If it is supplied to the entire continent, profits will become profits, and the concept of time will change. Hey, what about you, Master? The gray boy rolled his eyes as he watched me, like a puppy with an anxious face that had been deprived of its food. He looked like he was scared of something, so I was rather embarrassed. Why is that? Is there something you don't like about that? You didn't look very good earlier. Have I done something wrong? No, you did a good job. I like it. But Master, he seemed angry about something. Did it look like that? Not at all. What is there to be angry about with the gray boy? I denied it once again and said, gathering the documents and handing them over to the gray boy. It's just because I am not feeling well. Anyway, let's proceed like this. Yes, all right. The gray boy had a suspicious look on his face, but he just nodded and disappeared. I don't know, I can't seem to calm down. Did it show up on my face without me even realizing it? I guess that's the problem. Rurin disappeared so casually. No, he signaled as many as 3 times before leaving. The question of why continues to linger. When do you say that everything except what's next to you is bothersome and annoying? Although the Eucharist ceremony is important, I thought they would rush out and ask me to go with them. Or brag about not going. Maybe it was Rurin's personality or my arrogance. That can't be possible. An attitude that a normal Rurin would never have. The way he walked away as if I had nothing to do with it. If that's the problem, I don't know. That feeling did not go away even as the evening went on. Does it feel like an axe has been thrust into the feelings I firmly believed in? I need to open a restaurant, but something is boiling inside me. To be honest, I wanted to give up everything, including cooking. I don't know what that boiling feeling is, but it just boils over. Hey, we're here. In the meantime, Serena opens the door with great force. And after that, Alina followed suit. As soon as Serena entered the restaurant, she looked around and opened her mouth. What about the black one? He went to the shrine. No, you know that you can't feel the dragon's mana before that, right? I know, I felt one more dragon earlier, but both of them disappeared. Serena shrugged her shoulders as if it was no big deal. But did you go alone? You went with the elder? Oh. Ho-ho, looking at your expression, I see that he finally did as I said. He brushed his red hair and sat down at the table with an amused expression. Is it time to eat red dragon soup? Why is it like that? Red dragon, what are you talking about? No, I didn't say anything. Ho-ho, right, Alina? Did you do it? What? Surprised. Who would have thought that Alina would overcome that fearful dragon and tell the truth? Then Serena looked at me and exhaled. Anyway, it's all useless, whether it's a comrade you live with or something. Anyway, of course, if you want to receive the Eucharist, you have to go to a holy place. Isn't that so obvious? I went to do the obvious, but why is my expression sour? Again. Following the gray boy, Serena also pointed out my expression. What do you think of my expression? Why do groups do this? Why don't you look in the mirror? It's noisy and we're not having guests today, so I can't kick you out and Alina. I'll make it simple for you, so eat and go. I came back with a closed sign hanging outside the restaurant saying it would not be open for business today. Serena and Alina exchanged glances. Serena said with a strange expression, and Alina began to look at me with a very worried look. Ignore it. I have to eat too. Chop the onion roughly and add it to the pot. Then add a little butter and chicken broth and stir fry. Then, if you add potatoes and whipped cream, add a little milk and boil it, it starts to smell delicious. If you add cheese powder, salt, pepper, and grilled bacon, the dish is completed quickly. Alina's doesn't contain bacon. Me and Serena went in. After dividing the food among 3 plates, we started eating. It tastes nothing. Why do I have no appetite? Yeah, what's this? I feel nauseous. Okay. Serena's scream pierced my ears. No, I cooked a meal for free, so what kind of red rice cake is this? When I frown, the other person starts to fuss even more and gets angrier. Why is this so expensive? Is it too sweet? If it's moderately sweet, I'll eat it thinking it's actually sweet. This is serious. I just ate it too and there was nothing wrong with it. I saw Alina's expression. He hesitated, seemed to be agonizing over his fate of not being able to lie, as if he had no choice, and eventually nodded. This means that what Serena said is true. I ate the stew from Serena's plate with a suspicious look on my face. Tusk. See, right? What is this? I returned to the cooking scene. I have never taken out the cheese powder. I never took out the cheese powder, but you thought I added cheese? Sugar. Sugar instead of salt. Sugar instead of pepper. I added sugar instead of cheese powder. I see. This is my first time making a mistake like this while holding a kitchen knife. I made a mistake about what I should have included. The same goes for the stew on my plate. If you eat with your mind, you can feel the taste. Maybe I was just out of my mind and didn't know because I was just poring over the food. Alina, sorry, I feel like I am not feeling well today. Are you okay, Elle? Where are you hurting? Alina was startled and stood up. The chair falls over. Alina, who normally would have taken the chair first, rushed in front of me and looked up at me with her hands clasped together. He looks like he doesn't know what to do. Alina looked around very hesitantly and very carefully placed her hand on my forehead. There is no such thing as yo-yo, but no, I don't think it's because it hurts. So absurd. Black arrogance is a good thing. Alina, let's go back. It's best to just give him time to think alone. Yes, but if you're in bad condition, you need to get an accurate examination. So you're saying it's not a disease. Just let me come to my senses. Yes, Elniam. Alina looked like she had no idea what was going on and didn't move away from me, but was grabbed by the back of her neck by Serena and dragged away. Don't do anything and get some rest. Alina's voice sounded like an echo from afar, but its volume gradually decreased and soon disappeared. The restaurant is quiet because the closed sign is up. Anyway, they are noisy guys. Rurin, let's put that away and go to sleep. Okay, I admit it, I'm definitely weird. Without realizing it, I looked for Rurin and covered her mouth. Rurin went to the Holy Land. Now what kind of crazy is this? Dawn. I woke up from my sleep. No, I can't sleep. The more I try to sleep, the more I can't sleep. Rurin, who left me alone, keeps wandering around in my head. Was that shocking? I find myself laughing too. It's not like it's not coming back at all. I just went there to receive the Eucharist for a few days. Yeah, that's it. Emotions continue to run riot. I was angry, then I couldn't understand, then I didn't know, and ultimately I was angry that he wasn't by my side even though it was only a day. Chapter 121, I want to see spring flowers. Is this an honest feeling? I guess I've become completely accustomed to that guy who always hugs me, only looks at me, and does everything to suit me. Did I need him as much as he needed me? Now that I think about it, it's been a really long time since I've been apart for more than a day. So much so that there was almost nothing. I can't sleep just because of that. I can't sleep even if Rurin is next to me, and I can't sleep even if Lulin isn't around. If the first is to exercise self-control, is the second a feeling of longing? Oh my God, it's almost an addiction. I think I was probably addicted to the warmth of Rurin, who wriggled into my arms at dawn. Black Dragon Shrine, and Sanctuary. Lulin was crouching down. It's been a long time since I was put in a corner in such a pitiful position. A pose I used to do often when I was staying at Rare alone in the past. Extend your fingers and spin them around the floor. Every time that happens, LS words keep coming to mind. There is no marriage. He clearly said so. There is no marriage, there is no marriage, there is no marriage, there is no marriage, there is no marriage. The tone was so stern that Lulin was dazed at that moment. I was sleeping as usual. Lulin was lying on the bed, grinning because he was dreaming of Elle. My hair was flying wild and I was scratching my belly button through my pulled-up pajamas. There was no elegance to be found, but instead, she was sleeping while radiating cuteness. But I opened my eyes in surprise. It's not often that Lulin's eyes sparkle like that. If he hadn't sensed the presence of the dragon, he would have opened his eyes only after Elle had come to wake him up and started making a fuss. The presence of a dragon. Rurin didn't have a single good memory of the dragon's presence, so I jumped up and rubbed my eyes. I got off the soft king-size bed I bought in Korea called Science and left the bedroom. I look around and rub my eyes again. Just then, Lulin approaches. The presence of the dragon was felt in the center of the lair. Where are you now? Rurin? Is that so? Lulin nodded and went down to the first floor of lair. I passed the main body room. My steps become faster, especially because it wasn't the red dragon's presence that I often feel. No, if it was the presence of a red dragon that I often feel, I might have walked faster. Lulin passed through the main body room, and then I realized that there was an L in the bathroom. Just then, a voice came from the bathtub. There is no marriage. Rurin, hearing that firm tone, stopped her hand from opening the bathroom door and froze at that moment. After that, I stood silently in front of the bathhouse door until the elder came out. And the elder said, "Let's go to the holy place." Rurin looked at Elle. I looked at it 3 times, and at that very moment, Serena's words came to mind. Rurin was a very single-minded person, so no matter how much Serena tried to persuade him, he listened with interest at the time, but was unable to actually push Elle away. The body rejects such things. I am confident enough to say that Elle is imprinted in every cell of my body. It was something that could never be done, even if it actually has the effect that Serena said. So even though Lulin gave up his pride and listened to Serena's words, in the end, he would just ignore her words. But at this moment, the psychological damage was significant. I don't think there is a need to get married or anything like that. As long as I can stay with Elle like this until I die, nothing will matter. But after actually hearing those words, I felt a flood of disappointment. The valley of misunderstanding that arose from not hearing everything Elle said to the elder overflowed, causing Rurin to take unexpected action. Lulin followed the elder as if he had been stung by something. "You are bad." My fingers keep circling the ground. As Rurin looked at the endlessly spinning fingers, she felt her own eyes spinning too. "But it's still good. I only have you." Lulin's fingers stopped. "If I come like this, will you follow me?" Serena said that she could tell Elle's sincerity through that. I had no intention of putting it into practice, but I did, and the conflict in my heart was only growing. If you don't come, everything so far becomes a lie. But what will I do if you don't come? You are the one who is not married. I am. No, it doesn't matter. Whether it's a lie or not, whether it's marriage or anything else, Elle has always been like that. The fact that he was suddenly shocked by those words and came alone was all due to a joke. As Rurin thought so, she started twirling her finger on the sandy ground again. Rurin suddenly remembered something from before. The image of Elle reaching out to his life, which was filled with darkness, came to mind. Although human, he is strong. He thought that he would kill him for disturbing his solitude, but he could not. If so, I told him to kill himself, but he didn't. Then I told him not to disturb me and to turn off, but he didn't. Life with him began, for years. It lasted. And the day the rare broke, Elle gave a gift along with a birthday cake. Rurin became confused. What is this person doing now? When he dropped himself into a puddle of water. Rurin was instantly so angry that she let out the emotions she had never expressed in her life. A family that watched their mother die. And the elder who couldn't stop it. That is, grandfather. All I could do was not even able to express my feelings of resentment towards them, just swallowing it inside, curling up and falling asleep with the rotting pain in my heart intact. Feelings that I couldn't express even then. It just flowed out in front of people. And that was the beginning. I started expressing everything in front of Elle. It was so much fun. I realized too late that this is what happiness feels like. In this way, Elle gradually became everything to herself. Because of him, you become yourself. Not a swarthy, crouching, insignificant dragon. If he had gone in and bit my arm and gotten angry the moment I said there was no marriage, this wouldn't have happened. Why did my body stiffen at that moment? No matter how important marriage is to dragons as to humans, why? Those rules have nothing to do with it. Another dragon appeared in front of Rurin, who was digging the ground, not an elder. Rurin, who was ready to dig into the ground, got up. He then frowned as he looked at the dragon that appeared. What are you? I am Luhad of the Black Dragon Luhan clan. Rurin sat down in her seat with a cold wind blowing on her face as if she had no interest in anything. I do not care, even if you marry Elle. Rurin, who was looking at the ground again, raised her head again in response to those strange words. What do you mean by that? Because he's human. It means that whether you and him are dating or getting married, I see it as just entertainment. No one recognizes the marriage between dragon and dragon as a true holy marriage. You know that, right? What? And Lulin, you are a direct descendant of the Medidana clan, the current elder clan. A dishonorable incident involving your mother occurred, but because niece of the Bagda clan, who was able to surpass the Medidana clan, died and Ahegma was dethroned, the next elder had no choice but to come from the Medidana clan in the end. If I marry you, my chances of becoming an elder will increase, so isn't it natural for me to come forward here and they're saying I'll marry you? But everyone is paying attention to that scary human being, so I am saying that I acknowledge your relationship with humans. But since you also have to get married, you have to choose among them, and that story is coming from Sarin, Medidana's godmother. Do you understand what I'm saying? Lulin glared at Luhad with a shit-chewing expression. Life with Elle is a play, and I will admit it as such, so are you saying I should marry you? Yeah, that's it. Are you strong? What? I asked if you were stronger than me. Lulin suddenly stood up again, and then it started spewing out steam. Ruhad was in his original form, but he was pushed back by the force of the humanoid Rurin. Because I am stronger than before. So go away. Because Elle is not the only one who has become stronger with the dragon orb. Of course, unlike Elle, who was completely absorbed by chance, Lulin's absorption rate was still only about 10, but that alone was enough to differentiate him from other dragons. Ruhad felt it and broke into a sweat, and then he quietly walked away. For now, I will go back and say I will see you after the Eucharist. Lulin was actually one of the weakest dragons before absorbing the dragon beads, but not now. It wasn't at a level where it could fight multiple dragons like Elle, but it was at a level where it wouldn't be defeated by most dragons in a one-on-one match. Another dragon appeared behind him. This time it was an elder. What are you doing? Didn't you just leave Elle and run out of there? What do you mean? I am going back. Rurin was startled by the elder's words and shouted. What that guy said earlier is true. In fact, there are many people in the Black Dragon clan who think that way. Especially young people who haven't seen Elle's true colors in person. All of those present at that time were ancient dragons except Nice. Yes, everyone thinks that the relationship between you and Elle is just entertainment. Yuhi, what is entertainment? Can't we like people beyond their race? I have never once thought of my life with Elle as entertainment, elder. The person I am with Elle is the real me. Rather, when I was in the Holy Land and in my mother's lair, it was never really me. That's right, I am well aware of this expense. Other dragons, do not be ridiculous. I don't even want another dragon to touch my finger. The only one who can touch my body is Elle Elder. Then why did you come with me and run out? That. I mentioned that something like this could happen to Elle as well. More than that, don't you want to try it out? What? Whether he will come looking for you or not. I told you that trouble would happen, and you ignored me and left, but if you stay in the restaurant, you're a complete bastard. Oh, it will come, Rurin shouted strongly, but her words had no strength. In fact, I didn't even think about it at all because I really didn't like the idea that my existence might just be nothing to Elle. And even if you don't come, I'll go back. Okay, let's watch. First, prepare to enter the sanctuary. If you don't go through the Eucharist ceremony, you won't be able to function as a proper dragon for the rest of your life. You don't want to keep being treated like a child by that guy, do you? Rurin quietly nodded. The elder laughed inwardly as he looked at it. If that guy came to the Holy Land, there was no way. There is no way to make my granddaughter happy. At least I will never marry another dragon. The elder had no intention of failing to raise his children a second time. Chapter 122, Spring Flowers. That morning, I stayed up all night with my eyes wide open and eventually decided that it wasn't going to work. I was also starting to worry about the difficult matter that the elder had implicitly mentioned. I'd like to think something embarrassing would pop up during the Eucharist ceremony, but they're dragons. I wonder why I didn't think that I could say something ridiculous again. This is not an excuse to go see Rurin, because I really think there is something there. That's why, so I ran to Alina's clinic. The goal is Serena. Going to the shrine without her would be impossible in the first place, as the journey would take more than a month. Elle, is your body okay? You came here because you were sick. Your complexion doesn't look good. While Alina was sweeping the front yard, she approached Elle in surprise. Are you okay? What about Serena? You're sleeping inside? Please excuse me. Yes. I passed Alina and entered the clinic and began to wake up the red woman who was curled up in her sleep. Because I am very familiar with waking up dragons. Serena, wake up. It's a mess. What are you doing? You must be the one causing the fuss, Serena seemed to be conscious and gave a vague answer before lying down again. If you don't wake up, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Why? What a threat. What can I do if I regret it for the rest of my life? There is something like that. I'm glad you woke up. It's amazing. Naya, Serena shook her head. Stretch out. Still, he was a bit different from Rurin in that he woke up in the morning. Is it worth living a few hundred more years? I could feel Alina following me, looking around in surprise, but there was no time to explain everything. You know the sacred place of the Black Dragon, right? I know, let's go. What? Are you doing this because I only saw you for a day? Also from the morning? Sleep in the morning. Growing up in the morning is the providence of this world, so how can you ignore that providence? There is such a thing. There is an urgent reason, so let's go. You can just use teleport for a moment and then come back and sleep, right? You haven't forgotten the grace that saved you, right? Okay, who said what? They said they would kill me if I refused. I am going because I don't want to die. But you... Serena got up from the bed, straightened her hair, looked at me, and suddenly started laughing. Why are you laughing? When I glare at him, he quickly covers his mouth. But his eyes were still smiling. Do you know that you are so desperate? I am glad the black thing didn't see this. This is it. What? I don't know what you're talking about. They are fun guys. Well, I'm curious what will happen if we meet in this state. You keep saying strange things. Do you want to get scolded? Mr. Red Dragon? No, in the end, it's a threat. I am really sad. Alina, I'll be back for a bit. Yes. Leaving Alina confused, Serena grabbed my arm and crossed her arms. Ho, idiots. Then he left a nonsense message and used teleportation. The place we arrived at was not a holy place. In front of me, I saw numerous sheer cliffs, huge man-made structures, and a sacred site with a canyon. But it is quite far away. Have you forgotten that I am a red dragon? I can't go any further. Oh, I see. Well, I am grateful at least for now. I was going to take a look, but now that I think about it, my body refuses to even approach the Black Dragon's sacred place. Tell me the story when you get back. Serena chuckled and laughed and then disappeared from the spot. Are you here? When I subdued the dragon that was going berserk at the human who confidently walked into the sacred area and found the elder, he greeted me with a smile. Of course, he looked like he knew I was coming, so it made me wonder if he was caught fishing again. No, does not matter. It is urgent to meet Rurin quickly and hear the reason why she disappeared with her mouth pouting like that. Because it's the only way to make my sleep comfortable. Yes, I am here. Everything else is done, so I'd like you to guide me to Rurin. Rurin has now entered the sanctuary. It comes out tomorrow. Interfering with that is the same as interfering with the Eucharistic ceremony, but you sure don't mean to do that, do you? Sheesh. If it comes out like that, there is no way. Are you saying they already went in? Then can you explain what you said then? What on earth is this trouble? The elder's body begins to glow, light generated by using polymorph. After a while, the elder's body shrunk, and soon he took on a humanoid form and appeared in front of me. The next elder is likely to be from our clan. What about our clan? Black dragons also have a clan. Of course, the Metadona clan I belong to includes Rurin. Well, that's natural. It is true that it is difficult to find an organization without factions. It goes without saying that Rurin is a member of the Elder's clan. When I nodded, the Elder continued speaking. And thanks to you uncovering the plans of Dihegma and his grandson Nyath, the power has changed again. Even though my daughter had an accident and lost power, it seems likely that the next elder will come from our Metadona clan. Isn't that a good thing for the elder? You don't think Rurin is qualified to become an elder, do you? Rurin is an elder. Are there any dragons that are less suited to being an elder? That's not true, but Rurin is the only young one in our clan. The rest died in the war, and Lulin's mother died in a strange incident. However, there are many old people in the clan who say that it should not be handed over to another clan. Words get too long. All you have to do is hear the conclusion. So just about what is difficult. Is that so? So what is the conclusion? Of course the conclusion is this, isn't it? If you marry Rurin, you will immediately become a strong candidate for the position of Black Dragon Elder. After the Eucharist ceremony, courtship will continue. That's really annoying. Although I hope for a peaceful resolution to most issues, this story became increasingly untenable. That is unacceptable. The one who says there is no marriage? Didn't I explain that to you? If it turns out like that, I can just take Rurin and go back. Is it something to be solved in such a destructive way? Doesn't Rurin have the qualifications to receive a normal blessing and get married? Now, Elder. In an instant, voices rose louder, but he soon shut his mouth. As the story of Rurin's marriage comes up, and what about marrying another dragon, my blood pressure rises very high. But what the elder said is true. Nothing good comes from going out like this. Rurin is a child who deserves to live a blessed life. That's true. If we kill them all and take Rurin away, it will only lead to another tragedy. And the reason the other dragons are ignoring you and proposing marriage is because they think that the relationship between you and Lulin is ultimately between a human and a dragon, and that in the end, the human will die first. That's the problem. Your relationship is fun. A true marriage must be with a dragon. No matter how strong you are still human, so it is inevitable. That's not necessarily true. Is this the story of Dragonheart? The elder also began to smile faintly, as if he already knew. Yes. I also thought that this would calm down the young people who are seething right now, but would I be able to persuade them in detail? You are on a par with dragons, and if you marry Rurin, it will be a marriage that will see the heir to succeed the clan. I think we can do it. About that, I was thinking about it for a long time. From the moment I decided to live in this world with Rurin, always. It's my pride as a human being. That doesn't matter. If only I could give it up and Rurin and I could live a blessed life together without getting caught up in any more useless gossip. I convince you. What a thing, okay? The elder began to smile brightly, as if he had actually hoped that I would come here and do that. Truly, this ancient dragon is a serpent itself. I don't know if it's appropriate to compare a dragon to a nimble snake, but that's the nature of it anyway. Actually, there is no need to convince everyone that much. It is the responsibility of the elders to lead the dragons, but decisions regarding the breeding of the clan, such as marriage, are managed by Sarin, the oldest black dragon. It's a story that ends with just persuading him. Is the elder's mother alive? It is said to be the oldest of the black dragons, so it must be a particularly long-lived creature. The oldest of the black dragons. No, we can persuade anyone who comes. I had enough cards. A card that will silence these foolish dragons who are trying to bully Rurin with one blow and make even the ancient dragons like it. I don't feel like it because it wasn't my own power, but was obtained from someone else. But who cares if it's for Lulin's sake? Well, my mother and I are only 800 years older than each other. Anyway, don't think of an old person as the oldest. Please correct it yet. Wow, dragon races? All right, I nodded. A huge structure in the Black Dragon Shrine. One of them is the entrance to the sanctuary, and one is said to be the rear of the oldest black dragon, Metadona Sarin. I went in there with the elder. It is surprising that there is such a large space inside the cliff, and the oldest dragon, which seems to be 2 times larger than the elder, is also surprising. A being that has lived that long. I bowed deeply as a courtesy that should be shown to a being who has lived the best of times. Are you that human child? I have heard many rumors. Are all the dragons around you ancient dragons? Thinking about that, I nodded. I don't know what the rumor is, but I think I am probably the one it refers to. Sarin, blessings on all living things, so I wish you blessings too. Child of man. In response to my greeting, Sarin flapped his wings once. The low bass tone that does not give off any of Dragon's unique arrogance is unique, a sound that seems to transcend everything. Would you say you feel something like that? The other ancient dragons, including the elder, did not say a single word. I am a human child, but my name is Mr. Sarin. And the reason I am here is to make it clear to you that, Lulin, and I want to get officially married someday, although it may take some time. Chapter 123, Springflower, a being who called himself El. At your request, I will call you El instead of a human child. Thank you. After all, something is different. Even though it was different, it was a very different entity. I feel a charisma and sacredness that I have not felt even from elders. Is this the oldest dragon? Will there ever be a day when Rurin becomes the oldest? I can't imagine how it would change so elegantly. It must be a vain imagination. But do you know that marrying the clan's child, Lulin, is only a play and that it will not affect the marriage between dragons? I just heard that. Then what do you want to tell me? What you already know is the unchanging truth. Yes, that can be said to be true. There is nothing in the world that does not change. There are truths that change. First of all, I want to tell you that I am strong. I can protect Rurin better than anyone else, prevent her from being treated unfairly, and make her happier than anyone else. I already heard about you. He who is called El. So there is no question about your strength. Is that what you want to tell me? Sarin remained calm. It's really different from dragons below the elders who get angry whenever they do something. So much so that I wonder if they are the same species. Let's get to the point. Sarin, I am sorry for the long and unnecessary words. The main point I want to tell Sarin is that although I am human, I am not human. Human but not human? Sarin shook his head as if he didn't understand and asked back. My heart belongs to the Dragon Lord. I think there are many people who don't think deeply about what that means. Sarin, isn't it true that if dragon and human blood are mixed, only humans will be born? That's right. So, I am saying that your marriage with Rurin is nothing but entertainment. There can be no true marriage in the face of the great premise of racial propagation. Yes, so even if a dragon that goes out for fun has a child with a human man or woman, it is only a human and not a dragon. I understand that it is something of a restriction to prevent a race called dragons from being born indiscriminately that would upset the balance of power. What you know is correct. If you know so well, what's different about you? I have no heart. Again, my heart belongs to the Dragon Lord. Although the heart does not produce blood, it has the function of circulating it. As the Lord's heart circulates its own blood, it changes it into the same blood as the dragon's blood. If it were a normal dragon heart, it would eventually explode. But the Lord's heart is still alive and breathing inside me. What he gave you was not just the power of the heart, but the heart itself. Sarin asked, looking surprised for the first time. This was the first time this dragon had emotional ups and downs. Moreover, he referred to the Dragon Lord as him, and there was a faint longing in the way he spoke. For some reason, it felt that way. For some reason. In any case, I did not receive the heart by fighting the Dragon Lord and defeating him. In any case, it was Rod's own choice. It was a coincidence for me, Rod said. For me, this is inevitable. El, did you want to say that you did not simply eat the heart of the Dragon Lord and your strength was amplified, but that his heart was moving in your body instead? Yes, it is, Rod said. If I receive the heart, I will no longer be human. He asked if I was okay with the fact that, as a human being, I could not see the air. So I asked too. So, since the air doesn't look like me, does that mean he won't be influenced by me at all? But Rod said it again. That's not true. It's just that my heart makes all my blood the same as that of the dragon, so the Hussa is also Lord's blood relative, and everything else, including appearance, is completely my own. If I go into more detail, it will get complicated. But anyway, if Lulin and I get married, the child born then will be a dragon. Sarin, I would like to tell you that the marriage between Rurin and I is no different from the marriage between dragons. What I have come to like is Rurin. And Rurin is a dragon. No matter how much Rurin doesn't want to become a dragon in front of me, the fact that she is a dragon is a truth that will never change. If I had to give up being human because I had a dragon in my heart, that would be inevitable. Even if the child born is not a human but a dragon, I can love that child as much as I want. It was for this world that Lord gave me his heart. I have already fulfilled that wish. That's an interesting story. What he chose was you. I told him I didn't know what he saw, but I respected his choice. In that case, I recognize your marriage with Rurin as a marriage between a dragon and a dragon. At Sauron's words, the ancient dragons around him began to look agitated. Meanwhile, the elder was smiling, as if he wanted it to be like this. No, as if I knew it would end up like this. And to prevent another word from coming out, and to prevent any more strange dragons from coming between me and Rurin, let me tell you one more important thing. Elder dragons. This time I walked step by step, not toward Sauron, but toward the ancient dragons. What did you say? The ancient dragon had not said a word until then, perhaps because of the Sauron. I don't know its name, but the dragon in the center of the ancient dragons opened its mouth. My child will probably inherit Lord's heart. Rod said so. Do you know what that means? That? No way, murmur. The expressions of the ancient dragons became contemplative. The scene where the black dragon's faces turn strange colors and become agitated is truly rare, but I didn't want to watch it for a long time, so I came to a conclusion. Lurin's child is not just a story that ends with a trivial story about having to become an elder of the black dragon. Of course, it is a child's choice, but in any case, if a child is born to us, he or she will be born with the qualifications to become a dragon lord. Do you see what it means that a dragon lord may emerge from black dragon? Sauron smiled faintly. It was only Sauron who laughed. You must have realized right away that Rod's heart was alive and breathing inside me. The dragon named Sauron was a truly wise and thoughtful dragon. Even the elder didn't know about this, so he was so shocked that his face trembled, and the other dragons were so shocked that they couldn't say anything. The story is over, but I felt like I wanted to talk a little more with Sauron. I had a few more things to say with the girl who referred to the dragon lord as him, but I had to keep quiet because of the other dragons. So I separately asked an elder, "Can you cook for her? Anyway, it takes a day for Rurin to come out of the sanctuary, because I don't have anything to do until tomorrow." The elder immediately asked Sauron about his intentions, and he readily agreed. And dinner. I prepared the finest yucca whole roast and 100-year-old distilled liquor and brought them to her. She used polymorph as a courtesy to the person preparing the food, and I heard from the elder that this was the first time in 1,000 years. "You said you wanted to talk to me?" "Yes." He cut up the yucca meat and held it out in front of her, a distilled liquor with an amazing taste that is imbued with the deep smell of oak barrels. It was the highest quality dish I could serve. She ate her food very tastefully. However, at one point, her appearance overlapped with Rurin's, and I realized that blood cannot be deceived, so Sauron asked me a question first. What was his end like? Are you satisfied?" I don't know if he was satisfied or not, but he died smiling at the end. That's right. He was a man who always smiled a lot. He is. Sauron looked into space with a faint look on her face, as if remembering something. As expected, I had felt it before, but I thought that she and Rod had some kind of special relationship. After all, didn't you have a deep relationship with him? Did you notice? I saw the longing in Sauron's eyes. Did you see that? You are truly an amazing human being. He wouldn't have chosen you if he didn't see something in you. And if it weren't for your heart that transcends race, I don't think my descendant Lurin would have fallen for you so much. Is that so? I heard about you and Rurin from that kid. I think the love between two people is truly beautiful. What can anyone say about the endless desire for each other that transcends race? However, I am responsible for the reproduction and prosperity of the clan. I tried to push ahead with Rurin's marriage separately as long as it did not change the relationship between you and Rurin. It's a pity. At that time, I never even thought that he, Lord, had completely transferred his heart to you. It's okay if you don't worry about that. If I had courage like you, I might have been able to achieve a love that transcends my clan. But I was a coward. Rurin, who abandoned everything and followed you, is a completely different coward. That's why he gave up everything else and became Lord, and I stayed here. Sauron smiled kindly and revealed his story like that. Actually, Lord left a few words before he died. I want to tell it to someone, but I don't have the heart to tell it to anyone, so I won't reveal that person. He left a message before he died. Sauron looked at me with strong interest. It's not a made-up story. It's true in no way. Since I couldn't pinpoint who the target was, I assumed it was just talking to myself. When I saw Sauron's reaction and thought back on Rod's words at that time, I became convinced that the target was definitely Sarin. You said it. If you try to escape like this, you will regret it in the end. You told me not to live a life of regrets and to follow a certain path, but I regret for the rest of my life that I kidnapped you that day and could not run away. If it's the same regret, I'll share it with you. I relayed to Sarin what Rod said that day without making a single mistake. At that moment, Sarin's eyes began to shed tears. Again, of all the dragons I knew, this being seemed the most elegant and noble, and even shedding tears seemed holy. Looking at that, I felt like I was breaking a big taboo, so I quietly turned my head away. Chapter 124, Spring Flowers. Do you know that hearing another love story from your mother feels very strange even at this age? Well, isn't that obvious? I had many more conversations with Sarin after that. It is absolutely no exaggeration to say that out of all the stories I had with dragons, that moment felt the most valuable. And a day passed after I was invited as a guest and slept there. As it was time for Rurin to come out, I went to the front of the sanctuary with the elder to meet her. This visit was fruitful in many ways. All the dragons who tried to propose to Lulin were silenced, and the oldest dragon of the Black Dragon personally guaranteed our future, so there was no longer any room for controversy. I honestly had no idea that I would achieve this level of performance that exceeded my expectations. However, in the meantime, one most important thing was not resolved: the direct relationship between Rurin and me. The reason why you left me so casually. Because I haven't yet heard why he disappeared with the elder, leaving behind a strange expression. Even if dragons get married, they enjoy entertainment separately. Even if you fall in love with a human in the process, it is not treated as cheating. Lulin also often had no interest in beings other than dragons, no matter how kindly I treated them. The first time I showed feelings of jealousy was after I became involved with Serena. That's why the dragons viewed the relationship between me and Lurin that way. Of course, no dragon would ever think like that again. So now all you have to do is come out of Lurinman's sanctuary. When they come out, catch them, listen to their story, and then go back together, and that's it. The elder said that nothing had changed in appearance at all. Like alcohol that naturally ages, the dragon's humanoid appearance changes little by little as its body ages. To put it simply, the Eucharist ceremony seems to refer to becoming a body capable of having children. Would you say it is like a ritual of releasing restrictions, becoming an adult who takes responsibility for his or her actions? Anyway, it's already been 3 days since I haven't seen Lurin. Miss you, that is my honest feeling. I am still angry that he just turned his head and walked away. Still, I wanted to see it. I gazed endlessly at the dragon's sanctuary with such earnestness. How long did I wait? The afternoon when spring flowers began to flutter everywhere. Finally, the heavy door of the large structure opened and a shadow appeared. What came out was a woman walking out, her long black hair blowing in the strong wind. It was Rurin, a girl so familiar to me. As soon as he saw that, the elder clicked his tongue and said, "That guy too. Why are you doing this? Is something wrong?" "No, that's not true. In Sanctuary, he was supposed to be a dragon, but it's funny that the moment he came out, he immediately polymorphed and appeared in human form. It's as if he knows Yurei here." "Is that so? That's a nice thing to hear. They say that nothing has changed about Lurin. Was the action that day due to a temporary impulse?" "No, something has changed. The body is shining." White light was emanating from Lulin's entire body. I momentarily looked at the elder. The elder simply shrugged his shoulders and answered my question. "That is evidence of the Eucharist. The light will soon disappear." How amazing. And Lurin also looked this way. He spots me and stops walking. Normally, he would have run up to me and given me a hug. I didn't like Lulin's face at all as he stopped and looked at my complexion and started to look slightly wary. After all, there is something, and something still wasn't resolved. It's frustrating, so I have no choice but to run. As I ran and approached Lurin, she opened her mouth, even stuttering. When did you come here?" He even takes a slight step back. Instead of being held in my arms, you are taking a step back. That sight secretly made people more frustrated. Why are you avoiding me? Come on. Lurin, I hate poetry. I heard everyone say that there is no such thing as marriage for someone like me. Because I am nothing to you, so. For a moment, I couldn't understand what Lurin was saying. I've told her to get away from me many times, but this is by far the first time that Rurin has avoided me. I turned my head, in order to understand what Lurin is saying now. Lulin's mouth is still sticking out. Now that I think about it, he looked at me 3 times right before he teleported away and disappeared. I puffed up my cheeks once. I stuck my mouth out once. One time, I turned my head. Could it be that you overheard the conversation with the elder? And that's because it's just what you said at the end. So, if you only heard the line that there is no marriage, it doesn't mean that you don't understand what Yuray's saying. The puzzle began to come together. By the way, if all the touching lines before that were omitted, and the only thing that came out after hearing that there was no marriage. Literally, this behavior means that you are sulking. Maybe that's the right answer. Although I was somewhat disappointed, my heart felt relieved. He doesn't really have any intention of avoiding me, and coming here alone is part of his anger. The boiling heart and burning thirst disappeared as if they were lies, and instead, another emotion took over me. I grabbed Lurin's arm as she backed away. Lulin did not shake off the arm, but still made the same noise. It is a complaint full of disappointment. I am not a dragon worth marrying anyway. I pulled Lurin's arm tightly. Rurin's body is pulled into my chest. I felt Lulin's warmth. Her petite body fell into my arms, and although Rurin had a pouty face, she didn't show any objection. So I first grabbed Rurin's ball with my left hand, while stroking her hair with his right hand. And I blocked Rurin's harsh words with my lips. Something soft touched my lips. The soft texture begins to awaken all my senses. As I push my hair back, my exposed ears turn bright red. Even though it is a light kiss that only touches the lips, a fresh shock that feels like an electric shock envelops the entire body. I parted my lips while barely holding onto the string of reason that was shouting more. Because there are too many eyes. That's about it here. After hugging Rurin tightly in his arms again, he opened his mouth. Let's go back. Rurin, who was buried in my chest, stayed still for a moment and then raised her face slightly to look up at me. So I said it again. Let's go back, Rurin. Lulin looks at me like that for a moment and then quietly nods. And then he buried his head in my arms again. A moan left his mouth for a moment, and at the same time, the world turned black. Teleportation was used. The place I returned to was Rare's bedroom. Lurin immediately shouted at me. You bah, that's it. Why, did you hate it? No, I love Nanana so much soft you mean that's a kiss? Not a kiss, but a kiss. Lulin is out of his mind. The appearance of gibberish is absolutely severe. I was so confused that it gave the illusion that my eyes were spinning in a whirlpool. Well, first of all, congratulations on successfully completing the ceremony. And happy birthday, too. You are you marriage. But nonsense still flows out of my mouth. There is no reply to congratulations. I just opened my mouth without clearing up his misunderstanding. I began to explain the whole story to Lulin, who was helpless and at a loss. You heard that wrong. There is no marriage right now, but I told the elder that I would avenge your mother and get married when we become more mature, and I was even acknowledged by Sarin. Is that really true? Lulin looked at me with wide eyes, a face like heaven and earth. Really? You idiot. Bababababo, no, why do you stutter so much? Woo, I am shaking, yes. Lulin sat down on the bed and lowered his head. This look is cute and that look is lovely. I haven't seen it in 3 days, but it's so new. Does the sense of liberation that I have now become a Eucharist make me strange? I don't know. I really don't know. Because I don't know. He sat down and said it was a misunderstanding, but if that was the case, I would have gone with you. I walked up to Rurin, who was saying the same thing. And as I said earlier, that's still in the category of kisses. What do you mean? Isn't that a kiss? I didn't answer. I just brought my face closer. The facial distance between Lurin and me became very short, and soon it became 0. I opened my mouth again for a moment, to say one more word to Rurin's blocked lips. Open your mouth. I don't know what Lulin is, but I get it. He opened his mouth slightly with that expression, and soon the kissing started again. When I touch Rurin's tongue, my whole body trembles. Rurin tightly wrapped her arms around me. Naturally, they hug each other's bodies tightly. I feel like Lurin's scent, Lurin's heart, and everything about Lurin are filling my heart through the kiss. That feeling of exhilaration tickles my heart, and at the same time, I become desperate. At first, Rurin stayed still, trembling with a cat-like sound, but like a cat calmly climbing into a stove first, she soon understood that it was a kiss and entered my mouth with a very earnest expression. A bit clumsy, but passionate at the same time. Time that seemed like eternity stops. After lusting after each other for a long time, we looked into each other's eyes and parted our lips. As I stroked and straightened Lulin's tangled hair, I looked at her with the loveliest look I had ever had since I met her. Lurin's eyes contained a whirlpool of confusion. Anyway, the important thing is that we are together whether we get married or not. So, don't go away alone without consulting me like last time again. Lurin nods her head slowly, as if she were some kind of fresh-faced girl. Then he put his arm around my shoulder and opened his mouth like a goldfish. I am dizzy, After Lurin spits out her words, she collapses onto the bed. The face and ears are redder than blush, and the eyes are droopy as if they had drunk alcohol. It's ridiculous that a dragon would faint at a moment like this, but at the same time, it's very typical of Lulin. Even when I kissed her on the forehead in Korea, I had a hard time getting used to it. Truly, this dragon is natural. I covered Rurin with a blanket, and without doing anything, I just stared at Lulin's face. Chapter 125 Clock, not much has changed, except I decided to be a little more honest with my emotions. Of course, that alone will not bring about any significant change. We will continue to advance our relationship slowly and steadily. Among the minor changes, the biggest one is that Rurin's bucket list changed from a little bit to a little bit. Of course, I don't plan on doing it as often as I did during Keikook. That's an act of love that happens when emotions are at their peak, that is, depending on the mood. You can't just smack your lips all the time, right? That's how much Lurin has changed. And if I had to name one thing that changed, it would be that I no longer had any intention of hiding my feelings for this guy. Lurin is sleeping on me right now. The bed is at the bottom. Me on top of that. And on top of that, Lurin, it's a ridiculous 3-tier structure. Of course, I also like our dragon, who has a nasty sleeping habit of rolling around all over my body. This guy usually sleeps peacefully, but when he was tired, he had a habit of sleeping very strangely. In that case, you have to move Lurin aside to get out of bed. Then I spin around and crawl into the blanket by myself, and sometimes I wonder if I am really sleeping. 1 month from the Eucharist. Our daily lives have not changed much. The only progress is still the kiss, but now I believe that our hearts are connected a little more deeply. What remains now is Rurin's mother's case. To avenge the enemy, clear away the stigma, and make Lurin stand proud among the dragons without receiving any disgrace. That is the biggest task left for us. Of course, it is not that simple. You have to move very carefully. Since the true nature of the enemy cannot be seen, it will take considerable effort to bring out its true nature. I plan to resolve the issues that have arisen before starting that head-to-head fight. Now, along with the gray boy, I was busy trying to introduce something called a watch into the world. When I first thought of the watch, it wasn't for dead time. But now, it feels like it's a combination of two things. It's a world where the level of science is far behind that of modern times, but honestly, there's nothing that's inconvenient. In modern times, problems that were solved with science are solved with magic and Lulin. Rather, it is possible to live a life that easily surpasses science. If you want to make a hot spring in front of your house, you can create it and stop time to prevent food ingredients from spoiling, which is a far superior preservation method than a refrigerator. Also, I enjoy watching Rurin more than watching TV, so modern civilization has no meaning to me. However, if there is one thing that is uncomfortable, it is the concept of time. There are no clocks in this world. It doesn't matter if I do it alone, because I can write it on my own in my own time. However, I can't help but feel that it would be nice to know more accurate times when doing business, not only in restaurants but also in markets, including the opening and closing times of restaurants. I have a watch, so I go to the store on time, but other merchants have very different opening times. Large errors occur every day. In particular, this phenomenon becomes more severe when the sun is obscured by clouds, making it difficult to tell whether it is morning or afternoon. So it's a watch. And I even came to the idea that if I was going to introduce it, I would increase my assets with it. Also, if the watch factory is built in Dedran City, the unemployment problem in Dedran City will be solved by creating jobs due to the demand for workers at the factory. The plan is to use the embezzled money recovered from Dedran City and Reden's property as capital to get things started properly. However, it is difficult to introduce watches that are too ahead of their time, such as quartz watches or wristwatches. A watch that can be implemented to some extent here as well. What I chose while looking for it was a grandfather clock that uses the principle of a pendulum that rotates in a manual winding manner, a large body and large gear wheels. Unlike the small, artistic parts that go into a wristwatch, it is made up of large parts, so I was confident that if a dwarf with some technical skills took the lead, I could make it. If you start making grandfather clocks and selling them across the country, you can make a lot of money. If you understand the concept of time, the world will change to the extent that it will be divided into a world without it and a world with it. Naturally, watches will become a necessity, and the royalties that such a necessity will bring are sure to be an enormous amount of money. Of course, copies may be made, and since there is no concept of patent rights, it is impossible to prevent them. However, it will take that much time for people in this world to understand the principles of clocks by teaching themselves. The watches that will be sold by then will already be enough to secure a large amount of assets and make Dedran City also known as a watch failure. That much more progress can be made. The people of Dedran City also get to live better, and I make money. I like my sister and my brother-in-law. If we increase our assets, we will be able to gild all over the rares as Lulin always insists. So the first thing I did was summon a grandfather clock and show it to the gray boy. The boy's eyes popped out and he almost fainted. A grandfather clock is a long wooden box containing a pendulum clock. Compared to a wind-up watch worn on the wrist, the structure of the gears is not bad. In this world, too, there are 24 hours in a day. The cycle of a year is the same. I already confirmed last time that the time I spent in modern times and the time I spent here are completely identical. The problem is that you still need a skilled craftsman who understands the concept of time to some extent and can create it, but there is no one better than a dwarf for this. The plan was to entrust the important design and work to the dwarves and proceed with the rest by providing jobs for the unemployed of Dedran City. So the first thing to do was to find a trustworthy dwarf. Rurin. Get up at 1 o'clock already. No matter what happens, Lurin's daily routine of waking up doesn't change. Perhaps this will never change. If my child is born in the future, I imagine myself waking up Rurin and Rurin Jr. at the same time. That was a slightly dizzying imagination. 1 o'clock? I don't like it. I wake up at 2 today. I also taught Rurin how to read the clock. Therefore, the expression began to move away from saying that the sun was up in the sky and started referring to a specific time, but Rurin countered that by tossing and turning, saying that she would sleep for an hour more. Of course I can't accept it. When I lifted the blanket, I saw the charming dragon curled up even more and snoring. I think you're already awake. Why don't you stop struggling? I didn't wake up. Lulin curled up further and put his head under the pillow. When I threw the pillow away, he lied down on his front with a helpless expression on his face, and this time he opened his hands towards me. Then it's Jaejuk. I can't stop you. It's like closing your eyes and sticking out your mouth. I really can't stop you. I really can't stop you. However, just like K-Kook, I don't plan on overusing it too often. That's too much of a mannerism. Isn't it nice to live an exciting life every day? Even for Lurin. So instead of using my lips, I smeared my soft cheeks and turned around. Because this is also a joke. This is not it. Then, caressing his cheek, he jumps up and raises his eyebrows, expressing the difference between him and Jaejuk that he wants. This is also a kiss. You don't like this, right? Isn't that too much? I didn't say I didn't like it. But other than that, the reason it's noisy is because of the atmosphere. Just sticking out your lips like that doesn't work. I don't care about the atmosphere. I want to come in the bathroom too. It's funny. At least bear with it. I pressed my temples in earnest and then turned my back. But soon you feel a heavy weight behind your back. This is because Lurin jumped and clung to my back. I left the room in that state. And then go down to the first floor. The turtle shell on its back does not want to fall off. Lurin, who treated me like a pony until I arrived at my destination and put her down, came down to the floor and started yawning as if she had never done that before. A large bear-patterned pajama hangs down. It's a large pajama, so Rurin's hands are inside the sleeves, feeling like she's wrapped in it. The place we arrived at was the sauna room. When Rurin wakes up, I always make her wake up to the sauna first. It's not an extreme sauna, but rather a simple steam bath that activates the dull brain after waking up and helps blood circulation, and then takes a shower. The sauna room was introduced very recently. Since having only a bathhouse felt a bit empty, we even built a sauna. However, it is a little different from modern sauna rooms. The origin of sauna is Finland, because the word sauna itself is Finnish. Sauna originally refers to a traditional Finnish bathhouse. Although it is called a public bath, it is not a bathhouse as we commonly know, but rather a sauna as we think of it. However, unlike what is common in Korea, the one I created is a traditional Finnish dry sauna. This Finnish style was more convenient to make here, as it warms the body with hot steam to help blood circulation and skin care. This method is used to create a fire pit in the center, heat rocks, and sprinkle water to create steam. Of course, the ones doing that work are hired low-level monsters. They are the so-called subordinates of Lulan. Since Rare's livelihood was starting to become difficult with only Lulan, they hired monsters that they could control to manage Rare. The wood inside the sauna itself is of the highest quality, comparable to the price of gold, and the water used to create steam is rock water from the snowy mountain from the highest peak on the continent. I brought everything that was good for my body. In addition, birch wood, a necessity for Finnish saunas, is also available. As the leaves of the birch tree melt, they give off a scent and become soft, and if you stimulate them by hitting them with this, it's that good. When Serena and Alina were invited, a war broke out over this birch tree. Lulan first started hitting Serena with a birch tree, saying it was good for her health. Is there any way that Serena would just tolerate that? How are you? If you take this, your skin will improve. Oh, that's right. Then you should try it too. Why are you hitting my head? Something like this. But the funny thing is what Alina said while watching that intense death match. Can you hit me too? I guess you thought that the more you get hit, the better your skin will be. Anyway, I entered the sauna with Rurin in her pajamas. Chapter 126. Watch this time. I remember Rurin's reaction when the sauna was first revealed. It looked like a puppy that couldn't adapt to the thick steam and was startled and wary. What on earth is this? This was Rurin's first line when she first entered the sauna. At the same time, he waves his hands wildly in an attempt to clear away the thick steam. Don't stir it up like that. That's a good deal for your skin. Is this what you mean? When I told him the truth, he looked shocked, stopped his hands, opened his mouth, and tried to swallow the steam. Whoa, it's hot. No, it's good for your skin, but eating it doesn't make it better. Then what is it? Give it to your skin. On your skin, literally on your skin. All you have to do is sit quietly like me and bask in the steam. Oh. Is your skin really getting better? At the same time, a memory of how cute her eyes were shining flashed by. Of course, Lulan is now completely used to the sauna and has no reaction whatsoever. Hi. At first, he was sitting awkwardly because he was intimidated by the heat, but now he lies down on my thigh and giggles as soon as I come in. If you do that, you will soon start sweating. Rurin doesn't pay attention to the sweat and plays with me by poking my stomach. Then, sweat begins to form on Rurin's lips. Oh wait, come to your senses. Suddenly my thoughts went in a strange direction. After pressing my face with both hands, I shook my head and stood up. At the same time, Rurin, who was lying on her thighs, also raises her head. Where are you going? Go get something to eat. Anything to eat? Just stay here. Soon I returned with smoked eggs and cider. Since ancient times, when talking about saunas and bathhouses, eggs and cider are the obvious names. Similarly, in Japan, where bathing culture is developed, eggs with uncooked yolks seem to be popular, but in Korea, baked eggs such as Elvenseok eggs are the representative of Jjimjilbang. Of course, the eggs mentioned here refer to Palinx eggs. For convenience, it is called an egg. After building a sauna, Rurin shows a brief interest in the first food introduced and then lies down again. Is this delicious if you eat it while sweating? Well, it's not that it's not delicious, but that doesn't mean it's a great meal. What Lulan knows is a boiled egg, and this is a baked egg. I thrust a peeled black egg into Lulan's mouth, who ignored the egg. The round egg goes halfway into Lulan's mouth and stops. Ooh. I have no idea what you're talking about, so just eat it. When I let him sit up, he reached out and picked up an egg and looked at it with a curious expression. Why is this guy black? It's rotten. No, that's because it's baked. Roasted. Wow, it's not white. Rurin bit off half of the egg with her mouth open, looking like she was trying a new food. This one seems a little more chewy than the just boiled one. Yes. Now, eat this too, and held out a can of cider. Then Rurin opens the cider. But it soon became a disaster. Fusiayuk, the cider must have been shaken when they brought it in, so as soon as they opened the can, the cider shot up. While looking at the fountain, Lulan got hit in the face with cider and went berserk. Why do foods keep attacking me? Fortunately, there is a bathroom next door, so washing up is not difficult. I go to the bathroom and rinse the dragon, which is stomping around angrily here and there. He keeps raising his hands and making noises, but when I wash him and put him back in the sauna, he soon calms down. This time, I held out the cider with the cap properly opened. Phew-ha-ha-ha. As if feeling unfair at being attacked, Rurin began eating eggs more aggressively. Eat well, chew the egg and pierce the throat with cider. Literally cider for a stuffy throat. Lulin repeated the action and stopped only after forgetting 3 smoked eggs. I also forgot 2 and left the eggs and cider cans to the Lurins to clean up. Now that we've had something to eat, shall we make a bet to see who can hold out longer? Hold on for a long time? Okay, now I am going to tell the Lurins to raise the temperature. You make a bet by chopping more firewood. If you're scared, give up now. Is that so? You are a fool, of course I win. Our Lulin is impatient, so of course I will win. You, who heard that nonsense? Isn't that what you heard? My experience? Lulin shook his head furiously. The trademark is to deny it unconditionally and then wave it away. But contrary to what I thought, our fight started to escalate into a so-called dogfight. Rurin has no intention of leaving and is sitting very still in silence, showing great patience today. I put my head down and endure the heat. Looking at that, I thought that if we held on any longer, we might end up with health problems for both of us. But since I couldn't declare defeat, I thought of another way. Then from now on, there will be a post-blow. After blowing. It's like this. Rurin looks at me with a red, sweaty face. Of course, I am not red because I am embarrassed in my current state. I lightly breathed into Rurin's eyes. Kai ha ha ha, it tickles you. What is this? This is not an attack. And when I let my guard down like that, I blew a whoop into my ear. Then he looks at me, startled. Something got hotter and hotter. Rurin, perhaps feeling aggrieved by being bullied, follows suit and attempts to attack me. Of course, I avoided it. Rurin begins to twist her body wildly. It seemed as if breathing into his ear had sparked something. I suddenly started to lose patience. Rurin, do you know that? What? Don't talk to me, it's unbearable. Is it bad for your skin if it stays for too long? Sajikuan, Rurin grabbed my head, shook it wildly, and started running outside. I don't want my skin to get worse. Go out and splash cold water. Anyway, it's a win. Haha. But it's hot. It's kind of a vain victory. I also followed Lulin outside, a village newly settled by dwarves. This is a village made with money earned from me by building rares. Thanks to this, it was rumored that it was a good place to live, and dwarves who had lived in other places gathered there, and now they are living in a fairly large village. I immediately asked the dwarf chieftain to introduce me to a dwarf who had the greatest skill and wisdom among the nearby dwarves. Information was available immediately. And now we have arrived at the small house in the forest where the dwarf lives. It took a considerable amount of time to search, like looking for a needle in a forest. This is almost the level of seclusion. From what I heard from the chief, he was a dwarf who was quite old. Maybe I won't do you a favor, but please come and meet me first. He is the most skilled. These were the words the chieftain left me. Does not being able to do a favor mean that you have an eccentric personality? Still, I think a craftsman can't help but be curious about the rice cake I hand him. Anyway, do dwarves end up in places like this whenever they're looking for something? That's right. Lurin was sobbing with an annoying gesture. Still, it doesn't fall from behind me even if I die. I held the back of my clothes and writhed. I am walking as if I am about to collapse. There is absolutely no way that would happen because the dragon lacks physical strength. I guess that's just an expression that the situation itself is annoying and a threat. If that's the case, just telling them to stay at rare won't work. It's still a mystery why he was able to disappear from my side so coolly during the Eucharist ceremony. Of course I realized. If Rurin doesn't cling to me like this, I am the one who gets more restless. It's a funny relationship. Are you there? Mr. Randall of the Dwarves? I called out to the dwarf in front of the thatched house in the forest that was collapsing. But there is no answer. The fence is wide open. As I sneaked inside, I saw that the same dwarf, with his shoulders wide open and his large buttocks and short stature, had collapsed in the yard. I was surprised and came closer. But soon a murmur is heard. Alcohol is good. I like alcohol. And next to it are countless liquor jars. The smell of alcohol lingers in the air since midday. The dwarf was drinking while lying down. Even though dwarves are a race that likes alcohol, this is too much. Lurin doesn't even approach the dwarf at all, but instead sits on a stone far away, holding her nose, swinging her legs, and looking this way. As long as you follow me, I won't disturb you. Unless something gets on her nerves, Lulin is basically in bystander mode. Of course, what goes against that nerve is very subjective, so the problem is that it changes from time to time. Anyway, Lurin took advantage of the quiet moment and called the dwarf. Are you Randall? Randall and all? Alcohol. Alcohol us, alcohol. Randall lay down in that position and placed his hand on the liquor jar again. So I took the liquor jar away. Whether it's a conversation or something, I think I'll die if I continue in this state. What? Sewell, alcohol, the alcohol is gone. Alcohol, conversation doesn't work. I wasn't even aware of my existence. I was in bystander mode, but perhaps out of frustration, Rurin approaches me again and kicks the dwarf. Whoa! The dwarf stopped searching for alcohol and fainted. You damn bastard must be taken down. Only then will you come to your senses and wake up. Cuts off hands after acting aggressively. Why do you cut your hands without even using them? There's no time for it to get dusty. It's just cool like this. It's over. Hi, I have nothing to say, but in this case it worked out better. If you wake up like that, you'll come to your senses. I boiled dried pollock soup. I summoned the Capel set, stir-fried pollock, and added various vegetables and seasoned tofu to make a soft and soothing hangover soup. The dwarf still doesn't wake up. The sun was about to set. Rurin, who had been dozing off next to me while I was exploring the clock's blueprint and various other materials, raised her eyebrows and woke up. Why hasn't he woken up yet? I want to go to Rare and play. Sure. It almost makes you think he's dead. Sprinkle water. I heard that in cases like this, you should spray water. Or do you use mental magic? No, after watching for a bit. When she is told that it is not Rurin, who has already searched the house, collected water in a bucket and put it on her head, she begins to cry. Then suddenly he started acting. Oh, I got caught on a stone. I grabbed my forehead. I thought about it before, but I am really bad at acting. Where is the stone beak? After tripping in the air and falling. Rurin pretended to fall over and threw water at the dwarf. The dwarf's body gets wet, and Rurin tries to fall, but balances himself by rotating his body as if he were tumbling. Phew, I almost fell. I don't know where I learned this, but I wipe my forehead and pretend to sigh in relief. So I ignored it. What should I do with water that has already been sprinkled? Anyway, I looked at the dwarf. His body trembles and he raises his head. You finally woke up. Chapter 127. Watch Q. He got up from the ground with a frown on his face, as if the area where he had been kicked by Lulin was sore. Why does the back of my neck hurt so much? Hello. When I greeted the dwarf, he looked at Rurin and me in turns before he noticed the presence of a stranger and looked surprised. Human, what are humans doing here? Get out now. The dwarf's face turned red and he waved his arms. It's a face that covers it and doesn't even want to be touched. Is this what the chieftain meant by asking for something difficult? I came here because I had a request. I didn't mean anything bad, but let's talk for a moment. Get out now. The dwarf was now about to throw the liquor jar on the floor. Then Rurin came out in front of me and lifted the dwarf into the air, freezing it. How dare you make fun of that insignificant mouth? On the topic of pudgy. Besides, this body is not like a human. When I glared at him in that state, the dwarf's expression became contemplative, as if he felt his peer. If I had tried to stop him, I would have stopped him long ago, but I just left him alone. Since we can't communicate, it may be easier for Rurin to step in these cases. At least we can make sense now. It is impossible for dwarves to ignore a great race. Chulakalakalak, the dwarf began to sip the stew, while looking at Lulin's thoughts about every 10 seconds. Then I got caught and had to hit my back. It's tough. I'm sorry, great being. Well, I just need to know. Listen carefully, therefore. Rurin finally returned to being a bystander and rested her chin as she looked at us from afar. And the dwarf looks at me with shaking eyes. Are you human? Yes, I am human. How about soup instead? It makes you feel better, right? Once I changed my mind and said something else, I looked at the stew that the dwarf was drinking. I think so. No, it's the same. You can talk to me comfortably. I heard that he is over 200 years old. I don't think you're used to human language, so just speak whatever you feel comfortable with. Just be polite to that dragon over there. Is that so? The dwarf drank all of the stew again. Slurp, the sound rings. It's like drinking a bowl of makshiali. But do you hate humans? They say humans should go away. Yes, I hate humans. This dwarf also speaks poorly of humans. Well, as long as we can communicate, it doesn't matter. Putting aside the fact that the chief said it was difficult, is it because of this personality that hates humans? Regardless of that, I asked you to introduce me to the person with the most skill, so I have nothing to say. Can you tell me why you don't like it? Because humans killed my son. Is that true? There is no way you can like your enemy's race. He killed his son. Could you tell me in more detail? Hate, that off. As soon as I said no, I felt Lulin's peerage. The fact that there is no expression on the face means that it is unpleasant. Our Rurin sensibility is that we can't tolerate people treating us carelessly. Before the last war, my son was away in a human village, but they used my son as a shield and killed him. When I went there were already corpses lying around and no villagers there. Only my son is dead. Did something like that happen? My son went with the good intention of teaching skills in that village, but these guys, they calm down for a moment. So you've been drinking like this ever since? Yes. I couldn't do anything. Revenge too. I can't even attack humans with this old body. Nothing. The dwarf looked around, as if looking for alcohol again. By the way, what is the name of that village? Why do you ask that? The dwarf asked as he went to the kitchen. But soon, perhaps because of Lulin, he obediently blurted out the village name. Lurin, are you done? After hearing the name of the village, I told the dwarf that I would go back. I have no intention of forcing a job by using a dragon. If the events in that village are as the dwarf knows, then it is time to give up. If not, it would be different. Lurin was sitting with her chin resting on her face with a bored expression on her face. But as soon as I called her, she came over and stood in front of me. And hold out your hand. This means that if it's over, let's join hands and go. But there is something to find out. I think I need to go to the dwarf village again. I need to get some stuff from the chief. And Lurin. It reminds me of the magic tower in the imperial palace of Lulin capital. There. Please go there. Are you coming? Alone? What about you? I am going to the dwarven village. To gather information quickly, it's better to work individually. I absolutely hate that. Lulin shook his head. It's a stubborn rejection, but it still feels reassuring. I am also a very strange person. I wonder if I am still shocked that he ignored me and disappeared last time. No, nod. Don't give me a merciless look. Dragon, go quickly and tell Medrine to immediately investigate which city the place called Rodin Village is located in and report it to her. Or they threaten to eat you. I don't eat that kind of thing. Not delicious. It's a threat. If you really eat it, you'll be in big trouble. Go straight to the dwarven village you mentioned earlier. If you do this, you can immediately find a place called Rodin Village and move there, so how efficient is it? Of course, sending it alone is a bit unsettling, but since Medrine knows Lurin's identity, she will take care of it and there won't be any problems. I wrapped my arms around Lurin's waist and pulled her, who refused to go alone. Please, Lurin, if you bring it, I'll make it for you. He stroked Lurin's head affectionately and placed his finger on Lulin's lips. My fingers are snugly buried in Rurin's lips. Lurin doesn't even do anything, as if her fingers feel good. Then he nodded. If that's the case, I'll be there soon, and then it disappeared. I also ran towards the dwarf village. And the next day, I visited the house of Randall, a dwarf who had fallen into alcohol again. This dwarf, in his late 200s, was still drinking. I collected all the information the day before yesterday and yesterday. The reason I came back here again is because I learned through research that Randall's dislike of humans was very wrong. Hello, Ure here again? Anyway, it's been a long time since I stopped working. Better kill me. No, that's not it. Could you please come with me for a moment? What are you talking about? That. Please come with me for your son's honor. My son's honor. While the dwarf was confused, I hugged Lurin and grabbed the dwarf as well. And the world becomes dark. The place we arrived at via teleport was Ronin village in question. The dwarf immediately noticed this, and his face was wrinkled. But soon the villagers came rushing out in front of him. It wasn't that long ago, so everyone in the village remembered it. Except for those who were children at the time. My benefactor, are you my benefactor's father? The white-haired village head fell to his knees in front of Randall. Randall, whose expression was soaring with anger as he saw his enemies, or rather, those he thought were his enemies, looked at me with an expression filled with absurdity due to the villagers' actions. What is this? Chief, please explain it yourself. It doesn't matter if you think of us as enemies. But, your son, Ranby, was betrayed by us and died a cruel death. He definitely did not die a dishonorable death like that. Never. As the village head continued to speak, he almost began to cry. What does that mean? You guys, as you all ran away, Ranby was left behind? No, the village chief cried loudly. He always liked the people of our village very much. We also used his skills to make crafts and sell them in the city. The reason Ranby settled in this village was all because of a wife and daughter from the village named Sarenby. After the war broke out, Ranby began creating a hiding place underground just in case. And when monsters eventually invaded the village, He cornered Serinbai and all the villagers in a hideout and lured the monsters out of the village. He went to do it. Are you telling me to believe that now? It's true. My benefactor's father. The village head bowed his head again, and all the villagers also bowed their heads. It is said that your son set out alone to save the villagers, because he was the only one who knew how to fight properly. Of course, it is said that the 3 village men who helped Ranby also died. The spirit of sacrifice in urgent situations. Your son did not meet his end because he was betrayed, but he gave his life as a hero for the people he considered precious. I heard that Mr. Randall found his son's body while all the villagers were hiding, and he was furious and vowed revenge. But the monsters came again, and he passed away. I also heard about that situation from the chief. It is said that after that, the chief, worried about another war due to revenge, tried to dissuade Randall, so he lived a life filled with alcohol. It shouldn't have happened like this. No, I can't believe something like that, but death as a hero. A life lost trying to protect others. Compared to being betrayed and meeting a terrible end, it is a story as different as heaven and earth. Of course, from the parents' point of view, it is the same death. Still, it is true that the address of the place to blame is wrong. Chief. Again, I called the village head. The village chief nodded. Serinbai, chief and father. Serinbai knelt in front of Randall. A long time has passed since then, so the face is already wrinkled. And then he made the boy kneel next to him. A human and dwarf harp. Serinbai was also a boy who looked like a dwarf, perhaps because he was short. No way. Perhaps because he saw his son's face in the boy's face, Randall made a blank face. Decades of misunderstanding. And the truth. A dwarf who displayed the spirit of sacrifice for his unborn child at the time. In fact, in a way, it was a natural fatherly love. That is the hidden truth. Fatherly love must have touched Randall's heart more than heroic deeds. Thanks. I had no intention of visiting that village again. I am afraid I'll want to kill everyone. I couldn't do it because if such a crazy dwarf appeared, it would tarnish the honor of all dwarves. I couldn't do it, so I am glad. Randall returned and bowed his head in front of me. They told me not to live alone and to come to the village. I need to teach my grandson a skill. I will teach you everything, my everything. Randall gritted his teeth and said that, in a voice filled with self-reproach and resentment for the years spent addicted to alcohol. But before that, I will definitely repay your kindness. We, dwarves, are a race that never forgets kindness. Randall said that while raising his head. Thank you for that. So what do you want to request? I snapped my fingers. The summoning door was opened, and the grandfather clock was thrust in front of the dwarf. Chapter 128. Watch, what is this? The dwarf asked with wide eyes about something he had never seen before. I am not surprised by objects that suddenly pop out. There's a dragon next to you, so you shouldn't be surprised by this. It's a watch. I plan to spread proper time in this world. There is a sundial in the imperial palace of the capital. However, it divides time into 6 major periods and is only used in the imperial palace. And organized time is only for me in this world. There is nothing good about monopolizing the concept of time. Everyone must know it for it to be effective. Clock. On the outside, it is just a wooden box. Although the hands of the watch on the front are made of metal, they do not look sophisticated on the outside. That's why the dwarf's expression was somber. Come here. So I called the dwarf behind the clock. Then he tore off the back plate and showed it to me. A world of elaborate gears. The arrangement was so beautiful. The dwarf made no reply. I just stared blankly at the backboard. My body was shaking. A chain of cogs that precisely interlock and rotate with each other. The dwarf's expression is even ecstatic. It's as if you and your lover are at the peak of their emotions, staring at each other and trying to get closer. Do you have the confidence to understand and create the concept of time, which divides a day into 24 hours and each hour into 60 minutes, and a machine that expresses that? The dwarf slowly turned his head to me. He tries to touch the cogwheel with very trembling hands, but stops himself. Due to the characteristics of the dwarves, their attitude toward these types of items is different from that of any other race. Now Randall even kneels down with a more earnest expression than when he met his grandson. I have never seen such a beautiful machine. Even if I die, I will understand. Absolutely. Mechanical grandfather clock. The principle of the pendulum clock was invented by a Dutch astronomer and physicist named Huygens by applying the regular pendulum movement discovered by Galileo. Even in this world, a wind-up grandfather clock using brass gears is as simple as understanding the principle. It would have been possible to implement anything. especially if you are a dwarf who has been making elaborate crafts for over 200 years. Great, please come to the factory in a place called Dedran City for the time being. Please spread the technology you understand there and develop engineers. If you want, you can also bring your grandchildren. The salary will be paid very generously. Randall nodded his head unconditionally with an expression as if he were fascinated. If I had shown this watch from the beginning, I probably would have jumped at it regardless of whether I was human or not. But that is only a temporary interest in watches. Understanding and teaching this technology to human engineers is not my area of expertise, nor do I have the time. I'm also busy working at the restaurant and taking care of the dragon. If we follow along as sincerely as we do now, we will be able to introduce watches to the world faster. Leaving the dwarf, who was engrossed in the large grandfather clock, I approached Rurin, who had remained on the sidelines since the dwarf had not come out in defiance today. Rurin was drawing a picture with a tree branch on the floor, probably because she was bored. "What are you drawing?" When I looked closely, it looked like a picture of a dish. "It's meat. I think that's the correct answer." Rurin threw the tree branch and jumped up, clinging to me. "Hungry? Hungry? Are you done? It's over. Great job. Let's go back and I'll give you a lot of the meat we just drew. Thank you for your hard work." Oh. Meat, you. Why me? Do you want to eat too? Ha ha ha. Lulin smiled and used teleportation. Great City and Dedran City. Empty, gray on the border. A huge watch factory was built on vacant land owned by the Gray family in the area. He also purchased a mine that produces resources including brass, a major metal used in watch parts. As watches spread across continents in the future, the value of resources used for parts will naturally increase. Currently, copper is only used to make crafts, but if the demand for copper for watches increases, its value will be completely different from what it is now, so it could be seen as a kind of investment. Rurin, I will soon change this brass to gold and paint it on rare. Were you an alchemist? Even dragons can't do that. Rurin was so surprised at hearing the sound for the first time that she dropped the meat she was eating and opened her mouth. No, it's not like that. That's a lot of royalties coming in. Royalty? What is that again? Rurin tilted his head, not understanding modern terminology. And a month later, Randall, who understood the principle along with various materials I translated, finally created a prototype. The gears of a grandfather clock do not feel like a small, elaborate world like those of a wristwatch. Therefore, Randall, who has 200 years of accumulated technology, created a watch in just 1 month. There is a difference between thinking and inventing for the first time and understanding something that has already been invented. After confirming for a few days that the grandfather clock's mainspring was functioning properly and passing time, he ordered a prototype to be made. The prototype was a special limited edition, emphasizing its extravagance by using real gold on the front where the second and minute hands are located. There is a reason for this. If we just put this out in Dedran City, it could take a century for it to spread across the entire continent. If you take the time, the rewards of your work will appear quickly. As a result, it has to come from the top, where the most influence is, in order for it to spread quickly to the bottom. Is that so? Gray Boy, the owner of the factory site and the city where the factory is located, simply nods. The boy first suggested distributing this watch to the people of Dedran City free of charge, and I objected to that policy. There is no point in saving on the price of a watch. We must make the watch industry the main business of New Lake City. I'm going to the capital. If you want to learn, follow me. Of course I will go. The Gray Boy clenched his fists and nodded. And so the journey to the capital began with a special edition watch. Because the Gray Boy and other workers were with him, he deliberately did not use teleportation, so the journey was quite long. However, since clocks would actually be supplied to the capital from Dedran City through this route in the future, there was a clear need to experience it once. The boy who left Great City to Verna for a while, me, Rurin, and Randall are the main characters on this journey, from top to bottom. In a class-based society, this is the best method. Special items used by the royal family quickly spread among the nobility as a trend. This is because one of the main desires of nobles is to feel vicarious satisfaction as if they were royal family members by using the same items used by the royal family. And what the noblemen used quickly became popular among the common people, as well as wealthy merchants and landowners with money. This is because they cannot become nobles, but since they have a lot of money, they try to imitate what nobles do. And since they are, after all, common people, their influence spreads to other common people in the same way. On the other hand, starting from the common people, the nobles tend to regard it as trivial, so it takes quite a long time to spread it properly. That is a characteristic of a caste-based society. And since the place where I live is a society with a strict caste system, I have no intention of doing something foolish and trying to spread it against it. When you come to Rome, do as the Romans do. Isn't that a saying that is used everywhere? However, I have no intention of gifting this to a nobleman for free. The fastest way to spread the word is for the nobles to know the value of this watch and purchase it themselves. So how do we sell this to the nobles? It is really troublesome to go to influential nobles one by one and sell them. Even if I give one to the emperor, I want to encourage the rest to gather together and buy it all at once. However, I have no intention of revealing my identity. That is truly an act of suicide. Since there were such limitations, I had no choice but to get help from Medrine, who knew everything about the capital, to decide which method to use. Of all the connections in the capital, Medrine was the one who could be used in utmost secrecy. After arriving in the capital, we had a meeting at Medrine's house. Of course, we here are just me, Rurin, and Medrine. What is this? The round part resembles a magic circle, but maybe? Medrine looked at the magic circle, curious as to whether it was a magic tool. Unfortunately, that is not the case. This is something called a watch. A watch. I slowly explained the principles and effectiveness of the clock. In a way, this watch is of great help to wizards. Needless to say, the importance of measuring time in magic experiments is often important. Therefore, Medrine's face changed from disappointment that it was not a magic tool, and she looked at the gold-covered grandfather clock with great interest. "Oh, that's yours. It's a gift. I was planning to give one to the emperor and you in advance. Thank you. I will leave it in the magic tower and use it," Medrine answered with a happy face. But that's not the point. Rather than that, isn't there a way to sell all of this to the nobles at once? It's a good way to get nobles below the duke's level to compete with each other to buy this. This was business. No matter how much I think about it, I can't think of an event that would bring nobles together without revealing their identities. Move the emperor or reveal his identity. In a situation where there were only two options, I asked with the hope that Medrine, who knew the situation in the capital well, might come up with another idea. I don't know. However, Medrine, who had failed to meet her expectations, stroked her chin with an embarrassed look on her face. There is. Medrine clapped her hands and made a fuss. There is. It was something I was happy to hear, so I was pleased and asked back. What? There is something called an auction in the capital. It was created after the war, and it is a place where each merchant travels around the entire continent and sells the precious items they have collected by first showing them to the great nobles. Coincidentally, an auction is scheduled for this month, because I am also invited. Right. In any case, Medrine is also a count and is in line with a powerful duke, so of course she is a noble worthy of being invited. Why are you blurting out my words while looking at my eyes? I nodded and asked for further information. How do I participate there as a sales side member? I understand that any merchant registered with the Merchant Association can do so. Firm, if you use the power of your family, it might be possible to make a solo exhibition, but... No, that's okay. Naturally, you should be surprised and buy a watch, but it would be difficult if the halo of the Duke's name were attached to it. In any case, if you try to sell watches as a deadlock official in the future, it is natural that you will need a trading company, so just make one. Since it wasn't a difficult task, I nodded again. Chapter 129, Watch Capital Merchants Association. Although it is smaller than the Wizards Association, it is still the most recognized association. Other than that, the Mercenary Association is also quite large. I went straight to the Merchant Association. I came here because of the auction. You mean the auction? Which commercial association did you come from? That is the new business association created in a place called Grace City. Greeksy? The man frowned as if asking where it was. It was strange for nobles to come and go to the Merchant Association, so it was difficult to send a gray boy, so he had no choice but to come in person. It's a small city in the countryside. It has grown a bit since it merged with Dedran City this time. Oh, I think I've heard of it. My name is Doron, the manager of the Merchant Association. A man called Doron offered to shake my hand. Hello, it's a new company. Please fill out the registration form here, and you pay the subscription fee, but you need to review the items you want to sell. Judging. Yes, it is not a trading company with any track record, so it would be difficult to put out products that are not suitable for nobles, so an examination is necessary. Otherwise, you can submit your work by paying a deposit, but if you don't win, the deposit will all belong to the association. I always make souvenirs to compensate for ruining the aristocracy's excitement by providing a space for them. It seems like an idea that clearly shows aristocratic absolutism. It doesn't matter. I had no intention of obsessing over small amounts of money. As I said, I paid all the money and registered the item. I don't think anyone would buy a wooden cabinet like this, but would you really spend the money? Yes, you don't know. Then it doesn't matter. The manager said he wanted to know something and motioned for me to go, and I left the merchant association. Since I have to act at a commercial meeting in a local city where I have no connections or anything, I can't help but be treated poorly. Greek company? What is it? I heard it's a new business that opened in Gray City. When the manager reported, the president of the association shook his head with an annoyed look on his face. Hey, why don't you lower the level of the capital auction and even accept the local city's Chamber of Commerce? Did you bring something really great? When I took a quick look, it looked like it was just a decoration. Made of wood. What? But I received a large deposit, and more than anything, I brought a letter of recommendation from Count Medrine. Aren't the counts of Medrine, not nobles of a provincial town, recognized in the center? I couldn't just get bits. The Count of Medrine? Damn, this is annoying. Just make it the first auction and get it done quickly. I guess I have connections, but isn't it rather a nuisance to put up a local cabinet for auction? That's right. But you still paid a hefty deposit, so I guess you have some financial resources. There are a lot of things to charge and receive, including membership fees and annual fees, so shouldn't we just wait and see? Well, that's right. If it's the first turn, it's not something the nobles look forward to anyway. I understand. Yes, president of the association. On the day of the auction, nobles enter the grand entrance one after another. In the capital, an event equivalent to a ball is held after the auction, followed by a social gathering. That's why we all dressed up, holding our husbands' arms, and entered the auction house elegantly. Oh, Your Majesty the Duke, are you here? So, is there anything good today? When the Duke of Tamurin appeared, the association's executives, including the president, came rushing in and began to bow down without even lifting their waists. I like the unusual perfume from the kingdom across the water at the end. Right, I don't like my wife or anything like that. Oh my, what kind of perfume is it? When the Duchess showed interest, the Duke shook his head. That's for the joy of the auction, haha. In this way, the association president was very busy. And in the waiting room, the merchants were talking passionately about how their products would be better. Did you see it? Today's entry. The first one is like a dresser or something. So what are you talking about? A local merchant association. There's nothing to do. They said they put down a lot of deposit. Phew ha ha ha. Brother, why are you smiling? When the representative of the Mandala Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of merchants in the capital, laughed out loud, the attention of representatives of other merchants gathered. Don't be so mean. You seem to have a lot of money. Shouldn't we be friendly, familiarly? If there is a lot to tear off, our merchants cannot afford to miss it. Is that so? Yes. Ha 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 ha. With the grandfather clock stopped, the merchants began laughing and chatting, with no one imagining what kind of product it was. I had to wear a mask. However, it would be unreasonable to put the noble gray boy in this position. Randall, a dwarf, is also not a good candidate. If you send Rurin away, you will fail in just 1 second. In the end, the only answer was to go. Duke Timurin, as well as the other 3 dukes, know my face. I may be the first order because I think it's an insignificant item and I want to deal with it as quickly as possible, but it's actually beneficial in that I don't have to waste time. Why the mask? Would you please understand that I don't want to arouse the disgust of the nobles by having a scar? Before, I sent my subordinates, and today I came personally as a representative of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Well, I see. It doesn't matter in any case. If the bid is not successful, the deposit is lost. The manager forces an answer with greedy eyes, so I roughly nodded and went inside. But what will you set as the starting price? Let's get started. First of all, if it seems worthwhile in the beginning, you will rush in more. Aristocrats don't waste money on good things. For that purpose, we made a special plate covered in gold that was different from the one that would be distributed generally. The starting price is 10 runes. What? 10 runes? That is an amount equivalent to approximately 10 million won. It was natural for the manager to be surprised. There's no way it could be sold at that price. Look, no matter how pure gold it is, the price is ridiculous. If I don't win the bid, all my money will be lost. Isn't it okay? That doesn't matter. Please charge a reasonable price to make sure I am not doing something truly outrageous. I refuse. That is the appropriate amount, I answered firmly. The lowest price is 10 million won. Since it is the first watch to be released to the world, it naturally has more value. When we go to the waiting room, there are men who appear to be representatives of other companies sitting there. They must have just heard the conversation and were whispering and giggling to each other. It is inevitable that in their eyes, this is nothing more than a decoration. Even if the position changes, and I am one of those people, from the perspective of the head of the company, what I am doing now will seem crazy. I didn't even go there and just waited my turn. There is nothing to wait for. As soon as the manager announces the start of the auction, it begins. The first auction item of the day is a wood and solid gold armoire from Gray's Mercantile. Going to start 10-0 runes? I am sorry. The host looks at the manager. The manager sent a sign saying there was nothing wrong. Then the host bows his head to the nobles again. Ah, they say 10-0 runes is correct. First, let's take a look at the radish item in person. The host conducts the auction again, and people from the association place the items in the center of the stage. And I also moved next to the grandfather clock. Hello. I am the representative of the Gray Chamber of Commerce, although temporary. First of all, I am the representative right now. If the product was successfully popularized, the plan was to receive royalties for each watch sold and leave the rest to sales experts. Of course, this is irrelevant now. Everyone must have questioned the price of 10-0 runes. Murmur. The nobles began to make absurd expressions. As I was about to explain, as there seemed to be signs of booing, the host suddenly proceeded with the auction. It seemed like the manager had given some kind of signal. Then don't you have 10-0 runes? 10-0 runes? For that moment, the auction hall became extremely quiet. Of course, no one raised their hand. Only Medrine had a very troubled look on her face. If there is none, we will proceed with a non-successful bid. Then, I shook my head at the host who was trying to pass the turn unilaterally. Wait a minute. Yes, the explanation is missing. What explanation? Isn't this just a decoration? It has other uses. Please give me just a moment. For a moment, I said that in understanding to the host and looked at the nobles again. Your Majesty, do you know about sundials? The sundial in the imperial palace. This is a clock that tells time hundreds of times more accurately than that sundial. What on earth does that mean? A nobleman sitting in the second row stood up. Since he doesn't have a full name or anything, I can't even guess his title or name, but the important thing is that he's starting to show curiosity. First, I turned the grandfather clock, and just like he did with the dwarf, he opened the back panel and showed the complex interlocking internal structure. Then, in complete contrast to before, the auction hall began to become noisy. He quietly turned the clock forward again and began a lecture on clocks, starting with how to read the hour and minute hands. So the current time is 9:20 p.m. This isn't just about telling the time. It helps tremendously in everyday life. It is possible to gather at precise times, such as when going to a banquet or a palace assembly, and the military can plan precise strategies according to the time. I showed you the internal structure earlier. Does that mean something like that can be mass-produced? Yes. Currently, we are setting up a mass production system at the factory with the help of Count Gray, the Lord of Gray City. Something like that. But the watch brought to the auction today is a special limited edition. This item is being sold only at this auction, and unlike items sold to the general public, it is painted in pure gold and is exactly the same as the item presented to His Majesty the Emperor. After today, no watch like this will be produced again. That's why the starting price is 10-0 runes. Now the place is starting to become noisy, as if it has become a goblin market. The whispering turned into a commotion, and immediately the nobleman in the back row raised his hand. 15-0 runes. Then the noble in the row next to him also raises his hand. 17-0 runes, Ure laughing. Those guys over there said we can't do this, so we'll get this limited edition product from our side. 50-0 runes. The nobleman who was right behind the duke in the front row raised the price at once. It's petty. I just ordered a nobleman under my command to be petty. Then, Duke Timurin, who was in the front row, quietly stood up. I'll buy it for 100-0 runes. With those words, the room became as quiet as ever. Everyone, including the managers and representatives of other companies who were waiting for their turn behind the scenes, were too shocked to even react and were so contemplative that they could not keep their mouths shut. Chapter 130. Watch Old Dedran City. Current Northern Gray City. A huge clock tower will be built in the center of this place, boasting its majesty. This is to commemorate the fact that the first watch was made here. Of course, with current technology, it will take a considerable amount of time. But once completed, wouldn't this clock tower be loved as a landmark symbolizing the history and tradition of Gray City even thousands of years later? The names of El, Randall, and Rurin were secretly engraved on the clock tower. El did not reveal himself in any way related to the grandfather clock. After all, he was just bringing modern technology here. However, I had an idea to leave a trace in some form for future generations by secretly leaving my name on the clock tower. This clock tower contains many meanings. El's wish is for this clock tower to become like Big Ben in England. After both emperors and dukes began using watches, other nobles were almost forced to purchase watches and apply them to their daily lives. Of course, it was compulsory at first, but after realizing its convenience, I became more active. There is still a long way to go when it comes to issues such as the need for different standard times in each region. Now everyone uses Great Standard Time. Since there is no knowledge, there is no choice but to follow the standard time. So, in areas where there is a time difference, 8 a.m. is also night, but being able to do something at a specific time was more important at first, so no one questioned it. Well, I just threw away the watch, and it is up to the people of this generation to research and develop it in the future. The most significant thing is that, as nobles began to live according to clock time, the common people below them naturally had no choice but to follow suit, and clocks were widely introduced to the common people. In terms of price, we compromised to some extent, and, except for the gold grandfather clock, did not sell it at such a high price. In modern times, once you spend a lot of money, it feels like a large TV or washing machine that lasts quite a long time. That's why Dedran City's factory is busy today as well. Even though it's really busy, the people who actually work have no complaints. This is because until recently, the people living here had no hope. But it's different now. There is a story that the deputy lord who changed the city that was rotten in the first place even used the clock. In the bar, stories about the lord and clock were hot topics every day. Is that really true? You still don't know. Well, aren't you doing well now, Lord? Without disturbing any of the traces he left behind, how worried were you when people first heard that the Lord was changing? It looked like it was going to hang around, holding on to the trouser legs of the acting Lord. It actually happened. When El announced that he was quitting his job as a representative of the Lord, the officials and citizens who had helped him knelt down and begged him not to go. In particular, the chief of security, whom El had personally selected and placed in his seat, was not in an uproar, almost to the point of crying. Anyway, that watch has become a popular product now. Thanks to the people who come looking for it, inns and restaurants are doing well every day. But they say they will build a separate sales network across the country at some point, so want the boom end soon. Even so, the fact that it is the birthplace remains. And as the number of people working at the factory continues to increase, there will be a lot of people coming out and spending money, so they say there won't be any problems. All of this is because security has improved. All citizens were deeply satisfied with the current system. Therefore, the old Dedran city is already like a completely different city. It was to the point that it seemed like it had developed so well during the period when it suffered from Count Dedran's tyranny and in the state of anarchy that followed. And Grey Boy, who knew very well how that development was possible, brought Verna with him and boasted about the changed city of Dedran. "How are you, Mother? The city you live in isn't the same as it used to be, is it? I see. If he's the same as before, wouldn't that be a big problem?" Verna began to laugh, showing dimples in response to the Grey Boy's question. Of course, I was trapped by my father and rarely came out of that ugly castle. Even when I came out, I felt like the entire city was like a prison. But now it looks so nice to live in. Is that line over there the line to buy a watch? Yes, that's right. That's amazing. Yes, it's great. Actually, it's not the watch that's so great, it's all about the teacher. Verna started laughing at her son's answer. She never imagined that she would be able to smile again while watching dead Rancy. The only way to repay his favor is for you to become a good lord. Yes. Isn't that natural, Mother? You said the reason you didn't go when the crown prince called was because you wanted to learn as much as possible from his side. I have given up on finding out what Master's true identity is. I just hope that you will continue to be in Gray City. That's right. Take care to avoid any inconvenience. Verna narrowed her eyes and stroked her son's head as if she was truly worried. There are many people in Gray City who would risk their lives if you need it, Mother. Oh, so? Yes. As far as I know, the people at Gray Ranch and the elf at the clinic are like that, too. I am among them. Verna answered like that without hesitation. If Elle, who recognized her true love with her husband and allowed her to live freely in this world, would need her life, it would be fine. Not only that, but because he was the benefactor who changed the city of Dedran, which had been a deep sorrow in my heart so much. That's right. The gray boy also nodded strongly at Verna's words. Where are we going? Escape at night? Escape at night? You mean running away at night? Huh, why are you running away? Just kill them all and that's it. Is it? Huh. Rurin, who had been crouching down after saying I would kill them all, stopped with a surprised look on her face when I answered in the affirmative. I hugged Lurin on the spot. Lurin looks up at me at my sudden action, while tilting my head. Lurin, you. Lurin, you. Lurin, you. What are you doing? Because you called, I also called. Do you know why I hugged you? Because I am so pretty? What? Of course it's pretty. Yeah, it's a little surprising. Of course, it's true that it's pretty. It's been a while since I said something like that in person. I hugged him with the hope that he would never say anything about killing someone again. Kill? Kill them all. What dude? Don't you mean that every time you say kill, you hug me? Then I guess I'll have to kill countless times. What nonsense. It's the opposite. The opposite? Yes, the day you say you're going to kill me, I will never hug you. Woo-woo, I let go of Lulin I was hugging. Well, actually, we arrived at our destination. Is this your destination? Rurin, who came out of my arms and was touching her lips with a sad expression on her face, started looking around. There's nothing. What are you doing here? I thought so too at first. Follow me in. The place I visited today is a famous spot that Mr. Ayu told me about. I realized that this place is especially cool when you come at night. Tonight is camping. As soon as I squeezed into the narrow gap, Rurin followed me and squeezed in as well. As I brushed the dirt off Rurin's body, Rurin also came forward and patted my body. But it is very dark here at night. Because it is a dark place even during the day. That's why magic is essential. After using lighting-type magic, it comes down to the lake. How many people in Gray City know that there is a space like this inside the huge rock? A steep cliff above the lake. It is blocked on all sides by rocks but only opens above the lake. Above is the sky, with stars and the moon floating above it. It resembles a cenote, a famous attraction in Mexico. I launched Flame Blaze, a Class 9 attack magic, into the sky. A red burning sphere rises above the lake. And soon a red light shines throughout the lake. That is so beautiful. Oh. Lulin also looked at the scene for a long time and was mesmerized. If Lulin, who is not interested in everything, can be admired to this extent, then this place is truly a famous place. What on earth is this place? A famous place only you and I know about? Of course, there is one more person I know, then he's dead. Lulin covered his mouth. He covered his mouth very desperately, probably remembering the words about no hugging, and then started laughing. Hi, I didn't say anything. And then he sits down looking at the lake. I made a tent on a rocky area next to the lake. I also took out 2 camping chairs and hung them up. I sit in that chair and look at the sky above the hole in the lake ceiling for a moment. As expected, it is beautiful. Lurin also sits down. Then I suddenly thought of a more beneficial way to enjoy this attraction. Lurin, shall we go swimming? Swimming? Don't you think it would be fun to fall down here from that hole? It's called diving. The lake is deep enough. Use Lurin's magic to climb up through the hole in the ceiling above the lake. The height was surprisingly considerable. Whoever falls at the same time and reaches the water first wins. What is it? Is that a bet? No, I smiled and jumped down. Wouldn't it be a waste for only sweetfish to live in this clean water? Poo puddle. Soon I fall and Lurin falls too. Lurin, who fell below the water, rises to the surface like a mermaid. Red water droplets reflected in the flame blaze splash out. The red light makes it even more fascinating. This is fun. Hi, yes. While doing so, flower petals broken by the spring wind fell from the hole above the lake. White flower petals fall on the water. The scent was quite nice, so I looked at the rain of flowers falling for a while. Lurin, don't you think of your birthday when you see the falling flowers and the puddles like this? I said that and hugged Rurin from behind. Rurin's wet hair clings to my chest. Huh. Rurin turns around, making another strange noise. Eventually, the back hug turned into a front hug. If you hadn't asked me to leave then, I might have already died. Why? A guy who just became an adult is talking about death, because it was a meaningless life. And even now, without you, everything is meaningless. This lake too, that sky too. No matter how pretty the falling flower petals are, they are only prettier because you are next to me. Okay? Tickle. It tickles again. Lurin's lines are tickling, but they also act like a refreshing drink to boost your energy. Ha ha ha. And then he pulled the cheek of a smiling Lulin. Hee hee, come on, why are you pulling it? It's just because it's cute. Chapter 131. Camping. After that, the paradise below the cave where the sweetfish lived became our camping site. When I have a headache, looking at the clear sky spread across the ceiling of the cave above the lake makes me feel like all the worries in the world are useless. Of course, the cause of all concern is Rurin. Distance from her. Skinship has developed to the point where we can kiss naturally and the path forward. Someday, I will get married and have and raise a child with Rurin. Growing old like that. Marriage itself is the greatest darkness and abyss sleeping in Rurin's heart. I plan to wait until the incident involving her mother is resolved, and I can proudly announce my marriage in front of her. What should I do about this distance from Rurin? Of course, the more I think about it, the more I think it's a useless worry. As long as you have lifted the restrictions in your mind. All you have to do is just go with the flow, naturally, and move slowly without being too hasty. For Rurin, this will all be her first experience. This is my first time coming into this world in the first place. Laugh, get annoyed, get angry because she has lived for hundreds of years with so many emotions sealed away. Anyway, Lulin and I are slowly making progress, and in the meantime, something hit us today. We ended up camping together with Serena, who followed us to this place, and Alina, who followed us in a haphazard manner. Well, sometimes something like this would be nice. There are many people, such as the Grey Boy, the Mate brothers, and the Knoll couple. But it is true that the people who can truly live comfortably without hiding anything are limited to just these 4 people. A partner who knows my identity, knows my true strength, knows each other's identities, and has no need to hide anything. Since this is camping where you need to feel at ease, with this personnel composition, there is no room for mistakes and you can use a lot of mana. Although the word personnel is a bit incorrect. In summary, I would say that he is a member who can get along without hesitation. What on earth is this place? The ceiling, you could make it similar by piercing it with a breath, but then it would look somewhat unnatural, but something is different here. It's like a landform that was created little by little over hundreds of millions of years. Serena began her own geological analysis after seeing the strange structure of the cave's underground lake. Of course, this is very useless. I believe that the most convenient way to enjoy a spectacular view is to just appreciate it as a spectacular view. Isn't it cool? Yeah, that's cool. What have you 2 been doing in a place like this? It's rude, what's so weird? Then Rurin came out and asked Serena a rare question. Should we say that being quirky is sometimes a good thing? There is something like that, so what is that? Frustrated, damn you. Mr. Wu, who's going to be such a bastard? Live your whole life without knowing anything. Yes, it's normal for you to fight. It is now very natural for Rurin and Serena to bicker. It was such a natural sight that you could almost think of it as a law of the universe, so I pulled the 2 out of my eyeballs and turned off my nerves. Unlike the 2 fighting dragons, Alina is as calm as her personality. When I looked to see what he was doing, he was squatting on the edge of the lake and quietly looking at the scenery. After all, nature is amazing, while making very elf-like noises. It seemed like the pricking of his ears felt really good, so I didn't think about disturbing him. Then, shall I make you some food? When I spoke to Rurin and Serena, Lulin stopped fighting with Serena and ran towards me and started laughing. I don't need food, I packed a lunchbox. Of course, I don't have those. And I had to believe my ears. Rurin is a lunchbox. It happened yesterday. When Elle told her to take a break from the restaurant tomorrow and go out to play, Rurin recalled a magazine she had seen in the warehouse. This is an article titled Newlyweds Picnic Special. It clearly stated that a delicious packed lunch is essential for a picnic, a time when love deepens with my wife's lunchbox. Recalling the article's title, Rurin created a lunchbox, but cooking is annoying. No, before it gets annoying, of course Elle's food is delicious. However, there was a lot of interest in deepening love. So much so that it's beyond annoying. So how do you make a lunchbox? Rurin was lost in those worries. I glare at the kitchen. It's not that there aren't dishes you can cook. Elle taught me a few times, and each time I got compliments on how well I did it. But that's only when Elle helps. If you do it alone, you won't be able to control your strength. If the fireball is too powerful, it will fail anyway. Memories of almost dying while trying the dish Elle tried when she had a cold came back to me. It also reminds me of fond memories of things like cats digging through trash cans and eating them. I'm not sure, but I think they were working at the ranch. I wasn't sure because I was so uninterested in other beings, and it has nothing to do with it now. Soon, in Rurin's brain, Mate and Lint disintegrated into elementary particles and disappeared. The important thing is that I can't cook alone. Just now, I was trying to cook and ended up exploding. I am glad I went to Yeonju Castle to get money. It's difficult. The guy called Lunchbox. Then Lulin had a good idea. He entered the warehouse with traces of the explosion on his face and hair. Then, with his lips pursed, he looked around, sniffing everywhere, like a stray cat looking for food. Give your husband, who is tired from work, something he likes. Then you might get a surprise gift. That's what it said in the magazine. Elle's favorite thing. Lulin's eyes finally caught sight of the target. This warehouse that Rurin entered is mainly where processed goods from the world where Elle lived are stored. There she discovered a food that she often eats, but that Elle also likes to eat with beer. Rurin started laughing with black ash on her cheeks. Isn't this enough? Easy. Hi. Forgetting about sincerity, Rurin became obsessed with the word lunchbox and started moving her hands. You, Lulin of the world? Yes. Nod. Lulin nods his head confidently, and he handed out the lunchbox. Because I am overconfident, on the contrary, I feel anxious. What is this feeling? Taean, and Rurin opened the lid. I don't eat that. I'll indulge you because it's a lunchbox of love between two people. Ho ho. Serena, who had her lunchbox in her eyes and then turned her head away, walked backwards and disappeared. Yours doesn't exist in the first place. Lulin glares at Serena with an expression that asks what nonsense, and then looks at me again. The eyes are smiling. Well, thank you for the lunchbox. Yes, it's special. Is that so? Hi. First, I stroked Lurin's head. After gently stroking my flowing hair, I chose words for a moment and then got to the point. However, what? Oh, if you ask, I can feed you. That's why. A question mark spreads across Lulin's face. No matter what, if you call it a lunchbox, it's rice with snacks on top. Why not? It's your favorite snack. The lunchbox given by Rurin. Potato chips were placed next to the white rice. Yes, if you look at it from the perspective of eating potatoes with rice, it is not wrong. Anyway, the raw material for potato chips is potatoes. You didn't make this, you just copied it. Oh, how did you know? Are you a god? How do you know? How do I know that the rice was cooked by me? But my husband said he would like it if we packed a lunch and went on a picnic. So, next time I'll teach you how to make a lunchbox properly. Try. Really? Actually, I felt uneasy about something too, but when I try to do it, the kitchen explodes. Rurin, who had said that far, covers her mouth with both hands, and take a step back. Hey, you said you didn't know, but the kitchen was yours after all. I don't know. In the end, Rurin handed me the lunchbox filled with potato chips and started running away. A lunchbox made by Rurin, even though the side dish is snacks. Still, I think that this is the first lunchbox I made for myself, so the choice of giving it to someone or throwing it away doesn't come to mind. If you eat it separately, there is no problem. It might be a bit strange if we eat them together. Unfortunately, there were already numerous grains of rice stuck to the potato chips, because rice is that kind of guy. Rurin, who had taken a walk around the cave, came back and crouched in front of me, and he asks curiously, "Are you eating that?" I eat because I am hungry. Is it delicious? Do you want to try it? I don't eat something like that. Hey you, I said it was like that now. Something like that? When did I do that? I do not know, heh. Lulin smiled proudly and started saying something else. I am hungry too, so confident. Since they gave you a packed lunch, it's a gesture to give yourself something more delicious. Well, this is normal. In the end, that's the end of the lunchbox. I started preparing to cook the dish as I had originally planned to do. Then Serena, who was shocked, finally smiled in satisfaction. Yes, of course it should be. You have to eat delicious food in a place like this. We elves do not move as we capture the mysteries of nature in our eyes. Alina was standing still, squatting in front of the lake. So much so that I wonder if it would stay the same even if I left it alone 365 days a year. Alina, can you help me cook? So I quietly spoke to her, and Alina's body, which was in an immobile position, started shaking and showed a slight vibration. This dish? Ah, I get it. And then, strangely enough, the mesmerized look on his face that was immersed in nature came rushing towards me from nowhere and looking at the camping cooking set. When it comes to camping, it's curry. Camping curry is a menu item with a unique taste. How can I help you? I was the one who asked for help. Of course, the two insectivorous dragons will ignore you even if you ask for help. Alina was very serious. He asked with a face full of curiosity. But not right now. So I had to wait for now. Wait a minute. You're watching now, is that so? Because Alina is there is no meat in the curry I make. It's not a full-fledged curry anyway. It is not a curry made from scratch using spices, but a powdered curry that is popular in Korea. This curry made with yellow powder is very famous in Korea. There are various types, including solid and powdered forms, but in the end, the taste is almost the same. Although it is not the same curry served at professional Indian curry restaurants, I think this curry powder is the best for camping. Korean curry is quite popular in various fields such as MT or camping with friends. First of all, it's easy to make. Of course, I have never actually been to things like camping with friends or MT. Since soldiers gathered together on the battlefield to cook and eat food to survive, I thought for a moment that camping with friends might be similar to that. But I guess it would be a little different. Anyway, among the powdered curries, Ogi curry is the most famous, and there is also a similar series called 3-minute curry. The 3-minute curry comes complete with all the vegetables, so you just need to heat it up, but the curry powder is a little different in that you have to make it individually, except for the most important curry powder. Chapter 132 Camping, so what can add a more original flavor is curry powder. If you want to make a truly original curry, you would have to start by mixing spices and making curry powder. It's not even necessary for simple camping. First, put oil in a pan and fry the onions. I tend to finely chop the onions that go into curry and fry them until they turn slightly brown. Then the onions will smell very nice. The smell of grilling meat, better than grilling meat, stimulates the appetite. This is where Alina has a job to help, for faster cooking. Alina, could you peel these and cut them for me? Really? Then Alina, who was quietly looking at me, smiled brightly and said she liked it. The one who received the favor is happier. Alina stood there with a helpless look on her face because she wanted to help, and she started preparing the ingredients very excitedly. Mother Teresa, Saint Mary, is this elf a goddess? So I fry the onions and she peels the vegetables. Cooking preparations continued. Then add the vegetables prepared by Alina to the fried onions. These vegetables are called carrots and potatoes in Korea. And unlike Alina, the two dragons jumped into the water without any interest in helping, and then start playing in the water. I am worried that the silverfish might get hurt because they are too combative in the water. But I have confirmed that in such cases the fish hide underground in the lake, so there should not be a big problem. Are you better at holding your breath than me? Are you stupid? Thousands of years are also possible. Then it's a showdown for thousands of years. It's big in scale. I continued cooking, trying hard to resist the urge to get distracted by the dragon's conversation. If meat is added, it becomes a little more savory, but there is no problem even if it is not added. Once it is stir-fried to some extent, add water. Stir a little and cook the potatoes a little more, then add the curry powder in an appropriate amount. What we will do now is stir. Stir and stir again until the powder dissolves in the water. Then, the yellow curry is completed. The delicious smell of curry slowly seeped into my nostrils. Most people would agree that this smell is delicious. Except, of course, for people who hate curry. But my Korean curry doesn't end here. Up to this point, it is an ordinary curry, but it is possible to subtly make it something out of the ordinary with simple methods. This is because there is a trick to adding deep flavor to curry in a very simple way. If you add yogurt, it tastes like yogurt curry. Would you say it adds a refreshing sour taste to curry? Yogurt curry is also a type of curry. Recommended if you want to experience a similar taste with commercial curry. Of course, it's not the same. Also, if you add milk, the color of the curry becomes very light and the taste becomes very soft. It may seem like curry and milk don't go well together, but in fact, it's a very good combination. The curries sold in Korea often have a slightly less luxurious aftertaste. I would say it tastes a little cheap. Compared to curry from curry restaurants, the limitations of mass-produced curry are fully reflected. You can make the taste luxurious simply by adding easily available ingredients to such a standard curry. Curry, which absorbs such ingredients and creates new tastes, is a truly amazing food. So it is also my favorite food. It's not just milk or yogurt. There are many more. Tomato ketchup also enhances the sourness and sweetness of curry. Coffee is one of the ingredients that brings out the most important flavor in curry. Add bitter coffee without any ingredients such as sugar or cream. This significantly increases the umami flavor. There is another one, and this method is actually my favorite method. My secret ingredient is chocolate. The more cacao the chocolate contains, the better. If you add chocolate to the curry, the yellow color becomes very dark, and the taste becomes stronger. Even so, the curry doesn't really taste like chocolate. The curry simply absorbs the chocolate and becomes luxurious. People who don't know this may be repulsed or very surprised by the practice of adding chocolate to food. However, when these strange-looking ingredients come together with curry, they enhance the flavor and make the curry taste richer and more luxurious. Additionally, if you mix chocolate and ketchup appropriately, you can get a taste similar to the curry you get at specialty restaurants. It feels even more similar when you eat it with naan. There is a clear difference from not adding any ingredients. Should I say there is no comparison? Rurin Serena, come out, let's eat. Two dragons who have been competing underwater for thousands of years, claiming that they cannot breathe, crawl out of the lake when they hear the sound of food as if they are hungry. A plate of hot curry was held out in front of them. What is this again? This is food I've never seen before. It's called curry. Curry? I served curry with added chocolate to Rurin, Serena, and Alina, and mine is separate. What can I say? I don't like the color, but it's delicious. It is delicious. Well, it tastes good. I am really glad I am not eating a strange lunchbox. Each person begins to eat the curry while moving their mouths. Water dripped from Rurin and Serena's bodies. It's delicious to eat it so wet. Is that possible? Of course, it is true that if you eat it after playing in the water, your stamina will decrease, so it tastes better anyway. Being wet is a problem. I rummaged through my luggage, took out a towel, and started drying Rurin's hair. Alina, Serena too? Yes. Alina rushes over to me, takes an extra towel from me, and approaches Serena. I am so crazy about eating. It's even more crazy when the water is falling. You don't want to catch a cold, so make sure to dry your hair. You mean a cold? If that's the case, it's better to get caught in this body. Rurin, who was making a soundless sound, removed the moisture from her head and placed a large towel over her shoulders. Alina also wipes Serena's hair in a babysitting gesture. Serena's side is resolute. No, it's natural. Of course, the fact that he is being served arrogantly by an elf is a bit of a problem. Rather, the scene where the blonde elf wipes the hair of the red-haired beauty is dazzling. Gorgeous blonde and red hair shine brilliantly. What can I say? I can't deny that it's an amazing scene. After the ridiculous sight of people wiping their hair while eating was over, we ate again. My cooking is special. Lulin, Serena, and Alina have curry with chocolate, but mine is a bit more special. Why are yours so hot? I know. My curry includes spicy chicken noodle sauce. It is a special enhanced version of spicy flavor. Since it's camping and I am going to eat it, there's no problem with using the prepared sauce, right? This curry, which has a deep chicken soup flavor and a burning taste, actually resembles the spicy curry sold at specialty stores. A spicy sensation that makes your tongue tingle penetrates every corner of your body. I'll try it too. Without fear, Lulin came up to me and thrust a spoon in before I could stop him. For a moment, yum. And before she could warn, a spoon was thrust into Lurin's mouth. And after 5 seconds, needless to say, we had to struggle for a while to stop the breath from spewing into the lake. After eating, rest for a while, washing a lot of dishes and organizing and cleaning the surrounding area. And a war of words broke out over the construction of the hut. Normally, I would just do it myself. Since I called myself camping, I wanted to follow the camping rules. In other words, you play a game or something, decide on a ranking, and divide up the work. My heart pounded slightly in a situation I had never experienced before in my life. I can't believe my childhood dream came true in this way. What I dreamed of at that time was to be with friends of the same sex. For some reason, everything is of the opposite sex now, aside from whether it's better or not. Well, anyway, that's why it's a game. Among the many games, the one I picked out was a board game. I once made a bet with Lulin using Jenga. It was an object that was summoned like Jenga at that time. It is a national board game called Buru O Bull. When I was young, there were almost no kids who didn't do it, And a few hours later, in front of that blue fire, Lulin and Serena began to smile sinisterly. Woohoo, haha. Lulin's original image is an innocent image, but when she smiles like a devil like that, her expression is so cute. The gap created by a sinister smile blooming on an innocent face. It's a secret that the gap is more attractive. Secret, it is also a foul. It could be said to be the best of Lurin's facial expressions that I like, so I don't hate smiling like that. But when Rurin laughs like that, it's when she's planning something absurd. Of course, Serena too. Serena has a face that suits the sinister expression very well. Anyway, they both have strange expressions, the corners of their mouths hanging from their ears. Each face is immersed in its own desires. If we were to define it in one word, it could be said that it is something that cannot be stopped. What are you guys laughing at so much? How much has it changed? I didn't do anything. I didn't do it either. Rurin and Serena look at me at the same time. Both of them raised their round eyes, filled with the expression of unfairness. It looks like he doesn't know what he's talking about, but it's so pretentious. But it's surprising how long it's been since we've seen two dragons get along so well. No, it's not like it's been that long. In fact, it's the first time. I actually snorted at this situation, which usually never happens. I am pretty sure I did something. The first place among these is freedom. Second place is dishwashing. What on earth are you going to do for the trivial bed of cleaning up after yourself and making a bed if you come in last place? There's a reason why the two people are smiling like this. The game started normally, but it all started when Serena smiled darkly and said that she would change it a little, saying that she couldn't empathize and that it wasn't fun because it was all about cities she didn't know. And the two dragons took Buru Abel and actually changed many things. That's the situation right now. It looks suspicious. It's not suspicious. I am the same as usual. Rurin sits down next to me and nods her head strongly. The more it happens, the more my impressions are the same. You're laughing. Anyone can see that it's a strange face. Anyway, you can't decide the winner with such an unidentified object. I am at a disadvantage. When I answered with a shrug, both dragons screamed at the same time. You can't do that. Serena made a face saying that such a thing was not fun, and Lulin had no idea what was going on, but shook his head very desperately and expressed his position strongly. Yeah, and anyway, no matter what we changed, we didn't change the rules of the game, so it's very fair to just throw the dice and play the game. Yes, that is correct. Chapter 133 Camping Again, Lurin and Serena shout in unison. Well, as these guys say, it is true that it is fair. If you do something ridiculous, you will be sanctioned right away. Then I wanted to see how funny they had changed it, and as I looked at the four arms raised in front of me, I couldn't be bothered to argue any further, so I just nodded. Moreover, no matter how much has been changed, the basic version is still the same. From the beginning, Alina ordered the bank president, or Radish Kimchi, also called the game manager. Since I helped with the cooking earlier, I am given different privileges than these dragons. Blessed are the good people. Then let's decide the order using rock, paper, scissors. Serena and Lurin nod at the same time as expected. Perhaps because I used it so often, the two dragons were already familiar with rock, paper, scissors. The three sounds of rock, paper, scissors sounded loudly from the mouths of me and the two dragons, and soon the results were announced. Funny enough, Rurin is the scissors. Serenado scissors. I also took out the scissors. In other words, it was a draw from the first game. However, Lulin pushed away Serena's scissor-shaped hand with her own scissors and stood up and shouted proudly. I won. Is this crazy? With the same meaning, a cooperative front formed when changing the rules of the game. That brief truce ended abruptly. It was the moment when the war between the two began again. Lurin didn't even pay attention to Serena's anger and started giving me a meaningless explanation. My scissors just beat those red scissors. Don't you think so too? Black is above red. Nope. Lurin then looks at my hand deeply. I look at my scissors once and then at my scissors again. He looked at the scissors in turns and thought about something for a while before opening his mouth. With your scissors. He holds my hand without finishing his sentence. And he continues talking as if he can't do it. It was a draw. After much deliberation, you ended up with a draw. The rock, paper, scissors that unfolds in Lurin's brain is a spectacle. What are you doing? Yours. At the right moment, Serena stepped forward. He pulls Rurin's hair and mutters with a shocked expression on his face. I took Serena's hand away from Rurin's head and said, I told you not to touch Rurin's head. Then should I touch your head? Serena eventually exploded, grabbed my head and shook it, and I accepted her anger for a moment with a heart like the ocean. Then he shrugged his shoulders once and opened his mouth. Okay, let's do it again. In the end, in the next rock, paper, scissors game, Rurin gets a wrapping paper. And since Serena and I gave ink, the first place went to Rurin. This time, Serena was talking nonsense, saying that she could defeat her old wrapping cloth. I stopped talking nonsense, thinking that they were really dragons of the same level. So the first place is Rurin. Secretly, Lulin has a lot of luck in these things. There were a few times when I lost a bet because I was a victim of bad luck. It won't happen this time either. You may not know rock, paper, scissors, but you can play this game. Where should we try the luck of the mysterious Rurin? With that in mind, I continued playing rock, paper, scissors with Serena. And I suddenly won. In other words, in the order of throwing the dice, Rurin is first, and I second. The last one is Serena. Why? Serena, who seemed to be displeased with losing from the start, protested by pulling out her hair. Well, it's natural, hehe, you're last, you're laughing. This couple seems like a scammer. Aren't you salty? Serena, who couldn't admit it, started struggling once again, looking at me and Rurin in turns, but this time Rurin nodded with a satisfied smile. It's not a sinister laugh like hehe, but hehehe, and turns his body over. What should I say? I think I was reacting to the word couple. I turned my head away. It's best not to see or hear things like this and just move on. That's life. Okay, anyway, let's get started. You start first, Rurin. I get it. I will win. Hi. I am in first place, so I'm just going to sit around doing nothing. Rurin shouted out a strong wish that she didn't want to do anything, looked at me and Serena with a devil-like smile, and then secretly threw the dice over her head. The dice that left Lurin's hand went up to the ceiling, then fell to the floor and rolled again. The number on the die on the side where it stopped was 6. He won first place in rock, paper, scissors, and the dice rolled 6. Rurin definitely feels like she is receiving the blessings of good luck. I think there have been times in the past where I somehow won a bet by showing performance that exceeded my imagination, such as in a doll lottery where I was chosen out of 100 people without using any manipulation or mana. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lulin and Serena had already played the game roughly once before changing various things on the board game board, so they were both well versed in the basic game mechanics, so Lulin naturally moved his piece 6 spaces. The board game board of Buru Bull has famous cities on Earth written on it. And if you get caught in that box, you can purchase that famous city, and if you get caught again in the land you purchased, you can build a building from there. If another player gets caught on the land you bought, you have to pay a toll, and the toll increases enormously depending on the type and number of buildings built on that land. And the winner of the game is the one who fails to pay the toll and goes bankrupt first. In other words, the more land you have, the better. Therefore, it is a wise choice to buy land unconditionally in the beginning. The place where Rurin stopped was Lurin's lair. The city that was Seoul before the change has now become Lurin's lair. Well, it was new, but it was also a little funny. Oh, my rare. Lulin looked up at Serena as if she were giving her medicine. This cannot be helped because the two dragons are races that feel good only when they instinctively defeat each other. You're stupid. However, in response to Lurin's provocation, Serena just blurts out a word as if it is funny. Something was strange. Serena's mocking smile was an expression that Rurin had overlooked. Why are you so stupid? As for memory. When Serena lowered her head, Rurin jumped her body towards Serena's chest. Whoa. As a result of the charge, Lurin's kick landed squarely in Serena's body with a harsh sound. The two dragons started to fight and start fighting. If it's a dragon, it looks like there's no need to use mana to fight, but they're fighting like dogs. There's an uproar. Elena was embarrassed and tried to stop him, but it was no use. There are not many beings in this world who can stop a dragon. 2 dragons? Wouldn't it be better to stop? Because both of you are earning a living. When he spoke sternly in a deep voice, Rurin walked away from Serena and started shaking her head. Why are you beating me? I don't earn anything like that. Not required. Rurin speaks firmly as if she is refusing a free service. Oh my, is that so? Hey, Rurin. Elena, who was watching the scene carefully, hesitantly held out a land card to Lulin that was originally called Soul, but had changed the game board to become Rulin's Rare, and opened her mouth as if whispering. To buy land, you need 20 lind. And the next time you stop at that land again, you can build a hotel from then on. Sigh. Before Alina's explanation could be finished, Rurin frowned and became tearful as if something occurred to her along with a strange sound. Serena's expression tells her to look at that. That's why I said you were an idiot. When do you set the price of your own land and say it should be around that price and then raise it sharply? Ooh. Rurin started to get angry with an expression that seemed like she had forgotten. Even if you cry while looking at me, you are completely self-absorbed and no one can help you. Games are lonely. Winning is also a lonely thing. Lulin trembled as she looked up at me, but there was nothing I could do about it. The initial fund for the game was 10, 0 rind issued by the Bureau o Bull Bank. 20, 0 lind is twice the price. You are paid 5, 0 rind in the form of a monthly salary for 1 lap, so you have to go 2 more laps to buy that road. This is assuming that there is no loss of assets along the way. So if the land price is that expensive, the difficulty level of the game naturally becomes very hard. It's a hardcore difficulty game. Then is it my car? It's a rule that applies to everyone, so like Serena said, it doesn't matter if it's a bit hard. Because it's fair. Perhaps because Rurin decided for herself that she could not buy land, she could not go berserk and just stared at the ceiling of the cave with a blank face. Anyway, this moment is my dream. Even if the bet was really not that big of a deal, I had no desire to lose. Washing dishes and building a house. In the latter case, using mana is no big deal. Even so, I rolled the dice with the intention of winning. Romance is only romance if you win. The dice rolled seriously roll. The dice that were rolling came to a stop exactly in front of Rurin's feet. Rurin and Serena sent intense gazes toward the number that had stopped. I don't know why, but even Alina is different from Rurin. And the number was 2. As expected, I don't have much luck with these types of games. Wow, it's only 2. The place, which was originally Busan, was changed to Restaurant on the Hill. The Restaurant on the Hill is none other than my restaurant. Prices are unpredictable. Rurin and Serena have decided. Is it expensive? Is it cheap? At that crossroads, Serena burst out laughing. Looking at it, it looks like there's something there. Lulin's expression is unknown. It was subtle. So I looked at Alina with a nervous expression. In the end, Alina holds the answer. Here, L. It shows the price of the Restaurant on the Hill land card that Alina was holding. Restaurant on the Hill 50, 0 rind. 30, 0 rind per villa. 50, 0 rind per building. 100, 0 rind per hotel. Toll fee. 50, 0 rind per villa. 100, 0 rind per building. 200, 0 rind per hotel. What is this again? I only have 10, 0 rind, but 50, 0 rind? The price was set higher than Rurin's rare. The rare one is 20, 0 rind, but this one costs a whopping 50, 0 rind. It was made so that no one could purchase it for a while. This is clearly a ripoff. When we look at the culprit, we feel more confident. Why are you doing that? Hey, why is this restaurant so expensive? How much money did you spend on rare? Rares are much more expensive, so we have to be realistic. Not like that. This is our restaurant. And since it is the place you cherish and the place where we first settled, it is more precious than rare. So, it's the highest price. Anyway, he continues to nod his head in understanding. Every time that happens, my head flutters, and I don't know why I find that confident explanation so endearing. Chapter 134 Camping. I shook my head vigorously, freeing myself from the clutches of that loveliness, and went back to the main topic. Anyway, the fact that you can't buy it is the same for other players. Is that so? Haha, isn't that what you're saying? I had nothing to say, so I admitted defeat. I accept it because it is fair. In the end, my turn was over, and it was Serena's turn next. Ho ho ho. The dice that Serena rolled with an unintentional smile spun around in the same spot as the color of her owner's hair, and then stopped after a while. The number was 5. The place where Serena stopped was the section where the golden key was pulled out. There is a space called the golden key in the middle of Bureau Obel. If you get caught in that space, you have to draw the card called golden key that Alina has. The card can be either lucky or unlucky. There is an absolute rule that the golden key, which has various things written on it, must execute exactly what is written. If you fail, it is ultimately an admission of defeat. In the original Bureau Obel's golden key, there are cards that tell you to return to the starting point and receive a salary. And there are also cards that tell you to move to a specific city. If the city you move to is another player's land, you must pay a toll. There is also a card that forces you to take a break for about 3 turns by sending you to a deserted island in the corner. A golden key is an item that can suddenly change the game. The card that is like a microcosm of life, containing all the good and bad fortunes, is the golden key, and it was this golden key that Rurin and Serena changed the most. Even Khan, which was originally a city, has been transformed into a golden key. The number of golden key slots, which were originally few in Buruabel, has increased too much. So if the two dragons ended up playing around, everything would be contained in this golden key. It's a golden key. Well, as I said before, it's fair, right? So can you please stop staring at me like that? As Serena said that, she held out her hand to Alina, asking for the golden key. Alina picked up the top card of the golden key card that had been carefully shuffled in advance and began to read the phrase written on the card. Go to a deserted island. It says, okay, uninhabited island. Serena took the card from Alina's hand with a very surprised expression, and he frowns arrogantly. Hey, you black bastard. Why? Are you going to an uninhabited island like that? Funny enough, this time the two dragons started getting angry at each other. If you say it's an uninhabited island, it's a penalty. So Lulin raised his hand and asked why he went to a deserted island even though he should have liked it. I told you to take this off. It's not even funny. It's wrong for you to go. Serena, I went to a deserted island, so it's natural that I don't like it. Lulin couldn't figure out why he was reacting like that. Now, calm down and it's Lurin's turn next, so throw the dice. Are you really stupid too? The couple is such an idiot. What dude? Is this dragon crazy enough to be such a fool to me? But Serena was confident. Instead of being scared by my gaze, he confidently continues to do the idiot leap and grin. After a while, Serena pointed to the uninhabited island in the corner of the Bureau Bull game board and shouted as if it was unfair. You still don't know? Then read that. Why is that? What is there to read? It's an uninhabited island, so you can escape after 3 turns, and if the same number comes up in a row. Yes. You can escape from the uninhabited island located in the corner of the ordinary Bureau pan only if you roll the same number with 2 dice at the same time. And if you play with a single dice like we do, you can only escape if you roll the same number in succession. If you don't get the same number, you have to wait 3 turns to escape. It's like the only trap in Bureau Bull. Serena's expression was so bizarre that she read the words written on the deserted island. The two dragons even changed the letters. The newly written escape conditions for the uninhabited island were as follows. Desert island, if a human is caught here, kiss the black dragon to get out of the desert island. It doesn't matter what happens to the rest. Follow the original rules. There was a phrase written on it that looked like it had been written by Rurin. Hey Lulin, why did you write all this down? I do not know, it's not me. Then it's me. Serena started to get angry, but Rurin continued to act the other way. It was my fault for starting without reading it carefully. Well, kissing itself isn't difficult, because I decided to stop living my life completely hiding my feelings and lying like I used to. And wouldn't it be okay to not go to a deserted island? It doesn't matter, just throw it. Huh. When I put the dice in Lurin's hand, she looked embarrassed for a moment, but threw the dice right away anyway. And the number that came out was 4. It was the golden key again. What kind of golden key comes out? Since there are a lot of golden key slots, it gets caught often. It's natural, but there's something unsettling about Rurin getting caught by a golden key. To be exact, the guy named King Woon who is hovering around Rurin. And Alina began to read the golden key card drawn by Rurin. Congratulations. You have won 100 Lind. What? Oh, why did you pick that? What should I do first in absurdity? He let out a sound. Rurin was happy, and Serena screamed and stamped her feet. Judging by the reaction, it seems that the golden key related to this money that was just drawn must have been made by Serena. Serena is mainly concerned with money, and Rurin changed the rules of the game based on her desire for a kiss. If so, does that mean Rurin is cuter? Even so, the sight of them pulling cards that were meant for them is a scene that can only be called funny. Moreover, this scene once again makes you realize that Rurin is lucky. Haha. 100 Lind. I win. Lulin began to smile as he took the money from Alina. With that amount of money, you win half the game from the start. It's not over yet. Well, see. Serena cried out loud as if she was feeling unfair, but Rurin looked at her with a pitiful expression. Why are you looking at me pitifully? It's funny. Escape from a deserted island in no time. I threw the dice between 2 dragons who seemed to have killed each other 100 times with their gaze. Because it's my turn. The dice roll again. The place where my words stopped was once again the golden key. Go to a deserted island. Called it's written down. What should I do? Elena read the card with a sad face and handed it to me. Why are there so many cards telling you to go to a desert island? No matter how you think about it, this is Lulin's trick. The main culprit of the joke is cheering. It's a trap. It's a trap. There are traps everywhere. But I can't refuse it now. According to the card called Go to a Deserted Island, my piece is moved to a deserted island. Phew ha ha ha. Serena started laughing as if it was ugly. Ooh, you have finally found yourself on a desert island. Rurin still looks so excited. Then, it's not. Ure just stuck for 3 turns. What? That can't be possible. You can never come out. That kind of thing is an uninhabited island. That's right. Look here and there. It's written like that. Rurin looked very aggrieved, as if she had been framed for murder, and pointed to the uninhabited island section with her finger. I am so unfair that I am biting my lip as if I am going to die. Gradually, the cheekbones begin to swell. I think there would be an uproar if I just left it like that. So I went next to Rurin, who was shaking, and whispered in her ear. Okay, let's settle it after finishing. It's like that when everyone is watching, right? Is that really true? It's okay if it's a lie. Rurin instantly opened her face and nodded. Ha, I can hear you all, Ure laughing. Serena shook her head, and Alina was looking this way with an envious look on her face, with her hands clasped together with an expression of longing. And the game continued. With 100 rind, Lulin eventually purchased our restaurant and his own rare restaurant. Even if you get caught somewhere else, you don't even blink an eye. The capital of the empire. The purchase price is 2 lind. Our restaurant costs 50 linds, but the capital of the empire is set at 2 linds. It's amazing, it's amazing. I don't buy anything like that. In this way, Lulin snorted and paid no attention to other lands. Could it be said that it is as if I am not even paying any attention to beings other than myself? On the other hand, Serena is different. They were scraping together as much land as they could buy. Why are you buying so much? All I need is rare and a restaurant. You got caught. Oh, Lurin's face turned bright red. Like a hedgehog, I dodged around the ground spread like a spider's web and finally got caught. Red Dragon's sacred place. Because we built 2 buildings here, the toll is 10 rind. I am flying now, so I don't step on that kind of ground. Rurin raised her palm as Serena cheered that she had caught it. And then, absurdly, he declared that he was flying and turned his head. It's funny. That's because Lulin had almost no money due to investing in 2 expensive lands, Lurin's lair and restaurant on the hill. If you throw away 10 lind, you will become a beggar. You, lend me some money. Rurin looks at me with a pitiful expression. He held out both hands. Normally, I wonder what a waste it would be to give money to Rurin. It's a game now, it's a contest. He cruelly turned his head away. You abandoned me. You are a bad person. Bad, it's bad, it's bad, bad. Kwahaya, don't bite your head, dude. Is this a wild habit? Why are you biting my head? Not delicious. If you tell me quickly, Ure in last place for not following the rules, that's not possible. Ugh. In the end, Lulin puffed out his cheeks, gave me a resentful look, and paid me 10 rind. Lulin went all in on expensive land and almost ran out of money after paying 10 rind. The only money Lulin has is 1 lind. Still, it is cheap compared to the toll fee. The Red Dragon's shrine where Rurin was hanging was made very cheaply by Serena. If the Red Dragon elders find out, they will be foaming at the mouth. Anyway, for that reason, even though 2 buildings were built, the toll fee is 10 lind. It's nowhere near Lulin's rare. Well, Serena also has a trump card. If you get caught in that land, Alina's clinic, you will be forced to rest for 2 turns with the power of healing, and of course you will have to pay a toll, which is the second most expensive place after Lulin's rare. If you get caught again, it's over. End. Phew ha ha ha. Serena begins to laugh happily. Rurin was definitely in crisis. Since I only have 2 pieces of land, there is little chance of getting caught, so it is difficult to make money. Of course, if you get caught once, it means instant death. Those in last place are tasked with cleaning up after themselves and other chores. And then it's Rurin's turn again. What is this? Rurin began to scream. It's not over yet. It wasn't over, but it was almost over. The place where Rurin stopped is a section that can be said to be in front of the devil's area. That's because everything from 1 to 6 was Serena's land. In other words, Rurin, who has very little money, is inevitably eliminated next time. Anyway, I have to win, so I can't help. I ignored Lurin, whose shoulders were slumped, and threw the dice. Tusk. Serena clicks her tongue. Rurin just watches, holding my arm and trembling with anger. Chapter 135 Camping. I can't believe I lost to the red one. I can't believe I lost to the red one. These words continued to flow from Lurin's mouth, and my die stopped at 3. When I moved my horse, the place I arrived at was the Golden Key again. The Golden Key is definitely better than stopping in Serena's land. Currently, Serena has the most land and I have the second. I can't do it if the unlucky card comes out, but I am sure it won't be more unlucky than the toll. Elena picked up the Golden Key card and began to read it. I looked at Elena, hoping it would be a lucky card. You can blow your breath into the opponent's ground. The land where the breath hit is devastated. Called I am with you? What? That's I made. Serena looked at me and Lurin in confusion. Serena seemed to be as unlucky as me. Should I say that I do not receive the blessings of the goddess of luck like Rurin? He was complaining because he couldn't even draw a single card he made and only drew Rurin's card. It's certainly as fair as you said. It's very fair because we don't use tricks. That's not it. Hey, wait for a sec. Wouldn't it be better to send Lurin away from here? It's not reality, so I hope you think calmly about the outcome. Human. Well, I'm soon going to be in a dangerous area like Lulin, so I'll have to blow up the most expensive land in the area. Such scammers. Couple scam. Elena, help me, this is a scam? Yes. But what's written on the card is just the other person. Damn it, Mr. Wu, you should have made it without me. Serena scratched her head in frustration. Then Lurin, who had a dying expression on her face, began to laugh with a face as if the light of dawn had come from the sky. As expected of you, I will forgive you for not lending me money earlier. So, blow the red thing off the ground. Well, that's true here. Because the risk of being caught in Serena's land is greater than the risk of being caught in Rulin's land. I nodded and blew up Elena's clinic, the most dangerous place in Serena's land. My clinic. It wasn't actually blown up, so what? It's just that the owner of that land has disappeared. Haha, I'll buy it for you. Are you sure? Elena's pronunciation leaks out at the words she said without any meaning. Ryo Ronnie? Huh, if I can buy something. When Elena shrugged again without meaning to, her eyes lit up for some reason and her fists clenched. And Serena fell to the floor. Haha, then I won't lose if I get a 6. Yes. From 1 to 6, which blocked Lurin's path, a breathing hole was created in the area that was Serena's land. This is what the light of dawn is like. Unbelievable sheesh. Well, does that mean you get a 6 every time? Saying that, Serena threw the dice again, and the number that came out was 6. It's a golden key. I see. Elena said and read the golden key. You can throw the dice one more time. It's normal. It's not normal. Isn't it good to be able to get paid? Surely, if Serena threw the dice one more time, she would have completed another lap and receive her salary. According to the rules, if you spin the board once, you get a monthly salary of 5,000 rind. Well, as long as you don't get a 6, that's fine. However, Serena also had one element of anxiety. The fact is that if you roll a 6, you will be in the restaurant on the hill. And currently, Restaurant on the Hill has 2 hotels. It was a land like a bomb that would inevitably lead to bankruptcy if caught. It is also one of only 2 lands that Lulin has, the dice roll. After a few seconds, soon, Serena's strong scream echoed through the ceiling of the cave. Nonsense. To summarize, in the next turn, Lulin must roll a 6 to avoid bankruptcy. And Serena was in a situation where she could appear in all but 6. In other words, in terms of probability, Serena had an overwhelming advantage. But something incredible happened right in front of us. From Lulin's perspective, it's like a miracle. From Serena's perspective, it is like hell. Rulin's good fortune was at work. Scary. It's such a scary river. I recognized him from the time I lost in the claw machine. The die that Serena threw was very clearly showing 6 without any controversy. Hee. It's my land. Finally, we're getting tolls for the first time. Lulin, who had been dying about 5 minutes ago, came back to life in one hit and started running rampant. Is this the danger of gambling? How can a situation change 180 degrees so suddenly? Could it be that Rulin's luck exploded when I took away Serena's land and broke her momentum? It means that the fate has changed. Haha. Elena, this is boo. It's a married couple scam. Please tell me it's true. There's no way I am in last place. Not really, neither of you lied. Because I can see it. Serena buried her face in Elena's stomach and began to moan, and Elena looked at me and Lurin alternately and patted Serena on the back. Of course, due to Alina's personality, she couldn't pat her openly, so she very carefully and hesitantly touched Serena's back with her fingertips, then carefully and very gently stroked her back, and so on. Ah, Serena struggles. But it's bankruptcy. All of Serena's money went to Rurin. Ha. Hey, I have a lot of money. Lurin is jumping up and down in front of me. It's all thanks to me. Everything is thanks to me. Well, they say yes. It's thanks to you. But a win is a win. I won't look at you. Whenever I ask to borrow money, they always refuse to look at me. It's scary because there's only one room. If I didn't want to end up like Serena, I needed to come to my senses. Anyway, Lulin smiled and grabbed the dice. With this, Rurin's property is 90, 0 lind paid by Serena as a toll. Serena went bankrupt due to lack of 10, 0 lind. My current wealth is 30, 0 lind. I have 6 lands. There are 2 lands in Lurin. If you get caught in Rulin's land, you're doomed anyway. So, to make it safe, we need to increase the land a bit. The only way is to increase the land without being caught in Lurin's land and reduce that 90, 0 lind by metallurgy. It was disadvantageous. The difference in money is too big. Still, there was still a glimmer of hope as there were only 2 Lulin lands. Lulin rolled the dice, rolling around. The rolling dice pointed to 4, and the destination was the Millirek Mountains. It used to be Serena's land and is now empty due to bankruptcy. But there is no need. I have a lot of money. If you have a lot of money, you should buy land and expand it. Us. Lulin shook his head without even looking at the land card. I can't believe he has more money than me in such a ridiculous way. Anyway, he's a lucky guy. I sighed and threw the dice. And what came out this time was once again a golden key. It is no exaggeration to say that these golden keys, which are everywhere, honestly hold all the keys to victory. Alina held her breath and picked up the card. What? And with a strange expression on his face, he looks at me and Rurin alternately. And soon he started reading the cards in the tone of reading a Korean language book. So if I kiss Rurin, I will hand over all of my land. Haha, what? Why did you write in the first person in the golden key? Hwaya. Lurin moves quickly and picks up the card. And then I glared at Serena. This is this. This is a card that I used once and then threw away. I can't win with this, so I set the kiss trap on a deserted island. I am sorry, I added it because I thought it would be fun. Serena, who had been dead in Alina's arms with a broken and soulless expression, suddenly came to life and started bursting into laughter. Wahahaha. Since this card was added by me, it is absolutely not invalid. The card remains in effect. Serena was giggling with a face like she was going to die, and Lurin was crying. We've already secured the kiss, so there is no need. You already said you would kiss me earlier, is this a? My lips touched Lurin's lips. Rurin's softness is transmitted into my brain through my lips. I can't see his expression clearly, but he must be very embarrassed. Since everyone is watching, it ends lightly. Because nowhere on the card does it say to kiss deeply. Yes, the world of competition is cold. I have to do it before anything else is said. I parted my lips and looked at Alina. Alina's face turned red and she didn't know what to do, and for some reason she was pinching her thigh tightly with one hand. The land of Lurin is mine now, right? But there is no answer. Alina, when asked again, Alina nodded only then. Yes, that's right. The golden key is absolute, and that's why Serena went bankrupt. What is this, I like it, but I don't like it. And Lulin collapsed. As I lean my head against the wall, my body slowly flows down. Rurin lost motivation. As a result, the game was a bland victory for me. Now then, go wash the dishes, Lurin. And Serena, who came in last place, will clean and build the house, and Alina, who is the radish holder, and I will rest. Ooh, it's annoying. Building a house? The 2 people started complaining. Well, let's see. Serena is using a lot of mana to move trees to build a hut outside the cave, and Lurin grumbled and started washing the dishes. This body is supposed to just roll around, but how did it end up like this? He rubs the bowl vigorously while complaining of injustice. Washing dishes is hard for you. Rurin stood precariously, acting as if she was falling apart, and complained of difficulty in washing the dishes, but I responded with a smile. Don't wake up and stay calm. Actually, since they are Capel containers, there is nothing to break. If it breaks, it is weak. However, at the restaurant, Lulin often wakes up while washing dishes. You are strong. I do not know, I am weaker than you. Lurin grumbled and focused on washing the dishes again. After eating and playing games, peace lasted for a while, and before we knew it, Serena's construction was completed. 2 huts. One is ours and one is yours. There are 2. Oh my goodness, so pretty. Elena let out an exclamation as she looked at the 2 cabins. It was well built. It's a really simple cabin, but if you build it this way, there's nothing to complain about. Rurin pursed her lips with that exact expression. He looks frustrated because he can't find fault. A cabin is a cabin. A cabin where you can go up the ladder and find a space to sleep made of wood. The moonlight coming down through the hole in the cave's ceiling and the lighting inside the cave we created artificially seep into the lake and sparkle. It was quite a beautiful view from the cabin. HMPH, it's no big deal. I can make it better. Yes, then try it. I don't like that. Chapter 136 Camping. I ignored the 2 dragons bickering as always and went up to the cabin. And lay down. Sleep in nature in a place with such a nice atmosphere. Lying down itself is so enjoyable. Rurin must have been tired of staring at the sparkling lake like that, so she came up to the cabin. It moves shakily, approaches in front of me, and unexpectedly sits down rather quietly, looking down at me. Since I had my eyes closed, I felt Rurin's intense gaze, as if she thought I was asleep. Lulin slowly moved his hand and very carefully touched my nose. Then he touches my eyes. For now, I continue to pretend to sleep. Then Lulin's loud breathing is heard. I know you're not sleeping. How do you know? When I opened my eyes in surprise, Rurin let out a huff and twisted her head. You who are really asleep, hug me when I touch you, because I am not hugging you right now. What? Sleep habits like that? Oh my God. For some reason, these days, when I wake up, I find myself sleeping with Rurin in my arms without even realizing it. The limits of the mind are such a scary thing. I think I controlled myself well before that. Do you want to cuddle? Is that why you touched it? Just like before, it still remains the same. Rurin appears to be proactive, but she is actually unable to initiate skinship or actively pursue a courtship. I'm not sure why yet. Maybe that's why he really enjoys being held by me, and I try to create situations like that. Have you finished washing the dishes? Come to think of it, I did the dishes because of you. Suddenly he pouts again. Is this a silent protest that they lost because of me? Are you upset? I don't know if it's both. Upset, because you killed me and washed the dishes. I am not upset, I am angry. What are you killing? It's a game, so it can't be helped. If it were me, I would die for you. Even in games? Where is Rurin, who promised me that he would win earlier, going? There is no such Rurin. It wasn't there from the beginning. Rurin starts to talk the other way. The mouth is still full. Now that I think about it, Rurin's lips are different than usual. When we kissed earlier, I didn't realize it may be because the lighting was a little darker. Rurin's small and cute lips. Lips. I couldn't hold back and asked bluntly, "What's wrong with your lips?" Lips. Then Rurin tilted her head and put a finger to her lips. As my finger goes into my lips, it goes in gently. Thanks to this, Rurin's chapped lips stand out even more at the edges. Yes, Rurin's lips were full. That's the state of Rurin's lips. This is an emergency. I don't want to make Rurin's lips or even her hands chap. I just ordered him to wash the dishes, but I want to apply hand cream right away. I was surprised and held Lulin's face with both hands, and I looked around. He brought his face closer and examined Rurin's skin condition with his own 2 eyes. Ho ho! Lulin tilted his head while making a strange sound. My body trembles slightly. What are you doing? You. After being silent for a moment, he takes his hand away from his lips and asks gently, "Your skin is clear, but why are your lips like this?" Compared to my chapped lips, my skin condition wasn't that bad. Did my lips start to chap because of the weather? Originally, it was like this during this time. Even when in dragon form, the skin cracks a bit. It's constitution. Constitution. Okay? Nod. Lulin said it as if it was no big deal, but it was impossible to see that her pale lips were chapped here and there. I don't think it was like this last year either. And, kiss you kaida. Rurin was about to say something, but quickly put her palm to her mouth and blocked it. And then I kept my mouth shut. It's rather suspicious that he's acting too hastily, but I didn't bother to ask about it. I'm not saying that secrets are more beautiful when they're a kept secret, but sometimes it's really better to keep them secret. Well, that aside, don't assume that, that's right. That being said, I somehow feel like I lost. Hee. While he was talking, he quickly covered his mouth as if to hide it, but then he stuck out his mouth and said that he was saying that, and then he clung to me and started pulling my hair out. I'm not good at skinship, but I'm good at attacking, especially biting. I am not prey. Moreover, it is natural that the more you do that, the less you will ask questions. Would you say it's a rebellious spirit? Anyway, I secretly summoned lip balm. Lip balm is good for chapped lips. I called out to Rurin, holding a lip balm that I had summoned using a light summoning spell. I understand, so stop being annoyed and come here. Rurin, who was pressing my head and sighing, came closer to me. What, this, that? Rurin took the lip balm and looked at me. That's the face itself. You put it on your lips. Apply it. Ah, is that it? Are your lips turning red? Rurin looked at the lip balm with interest as if it reminded her of lipstick. No, it prevents chapped lips. Chapped lips? I didn't know there was such a thing. Rurin held the lip balm in her hand and began to look around with curiosity on her face, filled with joy at discovering something new. Open the lid. As I said, I opened the lid and a lip balm appeared. A faint flowery scent flowed from the pink lip balm. Rurin sniffs the sweet scent and instinctively tries to touch it with her tongue. No, you're not eating, dude. You're putting it on your lips. Heh, it smells sweet. I want to eat. If you try it, it only smells good, but the taste isn't that great. Is that so? Huh, is this guy not a dragon but a dog? Why do you love sniffing and tasting so much? There is some suspicion as to whether he was a puppy in his previous life. Anyway, Rurin finally started applying lip balm to her lips. However, the action is very clumsy. Because I applied it roughly here and there was a lot of lip balm on and around my lips. What are you doing if you only apply it to your lips? It's not about giving in to your skin. Rurin looked at me while applying lip balm to the bridge of her nose and asked with a puzzled look on her face. They say it prevents cracking? Then you should apply it to your skin too. No, that's not true. Just give it to your lips. Your skin is fine. Why are there so many conditions? Rurin frowned with an annoyed expression. I had no choice but to take the lip balm from Lurin's hand. Rather than watch and die of frustration, I'll do it for you. Heh, that's natural. Serve this body, you. Rurin comes closer and sticks out her lips with an expression that says it will happen a long time ago. At this point, I have a scary thought that this is all a ruse. The person responsible is looking at me with infinitely clear eyes and asking me to apply it quickly. Oh, no way. I shook off my doubts and wiped away the mess of lip balm with a handkerchief. Ugh, Rurin frowns. After wiping it off, I started applying lip balm again to Lurin's small lips. When lip balm touches dry lips, they begin to revive as if moisturized. A good scent tickles her nostrils, and Rurin is enjoying the lip balm being applied to her lips with her eyes closed. Huh, I feel strange. Since you applied it, there's something. What's strange? I don't know. Haha, if you do that. Hey, I am doing it normally. Don't make any weird noises. As soon as the lip balm touched the tip of her lips, Rurin let out a bizarre groan, her eyes watered, and her eyebrows began to flutter. As I remove the lip balm from Lurin's lips, she opens her eyes and looks at me. Then he touched his lips a little with his hand and answered with a curious look on his face. I feel like something has become moist, and it's sweet. Huh. It won't taste very good, right? Hee, I don't know. Sweet. He touches the upper and lower lips, tasting it, and then takes the lip balm from me. Then I will do it too, me. I'm not very dry, am I? Still, you and I are a set. Rurin rushed over and started applying lip balm to my lips. No, this was an act of drawing rather than painting. The lip balm in Lurin's hand moves carefully. Every time that happened, the lip balm got on my lips. That feeling was a little strange. It's completely different from when you apply it alone. I can feel the snort on Lurin's face, which is very close. The tickling feeling makes my whole body tremble. You may or may not know my condition. No, I am sure he doesn't know, but Lurin's hand continued to move slightly. I applied it all. After a while, the lip balm was removed from my lips, and with a satisfied look on his face, he widens the distance. How do you feel? What's wrong with you? You only apply it well. Why on earth did you apply it by yourself earlier? That's natural because there is no mirror. At first glance, Lulin started rolling around the cabin with a devil-like smile again. Rolling around. Then it stops at my toes as I sit. And then he got up as if he remembered something. A moment ago I lost because of the kiss. Obviously one more time. Yes, it remains. I didn't wait for Lulin to finish speaking. You have to do it anyway. In fact, kissing is really a meaningless act if it doesn't have the painful feelings of love. If the act of tongue meeting tongue is not accompanied by boiling emotions, it is just contact. However, if you are truly in love, You will feel the other person through kissing and pull each other closer, as if trying to deepen your relationship. And your head will be filled with a feeling of love. And at this moment, my heart is tickling and something painful is boiling over. My lips soon began to explore Lurin's lips, so after a few minutes. Soon our lips and the bridge of our noses became shiny with the lip balm smeared. Rurin looks at me with tears in her eyes. When I lightly touch Lurin's lips as if licking them, she follows suit and moves her tongue. We looked at each other like that for a moment. Emotions are heightened. Yeah, it's so funny I am dying. It's so funny, your nose sparkles. Is that the same for you too? And that good mood suddenly disappeared thanks to the effect of the lip balm, which started to turn pink and shiny all over my face. All that's left is a huge outburst. Your face is so strange. Phew-ha-ha, I heard you're a weird too. Phew. And so the camping night deepened. Chapter 137, an old story about a dragon. There is a dragon. This is a young dragon that has not yet reached adulthood. The dragon was curled up and sleeping in the lair his mother had given him. She is a loner. Crouching Dragon was a complete loner. She's been so lonely ever since her mother died. Being a loner, her specialty was sleeping. Therefore, she spent almost all of her life sleeping for over 700 years. Hundreds of years were spent in a rare place where there was no light. Because there was nothing I could do except sleep. I hated everything. Even the dragons who killed their mothers, and the dragons that led Mom into a trap, and the family who never believed in their mother until the end. Even the elders who should have trusted my mother the most did not trust her. The mother was mysteriously killed, feeling like a high treason to everyone. That death is ultimately a death created by other dragons and the clan itself. Thinking about that always filled her with anger. But that's it. There was nothing she could do other than boil over in anger. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to take true revenge on the true evildoer who did this to his mother, and on the family that condemned her as a shameless high traitor. I have no strength. No matter how much you cry and scream, you cannot kill another dragon. Moreover, a true evil beast cannot be found. Just thinking about that made her teeth grind together and they were on the verge of falling off, but she couldn't help it. There was no way. Therefore, she hated and hated all living beings, and among them she hated herself the most, as she could not do anything. We grind our teeth for hundreds of years, but in the end, all we can do is sleep. It's hard to even let go of that anger. There was no other way than to just fall asleep. Darkness. The endless darkness embraces my entire body. Yes, just like Mom. The only rest left to her was to fall into sleep and darkness and let vast amounts of time pass by. Only when you sleep can you forget everything. Forget about your poor and insignificant existence. Forget Mom too. Forget about revenge. You can just fall into darkness. This darkness is so empty that I wish the end of the world would come 1,000 times and turn everything into nothingness. Such boring years. But even so, he is not yet an adult. And there are still thousands of years to live. The more this happens, the more resentment towards everyone accumulates. All I could think about was dying, like the withered rice plants that were not harvested on time. All her emotions came out the day her mother died. After that, she never showed her emotions on the surface. Those are the years, even if her peers in the clan trample and insult her. Doesn't even show any facial expression. No, there is no need to export it, because I really have no inspiration. Curling up in the dark rare is everything to her, everything about yourself. Nothingness, vacuity, abyss, an explosion of darkness. When I hate it the most. That is when her grandfather, the elder of the black dragons, comes to visit. It's the most unpleasant moment in the world, because you have to force yourself to get up and listen to things you don't want to hear. What I always say is the same. A nagging feeling telling me not to just sleep, but to have fun and blend in with the world. What a play. Even though dragons don't like it, humans just feel like bugs. It's insignificant. She could never understand why she should become involved with a creature more insignificant than a dragon. And in the first place, I didn't even have the slightest desire to leave this place where my mother died unjustly. Because that's the way to soothe my mother's soul. Otherwise, he might have already died. If only I had that kind of courage. Are you still thinking only about your mother? Hey, Mom's dad, he doesn't even think about his mother. They tell me to forget it. Just forget it. So you have to protect your mother at least yourself. The more the elder behaved like that, the more solid that thought became. Did you find the beast that killed your mother? Otherwise, I'll just turn it off. Hey, how much do you have to say for them to understand? Your mother, he stole the dragon beads from the red dragon shrine, and when that failed, he— No, 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 no. She responded very firmly to the elder's words. Her voice was close to a scream. At this moment when discussing my mother, my once dead emotions turn into anger. Why is she so certain about her mother's death? Because I saw the truth. That's when her mother held her and showed her the dragon bead and explained the secrets it contained. The dragon bead she saw was definitely not red. I am confident that I can distinguish between red and black even if I am half blind. So what her mother had at that time was definitely not a red bead or anything. Red Dragon's relic. The dragon beads stored in the Red Dragon's sanctuary are famous for their bright red color. So no. The dragon bead her mother happened to find was black. Black like the abyss of a deep night that seems to contain the universe. She felt as if her whole body would be submerged in that beautiful darkness. The dragon bead that was so scary yet beautiful was definitely not red. But she was the only one who saw it. A dragon bead that was replaced by someone. That brilliant darkness has disappeared. What her mother found was the black dragon's sacred relic that had been lost. This is a black dragon bead left behind by the founder of the Black Dragon. Her mother, who found it, explained the abyss to her daughter and immediately reported it to her father, Elder. And the day I took the bead to the Black Dragon's sacred place. For some reason, what was in the marble box was a red marble, and it matched their sacred relics that were missing from the Red Dragon's sacred site. In particular, because her mother had visited the Red Dragon's sacred site with the Elder, she was faced with a situation that could not be avoided due to jealousy. In other words, the story is that they did not find the Black Dragon's bead, but rather stole the Red Dragon's bead. Some say that common sense would have it that if he had stolen the marble, he would not have reported it to the elders. But the fact that he was holding the marble himself made it impossible for any excuse. In the end, she became a high treason criminal. Of course, the Black Dragons also defended her mother at first, but gradually evidence against her came out as if they wanted to see it. Singly, everything was thoroughly planned. So that everyone believes. The evidence, all those circumstances. And because of that, the Dragon War almost broke out again, and in the blink of an eye, he was branded a high traitor to his clan. Her mother even died mysteriously while trying to clear her name. Those in power in Black Dragon at the time, including Dihegma, dismissed this as a suicide resulting from a failed plan. And Black Dragon's leadership had to experience the great humiliation of bowing their heads as they returned the sacred relics stolen by Red Dragon. The fact that he bowed his head to the Red Dragon clan, with whom he had not been on good terms for tens of thousands of years. It was recorded as a history of unprecedented humiliation. A dragon who brought unprecedented shame to the clan. That's her mom. And the price of that humiliation was not paid on the elder, who could be said to be the strongest member of the clan, but on the weak woman. Every moment you do not receive the protection of an elder, all the bullies came for her. But she had no interest in that. The important thing is that Mom is not a sinner. No, absolutely not. What disappeared was a black dragon bead. She's the only one who knows that. There is no dragon to trust. The truth only she knows. As an elder who didn't know that fact, I couldn't believe what she said. I wanted to believe it, but it wasn't enough evidence to convince the other dragons. Rather, the more I investigated, the more all the evidence pointed to my daughter's crime. So everything the granddaughter said was an illusion. Everyone makes a mistake once. Even if he hadn't died that way, I would have done something. But that kid, you too, stop forgetting. Only then can we move forward. It's not a mistake, because Mom never made a mistake. She screamed loudly. Her voice echoes across the lair's ceiling. After shouting that, she crouched down again. The elder left the lair with a sigh, probably thinking he couldn't do it and thinking about coming back. And the great shame of the person who bowed his head and returned the stolen sacred object. The wound did not heal. Hundreds of years later, it eventually leads to a huge fight called the Dragon War. The outbreak of the Dragon War. In the middle of the peaceful years before the war, she quietly looked up at Rare, satisfied with the darkness and silence that had finally come with the elder's disappearance. And then he put his head down again. Deep sleep begins again. A deep sleep that resembles the darkness before your eyes. There is only one reason why she wakes up in the darkness, because I am hungry. At times like that, she flies up into the sky. Eat monsters. Well. I've never tasted anything like that. Just eat. I eat because I am hungry. That's just the story. Herbivores are better than monsters because they have a softer swallowing feel, but it doesn't really matter. Well, there isn't much of a difference. As you fly, there are monsters and flocks of animals. It is food. Fill your stomach and drink water at the lakeside. After filling her stomach to last for decades, she goes back to sleep. I myself can't do anything, because I don't even have the courage to see my mom, just living an empty life in the dark like this. So 700 years. It was well over 700 years since she was born. One big change occurred in her life. Monsters and animals are food. Therefore, to her, humans who were not even food were useless creatures that could only be killed by stepping on them. Although she hates dragons, she is a dragon after all. The thoughts of humans are no different from those of other dragons, an insignificant being that can only be played with. The very state that dragons accept as entertainment. She even refused that entertainment. It's to the point where I think it's trivial to even play with it. All I had was the feeling of cleaning up bugs, and that day too, she woke up hungry. When I wake up, I feel really, really strong and mystic, and I don't feel good. So I flew up in front of Ray in search of something to eat, and I found a human being. The human asked her one question very arrogantly, and she used her breath. It was a question and answer dance. Chapter 138, The Food Stall Marker recently got a job. The job was to make wooden frames at a large-scale watch factory, a national project of the former Rurin city-integrated Gray City. The frame was the main body of the clock that was recently spreading across the continent. A series of actions such as cutting and assembling wood are all done by hand. Marker was working on that very line. And now the difficult day has finally passed. When you work hard, the day goes by in the blink of an eye. Of course, the busyness was more than welcome to Marker. It was like a warm glow to many people, including Marker, to be able to work like this and earn fair money after the days of literally surviving on grassroots, not a metaphor that was difficult to put into words, were over. This is something you can't even imagine when you think about the Dedran city of the past. Now that I am getting used to my changed life. Marker wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke to his colleague next to him. Since you worked hard, how about going for a drink? Ah, Mr. Marker. Sorry, today that is I have a prior contract. Oh, is that so? Marker smiled and nodded. There was a reason why he was smiling so hard. A few months since I started working. For the first time, I actively invited some colleagues I thought I was close to out for drinks, but today they all turned me down. Then you can't do it. How can I say that I have a promise? Marker left the factory with a bitter smile. Since it wasn't something we had promised in advance, it can be said to be natural. But for today, I wanted to have a drink with someone, because today was his 44th birthday. At this age, I don't attach much meaning to the day I was born. Still, just going in, washing my feet as usual, and going straight to bed felt like something was missing. Since he was a single person without a wife or children, he felt the same loneliness as always. Well, anyway, the reason things have improved to the point where we can even think about drinking is because the world has changed. You should be thankful for that. Thinking like that, Marker slumped his shoulders and started walking. When you leave the factory, you have to go down a few hills to reach what used to be called the downtown area of Dedran City. The new name of the city area is called Verna Street. It was said to be the name of a high-ranking person, but like ordinary citizens, Marker was not interested in it. Because it's not a fact that you can know that he's interested. What is important for him, a mere citizen, is the fact that he is alone today as well. Mr. Marker, I have an appointment with my lover today, so could you please switch to the night shift? Yeah, sure. Mr. Mark, please give me some advice. That's what I did today. Among his colleagues, Marker was quite old, so he often came to me for consultation and was asked various requests, and each time he smiled and listened. So I thought I maintained a good relationship with my younger colleagues. Well, since everyone seemed to be very busy after work, I don't think it would be a big deal if all of today's invitations were rejected. Marker thought so as he hurried home from work. Then, as I was almost entering the city, I found an interesting restaurant. Obviously, there was no yesterday. This is a restaurant that suddenly appeared. I saw quite a few people drinking. I thought it was interesting, so I walked to that restaurant without realizing it. Welcome. I am sorry, but this place, what is it? It wasn't there until yesterday. I wasn't building a restaurant. It's a mobile restaurant. You can think of it as a comfortable bar where you can have a drink after work. In the country where I lived, they were called pajang matcha, pajang matcha. Is it a food stall? Marker tilted his head at the word he had never heard before. but a delicious smell entered my nostrils. You have to walk a long way back to your favorite bar. For some reason, it felt like he was going to feel a sense of self-destruction on the way there. So Marker decided that he shouldn't go too far and just have a drink here and go straight to sleep. So he pulled out a chair and sat down. Then please excuse me. Thank you. Then I looked at the menu posted above the food stall, from familiar beer to distilled fruit wine and soju. Since it was his first time hearing the word soju, Marker asked the young man who seemed to be the owner. I know beer and I know a little bit about everything else, but what is soju? It's stronger than beer and weaker than expensive alcohol like Angle. Angle is a distilled alcohol commonly consumed in this region and is characterized by being very strong. You can think of it as being about 2 to 3 times the size of soju. And best of all, it's the cheapest. The manufacturing method is cheap. It's stronger than beer, but cheaper. Marker thought it was the perfect drink for him right now. So Marker immediately ordered soju. The young man immediately placed a pretty bottle and glass in front of the Marker. Still, since it was his birthday, he didn't want to just drink alcohol, so Marker immediately looked up at the menu with snacks on it. The menu was also diverse. Normally, when I eat alone, I usually just drink alcohol, because the more money you save, the better. But today is my birthday. I was filled with the desire to reward myself for all my hard work. When I looked at the menu, things like udon and fried paelink were listed. Recently, something called fried paelink has been creating a boom in the area, so Marker had heard of it and was familiar with it. But this is my first time seeing udon. It was my first time trying soju and my first time eating food. That's not bad either. Marker ordered udon without much hesitation. This time I didn't even ask what kind of food it was. There is nothing special around you. There are no animals and, of course, no monsters. Quiet, okay? While I was waiting for my food, a woman came striding into the restaurant called Pajangmacha. It's as if you've been wandering through a forest, with spring flowers sticking to your hair everywhere. I don't even think of her as a crazy woman wearing flowers. I was dazed for a moment by the pretty face. It doesn't have a sexy face or anything like that. A beauty with a somewhat elegant face. Yet, when she spoke to the young man, she was surprisingly overflowing with cuteness. But the strange thing was that the more I continued to look, the more a strange feeling of fear flowed into my mind. Stop staring. It's like a warning in my heart. Marker lowered his head without realizing it due to that strange feeling. It would be impossible for Marker, an ordinary person, to understand that this is a very subtle action of dragon fear. But why did you get buried like this? I ran around and buried it. It's no big deal. The woman shook her head in front of the young man, like a puppy that had fallen into the water. Then, the blades of grass that were clinging to each other fall off little by little. But there are still a lot of them all over my head. It's because my hair is very long. The young man grabbed the woman's arm, pulled her to his chest, and began to carefully shake off the foreign matter from her head. Hiya! The woman made a strange sound and was pulled into the young man's chest, and her body froze like a plaster statue. Go on the road, go on the road. I do not know. When it comes to roads, I make them. Even though he sounds like a toddler, he doesn't even try to move while being held by the young man. It seemed kind of sweet. Are they a couple? That thought occurred to me, but an unknown fear still rose deep within me, so I lowered my eyes. Then I don't think anything again. It's okay to stare for a moment. However, when you look into the woman's eyes, a sense of fear comes over you. Actually, once you get used to this level of fine dragon piercing, it becomes okay. The regulars of the restaurant on the hill, like the gray boy, had grown to the point where they didn't feel anything even when talking to Lulin. But people who met them for the first time still felt scared and couldn't approach even the nanoparticle-sized dragon fear. That's why men who see Lulin for the first time can't get along. Anyway, Marker didn't understand the phenomenon at all and thought there was something strange about it, so he decided to go back after eating only what he ordered, thinking it was probably because he was tired. And soon, the hot, steaming soup was placed on the table in front of me. When I looked at it, there was something that looked like noodles inside. But what was strange was that the noodles were completely different from the noodles I usually eat. The noodles are quite thick. As expected, as the name suggests, this is a food I have never seen before. Bon appetit, the young man said with a smile, and Marker nodded and picked up his fork, and I ate the soup. The light soy sauce flavor and other hidden flavors penetrate your mouth. I drank soju, thinking it goes very well with alcohol. Kaya. Strangely enough, I started making sounds that I had never made in my life. I was also hungry, so I drank the soup again. Kaya, the sound comes out again without my knowledge. Good night. Slurp. Compared to the thickness of the noodles, the texture in the mouth was quite good. So before I knew it, I had a glass of soju and a spoonful of soup, and slurped some udon noodles. I felt an inexplicable fear and thought it was a strange store, but it was delicious. I thought I might want to come again. And soju is good too. Compared to the price, the speed of getting drunk is fast. I thought the marker was good value for money. That guy eats deliciously. I am hungry too, dear. I remember you had dinner earlier. I looked around and found that I was hungry. Isn't it natural that digestion occurs quickly when you move? Don't state the obvious. So hurry up and give me food. A conversation is heard. It's kind of a funny conversation. If you don't look at that woman, you won't feel fear. So, just listening to the conversation strangely makes the depression disappear. It's amazing how the depression of being alone until a day like this disappears little by little. I don't know if it's the alcohol or the funny couple. It's delicious. I was a little depressed today, but I feel like that depression is disappearing. That's good. Marker thanked the young man and started drinking soju and udon alternately again. The sun has already disappeared, and the night is starting to deepen. Workers from other factories who discovered this restaurant inside the food stalls also began to come in one by one. Marker felt that if a colleague from the same line came in, he would be caught up in an indescribable feeling, so he couldn't look at their faces properly. But fortunately, the colleagues he said he had a prior contract with were nowhere to be seen. Yes, there really must have been a prior agreement. Marker shook his head and started drinking again. While I was enjoying the peace, an uninvited guest jumped in. Who, is there a place like this? Brother, isn't this an unlicensed store? Just by looking at this, it's like that to anyone, right? Hey, owner, anyone can see that he is an uninvited guest. Marker was surprised and looked at the men who broke in. At first glance, they looked like gangsters. Of course, there were so many of these thugs in Dedran City that it was impossible to count them. But after the former lord's large-scale purge, many of them were rooted out. However, the lord changed again, the number of factories increased, and a lot of people came in from other regions. And because of this, there were people who came into the city and installed things without knowing anything about it. It's going to be noisy. I only found out about this restaurant not long ago, but strangely enough, it was a restaurant I liked, but I felt sorry for Marker. Are you doing business here without a permit? Report it. Of course, we will take care of you before that happens, so if you pay the protection fee, it will be different. Eventually, the gangsters got to the point and started laughing among themselves. There are 3 people. Can I kill you? The woman who was eating udon in the corner wakes up. I am still holding the udon bowl in my hand. Chapter 139, there was no sign of being afraid of the food stall thugs. However, he doesn't look angry either. When talking to the young man, his face was full of life, but when he was looking at the gangsters, he was extremely expressionless. Continuing to eat udon like that was so out of character with the situation that Marker became confused. Normally, when these guys come in, you have to be scared or show some kind of reaction, but there was absolutely no reaction. No, it's just extreme indifference, like asking if it's okay to kill that bug. And the sound of noodles being skipped over and over again. Grumble hee hee, this looks delicious. And an exclamation. The woman slurped the noodles and looked at the young man as if demanding an answer to her question. Of course, there is no way to know as a marker. Recently, such gangsters and assassins were sent to the north to deal with or kill them, so I was asking how to deal with them. All Marker could tell was that the young man quietly shook his head at the woman's words. Just keep sitting and eating that. When the young man answered, the woman nodded, turned her attention away from the thugs, and began to focus on eating udon again. Marker looked at it and wondered what he was going to do. The young man appeared to be moving towards the table from the kitchen as if he wanted to do something. At that time, another group approaches the food stall. Oh my, it's hard. Is this a factory area? There is no need for you to take care of it yourself. What kind of trouble is this? Hey dude, I have to see it with my own eyes to be reassured. Just kidding. What is that, by the way? It wasn't there. I don't think you got permission. Let's go. Hey guys. Yes, sir. The approaching group was wearing military uniform. This is the military uniform of the Gray City Police Force. Marker, who couldn't understand the conversation they had, was just relieved to see it. In the past, the military would have joined hands with these thugs and caused more trouble, but the recent security forces have been very strict in discipline. At the center of it all is Chief of Police Jind. After the fight with Elle, he was selected as a security captain, and he was always working without stopping, saying he was repaying the favor. Police. Normally, he would have stayed still, but today he liked the atmosphere of this place, so he got up, pointed his finger at the gangsters, and shouted, "These guys here are on a rampage. Help, happiness." Gind must have heard that sound and approached the gangster with a frown. "They told me to pay protection fees. You came at a time when even the store owner was in trouble. What? What the hell are you talking nonsense? Kill, you bastard." The thugs glared and swore, and Marker sat there in shock and was crushed. Okay, what did you believe in? Marker momentarily wondered if he had gone crazy and began to tremble. "Thank you, you have courage." However, when the young man nodded and thanked himself, a sudden sense of pride came over him. You may be harmed, but even if the security forces are by your side, it is not that easy for ordinary citizens to take action in such a situation. Nevertheless, Marker just wanted to protect this time called now. I was depressed about being alone, but at least I found a bar with a nice atmosphere and good food. Who wants to die? You die, you bastard. Where did these guys come from? Jind struck the hoodlum hard in the back of the head. The former lord. How much trouble did you have to root out people like you? Even thinking about it now makes me cry. How dare you set it up? Ure laughing. How dare the lord's dogs attack anyone now? Gangsters from other regions rebelled against the security forces. He even started spitting at Jind. Military discipline in areas other than border areas was often poor, so in many places the security forces avoided fighting with gangsters, and in fact, the combat power of the security forces in such places was substandard. However, the old Dedran city, which was recently merged with Great City, has changed a lot. Moreover, Jin's personality was extremely persistent. Ha ha ha. Get these crazy guys out now, your boss, and soon a fight broke out. When the security forces appear, the young man who had his head down for some reason quietly opens his mouth to the Marker. They will be taken away soon. Don't worry. Ah yes. Marker looked at the fight with the feeling that he hoped so. The security team went out to chase after the gangsters who had run out, and after some time, the gangsters were eventually seen tied to ropes from afar. The reason Elle set up the stall here was to take a final look at whether the factory was running well without any problems. In any case, since this is something he started, he personally checks the environment of the factory workers to see if there are any people who suddenly barge in and force them to work without any treatment, unlike in the beginning, and ultimately, he plans to completely let go. Then all you have to do is sit back and collect the royalties that come in. Gold lacquer on the rare, while appreciating what Rurin likes. To that end, it was decided to set up a food stall in front of the factory and observe it for a few days. So now that the uninvited guest was gone, I opened my mouth to the Marker. "Anyway, how is the factory? Aren't you having a hard time?" "Yes," Marker asked back at the sudden question. However, perhaps because of the alcohol, he immediately opened his mouth and started talking about his recent life. "Good. It's great to have a place to work. Is that so?" "Yes, but that is." Marker, who took another sip of soju, was intoxicated and revealed something he would never have said if he were in his right mind. "In this dead time of recession, I was unable to get married and was just barely surviving alone. Now I am finally trying to settle down, but the fact that I am still alone even though all other circumstances have improved even though it's my birthday. There is no one to have a drink with." Marker lowered his head, muttering something he couldn't tell whether he was talking to Elle or himself. "Is that so? I did my best for my colleagues. Are you doing your best in return and being kind to me?" "No, that's not it. It came naturally because they treated me well, yo. Then I guess that's what happened. In life, things like this and that happen." Elle smiled and filled Marker's glass with soju. "Doesn't say anything else. No need for consolation. I just filled him with alcohol and told him the obvious truth. And I added one word at the end. If you do this, you won't be drinking alone. Is that so? Thank you for this." Marker smiled and took a sip of the drink Elle poured for him. "It is comfortable." Marker was thinking something like that. Just then, Chief of Police Jind and his men returned. Marker was startled and started hiccuping. "I am sorry for the disturbance. But was there something like this at the entrance to the factory?" "Because it's a restaurant, I am sorry, owner, but I got permission." Marker was relieved that the security chief had returned and then spat out some udon soup. "Is it really unlicensed? Because that's what I thought. That was a bit unfortunate. It's a pub where a married couple works hard, and I also liked this young man. It wasn't a situation where he would worry about anyone in his situation, but still. Just as I was thinking that, the police chief named Jindra suddenly froze. Oh my God. He cannot speak properly, his mouth is open, and even his fingers begin to tremble. And the young store owner sighed. And then he walked towards Jind, who was frozen in shock. The soldiers were all shocked by the captain's strange behavior and stamped their feet. Leader, well, let's go over there for a moment and talk. And El disappeared behind him, taking Jind with him. The scene looked like a delinquent student leading another student into an alley to extort money. Marker's eyes widened at the scene where the relationship had changed. When I'm worried, I crave more alcohol, Marker said to the woman while looking at his finished glass of soju. Can you please give me one more bottle of soju? The woman just watched the whole situation unfold and dozed off with her finished bowl of udon noodles, frowning. No, if I had known you were sleeping, I wouldn't have called you. What? You are not there. Marker met the woman's eyes and lowered his head again. It's still the same. I still feel a strange sense of fear when I meet that woman's eyes. The woman looked around and moved to go outside. But in that situation, the store owner returned. A young man who came back unharmed, and the security forces did not appear to have returned. I don't know what was going on, but the young man was still smiling. So, I don't know if it was because the alcohol prevented Marker from thinking normally, but he thought it must have been good and ordered more alcohol. You, where have you been? Oh, I just had a quick chat with someone I know. I see. That's it then. Hi, Lulin laughs. So the night gets deeper and deeper. Marker, who was intoxicated by the atmosphere and drinking soju, felt that he couldn't do it anymore and got up. Now it's time to sleep. Then thank you. Yes, that's me. Thank you. Marker got up from the stall. Before I knew it, my depressed mood had improved. I feel like I can go home with a light heart. Oh, and yes, be alert on the way home. If you fall for no reason, you will be in big trouble. And be sure to check your surroundings carefully before you leave the house. Yes. Ah, that's right. Thank you. Marker nodded and went out. Elle looked. People coming down from the factory and gathering in front of Marker's house. It seemed like he was waiting for the night team to join him, so he waited a little longer so that Marker could meet them. Thanks to this, I got drunk more than I expected, but it didn't matter because the film didn't stop. Rurin, let's go back too. The factory is running well, so I don't think there's any need to worry anymore. Jind is working hard, so there will be peace for a while. I don't know what you're talking about. I am more sleepy than that. Lulin narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. Heh. Then he was hugged by Elle and started rubbing his cheeks. Rurin had already experienced several times that she would never rush at Elle first without sacrificing her mind. I always wish for something like that or something like that, but I can't do it first. But why today? While Elle was thinking that, she saw a soju bottle rolling around at Rurin's feet. Since soju is essential for food stalls, I started to think that I had neglected to take care of soju bottles. They should only sell beer instead. So the conclusion is, it meant that the Rurin who was hugging and rubbing her cheeks was a drunk Rurin. Lulin was hugged and started kissing Elle's neck. I have to do it too. It's here. Then he sticks his neck out and his eyes become watery. Oh my God. Alcohol is my enemy. When on earth did I drink soju? Elle lamented while carrying Rurin on her back. It is best to quickly cook it rare and marinate it. A sane person might reluctantly accept this, but a sane Rurin would not know this. A dragon that turns pale when drunk. Elle sighed heavily and hurried on her way toward Lair. Chapter 140 Rurin's Grocery, Shopping One Day. I brushed the side of Lulin's hair who was sitting in front of me, tied the back of her hair with a rubber band, and unexpectedly placed a piece of paper in her hand and asked. Now Rurin read it. This. Rurin tilts her head, her forehead and eyes neatly exposed due to her ponytail. But soon he did as he was told and began reading the piece of paper in a sonorous voice. 2 kg yuca sirloin, 2 kg yuva pork belly, 2 kg yuva hind leg. But soon he shook his head with questioning eyes. I can't eat this much when I am polymorphed. And now I am full. Aren't you going to eat it? Why would you write something like that on paper? Then what is it? Marriage to Rurin. Since he told the elder that he would get married when everything is resolved, if only Rurin agrees, that will be marriage in the future that will come someday. That means that Rurin will have to continue to live with humans and me. Because I have no desire to forget everything and leave the secular world. So this life will continue for a long time. If there is an end, it will probably be the day when Rurin gets tired of her life with me. Otherwise, it might be the day my life ends. Whether it is the mind of a dragon or a person, the mind can suddenly change. So, in the former case, it may be a future that can come unexpectedly. But I absolutely do not want that to happen, so if my future is to live with Rurin for a long time, then Rurin needs to adapt a little more to life with humans. I think we need to break away from the attitude of not wanting to even talk to humans and looking at other living things like insects, and accepting everything a little more gently. I want to avoid asking if it's okay to kill someone if something happens, so I made several plans. What we are doing now is the first step. The mission name is Send Rurin to the Market Alone. In order to complete this mission, I started struggling while holding Rurin from behind. There is an absolute principle between Lulin and I, the principle that you should never kill a human being unless you give permission. So this principle also applies to this mission. So, as long as you don't break this, there won't be a huge problem if you leave it alone. With that expectation in mind, I made Rurin read the piece of paper on which I wrote down what I needed to buy from the market. However, Lulin only thought of the ingredients written on the paper as something she would eat, and had no idea about the upcoming mission. So she tilted her head back and looked up at my chin. In fact, the process of sending Lulin to the market alone is more difficult and important than going to the market and shopping for groceries. So, in fact, the name of the mission is not Lulin's market view, and making Rurin go to the market alone is more than half of the mission's success. Then how do you get Rurin to agree to go to the market alone? There was one solution to that difficult problem. A way to suddenly and unexpectedly make me agree without my knowledge. The so-called operation to get people to agree without hesitation. I hugged Lulin from behind to carry out the operation right now. Since I had already had Rurin sit in front of me and tie her hair, the back hug itself was very simple. Lulin, who received a back hug, reacts immediately. Nina, he made a strange groaning noise and returned his head to its original state, looking at my chin. And then he stops his body like a stone Buddha. In that state, the ears turn red like ripe persimmons. My ears still turn red when I hug them unexpectedly. Even now that Jindu has kissed her, Lurin's words and actions are always inconsistent. Even though he seems to be courting me like that, he doesn't lunge at me first or make a fuss. Although he is a guy who says he will do anything, except when he is drunk, when it really matters, he is so shy that he cannot be the first to be hugged. Well, that gap is cute again, so I am not particularly worried about this part. Of course, now is not the time to get drunk on that cuteness. I come to my senses and quietly whisper Rurin's name, Rurin. And at the same time, he hugs Rurin more tightly to prevent her from thinking about anything else. So strong that I can feel my heart beating. As a result of casting Lurin's favorite stick, that too from behind, Lulin's eyes began to spin. I open my mouth with something boiling over my heart. Yes, right now, when you are losing your mind, is your chance. Rurin, you can go to the market by yourself, right? I don't need anything else, so answer that you understand. Of course, if it ends in this state, there is a risk that you will soon come to your senses. So, use the last trump card as a combo. The secret move, the so-called special move, is actually nothing special. All you have to do is bring your face close to Lurin's ear and gently breathe into her ear. Foo-woo, like this. Then an immediate reaction comes, accompanied by a strange sound. Sigh. When her body starts to tremble, she hugs Rurin tightly again. I feel Rurin's warm heat in my chest, the warmth that comes into my arms. Actually, these days, when I hold Rurin from behind like this, I feel like I own the world and fall into happiness, but now is not the time to indulge in that feeling. Because I am on a mission. Answer that you understood the question earlier, then I'll hug you more. Understand? What was the question earlier? What was it? Go ahead and say you understand. Rurin. Ah, I get it, so just do it more carefully. It seems like a dream because you are so kind. Haha, that's right. I feel a little guilty saying that, but in the end, all of this is for Rurin. So, with an even more devilish smile, I untied my hair and stood up. Anyway, did you answer? What? What did I answer just now? Rurin immediately asks back with a puzzled look on his face, but of course he ignores it. If you make it this far, the mission is a success. This is a scam. I was deceived. Lulin continued to grumble as he went down the hill alone. My protruding lips are shinier than anyone else's thanks to the pink lip balm Elle gave me. To take advantage of the moment when the accident was stopped to plan something like that. The more I think about it, the more obnoxious it becomes. I hate it. Bad. I was thinking about such things, but because of the kiss he gave me on the forehead to say goodbye, I was caressing my forehead every 2 minutes and wandering around, so my words and actions were still not matching. Of course, after touching it, it returns to reality and grumbles. That's because teleportation is prohibited, fighting is prohibited, and of course killing someone is a general rule, so there are so many things that are prohibited, so it's annoying and annoying. That's what humans are to dragons. They are just beings that have to grovel and offer tribute or tremble in fear and beg for their lives. But it is astounding that they have to go out and buy things from humans when the offering is not enough. But, to Lulin, that is what El means. So much so that even the obvious laws of dragons are unnecessary. In a corner of my mind, I thought that there was nothing I could do because it was something that could not be helped in order to live with El. But this was really a fraud. You took advantage of a moment when I was extremely weak and made you agree to something ridiculous. Still, that moment of breathing into my ear was nice. The feeling that my whole body felt like it was going to explode with a tingling sensation as if it were electric was happy. Lurin's ears turned red again as she recalled that scene. Well, it can't be helped. In fact, El didn't mean anything when he said that he would brand him a liar if he was asked again for something he had agreed to. However, the declaration of separation and not sleeping in the same room as a liar filled me with fear, so I had no choice but to grumble and go down to the market alone. However, because it was very annoying, my walking speed was extremely slow. You might think it would be better to kill them quickly and return, but Lurin is not the type of person to think that far. I only think about what's in front of me right now, because it's a dragon, so it's flowing. Annoyance was evident in his steps. Lurin was resentful that the afternoon sunlight was shining warmer than usual, a time when the spring flowers that were in full bloom all over the world have disappeared and green waves filled with new buds are blooming everywhere. Of course, the sunlight, full of spring, was so warm. Thanks to this, Lurin felt drowsy every time she walked. My eyelids are filled with thoughts of getting some sleep. Lulin even began to doze off while walking. It won't work, but I hated sleeping without El. It's not like El going to work while Uray's sleeping at Rare. That's our house. But not here. When sleeping outside, you must not hang around El's arms, El's back, or at least El's legs. I didn't want to fall asleep, unless at least I could see El in my field of vision, or smell it, or something like that. It stems from the feeling of not wanting to return to the solitary life that has continued for hundreds of years. Not wanting to go back to the past where all she knew was sleep, Lurin rubbed her eyes. And I glared at the sunlight. It's all the sunlight's fault. Should I use magic to move the clouds and block out the sun? Of course, I immediately shake my head. If you don't need to do something like that, just walk. That's Rurin's thoughts. As I walked with various thoughts in my mind, I came down the hill and immediately started walking towards the market. Rurin also knew the geography of Great City very well. This is because Elle and I came down and played together countless times. I rarely come down alone. When Elle caught a cold, she went to Alina's clinic. Dragons never forget the paths they once passed. Lulin is just a great being who has little experience and lacks common sense, but his other additional skills are superior to anyone else. Therefore, Lulin arrived at Noel's butcher shop without much difficulty. Noel was going somewhere to have fun, and it was Rain who was out at the butcher shop dealing with customers, but as soon as she saw Rurin, her eyes turned round. This is because a very unexpected person appeared alone, so I was surprised and looked around more. But I was alone. No matter what anyone says, I am alone. Elle, who had always been attached to Lurin like a stick of gum, was nowhere to be seen. Rain spoke to Rurin with a lot of wonder in her heart. Oh my, that's a big deal. It's nothing. But what's the big deal? Lulin tilted his head and approached the butcher. Inside the butcher shop, numerous chunks of meat are visible. Lurin's eyes, who love meat, begin to shine. Chapter 141 Lurin's grocery shopping give me this. Lurin sniffed the smell of various meats, and perhaps remembering his original purpose, belatedly held out the paper Elle had given him to Riani. In fact, to Rain, Lurin was a very unusual woman. I don't often talk to anyone other than Elle even when he speaks. It is either a short answer or an imperative for some reason. But I knew very well how much I liked Elle. I guess I could say that I recognized the aura that Lurin sends to Elle from the moment we first met. Anyway, Rain analyzed Lulin's behavioral style of using an imperative tone of voice and came to one conclusion. Elle has never really explained anything about Lulin. So many things are shrouded in secrets. But Elle once revealed her identity as a magician and called Lulin the woman she wanted to be with. So in the end, isn't the important thing that two people's hearts connect with each other? There were a lot of things I didn't know, but anyway, it was a beautiful thing, so I was willing to support it. Therefore, she decided to ignore Lulin's tone and immediately accepted the paper. 2 kg of yucca sirloin, wait a minute. I'll get it for you soon. Riani entered the butcher shop with a friendly smile, and Rurin watched quietly. I like meat. It's delicious when grilled. Is it meat today? That's a good thing. Since I was scammed like this, that's my right. Rurin thought like that and glared at the meat. I suddenly feel hungry. After Rulin was suffering for a while looking at the meat, Rain finally came back. Here you are. Should I ask you to deliver it later? No, this is one finger. Lurin accepted the meat in the shopping cart. From that moment on, the butcher was out of Lurin's sight and out of his attention. I coolly turn my head and walk again. The next target was vegetables, Rain thought as she looked at Lurin's back. If Elle is a retired wizard, then of course Rain thinks Elle is a class 5 or 6 wizard. But in any case, a wizard of that level is considered a noble. So, I was thinking that Rurin was also the daughter of a high-ranking family, and that Elle had run away with her because her family was against her marriage. If so, that tone of voice is understandable. It's such a wonderful romance that he gives up his high position and runs away with Elle. Rain's eyes began to sparkle. So, if a stranger comes looking for Lulin, I clenched my fist and decided that I would never answer. And that strongly clenched fist was going to be thrown at Noel, who went out to play without permission. Lurin, unaware that Rain's focus was slightly off, got the meat and started walking again for the next mission. Soon the inside of the market appeared. This road is more familiar to Rurin. This is because Alina's clinic is located at the entrance into the market. Alina's clinic, the only place Rurin had ever visited alone. And in front of the clinic, a familiar redhead was dozing off with her head bowed. Lurin, who saw this, ran over and hit Serena in the back of the head. Wow, what are you hanging on? Stupid guy. Serena, who was feeling tired while basking in the warm sunlight, opened her eyes in surprise when she felt a shock to the back of her head. Originally, it was normal for the dragon to become alert when another dragon approached, but since the black dragon Rurin already lived nearby, that alertness had already been reduced for a long time. As a result, Serena's eyebrows rose wildly as she experienced such a tragedy. How dare you hit someone on the head? Don't fall asleep. Normally, he should have been hanging out in front of the restaurant like that. But now that I am under Elle's magical power, I can't see other dragons sleeping because I feel sick to my stomach. Ugh. Lulin looked at Serena with those thoughts in mind. The more I think about it, the more resentful I become. I want to sleep too, so I tried to hit him again, but Serena quickly dodged it. Lulin didn't like it. Red Dragon just needs to get hit and that's it. If you get hit, why is the black thing going crazy? Are the reins loose? Serena shouted as she threw a kick at Lurin. However, Lulin slightly twisted his body to avoid the kick. It's laughable, but thanks to that, the shopping cart fell to the floor. I almost got dust in it by mistake. Surprised, Lurin withdrew her cynicism and hurriedly reached for the shopping cart. What are you doing? The reins are truly loose. Where's your master? Look at the market, so don't disturb me. You were the one who interfered, so what kind of nonsense is this? Serena looked around furiously once again. But as expected, Elle is nowhere to be seen. Are you going away from Elle? What idiot. Serena began to explore Rurin with a very puzzled expression. Have you finally eaten it? Are you hungry? What do you eat? I don't eat. This meat must be grilled. No, not that. Ah, you idiot. While thinking about this, Serena tried to say another word but gave up. Because it's nonsense anyway. Are you out shopping? Yes, so don't disturb me. It was only after hearing that he had gone out to buy groceries that Serena, who understood the situation to some extent, shook her head in disgust. Oh my, this dragon's shame. What are you doing? The shame is on you. Serena, why is this like this? And at that time, Alina's urgent voice was heard from inside the clinic. What? Serena, who was looking at Rurin, entered the clinic, and Rurin quickly lost interest, turned her back and started walking towards the vegetable shop that Elle had designated. Then, a girl came into Rurin's field of vision. It was a girl who looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. The reason why that girl caught Lulin's eye was simple. It wasn't because the girl was crouching against the wall of the building with a dirty look on her face, and it wasn't because she had a cute face that made her stop. To Rurin, human faces have no meaning at all. Even if a cute girl was dying and vomiting blood, Lurin would not have shown any interest. But as opposed to dying, I was interested in food, that is, what the girl was eating. This was because the girl was eating a strange flower that she had never seen before, and with an expression that says it's delicious. What is that? Rurin crouched down in front of the girl who was muttering the flowers and made eye contact. In fact, Lulin's brain is very simple. 70 of her brain is thoughts about Elle, and 20 is revenge against the mother. 5 is due to hunger and sleep, and about one of each person disliked the rest. And as expected, there is something that is showing a small market share, so it is a curiosity. Sometimes, Rurin moves her body out of curiosity even though she is bothered. It was exactly like that when I made the ruling on Elle's behalf, and even now. As the girl eats something strange, I become curious. It wasn't like that before, but after living with Elle, my interest in delicious food increased a little. Curiosity about food has now taken up about 5 of the brain. This is a hibbearn flower. After telling Rurin the name of the flower, the girl continued to chew and eat the flower without making any movement. Hibbearn flower. This is my first time hearing it. Is it delicious? It is impossible for Rurin to know the names of flowers in the human world. She doesn't even know basic human common sense. Aside from my innate knowledge of mana, I have never had any experience to acquire common sense, because all Lulin has done was sleep in lair for hundreds of years. Of course, even with a wealth of common sense, the flowers the girl ate were unusual and worthy of Lurin's amazement. Flowers are rarely used in cooking, but the flowers the girl ate were completely different from those used for cooking. That's why I am curious. Curiosity about a girl who only eats wild flowers. No, not a girl, but curiosity about flowers. How delicious. The girl nodded and held out a hibbearn flower to Rurin. Rurin, who was hungry, took the flower and started looking at it. And I slightly opened my mouth, which is still shiny with lip balm. When her long hair falls down and gets in the way, she frowns and tucks it next to her ear. It was because Elle had untied her hair and came down. Then he opened his mouth again and put an unknown flower called hibbearn flower into his mouth, mumbling. The ball moves around. Although the hibbearn flower is not that big of a plant, I was dissatisfied with the taste, so I was rolling it around. At first it didn't taste like anything, but soon Lulin frowned. And the brain sends a signal that this is not something to eat. Haha. He spat out all the hibbearn flowers that remained in his mouth and looked at the girl with a bewildered expression. In the past, Rurin had terrible eating habits, such as eating monsters raw, but at that time, she was consumed by the darkness and could not see anything. And for Lulin, who had already developed an advanced taste, the flowers the girl ate were extremely tasteless. Why are you eating something like this? A strange human being. However, the girl in front of her is not paying attention to Rurin and is chewing on the flowers. This is delicious. Sister. Sister? Who? Sister is sister. The girl points to Rurin. Rurin looked around. There, the only person dealing with the girl is himself. He is a strange person. Anyway, it's not like I am eating something that tastes bad. He's the same guy I used to be. No, it's really delicious. It was Rurin's blunt remark, but the girl continued to chew the hibbearn flower as if wondering what he meant. Mew mull mull. The girl's small lips opened and closed. Continue to puke. A blush that proves that the breasts are delicious appears on the plump cheeks. Lulin couldn't understand, so I decided to just ignore it. Anyway, my curiosity was satisfied by the fact that the grass was not tasty. So I decided to go back on my way to buy vegetables. Then I am going. After saying that, he turned his back. But soon I had to stop when I felt someone grabbing my leg. This was because the girl was holding on to Lulin's legs. What? This, Rurin was embarrassed. As always, the subtle peer is always surrounding her. Therefore, men who are obsessed with her beauty become automatically defensive. However, even though this girl made eye contact with Lulin, she did not show any reaction. Get away, so I had no choice but to let the peer flow a little more. Fear. If you're an ordinary human being at this point, y'all be so frightened that y'all have to pull your hand away. And if you spill more blood, you will faint from fear, and if you spill a little more, an ordinary human will die there. But if that happens, there will be chaos. Elle was pictured getting angry. That's difficult. If you kill a human, Elle won't do anything for a while, so I let the peer flow little by little. Considering the girl's age, this should be enough of a reaction. But the girl opened her mouth with immaculately clear eyes. Sister, I like you. Chapter 142. What's so good about Lurin's grocery shopping? This is a good line for Elle to say. I also didn't like her for no reason. Sister, sister. Lurin frowned and confronted the 5-year-old boy who held onto his legs and had no intention of falling. Get away. My feet can only touch El. It was so small that it was difficult to even use mana. As expected, if you die, it will be the same as killing a peer. If you start a fight by arguing first, you will have something to say after killing him. This wasn't even that. It's annoying. In the end, when it was concluded that neither this method nor that method worked, Lurin became tearful. I don't know how to drop these small creatures without killing them. Then, our palms soon met. Because a very simple method came to mind. Haha, I am an idiot. He picked the girl up by hand. Because I didn't want to touch humans or anything, I unconsciously only thought about mana. However, there are many physical methods. And I am in a hurry right now, so I can't help it even if I don't want to touch it. Lurin thought so and picked up the girl's back. Then he put it down on the ground and started walking without even looking back. I don't want to be involved anymore. It's annoying because it sticks. I had that thought, but this time I felt the girl's skin on my back. Rurin opened her eyes wide and picked the girl up again, wondering when she had rushed over and put her on her back. I want to go too, with my sister. I don't have a younger brother. My mom only gave birth to me. Lulin shook his head. He put the girl down on the ground again, but soon he was clinging to his leg again. Sister, haha. Well, there are all these little kids who have their own pace. Lulin was taken aback. As this keeps repeating itself, I feel the urge to throw it away, but I can't. It doesn't work when you pick it up, and it doesn't work when you pick it up and throw it away. Instead, it rushes at you because you like it. Lulin was irritated and crossed her arms, puffing out her cheeks. Cannot help it. This is not breaking a promise. After putting the girl down, Lurin took the shopping cart in her hand and immediately decided to use teleportation. Running is out of shape. In that case, escape by teleportation. In times like this, the best thing to do is run away. While thinking that, Lurin moved to the restaurant. Lulin moves and looks around. But El was nowhere to be seen. And there was an even bigger problem. I obviously dropped it and immediately used teleportation, but the girl was once again hanging on the bridge. When did you get together again? Sister. The girl simply calls Rurin unnigh and clings tightly to her thighs. Lulin felt cold sweat coming down his face. I would say it feels like being in a swamp. Moreover, El, who is supposed to get this kid away from him, is also nowhere to be seen. Where are you again? I don't like this or that. I can't sense any sign of El at Rare and the restaurant. I can feel it being close though. Since El's mana is powerful, it is not difficult to find out how much it has fallen. I knew it was close, but the problem was that it wasn't a restaurant. Did you go to the castle? I sent him to the market. Anyway, After grumbling once again, he sat down at the table. Then the girl jumps up and down on the table. However, due to her short height, it didn't work out, so Lurin smiled slightly. Do you want to come up? A girl nodding her head. And just then El came into the restaurant. My breathing was very rough. Lulin you. Teleport OMG shit. What? Where did I go after sending the mayor away? You are such a shameful person. Rurin approaches El and raises both hands in protest. The hands immediately went down to his waist and his eyes were still sharp. Someone wants to teleport. How did you know? Oh no, I didn't teleport. Lulin confessed first, but then quickly began denying it again. But El was adamant. Did I see it right in front of my eyes? Yes. There is no way El would just send Rurin to the market alone. Of course, I followed him to see what he was doing. Thanks to this, I ended up turning into green onion kimchi while running up the hill. Because it was broad daylight, there was a lot of snow, so I couldn't use mana and just ran. Lulin. What did you do? Why on earth did you kidnap him? Hey. Moreover, El was surprised by the situation in front of her and cried out to Lurin. No kidnapping. Lulin felt very wronged, so Lurin also loudly retorted, with a lot of resentment. It's so stuck that I have no way to deal with it and it's driving me crazy. It was so unfair that I almost cried. As Lurin, I was just trying to follow the general rule of not killing humans, so I followed El's words faithfully. But when he yelled at me, I was in a situation where I could be angry. Lurin has kidnapped a girl. This is absurd. Well, Lurin got angry and said that it was a girl who stuck with her, saying absolutely nothing. I even watched the scene where Rurin was talking to the girl. I was worried that there might be an accident, so I kept my eyes open and watched. So I confirmed that the girl was clinging to Rurin. But he rushed at Lulin, who was teleporting, grabbed him, and moved with him. Can such a small body be that fast? I don't understand it based on common sense. Sister, I'm not eating that. Why are you carrying that around? Funny guy. When the girl holds out an unknown flower to Rurin, Tabak returns. Then the girl started laughing. What can I say? The girl is definitely not ordinary either. It was very unusual. Rurin opens her mouth towards the girl looking at the flowers decorated on the table. That doesn't taste good either. I know. I won't eat that. What? Does that taste the same as the one in your hand? It's not. The girl shook her head and began to eat the flowers she had taken out. What is this combination? Does it feel like your head hurts just looking at the two of you? Lurin, just in case, I am asking, is that kid a dragon? Or a different race? No, I don't feel any mana at all. If you are an elf, your ears cannot be this ordinary, and dwarves and other races, including elves, have more mana than humans. Well, that's right. It's a straight argument. I can't feel any shreds of mana from the girl. It is pure white. Even just by looking at it, and the amount of mana, it looks the same as any other human child. I approached the girl who was sitting on a chair at the bar table. I think it would be possible to talk to Rurin since I saw her talking naturally. How old is the little girl? Then the girl shook her head. I expected them to tell their age with their fingers, as children usually do, but that wasn't the case. Then what is your name? Sally. Sally? Huh, then what about mom and dad? Where are your mom and dad? No mom or dad. Doesn't exist. Where did you go? For housing. A girl who introduced herself as Sally said a shocking line. But the girl just said it as if it was very obvious. I can't believe he died. Should we take this literally? He doesn't look older than 6 years old. But is it possible to talk about the death of a parent so calmly? No, on the contrary, I am not old enough to mention fake death. He didn't even look like that kind of kid. Then maybe do you know anyone else? Why were you sitting in the market? Then the girl starts shaking her head. Then looking at Lurin, he spread his arms. It was like Lurin's pose when she was begging me to hug her. Then Lurin looks at me, and spread your arms. What are you doing now? Because he did it, I tried it too. Anyway, I don't know. I am so sleepy, so I am going to sleep. While Lulin said that, he slowly walked away from the bar table and took his steps to run towards the rare. It's not even 36 steps, so where are you running? Ha, sister. Then the girl began to cry, following the direction in which Rurin had disappeared. How come you're chasing Lulin? What's happening? If something is unbelievable, I cannot keep my mouth shut because it is unbelievable. Okay, it's okay. I'll take you to my sister. Really? Okay. When I got off the chair, he started rubbing his eyes and nodding. He moves his hand slowly and grabs my arm. I laugh to myself. For some reason, it feels like there are two Rulins. Hang in there, it seems that kid likes you a lot. I saw you trying to cry when you fell. This body? You can say that, right? Like you? Okay, why am I there? Rurin's face shows no interest at all, but then her eyes light up. Like you, is that right? My eyes have become sharper now. The look on Rurin's face as she threatens to explode if she doesn't answer is a sight to behold. Both cheeks were swollen as if they were about to burst. And answer your eyes quickly. Of course the answer is positive. It feels like the word is written there, lips open and close repeatedly. My cheeks swelled and shrunk and twitched. If I delayed answering any longer, I felt like my face would burst like a balloon, so I had no choice but to open my mouth. Yeah, like me. Haha. When he gets the answer he wants, he starts smiling with a face that has everything in the world. He looks proud as he flicks the tip of his nose with his finger. Then he slowly looks at the girl and opens his mouth. How dare you like this body? But I am not interested. And shrugs his shoulders. Well, that's probably true. Considering the time it took me to open Lurin's heart, it doesn't make sense to treat a human girl overnight just because she likes me. Still, I won't kill you because you made I'll hear good things. Be thankful. What are you killing? I'm just leaving. When Lurin's temple is attacked, she frowns and resists. Heh, you're sick, but it's annoying. Yeah, I tried to kill him like that because it was annoying. A guy like you. It was similar to when we first met, so when I brought it up as a topic, Lurin started shaking her head. That is different. It wasn't because it was annoying. At that time, I was really in the dark. No, I have never done that. Didn't I tell you last time that I wasn't the one who tried to kill you? Don't be funny, just look at Anna. You keep drooling because you're so hungry, so I'm going to make something simple for you to eat. That's good. I am hungry too. I put the girl back on the table, sat Rurin down next to her, and entered the kitchen. Let's see. Young children will probably be able to eat foods they are familiar with in this world without any objection. Then I thought pancakes would be good. Even in the history of baking, which was made with the eggs of a common bird called Saravine before Palanque, the breakfast staple in Great City was pancakes. Chapter 143 Lulin's Grocery Shopping. It is still a very common food in Grey City, so it should be familiar to everyone in the world. It's the same on Earth. A slice of bread and a cup of coffee. What a popular morning scene for office workers. While thinking about nothing, I began to make pancakes by unwrapping Palinx eggs. The milk used here is sourced from a farm. Actually, pancakes themselves are a very easy food. All you have to do is knead the dough well and then pour it into the pan and bake it beautifully. If there's one thing you need, is the skill to bake it beautifully. You have to be good at flipping, something Lulin can do with just a little practice. Of course, my pancakes don't end here. It's a bit disappointing that this is the end, so I prepare fresh cream and sweet and sour strawberries. Instead of strawberries, various other fruits are also prepared. However, since Rurin likes strawberries, most of the pancakes I make are topped with strawberries. I don't know what the girls' tastes are, but when I am cooking, I often end up following Lurin's tastes without realizing it, so it's difficult. No, it won't be any trouble. Since I have acknowledged that feeding Rurin is happiness, I just have to live according to that feeling. Chijijiji. The pancakes began to bake with a nice sound and smell, and although it couldn't be said to be perfect, the round pancakes were baked in a pretty shape, placed on a plate, decorated with whipped cream and strawberries, and taken to the bar table. Shelley was drooling while holding onto Lurin's sleeve, and Lulin was looking at her with a grim expression on her face like some kind of impressionistic gang leader. But the girl didn't care and was just looking at Lulin. Lurin, wipe off the drool and try. You just wipe away my drool and see. Okay, so you set an example first. Is that so? Then you can't do it. Lulin nodded and took the napkin on the table in his hand. Sister, stay still. Little human, haha, sister. The moment Lulin took a napkin to wipe off the drool, mucus flowed from the girl's nose and covered Lulin's hand. Lulin began to wipe it with an expression that had lost everything in the world. Ugh. Lurin is wiping away a child's saliva and snot with a serious expression. Of course, the hand is very clumsy. Since I am forcing myself to wipe it, it must be natural. But for some reason, I felt like it was nice to see a two-shot of Rurin and Shelley. So much so that I wanted to capture it in a photo. And for some reason, the girl was accepting Rurin's hand wiping away her saliva and snot with a very happy expression. Are you done? Okay, that's it. When I answered instead of the girl, this time Rurin handed me the napkin, asking me to do it too. Then me too. It's invalid because you don't drool. Hey, Selly, your brother made pancakes. Try it. Youse. I put down the pancakes in front of Rurin, who suddenly got up with a look like, where can I find something like that? Let's eat this first and then talk. In the end, Rurin lost her appetite and took her fork to the pancake. Since I said I was hungry earlier, it was a natural result. Sally looks at the pancakes with a curious expression and bright eyes. When I put a fork in his small hand, he started shaking his head. What about your sister? I threw down my fork while calling Lulin, and the fork inevitably hits my forehead. Girl, it might just be an expression of your will that you don't like the fork I gave you, but why on your forehead? Sick. Puhahaha, you. How dare you do something to El Puhaha? Are you angry because I was attacked? Are you laughing? Let's just do one thing, but that's maddening though. Your forehead is red with fork marks. Funny, Puhahaha, oh my. And soon, unlike Lulin, Selly nodded and looked tearful. I am sorry. A girl with proper manners. I said with a smile that it was okay, then picked up the fallen fork and put it in the dishwashing bin, then took 2 other forks and placed them on Lurin's open hands. One is yours and one you give yourself. Because the pancakes are cold. Don't ask, just quickly. Rurin looked at the fork and then at the pancake, and looks at the girl. He grumbled and gave the girl a fork as if he had no choice. And don't forget to threaten. If you throw it at me too, I will eat it in one bite. But even if there wasn't that threat, the girl probably wouldn't have thrown the fork at Rurin. No, it is a threat that cannot be applied in the first place. I wouldn't know if it was in the state of the dragon's body. And Selly just smiles while looking at Rurin, just as I thought. I have no idea why people follow Rurin. It is a mystery among mysteries. Especially since Lulin is a dragon, a human would not be able to free himself from that fear. So I thought maybe it was a human, but no matter how much I looked at it, it didn't seem to be the case. So it's a mystery. Anyway, the girl holding the fork took a quick look at the pancakes and asked a question to Lurin. Is this delicious? It's good. It can't be compared to that strange flour. Really? It's natural since Elle made it. Haha. Next to the girl, Lurin shouted, showing off her pride in her pancakes. as if it were homemade food. Then, he picked up his fork, dipped the pancake and strawberry into pieces, and brought them to his mouth. The girl who was watching this imitated Rurin's actions and moved the fork. And placed Hibberan flowers, wherever they came from, on top of the pancakes. It was a bit too much for the little boy to eat, but before he could point it out, he stuffed his cheeks with the flower-topped pancake and put it all in his mouth. As I stuff a lot of pancakes into my mouth, my cheeks puff out a little. Like when Rurin puffed out her cheeks and complained, and whipped cream leaks out of the mouth. Ear Mayor. At the same time, he made an unknown sound to Rurin. What Rurin was doing in the meantime was like the girl, putting a lot of pancakes in her mouth and chewing strawberries in her hand. The reason I am holding a strawberry in my hand is simple. Lulin liked to eat strawberries last. In addition, whipped cream comes out of Lurin's mouth. The girl ate faster. This is because, in the first place, the amount of pancakes Lulin put on his fork was overwhelmingly greater than that of the girl. Then the girl took the fork to the pancake again. Then, Rurin, who barely finished the pancake she put in her mouth and even put the strawberry in her mouth, expressed the sour and sweet taste by shaking her eyes and shouted at Sally. "It's mine because I don't eat." Will a fight finally break out between the two? Like a temporary truce between Serena and Rurin, I looked at the two with that feeling, but the girl was not Serena. Who doesn't eat if they don't eat? I was eating right now. Okay, then take your sister's. Who is your sister? Yes, it's mine. Well, give me some too. Eat something small. Then, for some reason, he showed me mercy. Look at the whipped cream around your mouth. Who? Rurin tilted her head, put her hand to her mouth, and naturally came towards me and put her face in. This is a sign asking you to clean it. The very natural reason is that whenever I spill something, I always wipe it up like this. Anyway, as I wiped him like usual, he narrowed his eyebrows and shook his head. Shaking your head is a common rejection reaction when something happens that you don't like. What's the matter? That's not it. This is it. Like this. Rurin looked at the girl, walked closer, and stuck out her tongue with an expression of good luck. Then he licked the whipped cream tied around the girl's mouth. All of the whipped cream that had leaked from the corner of Sally's mouth was sucked up by Rurin's tongue, and Rurin came towards me with a sigh and stuck out her face again. So, are you asking me to wipe the whipped cream from the corner of my mouth with my tongue? What kind of nonsense is this dragon talking about in broad daylight? You're laughing. Why is it funny? I shook my head and quickly caught the whipped cream that caused my complaint with a handkerchief and wiped it away. In anything, the fastest wins. This isn't it. Rurin dropped her shoulders with a defeated expression. The girl looked at Rurin, then stabbed the remaining pancake with a fork and thrust it at Rurin. It's okay, sister. This is a mugger. Ooh. Lulin stamped his feet and looked at the girl, looking upset at losing. Then he notices whipped cream falling from the pancake and puts it in his mouth. Yes, I will eat it. And then he looked up at me, with a strange smile on his face that he was going to win this time. Play well. Clean up the whipped cream yourself. Are you leaving your handkerchief here? I guess I'll just wash the dishes from the lunch business. How ridiculous. As I slowly pulled away, I heard Rurin's cry after biting into a pancake, but I ignored it. Do you want to come here? If you want to wash dishes together, come. There was no reply to my notification. There is a sound of something being complained about to the girl. The girl was laughing and crying. I lost my mind at the uneventful sight and concentrated on washing the dishes. And after finishing washing the dishes, Rurin fell asleep. And somehow, he fell asleep while holding the girl. The girl was also asleep. The evening glow shines behind Lulin. The weather was perfect for sleeping. When Rurin nods her head, the girl also nods her head. But it didn't look similar. If Rurin was heaving and dreaming something strange, the girl just kept an expressionless expression. But it's definitely a rare scene. To be honest, I don't feel maternal love as I hold the girl as she sleeps, but for some reason it was a nice sight to see, so I stood there looking at it for a while. A dragon and a girl sleeping. If you explain something like this, it may seem foreign, but it is still beautiful. Of course, aside from being beautiful, from now on we have to solve the girl's problem. We can't leave the girl like this. It is impossible to raise it here. If there is a place to come, there is a place to go. If the girl was crouching alone in the market, it is natural that there would be a causal relationship. There must have been some reason why he was alone and wandering around the bottom of the market. I don't think it's a lie that she said her mom and dad are dead, but I can't believe it. And even if that's not the case, finding a relative or someone who knows the girl was an urgent priority. Then let me ask you something. Yes, it's a favor, but it's only natural. Elle came down to the market, leaving behind the sleeping Rurin and the girl. After taking a picture of the girl, he printed it out like a picture and was going around asking his acquaintances for favors. The first place I visited was Madingbul Lane in the market. Butcher Rain is so smart that he swears that he doesn't know anything that happens in the market. And since the girl was found at the market, the top priority was to go to Lane if there was any related information. Chapter 144 Lurin's grocery shopping, but when Lane saw the girl's photo, she shook her head. He said he had never seen the child and had never heard of the child being lost. The answer was that there was no talk about children at all in the market. Elle nodded and handed over the photo, asking her to let him know if there was any news. Riani nodded furiously at that request. For Riani and Noel, Elle's presence is special. I received a lot of help. Thanks to Palin Q's business rights, the butcher shop was very prosperous, and she and her husband were able to live happily. In the end, it was all thanks to Elle's help. Since I received a request from Elle, I thought I had to roll up my hands and feet and step forward to solve the problem. Elle went to visit the gray boy after that. Given his status, the gray boy is naturally unlikely to have met this girl, so Elle's purpose was to utilize the Lord's power. Can we just investigate to see if anyone has seen this child? Yes, it is. As Elle smiled and nodded, the gray boy also nodded. The gray boy also received many blessings from Elle. As if it wasn't enough to make him aware of his adoptive mother's hidden side, he also taught him everything about being a lord. A person who taught me more than my father, who was bedridden at an early age. That's why the gray boy followed Elle like his father. That kind of person is asking for it. The gray boy looked at the place where Elle had left for a while, put the picture of the girl he had received into his pocket, and got up from the chair. Could you postpone your dinner plans for a moment? The head of the Gray family was surprised at the Gray boy's command and asked a question. But Your Excellency, there was a special festival today. It was the day of the Abundance Festival to welcome spring and hope for a good harvest. Since it was an event that the boy himself created, the Chamberlain was surprised and asked, "But no, I will go to the security guard immediately. Get ready, this job comes first. And doesn't that mean you won't go to the event?" Yes, yes. The Chamberlain was startled by the gray boy's command and lowered his head. He is usually a gentle boy, but once he decides to do something, no one can stop him. In fact, Elle's request was to mobilize troops. Of course, the mobilization of troops itself can be done through the Chamberlain. But this is what Elle asked me to do. I couldn't relax when I thought that I might handle things rashly. Therefore, the gray boy decided to go to the evening event in person even if he was late, and began to move quickly. If the security team moves in and conducts an investigation, someone they know will turn up. Both the gray boy and Elle were thinking the same thing. Since we had mobilized the troops and even asked the news sources, we decided to wait a few days and Elle walked up to the restaurant. Fuwu. A festival planned by Gray Boy was unfolding in the sky, and the streets were a mess. The clumsy fireworks of this era decorate the sky. This was the festival that the Gray Boy had to participate in. The fact that the festival is held in this way shows how good the atmosphere of the city is. It's always nice to see people happy. Elle looked at the fireworks for a while and watched the people having a beer party, then went back up the hill. This led me to think about holding a fireworks festival with Rurin. It's evening and the sun has completely set, so the lighting in the restaurant stands out. It was a leisurely evening because they had already announced yesterday that there would be no business tonight due to the festival anyway. Originally, I had planned to kill the night by making a trivial bet with Rurin, but now that I have a guest, the plan is bound to change. And the plan was improvised as we climbed the hill, but I thought it was a good plan. The reason I let Rurin do the grocery shopping today was also because even if she didn't come after shopping properly, it wouldn't affect the evening business at all. When I entered the restaurant, Lulin and Sally were still sleeping. It was time to wake Lulin, so I gently grabbed Lurin's shoulders and shook her slowly. "You? Huh." Then Rurin calls Elle in a low voice that makes it difficult to tell whether she is awake or asleep. "Sleepy. Are you sleepy while sleeping?" I thought he was a guy who didn't know anything, but he started laughing while raising the corners of his mouth one after another. Heh. Lurin's actions were repeated for a while, as if she was talking in her sleep. He shouts to you, and then laughs. It is infinite repetition. As I was staring at it in bewilderment, the girl suddenly opened her eyes, and then he rubs his eyes. "Are you awake?" Nod. Elle nodded to Sally, who nodded, and then began to wake Rurin in earnest. Shelley is awake, so you should also wake up now. Rurin. First, he strokes Rurin's hair with an affectionate hand. This is the first stage of waking up. Then Rurin slightly nods her head. As a result, the girl and Rurin nodded in pairs. Elle automatically burst out laughing at the seemingly different appearances, but both of them just nod without thinking about getting up. So Elle entered stage 2 this time. Usually Lulin wakes up around stage 2. Wake up, it's rice. Bob, is it already time to eat? Rurin, who slept after eating a late meal, suddenly opens her eyes. When Lulin got up, the girl automatically got down to the ground and looked up at Lulin. It's a nice day, so bring Sally up so we can eat outside. After telling Rurin and Shelley, Elle went up the hill and started setting up the barbecue. Some of the meat I ordered Rurin to buy earlier was bought to be eaten today. Then Rurin walks languidly. Sally was also behind them. Come on. And then the meat party begins. Meat grilled outside is delicious no matter what anyone says. Oh, is it meat? Okay, come here. Sit down. I am bringing Sally too. Little Sally, estimated to be 5 years old, toddled along. And Rurin, who ran over, stood on the grill and stamped her feet. Saliva was welling up in my mouth. Well, Elle also feels the same way. Because meat is love. Now drink this together. Elle handed the cocktail he had prepared to Rurin. It is a cocktail called spumoni. It is a cocktail made with an Italian liqueur called Campari and has a sweet yet sour and bitter taste. A little bit of bitterness and sourness goes well with eating meat, so Elle tried preparing a cocktail for the first time in a while. For Rurin's, add a little Campari to a glass filled with ice and increase the proportion of grapefruit juice. If you add grapefruit slices and mix with bitter tonic water, a pretty light yellow cocktail is created. It's a bit difficult to lower the Campari ratio, but it's better than Lulin, so it's a natural choice. Oh, this is a bit bitter but delicious. The meat goes well with it. It's originally a cocktail to whet your appetite before a meal, but when you drink it together, its unique bitter, sour, and sweet taste keeps you savoring the meat. Isn't it a bad choice? Elle opened his mouth while praising himself like that. Take care of Sally too. Can you drink grapefruit juice? If I give it to you, it looks like it will throw it again, so please take care of it. Rurin, who was holding a drink in one hand and eating yucca sirloin with a fork in the other, looked at Sally, who was just quietly watching next to her. Why are you looking at me so pitifully? I watched it because it made me feel good. As if Rurin couldn't do it, she placed a small piece of meat in front of Sally. Of course, Elle cut it for her, but anyway, she placed a plate of meat and grapefruit juice in front of her. Eat because it's delicious, sister. Huh. Sally put the hib-iron flour on top of the meat, wondering where she got it from, and then looked at Rurin. Why do you always eat that? He is an amazing human being. Really. If you eat those things together, it actually tastes worse. Mayor. But Sally didn't care and took the meat along with the flowers to her mouth. And after work, I take off my makeup, drink beer, and drink juice while looking like the main character in a food drama. Grapefruit juice can be a bit controversial, so I looked at it nervously, but there was nothing unusual. Elle saw the scene and started eating meat himself. And unlike Rurin, I looked at the dragon and the girl while eating a cocktail made with a refreshing combination of 30 ml Campari, 45 ml grapefruit juice, and 60 ml tonic water. Seeing Rurin while drinking makes me feel happy. It was Elle's happiness that she had not been able to fully realize recently. And at the bottom of the hill in Gray City, fireworks were still shooting off. Foo-woo. Wow. The girl looks at the flame, with an expression that doesn't look like a girl. The shadow of a bright flame shone on that expression. I don't know what touched the girl, but her eyes sparkled, and even the corners of her eyes became moist. However, contrary to the girl's sentiments, Rurin was looking at the fireworks with distaste. It's boring. Wouldn't it be cool to explode in a more flashy way instead of like that? Should I just burst all my mana into the air? Do not do that. That's pretty enough, but why? This is also the same. What is that? Woohoo! It's a pretty thing called a firework. L is one for Rurin, but it can be a little dangerous, but you can stop it with mana, so one for Sally. And he himself held a flame in his hand. This is what it is. Xianhyang fireworks are something that creates a beautiful flame as it burns on a thin stick. Although the moment is short, it has the characteristic of being very pretty when it burns. Oh, pretty. Rurin and Sally hold out sticks to light the fire. Elle felt that the two women also seemed to have flames in their eyes. Soon the flame is burning. Lulin was crouching down with a curious expression on his face, and Elle was smiling next to him. As Shelley watched, she walked closer to the two. Sister, and thanks to that, the incense flame reached Rurin's clothes. What the hell? Rurin, startled by the sparks spattering on her clothes, loses her balance and falls toward Elle. Is it true that he jumped at Elle while he was surprised? The current Lulin is anyway Lulin with alcohol in it. Thanks to this, the girl's flame became a catalyst and Rurin advanced. Quadang. Through a combination of accident, coincidence, and acting skills, Rurin succeeded in headbutting Elle's lips. Rurin then got up, sat down on Elle, caressing her lips, then stood up, looked at the girl, and said, "Good job. Hee, you did a good job, so I will show you mercy and recognize you as my subordinate." Of course, it was something Elle would dismiss as nonsense. Chapter 145. Rurin's grocery shopping. 2 days have passed. But I couldn't hear any special news about Sally. It looks like Mr. Rain and the Grey Boy took action, but there was absolutely zero news. The mayor's information and the city's lord came forward. However, there is only one reason to say that not a single piece of information was obtained. Sally was not a child born and raised in Grace City. So no matter how much you ask the citizens of Grey City, you will only end up in confusion. The conclusion is that Sally came from abroad. If so, several possibilities arise. I thought she was caught up in some complicated problem, but the girl still didn't say anything. No, there are limits to what a young girl can see and hear, so even if she wants to, she may not be able to. But today is different again. The girl insisted that we go down to the market, saying she might remember something. This is a positive sign. In any case, in order to find the reason why the girl became alone, we have no choice but to rely on her memories. For that reason, he personally brought the girl down to the market. Once it becomes clear that you are an orphan, you can live comfortably in Grey City. But that was only when it became clear that he was an orphan. Someone could be wandering around desperately looking for the girl at this very moment, so you can't act carelessly. Therefore, it is only right to find out the girl's origins and why she wandered the market alone and find out if she has any connections. Shelley, don't you remember what you were doing to come to the market? You were sitting here, right? Yes. The girl looked around a little and then nodded. He seemed to clearly remember sitting here. Do you remember what you did to come here? Yes. A girl who said she didn't know her mother's name or her father's name. The girl who kept repeating that her mother and father were dead finally nodded. I can't believe I remember what I was doing to get here. This is a very positive sign. Really? Do you remember how you came to the market? No. The girl started shaking her head again this time. I just said I clearly remembered it, but I suddenly wondered why it was like this again, so I asked. Then what do you remember? Excuse me. Excuse me. The girl pointed in a direction with her finger. Mom and Dad died there. Over there? She, who had only said that her mother and father were dead, mentioned for the first time that someone had killed her mother and father. And his fingers were still stretched straight out. Huh, excuse me? Good, let's go Rurin. After saying that to Rurin, he started walking again, but suddenly the girl called out loudly to Rurin. Rurin had been sobbing since earlier, but lowered her head at the call. Sister? Huh, my sister is my mom. Huh, this is Dad. What? And the girl says something strange. Then the girl held out her hand to Rurin. What is that hand not required? Oh, my mom, hold me. Dad, hold Mom's hand. What? Under the girl's direction, I suddenly grabbed Lurin's hand and the girl took Lulin's other hand. No, usually when you say Mom and Dad, the daughter is in the middle and the parents are on either side holding hands, but why is this like this? Oh, it's okay. This. Hee, well done. Subordinate number 2. Yes. I hold my hand tightly in Rurin's hand. The dragon's hands are warm. Rurin's body is quite warm when she is human, so when I was in shock after learning that my parents had passed away in Korea, I received a lot of comfort from Rurin's warm arms. If you look at his hands, they are slender and soft. Hands that look like they haven't had any water on them in their entire lives. Well, isn't it wrong to say that I lived a life of sleeping, fighting, and almost no work? Lulin's hands were tied up, but he seems to be feeling very good. Subordinate number 2, so where are you going? Excuse me. Then the girl pointed into the distance again with her free hand. I'm not sure if I am saying this clearly, but now there is no other way to find out the girl's identity other than that finger. And there is still time left. If so, it's worth a visit. Okay, let's go. Haha, there's something strange about your hands. What's strange? It's just strange. Iced coffee, your strange hands. Hi, what? Rurin walked in such a high mood, and the girl continued to point to one place. As I walked, I came to the border outside the city of Grey City. The outside is an agricultural area. And if you go further, you will reach a mountain. And if you go further, there will be a road leading to a completely different city. If Dedran City and Grace City are located in the shape of a half moon, it would be in the northwest of that half moon. In terms of direction, it's like that. You came from a place like this? Nod. The girl nodded strongly, holding Lulin's hand. My subordinates don't lie. Let's go further. Why did you say your mind has improved? Heh. Because you show loyalty? Yurei laughing. Anyway, since I've come this far, I have to keep going until those fingers stop. So we walked further, holding hands. Then the large field disappeared and we reached the border area where we crossed into another city. And then the girl who kept pointing towards the sky finally pointed her finger down. Over there, excuse me? Huh. The girl moves forward, answering my question strongly. Where the girl's finger stopped, there was a fortress. A fortress. Why a fortress in a place like this? This is the first time we have ever heard of a gray city barracks or fortress being located here. It's not a mountain road, so there's no way there's a bandit fortress. Something was suspicious. It is a fortress that never existed before. A fortress that is not very old. Hug Rurin, Shelley. Let's go quickly. What is this? Why are you letting go of your hand? This is not the time to be so leisurely. Rurin. I let go of Lulin's hand and quickly moved towards the fortress. And found it. Suspicious guards in a suspicious fortress. If you look back on your memories, there are quite a few cases where the people inside these fortresses are slave traders. The slave trade continues to move around. It travels across countries and countries. If you have returned from another country without knowing the news about Dedran City, it is understandable that there is a fortress here. In other words, it means that you came to a place you shouldn't have come. Are there still remnants of Rurin left? If so, if the girl ran away by chance, it is completely understandable that her parents are missing and that her acquaintances cannot be found in Grace City. Then all the answers are in that fortress. Just then, the gates of the fortress opened. A carriage came from the opposite side of the mountain and stopped in front of the fortress. Women were grabbed by their hair and dragged in roughly. You don't have to watch the video to see that the women in the carriage were taken illegally. The women were dragged in, and a boy covered in blood was thrown inside the fortress. He is a boy who appears to be about 18 years old. Throw this bastard away. And the gates of the fortress were firmly closed. There seems to be a guard post looking down from above, but for now, I saved the boy and tried to teleport. Since he was already unconscious and covered in blood, the boy probably wouldn't remember. But if you use teleportation, Selly will find it fascinating. However, the girl had already accidentally experienced teleportation when Rurin was running away from the market. And the girl is not old enough to recognize what it is. And now is not the time to abandon someone. Let's go to Alina's clinic. The boy woke up. The girl looks at that figure. Rurin was not interested. Sitting on a chair, I feel eyes on me. Fortunately, the boy was able to survive thanks to Alina's competition clothes. There were numerous cuts from the sword, but they were almost completely healed thanks to the power of the great clothing. Healing magic and great clothing are powerful against trauma. Melly, the boy opened his eyes and started looking for someone. Then he looks at us. I am reflected in his eyes. Then he looked at the elves Alina, Serena, and Rurin Shelley, and finally he looked at me again. Then suddenly it started running towards me. Die, you devils! The boy grabbed my neck with both hands. Who is the devil? Well, he's a devil sometimes. Anyway, let it go. It was Rurin who took that hand away. Rurin huffed and immediately kicked the boy. The boy, who had just recovered, was sent rolling to the floor by the powerful kick. Cluck, cluck. The boy barely woke up while coughing harshly. The expression is distorted due to pain. Rurin, wait a moment. They still think this is a slave trade. I quietly approach the boy. The boy comes out again and looks at the girl Rurin and the elf. Elves are also the main product of slave traders. If there are people who can be said to be the scum of the world and whom I destroy without any question or answer, that is the slave trade. Give me my little brother. Where did I find my younger brother? Melly Melly. The boy shouted at me again. Here, my expectations were a little different. There is such a thing as coincidence. So I wondered if Selly might be this boy's younger brother, but the boy didn't seem to care about Selly. He just looks into the distance, mentions the name Melly, and then glares at me again. First of all, the names are different. Are girls and boys separate events? In any case, the fact that Selly came here, that this boy became like this, and that he is looking for his younger brother is all the work of the slave traders. So this is not a slave trade. I think I'm mistaken about something. That's right. Elle came to save you from injury. So, it's okay if you become a benefactor, not someone who will stare at you like that and attack you in a scary way. Alina spoke to the boy in a slightly rough voice. It's the first time I've seen Alina's voice become so distorted. She always speaks in a soft voice. But thanks to that, the boy slowly began to look around as if he came to his senses. That's sorry. Then he hit his head on the ground again and started apologizing. Do you remember what happened before you lost your mind? When I asked, the boy nodded his head strongly. It seemed like he had finally realized his condition. I went to the slave market to rescue my younger brother after being treated like a toy by the guards, and then I lost my memory. Can you tell me what's going on? I asked the boy soothingly. The boy began to tell the story of the past, saying that he had been persistently tracking down this slave trade to save his younger brother. Chapter 146 Rurin's grocery shopping. The boy's name is Mel B. I was born in a slum in a city called Sarank, located north of Gray City. His father passed away at a young age, and he was barely surviving with his mother and younger sister. To Mel B, her younger sister was a light. Instead of his mother going out to work, he almost raised him alone, and his younger sister also followed him very well. Brother. Huh, someday I will let you live in a big house. Haha, what are you talking about out of the blue? It's just that I suffer all the time. Don't be silly and eat this. Really? Until then, it was a daily life with its own dreams. The dream is that one day he will escape this slum and make his mother and younger sister happy. Then one day, a big change came to the boy's family. His mother, who was still young, was taken by the Lord Arndo and was placed in a situation where she would become his concubine. However, there was absolutely no way for a single poor person to oppose the Lord. Moreover, the Lord was selling money behind the scenes and collecting slaves. Among them, his specialty is the trick of forcing someone to become his concubine while cleverly pretending to lend him money. And the boy's mother was deceived by her smile and told her to stay there with her children by providing them with a large house. I don't even know if there is a hidden meaning there. He even provides a house for a concubine with children. Arndo allowed us to live comfortably for about a week, but things changed drastically after that. They placed guards in front of the house and imprisoned the boy's mother and sister, preventing them from taking a single step outside. The boy couldn't do anything. Should I say that it was fortunate that he was allowed to enter? The boy planned to use his strength to help his mother and younger sister escape from the house. Still, Arndo's magical power had not spread until this point. Then one day, happy birthday to my beloved sister. The boy headed to the market to buy the items his sister wanted with the money he had saved. Can you give me this? Draw. Mel B, can you spend all the money you worked for on a gift for your sister? What do you think? I need something like this for my sister who is already so frustrated. Tusk, he's such a harsh person. The merchant, whom he knew well, clicked his tongue at Arndo and carefully packaged the items the boy had purchased. But the day my younger sister celebrated her birthday, the boy couldn't go into the house. This is because the guards blocked him. It was so strange. The boy, who was not feeling well, tried to get inside the house, but to no avail. The boy became frustrated and ran to Arndo's home, a desperate struggle to find some way. Luckily, the boy found Arndot's wife, Murdy, who was getting into the carriage to go out and fell down in front of her. Please let me into the house. Please, the boy knew the face of Murdy, Arndot's wife. What are you? Get away from me. The guards stopped, but Murdy spoke to the boy. What did you mean by that? The boy thought it was time to explain the situation. Murdy, who had no idea that her husband had a concubine outside the house, seemed so angry that she ran home with the boy in front of her. Right then, the boy's mother was murdered. In fact, Arndo's original goal was not her mother. The boy's younger sister was the real target. Arndot was drawing the girl's blood for some kind of ritual. According to the words of a mysterious fortune teller who said that if you drink the raw blood of a girl of a certain age and undergo an affair, you can become younger. Arnduo. The boy was furious and ran towards Arndo, but the guards only met him with kicks. Murdy was also shocked, but she couldn't let something like this become known to the outside world. Take him out and kill him right now. Murdy's family surpasses Arndo's. That's why Arndot couldn't even make a sound. That's why I prepared this in secret. After Murdy kicked out the boy, she sold the girl to a slave trader at a high price. Because it had a cute face, it was thought that it would be more profitable to sell it for a high price rather than kill it. Because the girl was unconscious, she didn't know anything and was able to survive. The boy who was dragged away was beaten to death. And for an instant, I stopped breathing, along with the cruelly crushed birthday present prepared by the boy. Kalak kalak, but the boy left in the slums let out a sigh of relief. Would you say it is persistent vitality? Because he is a slave trader. Well, it's just as expected, so it's not fun. The boy seemed to have followed the slave trader to the outskirts of Gray City. So you were planning to charge in alone and save your sister? Yeah, what? And then I was treated so cruelly. That's right. The boy lowers his head as if he has hit the nail on the head. If you act too recklessly, you end up throwing away your life, instead of saving my younger brother. But if you do that, it's too late. I also wanted to increase my strength, but I wanted to. I heard that something terrible would happen to my younger sister if she were to be sold. It's okay to just stomp your feet and watch a situation like that at a bar. There will be good news when the sun rises tomorrow. Don't worry, just stay. Things like slave trading are things that adults should handle. I winked at Alina to let the excited boy sleep instead. Alina nodded and used the elf's unique sleep magic, and I immediately teleported to the slave trade with Rurin. Sister, and this time Sally came as an appendix. When were you together again? She really is a new girl, I can't help it. I pointed back to the fort and asked the girl again just to be sure. Is there an enemy over there who killed Mom and Dad? Yes. Excuse me. The girl nods again. You are the enemy of my subordinate. I don't even know who my enemy is. Surprisingly, Lurin's expression wrinkled and she lamented her situation. What about revenge on her mother? It will definitely be achieved, as long as I live. Of course, the priority now is to deal with those guys first. I felt sorry for Rurin's serious expression, so I looked at her for a while, and then she seemed to feel my gaze and looked at me. Are you looking at me? Heh. He had a serious expression on his face, but started laughing again as if he was in a better mood. And then he comes closer to me. I see you all the time, even when walking forward, even when you are behind. Did you still have eyes behind the scenes? Of course. A dragon has 20 million eyes. I nod my head, saying nonsense. Well then, do you want to stay here with Lulin Selly? Hate. I'm going too. That's difficult. Someone has to be with Selly. I can't show the scene of the slaughter. However, I was definitely uneasy about leaving Rurin and Selly alone. Obviously, there is a very high chance of getting inside. Good. Go and come back. Are you sure? Yes, go and destroy everything. Don't touch those who are caught. It would be better to blow it all up so that Selly won't be shocked when we go in after everything is cleaned up. I understand. Lurin looked at Shelley for a moment and then walked forward. She looked at Selly seriously from earlier, probably because she sympathized with her because she was her parents' enemy. If Lurin treats Selly's enemies as if they were her own enemies, it means that Lurin sympathizes with humans, so it is not a bad phenomenon. If only we could understand the human heart like this. And there is no need for mercy in disposing of waste. Anyway, to Lurin, humans are essentially bugs, and what is in front of you is the trash among those bugs. So even if Lurin went on a rampage, I had no intention of stopping him. Lurin entered the fortress, both eyes wide open. My mouth was closed. This is the descent of the dragon. The advent of a dragon into the human world often means destruction. Yours, die, mana explodes. The gatekeepers who had been glaring at Lulin were twisted on the spot. They were guys who enjoyed playing with the intruding Mel B by slowly playing with him and giving him stab wounds one by one, but in front of Lurin, they were just bugs. It's an intruder. A loud noise began to echo, as if in the courtyard of the Imperial Palace. Ding ding ding, it's obvious, but Lurin doesn't even care. I just walked, Elle said, make it explode. So it's not fun to take down something trivial like Pier. And girl. For some reason, that girl follows him very well, although it is very annoying. Same as Elle. It rushes at you without paying any attention to its peers. And I don't know why, but if I am with a girl, the chances of having skinship with Elle increase. I like that. I watch it because I like it. He is that kind of girl's enemy. Lurin was planning to awaken the dragon's instinct and trample on these insects little by little. Just like the original Lulin. My own instincts that I had forgotten. Like the days in the dark, when all that remained was the survival instinct of flying up as a dragon and hunting and eating countless beasts. The guards of the slave trade are flocking. The soldiers stopped in confusion when they spotted Lulin walking softly, because it was so different from what they thought the intruder would look like. What are you doing? Is this a runaway bitch? Catch it. The captain of the upper guard gave the order, and the soldiers approached with tense faces, all the tension they had felt when the bell rang to signal an intruder. You, and Rurin spoke to those guards. Do you like fireworks? I like it, I did it with Elle, it was fun. What is this talking about now? Pop, pop, and the guards in the front row really became firecrackers, just like Lulin said. A fireball explodes in the tail and bounces high, getting caught up in a spectacular explosion of mana. It's not fun. After all, fireworks require an El Lulin started walking again. It's a magic wizard. The guards, who noticed that magic had been used, grabbed their opened eyes and started swinging their swords. However, the sword broke in two before it could reach Lulin's body. Or the sword returns due to the power of the person who swung it. Kwasik. Ahi. Lulin didn't even exert any effort, but the guards couldn't even break through Lulin's shield and bounced off, rolling on the floor. Lulin started a spectacular fireworks display. Intense explosions occur everywhere. It's a chain explosion. Kwang, kwang. Lulin exploded all around the rushing guards and walked to the building in the center of the fortress. Melchak, the owner of the slave trade inside, was startled by a loud noise and came outside, but was dumbfounded. Where was this wizard hired? A female wizard who uses explosion magic. Melchak thought of Rurin like that and shouted, "What are you doing, Nolan?" "All right. No wizard can be a match for my sword. It seems like there was a part of me that believed it." Following Melchak's orders, the guard warrior standing right next to him drew his sword. The sword trembles, perhaps because of the sword energy contained in it. You, are you scared? Wizard. Any wizard would know what this means, right? This is it. It's equivalent to your level 5 magic. 5 classes. Rurin began to applaud Muse's words. And then I took out lip balm from my pocket. It's dry. Please wait a moment. After applying lip balm and pressing my upper and lower lips together, I looked at the guard again. Chapter 147, Lurin's Grocery. Shopping. The guard warrior frowned at that tense look. Moreover, the more I deal with this woman, the more I feel a great sense of fear creeping into me. Since my body was strangely stiff, I just scolded myself and swung my sword, asking what I was doing to this woman. I haven't applied all the lip balm yet. I am still not used to applying it alone. Annoying. Kwang. As soon as Rurin shouted, the space where the guard warrior was standing disappeared. Of course, the guard was gone. Intense energy surrounded the guard, and the condensed explosion exploded in the sky. Upon seeing this, Melchak sat down, wondering if this was a dream or reality. Who hired who? I am 10 times that no, I'll give you 100 times that. Melchak's words didn't even reach Lulin's ears, just as the cries of cockroaches cannot be heard by human ears. However, I was a little interested in the sumptuous feast served inside the building. Who, is this delicious? Melchak nodded his head. Yam is delicious, so eat as much as you want, and we can even give you 100 times the salary. Rurin happened to be hungry, so she approached the plentiful feast. This is called palank, which is popular here these days. Grilled palank. However, Rurin just spat out the roasted palank that she had bitten into. Not delicious. Then he took the tasteless palank and stuffed the head into the man's mouth. By the way, who killed Selly's parents? I don't know what that means. Are you the leader here? No, that dead guy over there is the leader. Is that so? Yes, I am, yes. I hate lies like that. Did you understand? I am the leader. Then where are those captured guys? That's in the underground water reservoir outside. I see, but even if I am not lying, I hate humans. I only like Elle. What? Hehe. Lulin spun around on the spot and snapped his fingers. And came out. Are you just going? Melchak thought so. About a second later, Melchak and the building exploded. Did you destroy everything? Did you do well? Hi. Rurin ran towards Elle and stuck her head in. It's a cry to be petted. Elle understood right away and gently patted Rurin's head. What about the people who are being held captive? You didn't destroy it that far, right? You. There's no way I could make that mistake since you told me to do it. Follow me, okay? What's going on? Immediately, Elle followed Lulin. I covered Sally's eyes just in case. And soon we were greeted by a group of people being held in an underground water storage facility. The women were just shaking. It's not just women, men and young boys and girls. Among them, some had wounds here and there and were in terrible shape. Elle asked those people quietly, "Who is Mel B's younger brother?" But no answer comes back. The captured people just looked at Elle with wary eyes. I am the person who came at Mel B's request. I'm not trying to do anything bad. As Elle spoke softly again, a girl behind her raised her hand hesitantly and cautiously. "Oh, brother, is it a favor?" The girl answered with a very intimidated expression, shivering just like the other girls. Elle nodded immediately. Fortunately, he was alive, and they immediately released the people. "I am sorry, but the gray boy will have to clean up after this." Elle was thinking something like that. Then Selly watched quietly and held Lulin's hand. "Sister, why are you calling me? It's not your sister, it's the master. Thank you, thank you." "Well, since he is subordinate number 2, it is natural. Push me further towards Elle in the future." "Hee, sister, I was happy for a little while." "Huh." Selly clung to Lurin's feet again, as strong as a gumball. Afterwards, only the child named Malia was brought back to the clinic. "Where is my brother? Are you really here to save me at my brother's request?" The whole time she was brought in, Melly cried out for her brother. The eyes are still full of caution. So I took him to the boy who was lying down, and only then did he run to Mel B and start crying. "Oh, brother," tears pouring down freely. "This is a boy who broke into the fortress with his bare body to save his younger brother. It was so reckless and so foolish, but I felt like I wanted to praise his spirit. So I left the emotional reunion behind and walked out of the clinic. Lurin, what about Sally?" "Yes, the problem is Selly. In the end, Mel B and Melly had nothing to do with Shelley. I should have given him a photo and asked him about it before he killed the owner of the slave trade. That's what I thought, but there were still a lot of ways to find out. If Selly ran away, someone among the people at the underground water camp where she was held would remember her. In that case, we should go back to the main topic and solve Selly's problem. With that thought in mind, I visited Sally. But Sally was nowhere to be seen. Where did you leave it? No, we came together to the clinic. I was standing there watching those humans earlier. Okay? Then where did it go? I wandered around looking for Sally for a while. However, in the end, we were unable to find Selly in the end. Lulin also had an absurd expression on his face. Alina, who had been watching with satisfaction after waking Mel B from the sleeping spell, approaches us. "Thanks for your efforts." "Yes, Alina too. By the way, did you happen to see the child who was with us? It's a girl named Selly." "Yes." Alina tilted her head at those words. "You were there with me when I saved that boy earlier?" The girl standing next to Lulin. As expected, Alina tilted her head again at my words. "What do you mean? There was no one else but that boy?" "Yes." "Yes," Alina made an absurd sound. "Oh my, this is." Then he looked at the flower on Lulin's pants and tilted his head again. "That's the hibiron flower that Selly kept eating." "Why is that? Isn't it just a flower?" When he asked again with a still puzzled look on his face, Alina answered with a curious look on his face. "This doesn't grow anywhere and is a very rare flower. It is said to be the flower of the underworld, and if you hold this flower when you die, it is said that the dead person's last wish will be granted. There is a legend that it is related to purification of the soul, reincarnation, and Buddhahood. Well, legends are just legends." "Yes." I looked at Alina blankly, and it was the same for Lulin. "Wait a minute, can you do that?" I ran to Mel B's younger sister, Melly, and I took out a photo of Sally. "Melia, I am sorry we're having an emotional reunion, but don't you know this kid?" Melly, a child who looked to be about 8 years old, quietly looked at the photo I showed her. Then he opened his mouth in surprise. "Sister Selly? It's Sally." Selly was lonely. Therefore, even as he got older, he still retained the cuteness of a child, but in a home where there was no such cuteness became harmful. It was her parents who sold Selly. She was sold to a wizard's laboratory, to a laboratory where small children are taken to study the magic of immortality. Selly had her blood drawn there for no reason. There was no one to help. No one else. Just like at home, there is no one to take care of Sally here, and all she has is magic medicine to keep her alive. For Selly, her heart began to disappear before she knew it. But still, I wanted to live. Before my heart disappears further. Free this world. But that freedom never came. Selly, who had been confined in the laboratory for many years, was still small even after she turned 10 years old. Then one day, by chance, I succeeded in escaping. It was called luck. The world did not allow Selly any more luck. She wandered the streets and was immediately caught by a slave trader who took pictures of her. Although the safety of Gray City is good, it does not mean that safety is good everywhere on the streets of the Empire. After the Dragon War, the scars of the war still remained everywhere, and the political world was still in turmoil due to the fight between the three dukes. In such a situation, freedom could not exist in the end for a girl who looked like she had been abandoned. the slave trade that was captured like that. The slave trade was a large organization that roamed not only the empire, but also the kingdom and other empires. And since I was gathering people to hold a big auction in the empire, I was fortunate enough to be stuck without any problems for now. Then Selly met Melly, a child in the same situation. At first glance, Selly looked young, but she was actually older, and when she explained that, Melly immediately called Selly her sister. "Sister, we have similar names, so if you escape from here, you will do well." "Right." Melly followed Selly as she said that. "Sister, this is it." "What is it?" "It's a sweet potato. I hid it, but it wasn't taken away. Let's eat together." "Sister." And the sweet potatoes that were given to Melly the day she was first captured gave her a huge shock. It was a shock of warmth that I had never felt in my life. Being close to Melly, Selly felt warmth for the first time in her life. "Sister, my brother will come to the rescue. Please, even if I die, I will die believing that. I will definitely ask you to save my sister too, if we go out. Okay?" On the other hand, Selly was just jealous that there was someone who could save her and think like that. "I have nothing on my own." He was the kind of person who didn't even have the freedom to live in this world. However, throughout the months of travel, Melly, who was naturally bright and lived a normal life before her mother's mistake, became like a lighthouse to Selly. It taught me about the outside world and allowed me to dream. I was grateful that she always called me Unnai, and I even started to think that I wanted to be cute and call someone Unny. But Sally's happiness didn't last long. Even that short period of happiness in the camp was not allowed to be felt for a long time. While Melly was sleeping peacefully next to her, Sally overheard the guards passing by and was shocked. "One person will be sold in this room tomorrow, so get them ready. Don't feed it anything. Okay? Oh, there's that bright kid. Kid number 2, has it been decided on him? Well, I was going to leave it until the auction, but I guess I can't help it since I need Clint." "Right." After hearing that conversation, Selly looked down at Melly. "I do not know well, but at least if you're stuck here, you can buy some time. Even that is for a limited time." However, for some reason, I felt that if I were to be taken by the Clint that the guards were talking about, I might end up in a miserable situation. Just like what happened to me in the lab, the number written on his clothes is 1. And Melly's clothes had the number 2 written on them. Selly quietly looked at Melly. "Your brother will come to save you. Let's be happy together like sister." The words Melly always said began to ring in my ears. There is someone who will come to the rescue. I don't know if that will really come true. Anyway, Melly was a child with hope. Sally hoped that that hope would come true. I have nothing anyway. Even if I leave here, I won't be able to do anything without Melly. A life without anything anyway. I hope you are the only one who gets harmed. Melly really wanted to get out of this hell. It's not something you can save. But still, I hoped that her brother was such a great person that he would save her. What Melly gave her was big. It was great happiness. That was probably the only happiness in my life. If so, now it's your turn to give it back. If she leaves here instead, Melly will be able to buy time until the big auction. Selly thought so and changed clothes with Melly, who was soundly asleep. Anyway, people here don't remember each child's face and name. Since it's just a product, the only way to distinguish it is by number. Although it was said that he was a bright child, all you have to do is postpone it. She was now product number 2, Melly. And Selly died after being abused at the place where she was sold instead of Melly. It was that kind of end. That was the end that Melly should have faced. Selly was wrapped in mud and abandoned on a dark mountain path. And next to the mountain path where she was abandoned, the Hibiron flower, which even elves who love nature and live in the forest have difficulty meeting once in their lifetime, was glowing faintly. Chapter 148 Lulin's grocery shopping. Wait a minute then. Oh, really? That doesn't make sense. What a ghost. If we were to guess from Alina's explanation and Melly's story, the current situation was truly creepy. I was dumbfounded by what was revealed and said nothing for a moment. Rurin also looks embarrassed as he repeatedly whimpers and turns his head with his fingers, looking like he's chewing spoiled food. "Why are you doing this, Elle?" Alina cautiously approached me with worried eyes. "Did I eat something wrong? Why are you looking like that?" And Serena also poked Lulin's cheek and said something similar to Alina. The fact that Rurin remains still, even after Serena touches the tip of the ball, shows how absurd our situation is. So, I briefly explained to Serena and Alina what had happened. "What is that? Are you really kidding?" Alina asked with a puzzled face. Her blonde hair bounces as she tilts her head. This is unusual for Alina, who rarely expresses her emotions. "Wait, Alina, Is it possible to choose the person you want to show off that Hibiern flower? But she is sincere. Even though he was puzzled, he answered my questions right away. I heard that according to legend, everything depends on the will of the dead personnel. No, no. Wait a minute, Sister Sally. Then why didn't it appear to me that's how I found it? Sister, are you saying my sister is dead? Melly clung to me in tears, but I know very little about Sally. What on earth did she want that made her appear before us? Could it be that the Hibiern flower lifted her wind and brought her to the presence of the Absolute, so that we can save Melly? Even if you die, you're trying to save someone. If you've been through so many difficult things, it's natural for your mind to become distorted. Actually, the Sally I experienced was a child with a very transparent and clear personality. Everyone else fell silent as they looked at the crying Melly and were lost in thought for a moment. It was Serena who broke the heavy silence. Ah, I've also heard of that Hibiern flower. It's a fun flower. That's right. Okay. However, he soon shook his head with both palms up with a strange expression. Of course, I don't believe it. There can be no such thing as a flower that surpasses our great beings, right? Isn't that right, Geom-sun? Who is Geom-soon? And I'm complicated right now, so don't make me talk. You idiot. With those words, Rurin ignored Serena. Of course, there is no way that Serena will remain silent after being called an idiot. The fight has started, but no attention is paid to it. Anyway, there is one thing I need to do now. Finding the missing Sally. Let's find Sally first. If he's really dead, even a corpse. Yes, if he really died, his body should at least be found and buried. If you listen to Melly's story, there is no way she would have died a comfortable death. It would be nice to be alive, but the fact that it was not visible to anyone other than me and Rurin fatally destroyed that wish. Well, there were a lot of things that were too amazing to be an ordinary human being. Was it all thanks to the Hibiern flower? That child is dead. That's a story I really don't want to imagine, so I don't know what to do. Whatever the outcome, the knot must be tied. Talk to the gray boy, shake off all the documents held by the slave trade, and trace the transaction records. It wasn't long before Sally's whereabouts were discovered. Lulin exploded the slave trade. In addition, all those who did cruel things to Sally will also be punished accordingly. Of course, those are minor issues. There is something else that is important. I was hoping for an ending like that the child who appeared before us like a miracle was actually alive. As always, reality is reality. It's been so long since Sally's body was left cold. There is no way to save Sally, who has already died. Even if Alina and I join forces and use recovery magic, it won't work on the dead. What I couldn't bear more than anything was thinking about the time when that child held my and Lulin's hands and called them Mom and Dad. It broke my heart to imagine what that child must have felt like at that time. The only consolation is that Sally looked really happy at that time. It's sad that I can now understand that child's expression. A dreamlike memory where even Rurin, who had shown no interest in beings other than me, showed interest. Melly shed tears endlessly in front of Sally's grave. Lulin clenched his fists, pursed his lips, and said nothing. The only one making a fuss was Serena, who had nothing to do with this matter, and like Rurin, seemed to have no interest in individual human affairs. I don't know what it is. Is it true that the Hibiern flower really exerted its power as in legend? Serena is Lulin's thigh. So, she kept muttering with a curious look on her face as she looked back and forth at the petal pieces of the Hibiern flower that were in the same spot where Sally was rubbing her cheek against Lulin. Then Alina, who had been quiet, also said a word with a gloomy expression. It's such a sad story. Serena hummed. He made a sound and crossed his arms, and I agreed with Alina's words. Yes. Then Alina immediately came up to me and asked a question, as if she remembered something. I told you before that Hibiern flowers are flowers from the underworld, right? It did. Did you say that you grant the wishes of the dead and participate in the purification of reincarnation and Buddhahood? Yes. That's something I saw in an old document kept by the elves, but one more record came to mind. Of course, it might just be a legend or a superstition, but you never know, right? There is this information in ancient documentary records. If a person who came in contact with someone whose last wish came true through the Hibiern flower finds the Hibiern flower again and holds it in their arms, the soul of the deceased will be purified and will reside near the person holding the flower when they are reincarnated. Okay, something it's like a novel. No, I would say it is more like a fairy tale than a novel. A story like that from an oral fairy tale suddenly came to mind. Yes, there are so many legends about Hibiern flowers. It could all be a made-up story. The world after death is so unclear that I can't believe it exists. Moreover, even if El Sama really saw the dead person, it may have had nothing to do with the Hibayern flower, but rather he may have seen a thought form created by the dead child's bitterness. I guess so. Of course, logically speaking, that seems like the most logical explanation, but Selly was clearly holding a Hibayern flower and even repeated the act of eating the flower over and over again. So it is difficult to think that her appearance had nothing to do with the Hibayern flower, like the contents of a legend. If so, it may be something that cannot be explained by common sense, but for some reason, I just felt like believing in that legend. How great would it be if we could forget all about the troubles of this world and be reincarnated in a happy family? So I kept thinking about how great it would be if he appeared in front of us and smiled with a happy face. If there really is such a thing as reincarnation, it wouldn't be a bad idea to be born as me and Rurin's child. Ah, what was I thinking just now? My cheek was instantly pinched. Sick. As the pain is transmitted to my brain, I come back to my senses a little. In that state, I asked Alina seriously. But anyway, even if a legend is a legend and a superstition is a superstition, if you find that Hibayern flower and keep it, you're saying that Selly can come looking for it. It is said that the flowers of the four underworlds guide the soul. It is said that the soul imbued with a Hibayern flower is attracted to the light of the Hibayern flower. Oh my. What am I really talking about moreover? No matter how rare the Hibayern flower is, if there are multiple people who have Hibayern flowers, it is impossible to know which light among them will follow. It's like a dream. It's romantic, so I think it's more of a made-up legend. Well, it doesn't matter if that's the case. I need to look for that Hibayern flower. Even if it doesn't come true, it's not a bad thing to hope for something, right? If you say it's just a legend and don't do anything, nothing will really happen. I think miracles happen when you do something. If there was a chance, even if the odds were ridiculously slim, I would find that flower and keep it. For Selly's happiness. Someday. Perhaps it will be in the distant future, though. I think it wouldn't be a bad thing if Rurin and I could raise Selly's soul as our child after we get married. Even if it's not that bad, if he has the Hibayern flower and is reincarnated near us. Even if you can't recognize it. Still, I think that alone would be good. This is a story about a time when the Hibayern flower contained legendary power. Alina looked at my serious expression as I tried to believe in the legend, thinking about Selly, who had lived an unfortunate life and had become part of our lives for such a short period of time. Alina also muttered with a serious expression on her face. But if there's anything I am having trouble with, it's that Hibayern flower. It's pretty hard to find. It is not for nothing that it is dismissed as a legend or a superstition. But it's not like it's not there, right? I recognize the Hibayern flower by looking at its petals. Yes, I am sure it exists. There is the largest village where elves study medicine. I even saw the real thing when I was studying there. Unfortunately, it suddenly disappeared one day. I recognized it because I've seen it before. If it exists, we can find it. Certainly, I nodded. I am sorry for burning out your will. Serena approaches me and shrugs. What? I've seen that before. Where? Serena frowned as if trying to remember the past when she experienced entertainment, and then opened her mouth. In the imperial palace treasury of the empire hundreds of years ago. Lulin and I took care of some business and returned home. Inside the restaurant, Rurin opened her mouth with a dumbfounded expression. Something is strange with me. What's strange? There is something good about you. It's good to depend on you and receive many things from you. But that guy is a little different. I feel like there's something pitiful about it. This is the first time I've felt this way since Mom and you. Really? That's amazing. That Rurin had feelings for someone other than me. Isn't that proof that her inner self has grown even further? I quietly hugged Lulin, who nodded. He hugs Rurin's waist tightly and opens his mouth in a low voice. Are you okay? It's natural, there's nothing strange about it. I do not know. Still, one thing is certain. Okay? What are you sure about? If you die, I will die too. I was sure that if you died, I would never be able to survive. You must not die. Rurin cried out, rubbing her forehead as she was held in my arms. So I just patted the back of his head without answering. Then, looking over Lulin's shoulder, I noticed a piece of paper next to the kitchen knife in the kitchen and had a strange feeling. Rurin, wait a minute. I walked away from Rurin and went to the kitchen, and I picked up a piece of paper. It was a letter left by Selly. Sorry. I am sorry for leaving without saying a word. As you may have heard from Melly, I am older than I look. Still, you two may be children. It's amazing that since I am a soul, I can project letters I couldn't learn. Thanks to that, I am grateful that I can leave my last words like this. I wanted to stay longer. I really wanted to stay longer. However, the journey you make with Hibern flowers is proportional to the number of Hibern flowers in your hand when you die. The Hibern flower taught me that eating flowers maintains one's true nature. So now it's the last time. Save Melly and I will disappear, because I don't have any more Hibern flowers. I don't want to forget what I spent here. I am sure I'll forget it, but I don't want to forget it, so I cry. But those tears are empty because they have no substance. But what is certain is that the short time I spent here was the happiest time of my life. No, I do not want. I hate being the last one. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why should I die? I've never experienced anything good in my life, but I only knew that kind of life. Why should I die? There was a time when I grumbled and cursed my life, but now I have let go of that resentment. Because I learned that there is still light in this gloomy world. I don't want to go yet, but when the time comes, it disappears. Scary. I am so scared I'm shaking. I am really scared that my existence will disappear. I didn't really think about that when I was dying. I just wanted it all to be over. Being scared means having regrets, so since it was such a good memory, is that really a good thing? I was happy to be able to call them Mom and Dad. Mom and Dad, Mom and Dad, scary. Is there such a thing as a next life? Then I want to meet a good mom and dad. I wish they were cheerful people like you too. But it would be impossible. Even when I was alive, my wish never came true. Now I'll go. It's time for that. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Chapter 149 Haircut. I need a change of mood. For now, I forgot everything and focused on business. Because it made me feel better. The aftereffects of Sally's letter were so great. We are not gods. In the end, there is only one way we can get the job done. Since she came to us through the Hibern flower, we hope to find another Hibern flower according to Alina's story and make her next life happy. So, to calm my mind, I focused on cooking, and now the restaurant is very crowded. The food that is selling well these days is braised ribs. Surprisingly, braised ribs were very popular with people here. Would you say it is as popular as Yuva pork belly? I think I probably enjoyed the seasoning of the braised ribs and the texture of the meat. Holding the bone and tearing it to eat is also surprisingly well received. It is analyzed that this may be a refreshing shock to the people here who cannot escape from the traditional way of simply grilling meat. What's nice is that the spicy stir-fried beans served with braised ribs are also popular. These half-moon-shaped beans are famous for their spicy taste. So, even if you don't add any additional spicy flavor, you can just stir-fry it and it will taste spicy. It's spicy yet light, and what's unique about it is that it doesn't sell well on its own, but when combined with braised ribs, it sells like hot cakes. I don't know what it is, but I'm glad it's being restocked. Also, my mood changes a little when I see people eating braised ribs. It's really fun to see people eating braised ribs. It is expensive meat, but since it is sold at a reasonable price, there is little profit. An appropriate line where there is neither loss nor gain. Money is not a problem because we are making a lot of money from the cheese industry, paylink industry, and watch industry. Of course, if even the minimum price is not maintained, the market balance will be broken, so the rules must be followed. So, the optimal time is now when there is no loss and no significant gain. Now I was focusing on an elderly couple eating braised ribs on one side. Try to eat in a civilized manner. Do we really have to do that outside? The old woman was frowning and saying something as if she was displeased with her husband's behavior. Of course, my husband shook his head as soon as he heard that. What kind of cultured culture is this? I heard this is how they were originally ripped off. My husband is someone I know well, an old gentleman with gray hair named Jaunt. This grandfather runs a barber shop in Gray's City. I also use him every time I get my hair cut, and eventually he started coming to my restaurant as well. Anyway, Jaunt picked up the ribs with his hands, saying that it was more convenient, but the old lady continued to separate the ribs with a knife, as if it was not so. In fact, braised ribs are not steak, so it looks better when eaten like a Jaunt, but the way to eat it is a personal preference. Now look at this. Hold it like this and hold it. It's so soft. Come on, you two eat. As Jaunt continued to rip the ribs off the bone at a rapid pace, the old woman's face was captured as she was slow to separate the flesh from the bone. At this point, it's my turn to step forward. I went up to the old lady and tried to explain. It tastes better when you eat it that way. That's the best way to eat this food. Can I prepare a handkerchief for you to dry your hands with? Oh, is that so? After listening to my explanation, the old woman looked at her husband again and seemed to have made up her mind, eventually holding his ribs in her hand. Very carefully, yet gracefully, I brought the ribs to my mouth, and after chewing it a few times, only the bones came apart in her hand. After that, I wiped my hands with the handkerchief I prepared. Look, it's much easier to eat, isn't it? I see, it is delicious. When Jaunt spoke as if it were a big deal, the old lady nodded and acknowledged it. And while looking at me, he nods his head. The meat is really soft. How do you cook something like this? Even old people like us can eat without any worries. That's because I believe that the meat in galbajam should melt when it goes into your mouth. Haha, it is very delicious. While the old lady was smiling brightly and praising me, Jaunt glanced at my head, put down his ribs, and brought up a completely different topic. By the way, I think it's time to cut my hair. Your head. Jaunt is a barber with over 40 years of experience. That's how veteran he is. I like my hair neat, so I tend to get it done often, but now that I think about it, so many things have happened recently that I haven't been able to pay attention to my hair at all. It was a hectic time with Lurin's birthday and Selly's work. I think it's time to cut it. I'll stop by when I rest. I'll sort it out quickly. I will. Of course it should be. I smiled and nodded. Other customers kept coming in, so I said hello to the old lady and returned to the kitchen. And the next day, as I remembered what Jaunt said, I headed to the barbershop as soon as I finished lunch to get my hair done. Delicate things like cutting your hair cannot be done through magic. The same applies to the attack magic I have and the mental magic that Rurin can use. A series of actions that are basic to human life, such as cutting hair, cutting nails, etc., must all be done yourself and cannot be solved through magic. As I was going down the hill, Rurin, who had followed me just because I told him I was going out, walked at a brisk pace and finally turned around and asked a question. But where are you going? To get a haircut. Hair, hey. When I told him I was going to get my hair cut, he jumped on my back and started messing with my hair. However, this does not mean that you are pulling your hair out in a vicious manner. That was the stance taken when attacking Serena's hair, and now he was just climbing onto her back and clinging to him, moving his hands around. But thanks to that, I ended up going down the hill carrying Rurin on my back. It's hard, dude. This body is not tired. Of course it is. You can't see their expression because they're stuck behind, but it's clear that they're clearly making a shameless expression. What's difficult about being carried on your back? Then he jumped down to the ground, came back in front of me, and opened his mouth. I don't mind any hair. Oh my, is that so? But I care. Is that so? Huh. After this conversation, we started walking again. Then one thing suddenly occurred to me. A question arose for Rurin, who said that any type of hair would be fine. Will Rurin really be okay with hair loss? I have no intention of causing hair loss, but I was just curious, so I asked. Does it really matter what kind of hair you have? Nod. It doesn't matter because you are who you are. It embraces everything. Okay, thank you for that. After a brief pause, I asked again with a serious face. Even if it's tight, tight. It means there is no head. Bald head. Bald head? Rurin stares at me intently for a moment. She put her lips covered in pink lip balm, which had become her favorite product, and then took them off, then immediately held her stomach and started laughing out loud. Phewahaha, really? Bald, that's funny. You're the one with no head. Phewahaha. As soon as I started laughing, I just burst into laughter. While walking ahead, he suddenly turns and points at me and laughs again, then starts walking again, and after a while, he turns around and laughs again. Even though he hasn't actually gone bald, what kind of behavior is this? Are you saying something different from before? What's so funny? But when I thought about you having no brain, it was so funny. Ha. Well, it's okay. Even if it has no head, I caress it well. It might be a little funny, though. There's no answer. It seems that the word bald really touched Lurin's humor code. However, I can't keep watching this absurd, endless repetition of walking for a while, then stopping, turning around, smiling at me, walking again, stopping, looking at me again, smiling. I stomped over, grabbed Lurin's wrist, and started dragging her. Stop laughing and follow me, because there's no way y'all go bald. Phewahaha. The moment I caught Lurin's wrist, her body lost all strength. Thanks to this, it continues to drag on. I like being dragged along. Thanks to this, the dirt road Rurin passed had long traces of her shoes dragging on it. After repeating that struggle several times, we finally arrived at the barbershop between Alina's clinic and the market entrance. Feeling liberated, I let go of Lulin's wrist and entered the barbershop. Go together. Bald head. No, no, not the bald one, you. Soon, Lulin, still spouting nonsense, jumped like a frog from where he had stopped and entered the barber shop. Then, like always, he snuggles next to me and looks around. I have been to the barber shop with Rurin quite a few times, so it's not like I am looking around because I am curious. That's a look around looking for something. Of course, it couldn't have been Jaunt, the barber, because Lurin's gaze was very far away from Jaunt. In terms of actual distance as well as mental distance, it is probably hundreds of millions of light years away. In other words, there is no interest at all. Are you here? Yes, it came right away. It's clear to everyone that it's time to get your hair done. Good job. Don't people like me need to cut their hair often to make a living? This person. Jaunt smiled cheerfully and motioned for me to come towards the chair. Right? I'm sorry I can't come often. I accepted the line, not sure if it was joking or serious, and walked towards the chair. In this world, including great city, shaving and trimming hair is common. There is no idea that one should not touch one's hair like in the Joseon dynasty, and it is not a world where people do not wash their hair like in the Western Middle Ages. Rather, bathhouses are becoming more common and hairstyles are also becoming more common. This is especially true because there are so many different hair colors. So, there are quite a few barbershops like this in every city. What's different from modern times is that barbershops also fix women's hair. There is no concept of perm. Most of them are general things like cutting long hair or simply giving it a stylish look. The inside of the barbershop is small. Wooden decorations that appeared to be handmade were decorated here and there, and flower pots were filled with bright spring flowers. A faint floral scent wafts out. There is only one chair. It's only natural that Jaunt is the only barber. In front of the chair hangs a mirror from this world, which is somewhat less reflective. Sit this way. I have to do dinner business, so I'll do it quickly. Oh, thank you. I nodded and spoke to Rurin. Sit there quietly. Hate. The answer I got back was a strong rejection. What should I do if I don't like it? I will be watching closely. It's fun to watch you lose your hair without any resistance. Oh yeah? Yes, then you say so. I took off my top, leaving Rurin alone. Because it was somewhat thick, it interfered with putting on the gown. I put my top on the waiting seat in the back and sat down on the chair again, and the old barber placed a white gown over my body. Okay then, let's begin. The barber scissors of Jaunt, who has many years of experience, begin to move. Grab it, scissors hitting the air. The scissors soon got closer to my hair, and Lulin's face also came closer. Lulin's face is closer than the scissors. There is zero sense of distance. Hey Lulin, it's too close. What are you talking about when you come here? Sigh. Lulin made a strange noise and took a step back. Jaunt laughs at the sight. After Lulin walks away, the scissors finally reach my hair. Chapter 150, Eibel Rurin watches the scene obsessively from a slightly distant position. It looked like he was following Jaunt's scissors with his eyes. And from various angles. I was looking at it from the front, and then before I knew it, I was looking back. Then, he goes to the side, rests his chin, and observes the scissors. That gaze is very hot. The gaze is so passionate that it makes scissors feel jealous. Then this time he went up to the ceiling. Oh, I am sorry. When he raises his head while following Lurin's actions, Jaunt is startled and stops using the scissors. When I put my head back to its original position, the scissoring continued again. Lulin is driving me crazy. Is it a lizard? Why is it hanging from the ceiling? Oh well. Are there any similar types? Compared to lizards, dragons are a huge humiliation. Anyway, Lulin was stuck upside down on the ceiling. It seems like the intention is to look down on the hair being shaved as if you were looking at a bird's eye view from above. The good news is that Jaunt didn't look up. This is because I am currently concentrating on shaving the sides of my head. What Lulin is doing is not a skill that humans can perform. What can I say? It looks exactly like a vampire hanging upside down from a tree. Haha. Then, he comes down again, comes closer, and looks at the direction of the scissors and my head as if he were inputting it into his eyes. I was very curious about the reason for that. Lulin isn't usually this interested in what other humans do. Quadang, and the moment Lurin came down to the floor. A loud sound echoed from the inner room. It's the sound of something falling. Startled, Jaunt stopped using the scissors and ran into the inner room. I also woke up surprised. Thanks to this, the cut hair on the gown falls to the floor in a mess. Look, oh my, this person. It seemed like it was my wife who had collapsed, so I took off my gown and ran into the room. I am sure he didn't fall because he was startled when he saw Lurin hanging upside down, right? Hey Lulin. No. Now is not the time to judge right or wrong. I quickly picked up the old lady. There's a clinic up ahead, so I'll run there. Please follow me. Is that so? The moment Jaunt nodded, I started running. Rurin followed me, and Grandpa followed me in a hurry. However, I couldn't keep up with the speed of Lulin and I, so I fell behind and soon ran into Alina's clinic. As a result, Alina explained that the old lady just fainted from the shock of falling and there was no major problem. The grandfather looked greatly relieved. Stay here until you wake up. I will close the store and leave. Would you please? I'll get your hair done tomorrow. I am sorry. No. Jaunt held his wife's hand tightly and could not get off the spot. For now, I left the two people like that and returned to the barber shop. Not only did I have to close the store, but I also took off my outer clothes here, so it was an obvious choice. When I looked in the mirror, my shaved head looked very funny. Only the right side of the hair is shorter, making it asymmetrical. I just have to hold on until tomorrow, so I am wearing a hat, so I picked up the top I had taken off. Yap. Then, out of nowhere, Rurin picks up my coat and slaps my wrist. Thanks to this, my outerwear fell back onto the waiting chair. What are you doing? Rurin, I looked at Lulin, wondering what he was doing. She looks up at me with a very serious face and no smile. Why is he so serious? He came towards me in that state, grabbed my wrist and dragged me. I was wondering what I wanted to do, so I dragged myself along and stopped at the chair in front of the mirror. He pressed my shoulders with both hands and pretended to tell me to sit down on the chair, so I sat down haphazardly. Heh. You! Suddenly, the corner of his mouth raises in a weird way, with a trademark smile that you see when you're in an accident, and then he picks up the scissors that Jaunt had thrown and looks at me while wiggling them away. Why are you using scissors? Grab it. The two edges of the scissors collide again, and Lurin shouts along with the sound. I'll cut your hair, you. Yes, my hair, yes. Lulin's eyes are flawless and clear. It is clear and sparkles because it is filled with strong will. The two eyes that seem to contain the Milky Way in the night sky are unusual. When you look at me with such a clear expression, it makes me want to just tell you to do whatever you want, but I still resist for now. Because my hair is precious. No, there's no need to do that. There is that. Why? Lulin ignored my question. He just grabbed the comb and scissors in both hands, looked at my hair here and there, and then said something else. I don't know that girl. Last time I got my hair cut, and today too, I looked into my cooking. So I learned all the methods. Don't worry. The art of cutting hair may not be so simple that you can learn it just by looking at it a few times. But just like before, he showed such great interest in scissoring that I guess it was because he wanted to try it himself. For some reason, he showed unusually great interest. If you make a mistake for a moment, you will have to shave your head. Time to think a little. You don't trust me? If you really don't believe me, he asks with a cruel expression, as if he's going to cut off your head with scissors. Perhaps because he felt that a cruel expression would not work, the corners of his eyes were now watery. A baby-like face that says it will cry if you don't believe it. Since when did it become possible to make psychological attacks with such diverse facial expressions? And that's it. I don't like the idea of entrusting your head to someone else. I don't like that. I held back because I didn't know how, but now it's different. I won't give your hair to humans. Come to think of it, isn't he the main culprit who blew up when I took him to a hair salon in Korea because he didn't want someone other than me touching his hair? However, I didn't even like others touching my hair, so I moved around and climbed up to the ceiling to study scissoring, which was a kind of jealousy. But in the end, it wasn't a bad feeling because it was all for my own good. No, it is true that I feel somewhat saddened. A stinging feeling in one part of my chest. I tried to scold him not to climb up on the ceiling in front of other people, but he couldn't get the words out. It happened because I was passionate about learning something, so it may not have been my intention at all. I can't help it. Then try carefully. Even if it meant being annoying, it was impossible to refuse just because Lurin, who was annoying about everything, was interested in something. I surrendered myself to the chair with a feeling of despair. Then Lurin smiled brightly as if she owned the world. The corners of the mouth look as if there is a half moon in the mouth. Don't sit crooked, sit up straight. And then immediately points out your posture with a stern face. This is so scary. Yes, I understand. Please take care of me. He is the power that holds in his hands the life or death of my hair. All you have to do is bow your head and obey. Okay? Hi. I don't know where the confidence came from doing a haircut that I had never done before, but anyway, Lurin grabbed the scissors and started stroking my hair. The cold tips of the scissors touch my hair. He grabs my head with one hand and takes the scissors. Rurin's warm hands and cold scissors. The contrast is exquisite. Square. Soon the hair was cut off with a tickling sound. The ends of her hair fall a little below the gown. Lulin doesn't say anything. All my attention was focused on my hair, and again carefully square. The ends of the hair are slightly cut off. If your hair is cut by an unskilled person, it may be painful when cutting. But there was nothing like that. Whoa, I cut it. While making that noise, he grabs his hair again. Uncharacteristic of Rurin, he is very careful and somewhat accurate. Plus, unlike when Jaunt cuts my hair, I feel a very itchy feeling. A tickling yet tingling feeling. Crunchy, slow hand movements again, and the hair caught in Lurin's hand was cut with a crunching sound. Is this a level where you can feel safe? Before I knew it, Rurin came closer to my face. Lurin's face approaches right in front of my nose. The distance where Lulin's breath touches your face. In that state, Rurin grabbed my bangs with her comb and hand. Is everything going well? It's tough, okay? But it's fun. Your hair is becoming just to my taste. Do you have any preferences? Well, you are my taste, so whatever you do is my taste. It's starting again. This stupid dragon sometimes says things that make people excited. Rurin smiled and grabbed my bangs and put the scissors to it. Square. Lulin's face is right in front of you. As a result, a slightly more itchy and tingling feeling surrounds my body than before. The scissors just cut the hair. His actions are so cautious that it feels like Lulin's breath touches his skin. Whoa. Blow your face with fallen hair. The scent of lip balm was mixed with Lurin's breath. Sweet scent. Wait a minute, Rurin. Stay where you are. It's a very important place right now. Strangely, a strange feeling kept coming over me, and I had the urge to hug Rurin, but Rurin was strict. Thanks to this, the urge to be funny disappears. Come to think of it, isn't this almost the first time you've been scolded by Rurin? As I live, days like this come. When I look in the mirror, it doesn't feel that bad. Well, maybe it's because Rurin is a dragon, she doesn't want to do it and it's annoying, but she almost never fails when she asks her to do something. A dragon is a dragon. No matter what technology it is, it seems to be able to understand the logical structure faster than humans, even mastery. As Rurin was thinking that, she went back to the back. Looks like he started cutting the back of his hair. A crunching sound is heard from behind. It's probably better to leave it to a professional to clean up fine hair and hair with a razor. While I was thinking that, Rurin suddenly screamed. Thanks to you, I returned to reality. Who, what, are you feeling anxious? It is nothing. It seems like nothing is nothing. I go back first. Something urgent suddenly happened. What's wrong? Hey, Rurin. Rurin immediately used teleportation and disappeared. My hand rushes through the air. What is wrong? Trembling, I looked at the back of my head in the mirror. You should also use a hand mirror to reflect the back of your head. Place 2 mirrors facing each other and look at the back of your head. My hands are shaking. Forehead, it is perfect. The side bangs are also perfect, but the back of my head is a mess. It's not balanced at all. One side is dug out and the other side is bushy. Ha 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 ha. I immediately ran towards Rare, promising to hand out a terrible punishment.